On the 6th floor, the prison master Xiao Yunyun stepped into the air and hovered, looking around, her brows furrowed. Interesting, this king wants to see where this little white rabbit is. Sneaking in, dare to take the man that this king likes, and after this king finds the two of you, I will let you ravage the palace for 3 days, and 3 nights. Xiao Yunyun's charming smile hides a cold murderous intent. She has sent strong men to guard the giant space gate on the next floor and closed the space passage on the upper floor. She only regarded Jian Wuji's disappearance and the appearance of the boy as an accident. Although there are many means of detaining prisoners in the holy prison, it can seal all the means of the holy cave, spiritual power, or special physique. However, she has always held the mentality of playing a cat and a mouse. Here is her territory. She couldn't believe it, she couldn't find a little mouse. As for Jian Wuji, shame on you, when this king pulls you out again, I want you to squeeze you out alive, thinking that this king cherishes your little aptitude and dares to escape from prison, even if you don't even look. Here. Where? After the clearing activities on the 7th floor of the holy prison were completely over, Lin Chen began to act again. When sneaking into the 8th floor, Lin Chen sincerely sighed that little Shadow and Luo Yaoer were the most important factors for his success in sneaking into this trip. When Luo Yaoer sneaked in, many experts once thought that she had forcibly broken through the protection of the first layer of the holy prison. The first floor of the holy prison had an energy array arranged by the 4 holy kings of the holy world, and the supreme true God had blessed her. The heavenly prison array. But in fact, Luo Yaoer broke through the formation from the inside, and only then did she have enough strength to break out of the prison and force the gods of the holy world to appear. No one could have imagined that the truth is that there will be special space cracks that connect the holy prison one after another from the outside world. No one would have thought that there would be an existence that could lift the 9 shacks and open the giant gates of every layer of space. The most important thing was that this person's actions were accompanied by an ultimate shadow assistant with the most terrifying potential. If it wasn't for the help of Luo Yaoer and Little Shadow, Lin Chen thought to himself that even if he advanced to the acupoint expansion realm, condensation realm, life and death realm, or even the 7th level sage star realm, he would not be able to sneak into the holy prison. Lin Chen arrived at the 8th floor, and continued to hide. As time passed, Lin Chen was still repeating his previous actions on the 8th floor, but his gains and family background became more and more terrifying. The first is the Holy Dragon. The Dragon Pulse is approaching 16 billion. The fall of saints and the demise of demons will all drop high-level chi and blood. In order to avoid breaking through the realm after absorbing these chi and blood attributes, Lin Chen let the Holy Dragon absorb them all. When stealing attribute values, the talent points consumed can largely be recovered from by Qianqian. Lin Chen found that the more this little girl uses her own abilities to collect Qi Luck to cultivate Qi Luck spirit plants, the more talent points and attribute values she will gather, which is somewhat similar to Shen Lingshuang's that Nizi dropping advanced exercises. And Lin Chen's Qi Luck spirit plant has reached an extremely terrifying level. Why use terrifying to describe it? Because after Bai Qianqian's research, his Qi Luck reversal sacred artifact, as long as there are enough and powerful sacred skeletons, can produce mid-grade Qi Luck spirit planting seeds. The middle grade and the low grade, it seems that the difference is 1 grade. But it is a world of difference. The low-grade Lingji produces a very small amount of 8th order heaven and earth treasures and a large amount of 7th-order medicinal materials, as well as silver saint coins. And the middle-grade Lingji, which mainly produces the 8th-order heaven and earth treasures, and the golden Saint Yuan coins, each of which is more expensive. Well, strictly speaking, the spiritual seeds produced by the luck reversal device cannot be regarded as mid-grade. Lin Chen looked around at the spirit plants in the 4 air transport capsules, and secretly estimated in his heart. The reason why the mid-grade Qiyun Lingji is infinite is that in addition to the massive resources it produces, it is more important to have a special Lingji product with mysterious effects. For example, Lin Chen's Holy Pan Peach is the most typical example. Although Pan Peach spiritual plants produce many resources, the specialty Holy Pan Peach is the most valuable treasure. Therefore, the mid-grade spiritual planting seeds obtained by Lin Chen using the divine reversal of luck can only be called pseudo-middle grade. Of course, the energy of the holy corpse is quite terrifying, almost producing a pseudo-middle grade spiritual planting seed, and the energy required for the holy corpse is dozens of times that of the low grade. In the holy prison, the holy corpse is like a mountain. Every time there is an action to clear the demons, the fallen saint criminals are also a terrifying number. In this way, time has passed, and several months have passed. While Lin Chen was searching for the 9-chamber nail and groping the internal situation of the holy prison, he kept stealing attributes, grabbing the holy corpse, and entering the next floor. The 8th floor, the 9th floor, the 10th floor, the 11th floor. Lin Chen sneaked all the way down, and his actions became more and more cautious and careful. Starting from the 6th floor of the prison master of each floor is a holy state of mind, and every time a holy cave is opened in the holy state of mind, its cultivation will usher in an earth-shattering transformation. When Lin Chen dived to the 12th floor, there were even 3 sacred minds guarding him. The lineup was so powerful that it was rare in the world. Jian Wuji even speculates that the prison master is very likely to be a super powerhouse with 75 holy caves in full bloom, putting it in the 36 domains of the outside world. It can be said to be sweeping one side. Lin Chen's daring actions made Jian Wuji, a kendo senior who has gone through a century, also shocked. This son has already sneaked into the 12th floor. And he has to sneak further down. He really intends to go to the bottom of the holy prison. Every time Lin Chen sneaks down, he will carefully observe the terrain on each floor and record the combat power of the prison guards on each floor. In addition, it is not only him who grows, but also the little shadow. During the time when Bai Chanqian was cultivating the spiritual plant of Qi Fortune, Lin Chen possessed a mountain of resources. His 6 avatars were constantly refining pills, and a large amount of holy pills were being produced at a very high speed. Both Lin Chen and Little Shadow are transforming at an astonishing speed, and their abilities and strengths are improving. When sneaking into the 14th floor, Lin Chen arrived at the psychedelic prison. This prison has a mental prison dedicated to torturing saints. Lin Chen has obtained a lot of high-level mental power attribute values for this. With the massive spiritual power harvested this time, Lin Chen's spiritual realm has ushered in a breakthrough, and his official promotion to the holy realm has been completed successfully. Fortunately, the spiritual power can be incorporated into the Qi Luck capsule. And with the cover of the Little Shadow, Lin Chen was safe and did not reveal any spiritual power. And on the 15th floor, there finally appeared a prisoner who even Lin Chen and Jian Wuji could not see through the strength, and his cultivation was at least the peak of the holy mind, or even stronger. It is not ruled out that it is the possibility of Saint Nine-layer open heaven realm. But time has passed, and it has been 7 months since Lin Chen entered the holy prison. In July, he finally dived to the 17th floor of the holy prison. Huh? What's the situation? There is no prisoner on the 17th floor. When Lin Chen sneaked into the 17th floor, he was surprised to find that the 17th floor was flat on all sides, a desolate and flat land, where the prison was cast high. The strange thing was that there was no fighting here, and there was no demonic atmosphere. Secondly, the number of prisoners in the cage has also been greatly reduced, and the cultivation of the prison guards here is a bit inferior to the previous ones on the 15th and 16th floors. The situation is very strange. Spiritual power is like an insight into thousands of miles, and it shoots directly at the prison island in the center of the 17th floor. On the island, there is only one holy state of mind, 7 in the star realm, and several in the life and death realm. Of course, it's not that such a lineup is not strong, it is still very threatening to Lin Chen, but compared to the prison layer above, it is definitely not on the same level. This kind of lineup is not like the 16th floor. Once an accident happens, there is not enough power to suppress it. Could it be that when Yaoer attacked, he took away all the strong people? So that the holy prison gave up this aspect of guarding? However, something is wrong. Although there are not many strong people in this layer, there are still many. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. They do this. If there is a major accident, the prison guards on this floor can at most evacuate themselves. If they want to suppress the riots here, their strength may not be enough. The gap in realm still exists, or they have absolute confidence that there will be no more riots here. Or the last possibility is that there is a problem with the holy prison. The prison master who suppressed this floor has left. Then, when Lin Chen's spiritual power penetrated more and more, he discovered an even more amazing fact. Something's wrong. The 17th and 18th floors of the holy prison and the 19th floor are completely connected. Lin Chen's pupils trembled. No wonder the entire plane he perceives is countless times larger than any previous layer. The prison guards on this floor have the highest cultivation base, but a holy state of mind. If there is something tricky, let's see what's going on first. Little Shadow has a consonance, and takes Lin Chen to wander the entire 17th floor of the holy prison. This place is like a bottomless abyss. From time to time, huge and desolate cells are built in the void in the abyss. Hanging in the abyss, the atmosphere is suffocating, and it seems that it will never change. However, despite the small number, Lin Chen could only see 70 or 80 prisons as far as he could see, but he could clearly feel the spiritual power of entering the holy realm, and the prisoners in every cell were not ordinary people. Is the real peak powerhouse? As far as Lin Chen expected, it was not even lower than the cultivation base of Na Xingjing. Even if there are some strong people who accept the star realm, it is a very special existence in the outside world. Lin Chen felt that some pure and stalwart spiritual fluctuations were sealed. Some of these characters are the outside world's alchemy giants, forge giants, powerful mathematicians, and some are famous for the honor of the holy world. The host steals attribute values, 40 billion points of advanced spiritual power, 1,500 billion points of advanced chi and blood, 3,020 billion points of Advanced Essence, 12 billion points of advanced rune energy, 12 billion points. Of Advanced Exercise Essence, 9 billion points of advanced water energy, 10 billion points of advanced gold energy. Lin Chen sneaked in all the way, while observing, stealing attribute values. Was even more shocking, and his scalp was numb. Each of the attribute values he stole from these criminals can only be described with the word terrible. Reached the countless powers before. When he continued to dive in, there seemed to be an endless space to extend. Lin Chen entered the bottom of the abyss. It was pitch black, but every now and then there were individual drowsy cages, echoing with dim light. Here, it is estimated to be around the 18th floor of the holy prison. Lin Chen acted cautiously. The criminals detained here are completely different. Some of them are born with aliens, or they are sealed by the 9 braces seal, and they are also shining with a faint holy light of the 9 suns. Among them, some of the imprisoned powerhouses have refined some strange energy bodies of heaven and earth, such as blue burning treasure energy, star treasure energy, moonlight treasure energy, etc., even in the darkest area of the holy prison. Even if it is after being sealed, there is still Xingwei Guanghua in circulation. When Lin Chen passed through a huge cage shaped like a savage dragon, twisted, there was a slight screeching sound inside. Huh? Is there something? Lin Chen's scalp exploded suddenly, and the little shadow turned his eyes, and suddenly suppressed his own breath to the lowest level. Noticed? Is it an illusion? Oh, well, it doesn't matter if it's an illusion or not. The voice disappeared, but Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was even more vigilant in his heart. The powerhouses imprisoned on this floor are extremely terrifying. The little shadow sneaked in again and again, without disturbing any of the prison masters in the holy prison, but was almost noticed by the powerhouses on this floor. They are still in a sealed state. If they return to their heyday, the little guy's current cultivation level may not be able to hide the sky and cross the sea. It is worthy of being the 18th floor of the holy prison. Lin Chen held his breath. At this time, he was very far away from the prison guard on the 17th floor. Even if there was a movement for a while, the other party might not be able to detect it quickly. Even Jian Wuji, who was hiding the peach plant capsule, felt suffocated. During this period of time, he has returned to his heyday, diving into swordsmanship in the Qian implant capsule, injecting the insights from years of imprisonment into the swordsmanship, and even has a tendency to surpass that before he was imprisoned that year. Even so, as a 6th-level saint, Jian Wuji, who has a perfect life and death, if he is on the 18th floor of this holy prison, he asks himself, it is difficult to be as calm as Lin Chen. This son's mood is daring, but he is much better than I was in the past. Really fierce. The further down he dives, the fewer cells Lin Chen encounters, but at the same time, every one of them is someone close to the top of the holy world. Finally, Lin Chen arrived at a pitch-black space vortex, and the vortex was filled with demonic energy, which seemed to be the lair of the demon race. The following is the 19th floor. What kind of characters will be imprisoned? I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Chen jumped into the magic vortex. The 17th floor of the holy prison, the Guardian Island. A group of strong people gathered, drinking and talking, accompanied by beautiful women, happy and romantic. Boss Xiao, tell my brother why they sent us to guard these 3 floors? A thin and lean saint embraced the beauty and asked the tiger-eyed man at the head of the hall. After sipping a drink, Boss Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, we're only here to give a briefing. If there is really any problem, if we can't solve it, we can contact the prison masters on other levels as soon as possible. There is something to do at the top right now, except no one can hold back the guy here, Lord Long, who stays on the first floor. The thin man wanted to ask, what's going on up there? Huh? The man named Boss Xiao narrowed his eyes. Withered monkey, you have crossed the line. Don't blame the boss. Oh, I'm not curious. I will punish myself with 3 cups, and I will punish myself with 3 cups. The emaciated man was punished 3 times in a row, and then he asked in an unfinished manner, brother, I don't have many chances to come here. The boss told me about the battle that year, why these imprisoned guys didn't follow the strong man of the demon clan. Leave. Boss Xiao shook his head and laughed, so, you don't understand. They used to be the all-powerful beings in the outside world. They were invincible and arrogant. They disdained to submit to the pressure of the demons, and would rather be locked here than to be loyal to the demons. Humans or demons, in terms of arrogance, they are indeed strong enough. It's just. The corner of Boss Zhao's mouth rose faintly, with a bit of disdain and a sneer. It's just that this dignity can only be possessed by strength. They are imprisoned here, and they don't even have strength. What is arrogant and dignified? It's just stupid for a little obsession in their hearts. I guess some of them may regret it. The light cannot shine into this area. The surrounding mountains are ups and downs, and darkness covers the whole world, as if light will never be born. When Lin Chen came here, he felt an extremely powerful sense of depression and suffocation, not only the magical energy shrouded in the sky, but also the deadly and powerful coercion that could completely crush the saint. However, Lin Chen was not even afraid of the coercion of the Holy King, and the power of this place could not overwhelm him. But, for Lin Chen, this place is full of dazzling arrays, full of attribute light balls. This is the 19th floor of the holy prison. Lin Chen looked around, his expression became more and more excited. He had a faint feeling that he had to come here. According to his habits, the more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunity for him, Lin Chen. Lin Chen released the holy dragon and plundered the attribute light ball for him, and a large number of attribute light balls were continuously incorporated into his body. Here, countless demons have appeared, but they have all been completely suppressed and crushed by the Xian saints who have been imprisoned here. The attribute light ball it drops far exceeds any layer outside. Almost at the same moment when Lin Chen reached the 19th floor, in the 4 prisons in the center of the mountain range, more than a dozen surprises sounded at the same time. Huh? A little ant got in? Look at this characteristic, the space is not obvious, the breath is hidden in the void, and it is natural, without a trace of space ripples, there is a taste of innate shadows. How can the innate shadow sneak in here, even the king of shadows of all dynasties? It is impossible to get here over the previous difficulties. When many voices were talking to themselves, the breath they sensed rushed in their direction. The characters in the cage fell silent. Inside the mountain range, a brand new figure appeared. Even if the darkness was boundless, it was still clearly visible to the detainees. The person who came was as scales and feathers as ink, 9 feet tall, and the demonic energy was rising, just like the strongest demons in the ancient times, evil and awe-inspiring. Demon race? A small demon race dares to approach us? In a certain cage, a strong man sneered disdainfully. It was Lin Chen who arrived here in disguise. He took the little shadow back into the Qingxue planting capsule and advanced. There are strong people on the 18th floor of the holy prison who can vaguely perceive the little shadow, not to mention the 19th floor. Besides, the little shadow can't be like him. Lin Chen can ignore the pressure of the peak saint. For this reason, he directly removed the little shadow, leaving him alone. Hee, all of you must be famous people in the human race. It's not good to be locked here for so long. A wicked smile appeared on Lin Chen's handsome and charming face, disguised as a demon, and he said indifferently, "How about it, do you want to make a deal with me?" Boom. In a certain cage, the infinite power to suppress the demons was suddenly released. The sacred rhyme was ethereal and vast, and the mighty shore suddenly descended like a whole plane, suppressing it to the top of Lin Chen's head. It seems that he is going to be squeezed into pieces by his momentum. A mere stinky demon is also worthy of discussing the conditions with this forum, die. An almighty human race sneered, his power suddenly increased, and he wanted to forcibly crush Lin Chen to death. However, Lin Chen stepped out and continued to walk into their huge and high-caste prison. The clouds were light and the wind was light, and the face was evil and charming, full of free and easy and domineering. Not affected at all. A small demon, even inferior to the high-level holy demon king, can resist the holy prestige of this seat? One after another, suspicious eyes came to him. Lin Chen couldn't suppress even the coercion of the holy king and the will of God, no matter how strong these saints were, they couldn't suppress him. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, I can restore your glory and free you from the shackles of this holy prison. As long as you submit to me and become my servants, everything you have lost will have a chance to be taken back. Lin Chen was awe-inspiring and laughed loudly. When Lin Chen laughed, he flicked his backhand, and a ray of residual light shot into several prisons in the dark night. Boom. The holy power is like the sea, and the light of the holy cave is like a new sun rising. This is. In the 17 prisons, complex and shocking exclamations echoed. This is the formula for unlocking the 9 Sha seals. Is this young demon really able to unlock their seals? However, the surprise is only fleeting, and in the 17 prisons, sneers and disdain burst out invariably. Joke. The cultivation base is not large, and the appetite is not small. You are a small demon, are you worthy of letting me surrender? In this life, even if I die, I will never bow my head to the demons. You are a bird. I didn't even look down on the empress of the demon race when I came. You are a fart. The way is different, and it is not conspiracy. Even if you can unlock our 9-shade seal, Ben Gong has always been responsible for hunting down demons and has fought with many demon kings and demons. Even if he died, he would not be the dog of the demon race. In the 17 prisons, sneer and disdain echoed, and there was a unique arrogance and integrity in the tone. Some even burst into a terrifying rage, and several strong men released Xingwei at the same time, trying to directly crush Lin Chen to death. Sure enough, these people are the most bloody powerhouses in the holy prison. Lin Chen's eyes are even more excited. He didn't bet wrong, he bet right. During the 7 months he had sneaked into the holy prison, he had already repeatedly eavesdropped on what the prison owners were talking about when the holy prison was broken. Back then, Luo Yaoer sneaked into the holy prison and took away the most vicious characters on the 17th, 18th, and 19th floors, and the pseudo-god who later made waves in the Kyushu continent. However, she did not completely take away all the powerhouses, and some powerhouses did not follow her to leave. Anyone who follows the demon empress must be loyal to the demon clan at the cost of their lives, and become the most loyal lackey of the demon clan. However, the last group of people who stayed behind were bloody people who would rather die than fight for the devil or the devil. Ha ha ha, what if I said that I am not a demon, but a human? Lin Chen mobilized the magic seal in his palm, released the reincarnation of the demon king, the magic energy dissipated, his disguised face fell like a shell, the magic energy was torn apart, and the magic energy all over his body receded like a tide. He showed his true colors and regained the appearance of a cynical young man. As before, with the corners of his mouth raised, sinister and domineering. On his right arm and legs, he wears a golden armguard and leg armor, flowing with a faint golden glow, reflecting the young man's silver robe as bright as snow, a 7-foot boy, handsome with a high and domineering fighting spirit. The powerhouses in the 17 prisons were horrified. Human race? This kid is actually a human race? Impossible. How could they be wrong? The powerhouses who have been imprisoned on the 19th floor are all standing in the realm of the peak of the holy realm. Even if the cultivation base is sealed, the experience is still there. When he saw Lin Chen's true face, Zhu Chong was shocked. 2. A human youth in his 20s? The spirit is holy, detached from the outside, pure and flawless, heaven and man are one, and there is no sign of being taken away. The meridians are pure, the blood essence has the smell of righteousness, and it is not mixed with any demon blood. The powerhouses have extremely old-fashioned eyesight, and they can see through Lin Chen's details at a glance. However, just because they saw through it at a glance, it made them think deeply, and their scalps exploded. If he is an orthodox human race, how did he get in? A 20-something-year-old human boy, who is not even a baby in front of them, dares to break into the bottom of this holy prison? At this time, the holy dragon took away the attribute light ball of the entire 19th floor holy prison, and flew aggressively, occupying Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen jumped up and stood proudly above the dragon head, with a swipe of his palm, 17 remnants of light shot out like 17 prisons, and the 9 Sha seals of many strong men were unsealed again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The holy cave roared and vibrated, and the dim holy cave slowly incorporated a small amount of spiritual energy. In the individual holy caves of all the strong, a trace of holy energy began to be quietly derived, such as water sinking into dry land, nourishing their injured, holy body. The hearts of the strong men were shocked, like a dream, like a fantasy, like a crazy. This familiar and unfamiliar feeling made them both shocked and obsessed. Even if it is extremely small, it is the power that they have dreamed of for countless years. They are the holy power that dreams of revival. They have been for too long, and the holy cave has not recovered its holy power. They who once had power, how majestic they are in the holy world. They have been admired and worshipped by countless people in the world, and their names have moved mountains and rivers in all regions. They once sentenced hundreds of millions of lives to death, and one word could make all living beings soar. It was an era that only belonged to them. They are the masters of this era, and the pride of heaven. However, they were thrown into the holy prison, and everything they had was taken away by those aloof holy kings and the legendary creators, and they became prisoners for countless years. They even thought that the glorious time was Nank Yiming. At this time it is not only the holy power that is awakened, but also the memories hidden in the hearts of all the powerhouses. You, who are you? Inside a prison, a trembling voice could be heard. Who am I? Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The golden brilliance circulated throughout his body, as great as divine might, as vast as the sea, releasing the might of war that rivals the heavens and the world. Who am I? My name is Lin Chen. The name is not important, the important thing is that I am the one who can make you regain your honor. I can make you make a comeback and look down on the world. I can make you reborn again, and give you a chance to challenge the former enemy, the holy prison, and the holy prison. Lin Chen's tone was sincere and passionate, and he said loudly, everyone, Healy, the arrogant and ignorant history of the ages, and the gods, who fool all living beings. If you call me Lord, from now on, you will be under one person and above hundreds of millions of people. You don't need to worship the sky, no longer bow to God, just recognize me as Lin Chen. After this life, you will have me, Lin Chen, in your heart, no more gods. Those who follow me will give their lives to me, break through this holy prison with me, and be the number one madman of all ages who looks down on life and death. All the powerhouses in the 17 prisons froze, as if struck by lightning. His tone is full of sincerity and courage. At this moment, the eternal darkness of the 19th floor of the holy prison reflects a golden light, and the light becomes more and more dazzling and unstoppable. Boom. 19th floor of the holy prison. The wind is blowing at this time. The hurricane is howling, and the war that does not blow the fighting spirit. The golden radiance illuminated every prison, and 17 strong men bound by shackles stared blankly at the direction of the golden radiance. The young man dressed in silver robe stood on the head of the holy dragon. His body was as straight as a spear. The holy dragon lay down and lowered his head. The yin and yang dragon energy surrounded his body, and the golden radiance rolled like a dragon, pouring over his body. He bathed in golden light and divine brilliance, and he seemed so domineering and unparalleled in the world. Beneath his handsome and calm face, there is a domineering, sweeping across the heavens and the world between his brows. This young man who was bathed in golden light, broke through the holy prison alone, and rushed to the 19th floor of the holy prison. Now, like a god of war, he has issued an invitation to all of them to fight in the holy world again. When Jian Wuji witnessed this scene through the Taoyuan planting capsule, his heart was shocked. He seemed to see a young and tender real dragon, waving its tail, grinding its claws, and showing its edge. At this time, it was about to break through and fly out of the darkness, disrupting the world. The birth of a real dragon is unstoppable. Jian Wuji was amazed, and his heart trembled. The master is so handsome. Bai Qianqian admired her face in Qingshue's planting capsule. Her wonderful eyes bloomed with splendor, and her heart was like honey. At this time, all the powerhouses in the 17 prisons, their appearances are old and young, male and female, and their expressions are extremely wonderful. But the same is that in their vicissitudes and dull eyes, there is more and more strong and tenacious fighting spirit, like a raging fire burning thousands of fields, out of control. Is it to continue to silence the holy prison, to kill the will, or to fight to the death, to completely pierce this holy prison and this day? Clang! 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 The heavy sound of gold and iron sounded, and a great power in the prison stood up. His face was as deep as water, his sword brows were straight, and he was 30 years old. Sword domain Fong Ling, meet the Lord. He bent over and clasped his fists, his tone was firm and sincere. Another Almighty stood up, his expression was as firm as a rock, his face contoured like a knife and an axe, and with a loud shout, the ground shook. Knives are turning over the clouds, I have seen the Lord. It's not over yet. The beautiful woman was dressed in shabby red gauze, her body was as delicate as a clear snow and jade tree, her body was buckled, her body bowed slightly. Her eyebrows were slightly curved, and her voice was firm and tender. Qian Yufei is unparalleled, meet the Lord. Then, 4, 5, 7, 10. At the end, on the 19th floor of the holy prison, all the great powers stood up, respectfully worshipping Lin Chen as the Lord. Very good, this is the result I most hope to see, I hope you don't let me down. Lin Chen gave a meaningful smile, made a seal on his hands in advance, and wiped it across the sky. Sigh. The 9 braces at the center of the eyebrows of the great powers vanished. Like a cloud of smoke, completely erased. Boom. 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 The terrifying aura that subverts the ages and pushes the prehistoric into the sky rises up. All the spiritual energy on the 19th floor of the entire holy prison trembled, as if 17 whirlpools emerged out of thin air, swallowing thousands of miles of spiritual energy, and was instantly absorbed into the holy acupoints of the body by 17 great powers. Clang. 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 Right above the 17 prisons, the 9 brake nails that were as thick as pillars bounced off in an instant, and they collapsed and flew away. Ha 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 ha. My Dragon 9 mountain has come out again. This time, even if I die, I will die on the way to escape from prison. What a wonderful feeling, is this the feeling of having power again? All the powerful people were enthusiastic, excited like children, some were excited and shouted, some were like a dream, and they were in a daze. Some wept with joy, while others burst into hysterical roars and roars, as if to vent all the grievances of these endless years. Freedom, this seat has a free day, motherfucker. Even if I die this time, I can die happily. Ha ha ha, be happy, be happy. Even if it is seriously injured, it doesn't matter, those bullshit prison guards, I come to kill one. Killing one is enough, killing 2 for blood. These bullshit 9 brake nails have finally been pulled out. It's not a star and a half. 9 brake nails are originally used to suppress all the great powers, and can be used to strengthen the seal of the 9 brake seals. This is to prevent some great powers from hiding their backhands. It can be slowly lifted or scrutinized when the method to remove the 9 brake seals is found. The 9 brake nails will become the big mountain that continues to press on the cover, and will not allow the cover to have the slightest chance to open. But what the holy prison did not expect was that someone would be able to unlock their 9 Sha seals directly. The reinforced seal of the 9 brake nails is completely reduced to a joke. With the cultivation base and arrogance of all of you, how could they easily surrender to others in the past, but they have nowhere to go, and they dream of leaving the holy prison. The reason why I didn't follow the demon race at the beginning was entirely out of the last bottom line in my heart. When the great powers were wanton venting, Lin Chen threw out an almost bizarre answer, which instantly silenced the scene. Everyone, please let go of your spiritual consciousness. I want to engrave a spiritual imprint in your spiritual consciousness. Imprint this imprint. After that, your life or death can be decided in a single thought. Once the spiritual imprint is 10%, I will immediately heal you. This question made the hot scene instantly cool down. Manipulating the opponent's life is one of the most taboo things, let alone for you who have practiced for many years. The 17 people present, even if the holy power is dry and the battle strength is not 100, it is still easy to kill a life and death realm. And it is not impossible to even kill the strong star realm. The realm of the saint, the further back the gap is terrifying. But the weird thing is that Lin Chen didn't ask for this spiritual imprint before unlocking the 9-chamber seal, but after unlocking the seal. If he made this request before unlocking the 9 shackles, many people might be willing to accept it. What does this represent? Does this mean that he has enough confidence to suppress each of them even if the seal is unlocked, he is not afraid? Or is he testing them? Hundreds of thousands of possibilities flashed by, and when everyone was able to think quickly, one of the men in Singi said solemnly, "My lord, can I understand that you are testing and using us?" Lin Chen smiled indifferently. "You can say this, to be precise, it is mutual use. I can untie the 9 shackles for you, and I can also restore some of your injuries. You will naturally become my capital to break through the holy prison and strength. My lord, this. Although you are so kind to us, you can control spiritual life and death. This level is too hard to bear." The 2 middle-aged handsome men with twins, he was arrogant, as if he was in charge of the situation. He apologized to Lin Chen, neither humble nor arrogant. And his other twin brother, but sharp-edged, said solemnly, "Can I understand that if we don't hand over our spiritual life and death to the Lord will not heal our wounds, or even cut down the weeds? Right?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere became even more eerie and quiet. However, Lin Chen shook his head and laughed unexpectedly. "That's right, if you don't give your lives to me, I'll treat you all equally. And I won't stop you if you want to leave." Lin Chen's remarks are like being struck by lightning. They were silent for a long time, and after each took a deep look at Lin Chen, Lang Fanyun, who was in the sword field, walked out first, clasping his fists with both hands, and said, "Lord, let's do it. Now that you have spoken, you will never regret it. My life is yours, Lord Lin Chen." His eyebrows were filled with a faint spiritual brilliance, and he completely let go of his mind. "Whatever you say, you are a pure man." Lin Chen motivated the spiritual power to form the seal, and activated the Zhou Tian death seal that he had successfully cultivated before July. OM. A spiritual mysterious seal engraved with 8 lines, melted like a drop of blood, and integrated into the sea of spiritual consciousness of waves and clouds. If at this time Lang Fanyun resists, Lin Chen will suffer from mental backlash, and I am afraid that he will be hit hard. However, Lang Fanyun did not resist, but completely let go of his mind. Zhou Tian's death seal is like a seal that is integrated into the spiritual origin. After it is completely integrated, Lin Chen's vast spiritual sea of consciousness, like the billions of stars, has a bleak spiritual galaxy. That was the spiritual origin of Lang Fanyun, and the two had a mysterious connection. At this time, Lang Fanyun could clearly perceive Lin Chen's location and existence. As for Lin Chen, his spirit can be dissipated in a single thought, and secondly, if the caster of the death seal of Zhou Tian falls, the person who is engraved will be severely injured or even die. Haha, you old friend can go all out, there is no reason for us to be frightened. The great power of Jianyu, Feng Ling also stepped forward and cupped his fists at Lin Chen. "My lord, let's go, as promised." "Okay, I appreciate people like you who don't talk much." Lin Chen smiled sternly, and formed another sign of death on Sunday. The concubine can't fall behind. Qianyu's Fei Wuxuang Ying bowed and volunteered. Then, you all looked at each other, some were decisive, some hesitated, and then walked forward with gritted teeth. All of them, this time, they all gave their lives to Lin Chen. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly. It was useless to play tricks. And tricks against these great powers. Therefore, from the very beginning, he revealed his background clearly. Mobilized the might and power of the God of War three-piece suit, and completely convinced them. No matter where you are, strength is the first element to stand on. Only your own strength and potential can completely convince this group of great powers. If Lin Chen was just a young man with amazing talent and great potential, it would be impossible for him to impress these evildoers with his previous speech. Who can cultivate to their realm? Which of them is not a worldly evildoer, a peerless saint? Without sufficient strength, it is impossible for Lin Chen to gain their appreciation and follow. Hiding is useless, on the contrary, it is they who have seen through Lin Chen's terrifying potential and strength, as well as the infinite possibilities in the future, that they choose to follow him. As for his character, it goes without saying that Lin Chen has a strong fighting spirit, a clear and mellow mood, and he has a clear conscience all over his body. This kind of character cannot be a demonic character, and the powerful people have already seen it through. For these 17 people, entrusting their lives to Lin Chen, half comes from being convinced by Lin Chen's potential, vigor, and spirit, and the other half is desperate. They are betting on Lin Chen. Is it worth being their lord? It's terrifying. These great powers really gave their lives to this little guy. Jian Wuji shook his head in amazement. If this news spreads, I am afraid that the entire holy world will have an unprecedented earthquake. These 17 people are characters who have touched that level. This group of great powers who were imprisoned in the holy prison to the point of going crazy, together with a Lin Chen who is not afraid of the sky. The next is the beginning of the madness. In all fairness, even if Lin Chen releases the 17 of them, from the perspective of the reality, the probability that the 17 of them will actually be able to get out of the holy prison is infinitely close to zero. The 19th level of the holy prison, and the prisoners of the various prisons are not vegetarians. If they are in their heyday, they will naturally ignore them. But today is different. Their strength is not 1 in 100. To put it to the bottom of the story, among the 17 people, there are many powerful people who plan to die in this battle. Even if you can't kill it, at least you have to pull a few backs before you die. So they see it very openly. What about entrusting their lives, in exchange for a battle before death, and no longer being imprisoned in a drowsy prison? This life is enough. Very good, it seems that everyone is very open to it. Although life and death are bearish, I will do it if I don't agree, but I won't let my people die in vain. The goal of our operation this time is not the first floor. As long as we hit the second floor, I have a special space channel. As long as we can kill the second floor, I can lead you all to leave. Lin Chen's words startled the stormy waves. Is there a secret passage on the second floor to leave the holy prison? This news will undoubtedly give all the powers the hope of rebirth. Lord, are you telling the truth? Fei Wuxuang's eyes flashed with tears. She couldn't even believe this fact. This commander will never lie to his own people. First restore the holy power in the holy cave. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, all the qi transplantation capsules were opened wide, and a golden light rain began to fall from the void around them. All gold coins. The number is more than 1 million, completely more than 10 million gold coins, piled up like a mountain in front of 17 people. The holy cave of the saint, the direct way to restore the holy power, is to absorb a large amount of gold coins. Lin Chen has been prepared for a long time. All of his Qi Luck plant capsules have cultivated a large number of pseudo-middle grade Qi Luck spirit plants. This amount of gold Saint Yuan coins. It seems that the Lord came prepared. Ha 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 ha. It seems that this time I can have a good fight. The great powers were ecstatic, urging the dry holy acupoints, such as the sea and hundreds of rivers. Each person's head was like a vortex, all of which were incorporated into a large number of golden holy yuan coins, turned into golden light and refined into the holy cave. Among them, a white-haired youth and a purple-eyed youth looked at each other, and their hearts were filled with waves. This immature and young lord can be described as rough and fine. If they refuse to implant the spiritual imprint before, I am afraid that they will not know that there will be a space channel to leave on the second floor. At that time, they are still dead. This child can be said to be testing them all the time. It seems to be warning them that it is the most correct choice to convince him, Lin Chen. This lord is worth it. Don't worry, with your previous background, these millions of gold coins are nothing. Lin Chen released Jian Wuji again. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but be surprised that there was still a sword saint with a perfect life and death to follow the Lord. Senior Jian Wuji, please protect the law. Those prison guards may not come so soon, but the nearby demons will be handed over to you. Lin Chen smiled casually, and Jian Wuji waved his hand. Little guy, you're welcome. Even if you order this little thing, how can it be worth your life? Saving grace. Jian Wuji stepped on a sword light, which flashed for thousands of miles, and released the sword energy that enveloped the galaxy, protecting the vicinity of 17 prisons. Buzzing. Just when everyone was puzzled, the space fluctuated, and the dazzling Danxia Qi of the clouds steaming, and the clouds rushed to the sky, colorful, surging with light, and the holy ring enveloped the sky, stunning everyone. This is holy pill? At least it's a 4th grade holy pill, my lord, don't tell me? When the 17 people were ecstatic, Lin Chen said indifferently, I'm a 6th grade saint-level pharmacist. I came for you from the beginning. There are only so many medicinal pills that can be prepared. How much can be recovered is up to you. 6th rank saint level? The crowd looked very wonderful. 6th rank holy pharmacist. This rank, when they were at their peak, did not even have the qualifications to talk to them. However, a 6th grade saint-level pharmacist in his 20s like the Lord is simply beyond common sense. The 6 phantoms of divine light descended, and when the 6 avatars came beside Lin Chen, the great powers were even more horrified. With the experience of 17 great masters, they have seen a lot of avatar-type exercises, and they have never seen such mysterious methods. Just the same, from blood to bones, and even mental fluctuations, it is perfect, like the body. Without the imprint of Zhou Tian's death and the spiritual consciousness, they would not be able to tell who is the avatar and the real body at all. As expected of daring to enter the 19th layer of the holy prison alone, we seem to have worshipped an amazing lord. Lang Fanyun licked his tongue, looking hot and excited. Lin Chen smiled and said, next, I will use the avatar's spiritual power to control the spiritual life and death seal in your spiritual source to help you refine the medicinal power faster. The medicinal pills I have prepared are no more than the peak of the 6th grade, and there is not much time. restore the holy power and absorb the medicinal power. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen and the 6 avatars formed a seal with their hands, and the spiritual power like a huge wave swept through the 17 people. When they were injected into their spiritual consciousness, hundreds of holy pills suspended in the void flew into different powers in the body. From the outside, the 17 people did not have many injuries, but in fact, they were already riddled with holes. The higher the realm of saints, the less likely it is to be injured, but at the same time, once they can really hurt them, it will be extremely difficult to recover. This is also one of the reasons why the 6 major criminals who escaped back then became false gods in the Kyushu continent. These healing-type holy pills were refined for Lin Chen after exhausting all the resources produced by the pseudo-middle-grade spiritual plants, and some top rare medicinal materials were only refined when Little Shadow picked up the mysterious realm of myriad treasures. In the past, with the spiritual power of the great achievement stage of the Saint realm, he had to gather the abilities of all his clones in order to reluctantly refine the 6th grade holy pills. But after he collected the outline of a large number of medicine refining secrets from the Pill Domain Presbyterian Church, plus his spiritual power, he has reached the perfection of entering the holy realm. In addition, he has strengthened the plus 15 orange level handprint Baji Shanxing seal. Compared with the background of medicine refining when he participated in the election conference, the current Lin Chen's medicine refining skills are different from the world. 4. Today, Lin Chen can ensure that a single clone can also have a 90% success rate to refine the 6th grade holy pill. Described in one sentence, Lin Chen is a clone now, and his medicinal heritage is stronger than all the clones who participated in the election conference. Back then, if all the avatars are united in alchemy, the rank 6 holy pills might not be able to resist Lin Chen's holy pills anymore. 3 hours later, it seems that it's still a drop in the bucket. When Lin Chen saw the 17 people refining many healing holy pills, the mental manipulation had a clear view of the conditions in the 17 people's bodies. But the number of holy pills has been consumed, more than half. 7 6th grade saint-level pharmacists are still not enough for them, at least 7th rank, or even the legendary 8th rank, but I don't even have a pill recipe for this rank. If you have to fight, I don't know if 8% of the God of War 3-piece suit and the heavenly rebels will be able to kill them, but this time there is no turning back. In Lin Chen's eyes, there was a stern mang. If he could kill it, it would be a real, big fat man in one bite. Although it is a double-edged sword, if he can conquer these 17 top powerhouses, his Lin Chen's foundation has grown countless times. At that time, if the law enforcement team is as strong as the enchanting list, if you want to move him, Lin Chen, you have to weigh the group of super thugs around him. Time continued to pass, and the 17 great powers were dreamlike, intoxicated, and able to recover from their injuries, something they never dared to imagine. The other end. Just when Lin Chen unlocked the seal of the 17 great powers. Holy Prison, 1st floor. A splendid golden hall stands in the sky, like the relics of the ancient civilization that do not fall down. A phantom statue of a saint walks in the void, as if returning to the ancient times. In the palace of the Holy Sun, in a secret room, a man in golden armor with a sun mark engraved on his forehead and between his eyebrows closed his eyes and practiced. Suddenly, the man suddenly opened his eyes, killing intent shot up into the sky. Boom! A huge wave of yang yen angered Zhou Tian. The entire 1st floor of the Holy prison suddenly rioted, and the space shook violently. What's going on? It's the direction of the prison master. What a terrible breath, I have never seen such a sign of anger from the prisoner. Many prison guards are frightened, and the prison master can judge anyone's life and death when he is angry. Not to mention the prison master on the first floor, when the prison master on the next 3 floors leaves, the prison master on the first floor is the most powerful existence. Because, the prison master on the first floor is the starting point of the holy prison, and it is also the last line of defense of the holy prison. The golden armored man's figure flashed, and he stepped on a wave of blazing sun. When he looked down at the void, his eyes were full of disbelief. What a joke, 17 9-speed nails were unsealed at the same time. That was the seal set by the adults, before they left. Could it be that there are traitors mixed in the holy prison, and some people betrayed? Brush. With a flip of the palm, a sapphire token appeared in the hand. This is an exclusive emergency communication token inside the holy prison. It was personally produced by the sage of the 9th turn. It can be used for a limited number of times, and can contact all prison masters through multiple planes. Everyone's attention, there are drastic changes on the 19th floor, all the 9 break nails have been removed, and all of them will give Lao Tzu 12 points of energy, close all ascending passages, and stick to the holy prison. The 17th floor, what's your situation? For such an important matter. Could it be that your people have an inner ghost? For a time, when the entire holy prison received the summons, it exploded. Instantly. The last batch of monsters on the 19th floor were released. Report to Senior Zhao Tianyu, we have a lot of people here, I will go to the 19th floor immediately. Inside the emergency summons token, the calm voice of the prison master, temporarily guarding the 17th floor, came out. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Tianyu, the man in golden armor, instantly sank. If it weren't for the inner ghost, the situation might be even worse. Someone infiltrated the holy prison? Impossible. This is a holy prison that is impregnable, a holy prison that will never fall. Even if the Holy King comes, it is impossible to break in. The 16th floor prison master obeys the order. This seat orders you to immediately mobilize the main force to support the 17th floor, and also authorize you to have the highest right of life and death. If there are any problems, you can rectify the FA on your behalf. Zhao Tianyu ordered that the highest right of life and death, representing the prison master on the 16th floor, can execute even his own companions. This is a right that will only be imparted in the most critical situation of the holy prison. A group of guys who have been cast into hell, have been removed from history. Given shameless dog things, and also want to get up? With your broken holy body, what can you do? Zhao Tianyu sneered at the corner of his mouth. Although his expression was solemn, he was far from panicking. History will not repeat the same mistakes, with his cultivation in the open world, plus all the prisoners, even if all criminals riot, they can suppress them. Sacred realm that is seriously injured and sacred realm that is in full bloom are two completely different things. The 19th floor of the holy prison, the dark void faintly reflects a faint golden light. Boom. At this moment, a loud roar broke the silence. The 19th floor of the holy prison is here. 20 holy places entered the vortex of space, expelling demonic energy, and broke into the 19th floor. Quickly find out what's going on for Lousy. No, the seals on the prison side are all unlocked. There is a battle. It's a juggernaut and a group of demons. Many powerhouses instantly sensed the situation on the 19th floor, and their faces were horrified. Choking. The sword glow is snow white, slashing across the sky, and the sword is thousands of miles across. When Jian Wuji beheaded a low-level holy demon king, his eyes narrowed. Is it finally here? But the little guy Lin Chen's order didn't come out. I have to die for this life, and I have to stop them. The holy force turned into the sword, and the sword Wuji glowed with the supreme sword energy that inspired Jiuxiao, and the sword slashed across the sky. Boom. 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 The space roared, and the sword roared like a flying dragon. This person is full of breath, and he has no time to entangle with him. First, deal with the following situation. The temporary prison master on the 17th floor shouted in a deep voice. And all the holy realms flashed and rushed towards the direction of the 17 prisons. I'll meet you. An old man of the Naxingjing prison with 61 holy caves in full bloom said with a savage smile. He slammed it out with one claw, and the faint white death breath was like a star nuclear explosion, crushing the sword Wuji's Xeon sword. In front of it. Pft. Boom. 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 The aftermath exploded. Jian Wuji quickly retreated, and every step made the space shake and vibrate, and there was a sullen sound from his throat. It's just that life and death are complete, and I still haven't been injured. After being slapped by Lao Tzu. It's a bit interesting. No matter what your background is, you dare to enter the holy prison and die. The old guard in the early Naxing realm grinned grimly, stepping on the soles of his feet, like a shocking electric shuttle. However, the moment he acted, a cold shout of a boy who shook the entire 19th floor suddenly sounded. Hit. Hit hard. Jian Wuji's face is happy. It's Lin Chen's voice. The temporary prison master on the 17th floor, Tai Shaosheng, once served as the deputy of the 16th floor prison master, and made great achievements, and was temporarily promoted to the 17th floor temporary prison master. At this moment, the moment Tai Shaosheng led 18 strong men to bypass Jian Wuji, he suddenly found a young and evil demon standing in front of the 17 prisons. The corner of his mouth was smiling, evil and charming, and his white jade-like face was like the arrogance of the human race, which made Tai Shaosheng and other powerhouses face a big change. Demon? A demon actually sneaked in. Damn it, I will kill you first. The two prison guards in the Star Realm were so angry that they used their fingers as swords, and ripped apart the void with one finger, like a dragon, flying into the sky, pointing directly at Lin Chen. Not good. The 9 breaknails in the prison are gone. Tai Shaosheng squinted his eyes, and felt bad. With a wave of his hand, he was about to lead the team to open the battle. Ripples appeared in the space, like a vortex strangling and twisting violently, and the two's lower finger was crushed in the air. Oh? Tai Shaosheng, I haven't seen him for many years, and the little Mao too. Back then is now in a holy state of mind. A cold chuckle echoed, and 2 figures, one left and one right, appeared beside Lin Chen. Sword domain Feng Ling, sword domain waves and clouds. When he saw the rare holy energy fluctuations in the two's holy acupoints, Tai Shaosheng looked horrified, reacted extremely quickly, and swallowed an elixir, causing his 71 holy acupoints to stimulate even more terrifying holy energy. They actually broke out of the prison. Moreover, even the holy cave has recovered a little. Even if he was seriously injured, this was the supreme powerhouse who stood at the peak of the era back then. If he was a little careless, he was Tai Shaoxing who died. Everyone obeys the order and fights, to the death to the end. We must persist. To the 16th floor for support. If we escape here, we will face a punishment even more terrible than death. Tai Shaoxing and others were waiting in full force. All of them are super powerhouses at the star level, and the momentum of the stance is instantly opened, like a row of sun, moon, and stars blocking in front of Lin Chen and others. The momentum is enough to crush countless low-level saints. The corners of the two's mouths rose, a hint of disdain. Lin Chen opened his arms, turned into a demon king, and laughed sternly. From now on, hit me hard. Boom. 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 In the darkness, 10 rays of holy light bloomed, like the sun and the sky. The mountains and rivers turned upside down, and the entire 19th floor of the dark void space was completely opened. One after another, silhouettes with strong breath came out of the holy light. Or they had picturesque eyebrows and graceful demeanor, like thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in their hands, like kings and overlords driving in person. Or beautiful and flawless, with a smile that reveals a peerless beauty. Or Yuan Ting Yu Li, between the eyes closed, there is a vision of the 10,000 Buddha's dynasty, suppressing the demons. Or the back of a tiger is full of vigor and blood, like a relic of the ancients, exhaling and breathing, as if a cosmic storm is coming, and a storm like airflow crushes the void. Or Xianfeng Daogu, the aloof appearance hides the killing intent that has been suppressed for a long time, turning his hands like 1,000 thunders, every move, triggering the 9 heavens and 10 places, the road roars, and the situation changes. Tai Shaoxing's pupils shrank slightly, his heart trembled. The elusive sage of Qianyu Fei Wushuang, the white jade fairy, shall linger. Of the spiritual realm. Battlefield Taiku Dragon Venerable Dragon 9 Mountains, Bloodfield. 100 Burial Old Man Ji Wuchen. The strongest mathematician Jiang Taishu in the history of Shinji Pavilion. Zi Qianchou, the 12 Dao Palace in the Ice region. Pil Domain Good Fortune, Pil Saint swam to life, Heavenly Saint Domain. Destroys twins, Tianjin and Earth Destruction. There is also the Flame Domain Burning Arrow, Saint Qi Fian, Huang Domains. War Madness Shangguan is invincible. Out. All are out. Those who have been written legends by countless saints and admired as legends have all been dispatched. Except for Tai Shaoxing, all the Naxingjing prison guards were trembling with fear and couldn't help but take a step back. What's more, the cultivation base almost started to foam at the mouth, and almost fainted. Frightened and stunned. Na Xingjing cultivation base, by no means weak. A person who can become a strong person in the star realm, has a great chance, great perseverance, and great luck without discomfort. If Lin Chen didn't use the God of War 3-piece suit and fight alone, he would not be able to defeat any saint of the Naxing realm. However, the opponents faced by this group of prison guards simply do not exist on the same level. When these dozen people were in their prime, any one of them could shoot all their prison guards to death. Even if the body is seriously injured, the strength is not one, the tiger is still a tiger. How can it be challenged by ants? Boom. A sword light and sword light split the darkness. Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun took the lead. If there is a fight, just run as fast as you can, and leave some opponents for Lao Tzu. Long Jiushan laughed so hard that the wind and thunder shook, and the soles of his feet stepped on the void, smashing through 1,000 miles of space, like A star, rushing to all the prison guards. Fei Wuxuang and Xiao Linger looked at each other, a fluttering shadow flashed, like a white rainbow entering the sky. Tai Xiaoxing bit his tongue, biting his head and leading everyone to forcibly fight. A great battle started in an instant. Jiang Taishu, who was dressed in sackcloth, sat down, held a jade cup in his hand, poured the freshly warm tea, and said with a laugh, "Fortunately, the Lord brought a lot of good things. I haven't tasted the tea in 1,000 years, and the old man misses it very much." When the aroma of tea filled the air, Jiang Taishu smiled lightly and said, "After 2 breaths, the 2 in the east will fight back on the verge of death. Brother Long Jiushan, take it easy." After a breath, Tai Xiaoxing will burn the holy cave with all his might. Your Excellency Lang Fanyan's sword stance should not be too aggressive. In any case, it is a holy state of mind, so give me some face. After 3 breaths, the 4 people in the south will simultaneously activate the death-defying formation, and use the specific blueine treasure energy to input the power of blood essence and blood to temporarily increase the holy power of the holy cave. I hope Fairy Baiyu and Feishing will drag them and play a little bit. A protracted war is possible. After the sound transmission stopped, it didn't take long for Jiang Taishu to say everything. The entire battle trend was perfectly understood by him, and it was not bad at all. His old eyes flashed with extremely sharp edges, deep and long, looking through farther and deeper mysteries. Lin Chen can be described as breathtaking. This is the battle of the peak saints, a crushing battle that is not at one level. In all fairness, his 17 servants, who have just recovered their cultivation, are far behind even the sacred mind, not to mention their severely injured body, and their pure combat power can barely reach the level of the star realm at most. Even so, Lin Chen hadn't mobilized everyone's strength, and let them fight more and less, and still played an all-round crushing battle. The same power can exert completely different power in the hands of people of different realms. However, when Jiang Taishu looked at Lin Chen, it was even more mysterious and solemn. He sees more distant possibilities. A group of arrogant and powerful tigers is not terrible. They are alone and do not ask each other. The strong are like this. The scary thing is that this group of tigers has a leader. Unprecedented threats will erupt when joint operations are carried out with the will of the leader. Not to mention, this is not as simple as a group of tigers, this is a group of real, legendary monsters. The holy prison war kicks off at this moment. In the past, the possibility of a perfect union would never exist. Even if these 17 people were released, they would at best fight on their own, and would never deliberately cooperate and accommodate for certain people and certain purposes. But now, with a master in charge of all their lives and deaths, what was once impossible will become possible. Can't you see through the fate of the Lord? I really look forward to the next history. If the old man can survive, it will be very interesting to see it in a few years. In Jiang Taishu's eyes, there was a rare trace of excitement. Looking back, after tasting a cup, Jiang Taishu poured another cup, keeping his eyes on the tea, and smiled lightly. After 1 breath, the 4 prison guards in the southwest will be exhausted, and the 2 of Laotian Jin and Daimi will put their tails away. The voice just fell. Snort rip. The horizontal line of the void opened 2 sword lights, one white and one purple, and the necks of the 4 prison guards who were desperately trying to make it were in the middle. After the white-haired boy Tianjin and the pair of purple-eyed earth Destruction succeeded, they immediately disappeared into the void, like the top killer. There would be no hesitation and flaws in killing the opponent. After 3 breaths, the enemy will fall into the first round of exhaustion. Your Excellency Zi Qianqiu, I'll leave it to you. While Jiang Taishu was chatting and laughing, a handsome young man in brocade clothes, Zi Qianqiu appeared from the sky, and with a twist of his palm, the 5 Great Dao Palace descended from the sky. Attacked by focusing fire, Tai Shaoxing escaped with his backhand, and intercepted from the southwest. Boom! 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 The entire 19th floor of the holy prison overturned the sky in an instant. Under the protection of Yu Xingxing, Lin Chen retreated again and again. In this battle, winning is only a matter of time. For the rest of your life, first go to support Senior Jian Wuji. Lin Chen ordered. Pale Saint Fortune Yu Live nodded and smiled, my lord. No problem. After he finished speaking, Yu Xingxing turned into a streamer and moved out of the sky. On the other side, Jian Wuji tried his best to fight against a star realm with a perfect cultivation of life and death. Even if his cultivation was not as good, his fighting momentum remained undiminished, such as desperately trying to fight for his life. Ha ha ha, so happy. It's so happy, I haven't fought such a refreshing battle for a long time. Come on, it's just one life, why are you flinching? The prison guard, a star-level conscientious me, a life or death situation? Jian Wuji Jian shot straight to the point, abandoned defense, and attacked from all sides, and the Na Xingjing was both impetuous and violent at the same time. A burst of spiritual power came suddenly, like a storm sweeping across the sun and the moon, shrouding the prison guard. Not good. When the opponent was about to evacuate, the spiritual storm sent out bursts of mind-blowing spiritual shocks, subverting his spiritual consciousness, and at the moment when the fault appeared, Jian Wuji struck with a single sword. Pft! When the tip of the sword, condensed by the holy force, pierced the prisoner's chest, he barely escaped the control of the mental storm, and with a palm shook the sword Wuji, the figure sneaked into the void, but a piece of palm suddenly passed through the void, and slapped him silently. The heavenly spirit cover. Pa. Kaka. When the Tianling Gai was shattered, the holy caves perished together, but the cultivation base of Naxingjing seemed to be extremely powerful. Tear. The light of the sword swept past, the prisoner's head was in a different place, the holy cave was closed, and he couldn't even detonate himself before he died. The figures of Tianjin and Di Mia appeared in the void, and the prison guard couldn't rest his eyes, and muttered to himself. How is it possible? Could it be that big brother Tai Shaoxing and the others lost so fast? When he fell, a large number of attribute light balls fell. When Lin Chen cleaned the battlefield, he accepted them all, and the attribute value ushered in an unprecedented surge. Although he didn't kill it himself, the fallen star powerhouse, the attribute light ball that fell, was of exceptionally high quality. The prison guards are not like the saints who are half dead and have no holy power like the criminals of the holy prison. Lin Chen couldn't ask the 17 servants to seriously injure them and give the heads to himself, so as to gain more attribute values. Saint Naxingjing is not a vegetarian. In the current situation, 17 servants are still seriously injured, and even 1/10 of their injuries have not recovered. It is 10 times more difficult to forcefully control them than to defeat them without injury. What Lin Chen wants now is to break through. There is no need to put everyone in danger for attribute values. Are you all here? Lin Chen looked around the audience. Fortunately, no one was injured in the battle. When Jiang Taishu led the crowd to appear, he shook his head and said, regretfully, "It's a pity, let Tai Xiaoxing run away, sacred mind is not so easy to die. Lord, will you continue to pursue?" Lin Chen waved his hand, "I don't have time to care about him. The next time is the battle. I still have some gold coins on hand, which is enough to support you to fight. By the way, my lord, this." Jiang Taishu faithfully handed over all the prisoners' post-mortem qi transport capsules to Lin Chen. There were 20 qi transport capsules, and the fortune was extremely rich. Good stuff. Lin Chen opened the air transport capsule, and his eyes lit up. In these air transport capsules, there are more than a dozen 5th-grade holy artifacts and 3 6th-grade holy artifacts, as well as a large amount of gold St. Yuan coins. For Lin Chen and others, it is a blessing. System, break it down for me. Consumes 12.3 million Heavenly Dao points, decomposes 19 pieces of the 5th grade holy artifact, 3 pieces of the 6th grade holy artifact, and obtains 960,000, 290,000, 1,020,000 points of essence attributes of the set. Lin Chen disassembled it all to get the essence of the suit. Then, he threw the air transport planting bag to everyone, one for each person, and instructed, "I added another batch of Jin Xingyuan coins, and absorb them as we move forward." Lin Chen raised his head, his eyes were staring at the vortex of demonic energy in the void, and he smiled evilly. "Go, hit the 18th floor. I want to play big, let the madness come more thoroughly, and release all the people on the 18th floor." Everyone's expressions changed, and they looked at each other, and their hearts became more and more excited. 18th floor. But there are many of their old friends. This wave of the Lord is to start a full-scale war on the holy prison. Damn it, it's such a joy to encounter this kind of battle as soon as you come out. The character of the Lord is very appealing to the old man. She is sharp and full of energy. I like it. Fuck the holy prison, I've been holding it for most of my life. His grandma's roar. On the 17th floor of the holy prison, the space passage, a group of menacing powerhouses descended. The head prisoner, Pan Yunlong, with eyebrows like a knife, looks like a 40-year-old cold man. His indifferent face is like a generation of heroes. His face is selfless, and he is cold and chilling. His body was full of suffocation, and this murderous intent seemed to have slaughtered countless saints and demon kings, almost condensed into reality. And the void he walked through actually floated into pieces of gray snowflakes. He is a real powerhouse at the pinnacle of the holy state of mind with 80 holy acupoints in full bloom. This team is completely different from the intensity of temporarily stationed on the 17th floor. There are 21 people in total, and each of them is terrifyingly strong. Then, the emergency communication token in Pan Yunlong's arms lit up. Pan Yunlong hadn't acted yet, so he immediately took out the emergency summons token. "Boss Pan, we failed to stop us, and the entire army was wiped out. Brother, I have half my life left. You must be careful. The monsters on the 19th floor have all been released by a young demon." Inside the communication token, Tai Xiaoxing's panting voice came out, which made Pan Yunlong and the other team instantly tense. Entire army destroyed? That was a team of 19 Naxing realm. In terms of combat power, it is the upper middle level of the inner platoon of the holy prison. What the holy prison did not expect was Originally, it was entirely possible for Tai Xiaoxing's team to suppress the 17 Great Powers. However, what they never expected was that the injuries of the 17 Great Men would heal a little, and even their holy caves would recover a little holy power. This was completely unexpected. If you have just been released from prison and do not have any resources, even if you give the 17 Great Masters a month to accumulate strength, their prison guards can suppress this sudden situation. What is even more terrifying is their seamless cooperation and unprecedented cooperation. This group of arrogant characters has never joined forces in unified action. In those days, each of them was a peerless evildoer and a saint in various fields. If they were teamed together, whether it was attacking, prejudgment, consumption, defense, assassination, etc., they could be perfectly matched to form an unprecedented team. It seems that the matter is a little serious. Can't delay any longer. Everyone listen, rush to the 18th floor at full speed, open up the battle, take out all the family, and have a real fight with them. In Pan Yunlong's eyes, if there is an ancient evil dragon rolling over, it will be violent. I want to see, what qualifications do a group of guys who have stepped into the gate of hell have the right to escape from this prison? The 18th floor is full of gloom, like eternal silence and darkness. Bang! A prison door suspended in the void was blasted away, and inside the prison door walked into a shabby old man with shabby clothes and hands behind his back. His eyes were disillusioned with pearly holy aura. It is the pale saint of fortune that swims to life. Rebirth. You actually came out from the 19th floor? In the prison, a twilight old man covered in shackles flashed a gleam in his eyes, and when he saw the person who came, he was full of disbelief. Old man, I haven't seen you for many years, stay safe. Yu Xingxing smiled casually, and then said solemnly, would you like to join forces and fight against the holy prison? The late twilight old man was startled. A fight with the holy prison? To the west, 2 prison doors were broken, and in front of Fang Ling stood 2 white-haired youths. Although their faces were young, their hair was as long as snow, and their hearts were old. Only the holy body, there is a faint glow of the eternal sword, like a sword monument standing, triggering an immortal sword energy that will never die. Standing behind Fang Ling, Jian Wuji's pupils shrank. Fang Ling's name is too old. The traces of history have long been blocked by the major sects, and Jian Wuji has never heard of it. But the 2 people in front of them were famous all over the world in the sword region back then. The owner of the eternal sword body, Lu Ding Tian, Lu Yang Tian. The 2 of them in their peak period were the super juggernauts in the holy realm of the 9th level and the open heaven realm. 2 great figures again. The 2 looked at each other, their faces full of surprise, and said in disbelief, Senior Fang Ling, how did you come out? Of course there is a big opportunity, ha ha ha. Fang Ling laughed, how about it? Do you want to serve my lord as the master, and join me in breaking through the holy prison? Lord? Lu Ding Tian and Lu Yang Tian were shocked and moved. What is Fang Ling's identity and cultivation base? Throughout the entire sword domain, there are very few people who can match it. He was one of the characters who were closest to the Kendo Tongshan back then. Who can convince him to recognize him as the Lord? Holy King? Or as God? Coming? If you don't want to form a team with me, it's okay, it's a big deal to move freely with each other, but I can tell you that we control the secret passage and entrust our lives to us. You still have a chance to survive, fight alone. At most dying, pull back. Fang Ling smiled sternly, all the people on the 19th floor of the holy prison agree with me as the master. Whether to go or stay, you decide. The two of them even twitched the corners of their mouths. What's the situation? All the great powers on the 19th floor recognize the Lord? Hee, these two must be the arrogance of the eternal sword body. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. The figures of two old men stepped into the air, and Jian Wuji's pupils trembled. The old man next to Yu Xingxing is another big man. The 8th rank saint-level caster, Jin Wuxia, who was once honored as the reverse casting master. Senior Pill Saint Fortune is also here. When Lu Yang Tian and Lu Ding Tian saw this lineup, they understood it. This battle can't afford it, let's wait. Lin Chen flew to the 18th floor of the holy prison, and suddenly, a hoarse and magnetic voice called to him. Hey, you are their master, right? Located in the highest prison on the 18th floor, the black and beautiful long hair is as smooth as a waterfall. The little girl is wearing a tattered shirt, her skin is like snow, and her hands are wearing incompatible heavy handcuffs. Light. Her long hair covered her face and dragged the floor. Inside her hair, her long and soft eyelashes stirred a pair of bright and beautiful eyes. Lin Chen was shocked. He is now the little shadow shelter that eliminates his breath. How could this little girl find him? What is even more terrifying is that the sealing power of her 9 Shine is slowly weakening, as if her seal has been corroded by an inherently powerful force. Aren't you a demon clan? The demon clan can't convince them. Let me out, I will help you kill, how about it? The little girl raised her bangs with her slender hands, revealing light eyebrows like a blue cloud and a slanting moon, and her small and exquisite appearance revealed a different kind of charm. She licked her red lips, a little strange. How about you help me unlock the seal and kill 1,000,000 saints for you? Brush. Wearing a white robe fluttering like a fairy, Xiao Linger sensed Lin Chen's position with the Zhou Tiandai mark, and rushed over to protect Lin Chen's side. My lord, this is a human-shaped natural disaster and cannot be released easily. Even a character like Xiao Linger is full of vigilance towards this little girl. Peeping at the leopard in her tube, you can see how terrifying it is. Lin Chen lifted the cover, and the little shadow floated over his shoulders. He suddenly smiled and said, "What's your name?" "Me? I forgot my name, I've been alone since I was born." The little girl smiled coldly. "They all call me the plague of pain." Boom. 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 The space trembled, and the tens of millions of miles of space on the 18th floor of the holy prison trembled violently. An aura that ripped apart the sky with desire descended from the space above. 21 beams of light descended out of nowhere, and Pan Yunlong stood alone in front of him, his eyes swept away like 1,000 rays of light. When the faces of 21 people came, it was extremely wonderful. All empty. On the 18th floor of the holy prison, all 41 prisons are empty. The great battle is on the verge of breaking out. The 17th, 18th, and 19th floors of the holy prison. In the Battle of Luo Yaoer, all the 3-level holy prison planes were pierced and empty, and it cannot be completely repaired today. And all the prison criminals who were taken away back then became subordinates of the demon race, and those who stayed behind were all strong men who disdain to be with the demon race. Now, the 18th and 19th floors have all been released. Even so, Pan Yunlong was still standing in front of him alone, overwhelming the audience, looking down on the world. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and he looked through the void of thousands of miles at a glance, and quickly scanned the vast space on the 18th Floor. Pan Yunlong was once ranked the 10th killer in the Heavenly Sanctuary. When he became famous, he killed tens of thousands of demons and slaughtered 100,000 saints. He is an unparalleled murderer, with a famous murderous reputation, and even the 8th-rank sects dare not provoke him lightly. He is the strongest person next to the main force guarding the holy prison, and a super strong person who is half a foot in the open heaven. It is the strongest existence at this stage other than the power guarding the first floor. Pan Yunlong, don't look for it, if the old man wants to hide the qi machine. How can you find it? Jiang Taishu's laughter spread throughout the 18th floor of the holy prison. This voice, it's Jiang Taishu. Is this old monster released too? The two Sacred Minds powerhouses beside Pan Yunlong frowned, and the worst had happened. In the battle, the last thing you want to face is a strong mathematician, a powerful mathematician. If you have a strong helper, you can control the entire battle situation. Jiang Taishu, don't pretend to be a fool. If you were in your prime, this seat would give way immediately, but now you are dying. If you want to escape from prison, you can only forcefully break through the upper space passage, and this seat will guard here. I see you. Who dares to show up? Pan Yunlong's shoulders shook, and the holy caves all over his body turned into dragons and tigers. Even behind Pan Yunlong, 10 superpowers of the holy state of mind stepped out together, guarding thousands of miles, and reflecting the 18th level plane of the holy prison into a splendid and holy splendor for hundreds of millions of miles. Even a lot of low-level demon king legions who just descended here also melted into this boundless holy light in an instant. 10 guards at the peak of the star realm are waiting in battle, either holding high-level holy artifacts, or swallowing medicinal pills, or urging hidden secret methods to increase their strength on the spot. This handsome force to lead the team, they still need to play tricks? When the jokes and laughter echoed, a wave of holy majesty opened up the universe, and actually competed with the prison guards. Under the bathing of the endless holy radiance, dozens of figures stepped out neatly from a shadowy avenue. This group of people, this team, no one is mortal. Yes, heroic and stalwart, standing alone in the void, like a peerless gun that pierces through the sky. Some were taciturn, their eyes opened and closed as if there were electric lights, and the whole body was full of blue rosy holy power shrouded by electric snakes. Some are dashing and stern, and the dim holy caves are whistling and whistling with endless sonic booms, as if a holy cave is hiding a world-annihilating storm. Some are as vigorous as 8-armed demon dragons, and their bodies are disillusioned with countless immemorial beasts, such as real scorpions, unicorns, and blue dragons, and their virtual images are shattered. Some of them have a dazzling spirit, and their bodies are good at mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. 5-color clouds cover their heads, stacking thousands of rivers and mountains, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. There are 9 rounds of scorching sun hanging behind them, golden flames burning the sky, and rounds of yang flames are like a sea of fire, engulfing the surrounding sky. Some of them are so sharp that their hands are empty, but they appear like 10,000 swords. Some are sharp and horizontal, with their hands on their chests, and at a glance, they cut off the avenues of the void, divided the sky, and inspired the supreme sword energy to emit a clanking cry. Some immortals are elegant, white clouds fluttering, silver splendor sprinkles the sky, like snow fluttering embellishment. The peerless youth reveals a magnificent and cold murderous intent. Some are immortal and Daogu, talking and laughing like an ordinary old man. But the absolute confidence in Jiju's grip occasionally flashes between his eyebrows. Looking at the various domains of the Holy Realm, it is difficult to find a second team like this. They are all in the Holy Land, extraordinary and refined, and the existence of the ancient and the present. All the prison guards swallowed their saliva unconsciously. Although they are not as easily fooled as Tai Xiaoxing's team, fighting against this group of characters will still have a subversive impact on their mood. You must know that criminals from the 17th floor and below have never been their guarded realm. However, at this time, the group of people who are crowned ancient and Ling Jin are like stars supporting the moon, setting off the evil youth in front of them. Is it really the demon race? How can the demon race unlock the 9 seals of my holy prison? When Pan Yunlong was surprised, he sneered and said, "Why, all the arrogant and arrogant people back," then finally knelt down to be a dog for the demon race? Ha ha ha, Pan Yunlong, don't use these to stimulate us, we know more than you. Lang Fanyun's body is surging with sword energy, his edge is exposed, and he smiles and thunders. Fong Ling was aggressive and sternly said, "What nonsense with him, do all of them." Everyone obeys the order, the target, penetrate the 18th floor of the holy prison, and kill them. No one can have an accident, and I will all survive. Lin Chen shouted in awe, and everyone suddenly moved, all of them were dispatched. Men of evil spirits, I will destroy you first. A strong man in a holy state of mind sneered, his 5 fingers clenched angrily at Lin Chen, and the swirling holy power was like a dozen hurricanes of yin and evil hurricanes. Lu Ding Tian and Lu Yang Tian flashed to the space in front of Lin Chen, flipped the palms of their hands and patted them, the edge of the eternal sword body shot out like a spinning top, and it was powerful, cutting off the void. Sigh. Boom. 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 The two retreated at the same time, and there was a gloomy look between their eyebrows. Injury is trouble, and even a holy state of mind can push them back. Ha ha ha, if you want to touch our Lord, you are a fart. The bloodline of Dragon 9 Mountain was activated, the laughter was thunderous, and he turned into a half-dragon state. He raised his hand and smashed the mountains and rivers with 100 acres of dragon claws. Xiao Linger and Fei Wushuang teamed up, Fei Wushuang's crimson holy power turned into a holy bow. Xiao Linger pulled the bow on arrows, the arrow traveled thousands of miles and opened the sky with one arrow. Stepping on the sword and the tianhe, wherever it passes, it is like two Peerless sharp edges sweeping the sky, forcing a holy state of mind to act. Cold hair up. The sky and the earth will be destroyed? Not good, Shuanglong diving into the sea. That holy state of mind reacted extremely quickly, and with a touch of the palm, the faint blue glittering brilliance was like a water dragon, wrapping around the body. The water blue holy light barrier instantly condensed into a barrier. Clang. Clang. The Shuanglong barrier was enough to block the sneak attack of the two of them. Although they were not seriously injured, the guardian of the holy mind was frightened into a cold sweat. After a lapse of hundreds of thousands of years, that holy state of mind once again felt the fear of death from the previous moment. Terrible. The sky and the embers are destroyed. These two people are worthy of being the most famous super evil killers in the heavenly sanctuary back then. If they weren't injured and the speed was not as fast as 1,000th of the heyday, he would have been dead in a different place just now. I'm still not used to it. In special times, be patient. The two disappeared from the darkness. The peak killer, success and failure. are often only a moment, either kill the opponent, or expose the action and die. Not a single blow, the action just now is enough to be called a failure for the two of them. All around, in the 18th floor of the holy prison, the tens of thousands of feet in the sky is full of chaotic battle circles. Bang bang bang. Boom. The entire 18th floor of the holy prison, no, it should be said to be. Below the 16th floor, the space trembled, the sky and earth changed color, and the planes were overturned. This unprecedented shocking battle, only in a very short period of time, the two sides played against each other, and the inside of the 18th floor of the holy prison was turned upside down. Brush. 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 8 streams of light, like the sky, surrounded Pan Yunlong, who was in the act of desire. They are Pale Saint of Fortune, Yu Xingxing, Old Man of 100 Burials, Ji Wuchen, Ziqianqiu of 12 Dao Palace, Qi Fian of Fenchen Jianjian, Shangguan Wudi from Zhongquang, Fang Ling from Sword Domain, and Sword Domain. From Sword Domain. The waves are over the clouds, and Jiang Taishu is here. Pan Yunlong has 80 holy acupoints in full bloom, the peak of the holy state of mind, and opening another holy acupoint will be ranked in the open heaven. Which is no trivial matter. If it is in its heyday, let alone them, the 18th floor will not be afraid of him. But now everyone's holy power is extremely limited, and everyone is seriously injured. Fighting alone, no one will be his opponent, if you want to retreat without injury, only the strongest group of forces can be dispatched. You can't run away. Pan Yunlong suddenly smiled, holding the void in his palm, a slashing knife. With flowing clouds, the dragon's mouth spits out a blade. The knife is 8 feet 8 long, and it cuts through the sky with one knife. To the southwest, retreat 3,000 miles. Almost when Pan Yunlong drew his sword, Jiang Taishu sent the sound transmission to 7 people, and they all flashed in one direction at the same time, worthy of being avoided. Facing Pan Yunlong, Jiang Taishu no longer had the ease he had before, but was more solemn and serious. Calculating an opponent with a higher cultivation base means paying a higher price. Is Jiang Taishu's power of fortune-telling? I want to see how many times you can predict it. Pan Yunlong kicked the soles of his feet, and 100 Zhong Cloud Dragon spread from his crotch into the air. It was lifelike, the dragon mighty, and the sound of the dragon shook thousands of miles. The sword slashed, chopped, and slashed violently, keep slashing towards the 8 people. On playing with knives, you are not qualified enough. Lang Fanyun sneered, his fingertips swiped horizontally, breaking his sword light again and again, but the other party's momentum became more and more fierce. Fang Lingxing transformed his sword into a sword, grasped it out of thin air, raised the top of his head and slashed down, slashing the monstrous avenue. Retreat, don't forget the master's order. When Qi Fian's rough voice was sobering, an arrow of burning holy flame shot from the horizon, and the world-destroying terrifying coercion came from far to near, as if an arrow shattered the world. Die. Pan Yunlong slashed diagonally with the knife, splitting the layers of phantom images of the blue dragon, and tearing apart the menacing arrows with his fangs and claws. Hey hey, play with the old man? When the strange laughter reverberated, the sea of blood rolled tens of thousands of feet in the sky, and a big bloody hand poked out from the waves. Of blood to crush Pan Yunlong's lower knife, and the aftertaste was shattered and dissipated. Pan Yunlong hadn't even returned to the 100 Burials elder Ji Wuchen, when a gigantic red bull suddenly flew into the air, knocking the sky and the earth upside down, pushing the sun, moon, and stars horizontally. You have one hand, and the blue spiritual net contains all kinds of things. Covering Pan Yunlong's position. The earth-shattering battle was so intense that Pan Yunlong's battle circle became the most terrifying battle area, and no one dared to approach it easily. Although the 8 great masters were able to hold him back, they couldn't help Pan Yunlong. In fact, the cultivation base they recovered was only around the star realm. If it weren't for the extreme accomplishments in various fields, as well as the comprehension of each realm, the endless combat experience accumulated in the past, and a Jiang Taishu to deduce the fighting trend, can it involve a Pan Yunlong? It is impossible for any team that accepts Star Realm to do better than them. The recovery time is too short. Although there are many people here, each of them is seriously injured to the point of death. It is not obvious from the surface. Once injured, it is like a tight string, and it may break in an instant. If it wasn't for my order, they would have started desperately. Lin Chen understood the entire battle trend at a glance, and the current trend seems to be somewhat evenly matched. If the bloody battle is forced, there is a chance to tear open a hole and get close to the space channel on the 18th floor, but the problem is that someone will surely die, and not 1 or 2. Everyone on the 18th floor of the holy prison has all surrendered to me and handed over their life and death. Since this is the case, I can't let them have an accident. Let me tear this breakthrough. Just so, my God of War 3. Peace suit it's been brewing for a long time. Lin Chen aimed at a prison guard who was at the peak of the star realm, flashing with a monstrous fighting spirit. At the peak of the star realm, this existence was once a giant who was aloof and could kill him with a single finger. But now, it is possible to break the situation only by repelling more than one Naxing realm. Lin Chen kept urging the magic seal in his palm to make his disguise more realistic, so that he would not reveal any flaws when he next shot. Between the rise of the demonic energy, 2 huge horns grew, and a giant red tail swayed from the back, and he became more and more like an unparalleled troll. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Chen's pure power at this moment began to soar all the way. 10, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, Dragon Power. 20 trillion Dragon Power. It's still going crazy. Lin Chen finally activated the God of War 3-piece suit, and his power surged in a straight line, breaking through 40 trillion Dragon Power. Once, with 10 trillion Dragon Power, he broke the space barrier of Myriad Treasure Secret Realm with one kick, and repelled the possessed body of Holy King Haoyan. Now, his pure power has reached the critical value of 70 trillion Dragon Power, and it is still rising. Bang! Lin Chen smashed the void like a flash of divine light, urging pure power to crush it at full speed. The wounded retreat, let me come. Lin Chen shouted at Jin Wuxia, who was fighting fiercely. When Jin Wuxia was subconsciously reprimanded by his order, his face was shocked again. My lord, how can I put you in danger? Lu Dingtian and Lu Yangtian both burst out drinking at the same time, spreading all over the battlefield. Protect the lord. Sigh. Bang. Boom. Terrible explosions echoed in the world. There was a momentary ray of light between the heavens and the earth, and the guards at the peak of Naxingji, who alone blocked several people, raised their heads and vomited blood, and fell down. Everyone was stunned. Protect, protect the Lord? This is too fierce. Does the Lord still need protection? If it weren't for the fierce battle, many of the strong men would have their jaws dropped to the ground. Retreat to the pinnacle of the star realm with one punch. What is this concept? You must know that everyone more or less knows the details of Lin Chen. Their protagonist, who is only in his early 20s, has a cultivation of around the third level of a saint. Even if he is in the spiritual realm, body refining realm, and has a more dazzling foundation, compared with the Naxing realm, it is completely different. The saint's triple layer defeats the saint's seventh layer peak? Where the fuck is this monster? He didn't even step into the expansion cave. In exchange for any wizard who has not entered the cave expansion stage, it is impossible to achieve this level. I was called a monster of thousands of eras by others. Today, I saw the heroic appearance of the Lord, and only then did I know what a real monster is. Compared with the Lord, we are afraid that the horse is not as good as 1% of his. I didn't follow the wrong person. I was still in high spirits, and at the age of the Lord, I was still there. With one punch, he retreated to the peak of the star realm. Lin Chen's aura was like a rainbow, and his demonic energy was overwhelming. He blocked his God of War power to the death. The power of the three-piece God of War is too maverick, and it is very recognizable. Lin Chen must have it. Disguised as an old troll who only relies on power. Body refinement demon race? Pan Yunlong's pupils trembled, and then he suddenly sent a voice to everyone, block him to this seat, don't let him get close to the space passage. Don't let these people get close to the Lord, make a way for the Lord. Then follow the original plan. Jiang Taishu's voice transmission to everyone's fighting trend revolved around opening a path for Lin Chen, and the atmosphere quietly changed. The host has obtained 1,120.1 billion high-level blood, 1,230 billion high-level essence, 50.1 million high-level lightning energy. Lin Chen took away a large number of attribute values dropped by the opponent, and his body was like a flash of lightning, flashing again and again, breaking through the siege. Each plane of the holy prison was created by different holy kings, and it was reinforced by the supreme true God. If you want to get out of this place, you can only make a space channel. In addition, no matter how much you tear the space, you can't jump away. The space within the holy prison plane. There is only one space passage, and that is the upward space giant gate. Whether it is by storming or unlocking it, only by opening the upward space passage can you advance to the next level. Luo Yaoer only left the space seal for Lin Chen to open the lower level, and did not leave the space seal for Lin Chen when he turned back, because she was directly fired after diving into the bottom of the holy prison, and there is no need for follow-up. Method. Lord, be careful. When Jin Wuxia saw Lin Chen hit directly in front, he secretly screamed that it was not good. He moved after seeing the situation and followed behind Lin Chen. The holy acupoints in his whole body condensed the only little holy energy, which turned into a golden light, and the indestructible Gengjin holy energy was like a dragon. Qi surrounds Lin Chen in a radius of 10,000 meters and protects him tightly. Sai. Tear. A giant energy palm volleyed across the sky, tearing Jin Wuxia's Gengjin holy energy into pieces, and the sky dimmed in an instant. Do you really think of yourself as a savior? A sneer sounded. A man in snow clothes and jade robes blocked Lin Chen in the distance, with a majestic momentum like the arrival of an ancient giant. Buddha, pressing the surrounding space to tremble. Boom. 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 Behind Lin Chen, the 10,000 Zhangxingxia attacked like a mountain, and the peak of Naxingji, who was previously repelled by Lin Chen, came again at. This time, Jin Wuxia was forced to fight, and his face was pale. Lord, be careful. This person is the holy state of mind that blooms with 71 holy caves. Jin Wuxia hurriedly drank, blooming the sacred mind of the 71 holy caves. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, his fighting spirit rose, and inspiringly issued a death order to everyone through the Zhou Tian Dai seal. Don't disrupt your battle rhythm because of me, it's just a holy state of mind, it can't stop me. Lin Chen's command is domineering, with a trace of whoever abandons me, and looks down on the world's domineering. For a time, the rioting crowd settled down again. Between the electric light and flint, Lin Chen was shrouded in the body of demonic energy. His god of war arm guards, leg armors, and Jin Hui were restrained, destroying mountains and rivers one by one, and the dragon energy that shattered the universe constantly flowed from his flesh and bones. Begin to breed, soar, and merge. One after another, the invincible divine might that blew up the heavens and the world, soaring, Lin Chen's eyes flashed like a god of war, and between his exhales and breaths, a great storm that shattered the galaxy was set off. Blowing the crystal wall of space into pieces, the light dissipates. Its pure power is so powerful that even the well-informed two-story servants are shocked. The pure power of their protagonist began to soar to 150 trillion dragon power. There was a faint trace of blood on the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. When the 160 trillion dragon power goes up, is it approaching the limit? At this moment, Lin Chen's power has climbed close to the limit that the flesh shell body, holy cave cultivation base, and spiritual realm can bear. His avatar, immediately from the Qingxue planting capsule, quickly refines more healing holy items, such as Liuli Bodhi seed, Long Qingguo, Xingpan Tao, dragon blood saliva, Sanxing Huiming branch, etc., any healing, all the sacred objects were absorbed by him in one go. It's good to be a strange demon. Overdrawn power comes at a price. You don't have this chance. The battle in the holy realm is changing rapidly. The seemingly complicated process actually happened in an instant. The 5 fingers of the jade-robed holy state of mind rolled with the aura of the slaughtering saint, and one claw tore it down. Hell buries devil's claws. The faint and dead edge seems to come from hell. At the moment of rushing and condensing, the 5 green and white claw marks exude a world-destroying breath, rolling and rushing, and 1,000 strikes in an instant, destroying Lin Chen. If it is placed in the outside world, this claw can break the peak of the star realm and even fall seriously injured in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Well done. I punched the world and collapsed the sky. Lin Chen was full of pride, and when he laughed wildly, he punched out. Boom boom boom. 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 With one punch, it subverts the universe of time and space. Where the fist wind passed, tens of thousands of miles of space exploded frantically one after another, forming a terrifying storm of golden light. Spinning. The center of the storm was enough to absorb all the light between heaven and earth, and even the light could not escape the space where the fist wind passed. Sigh. Boom. Between the two sides, a mushroom cloud that stretched across the sky and latitudes exploded. The aftermath of the explosion along the way overturned many prisons, such as The passing of a hurricane, destroying everything. The space shattered like a cobweb, tens of thousands of miles all the way, and a deformed space channel was smashed, and the holy state of mind was repelled by thousands of steps. And Lin Chen's price was also not small. His right arm was dripping with blood, almost lost consciousness, and the injury was not small. However, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. His goal was achieved. Sure enough, it's a bit of a ghost. The man in the jade robe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then sneered, "Even so, you still can't break through. As long as this seed is still here, you have no such possibility." Yes, you won, you are so handsome, you are very dangling, you are a big fool. Lin Chen gave him a thumbs up with a smile, and then stepped back, strangely. The man in the jade robe was stunned. Not only that, all the powerhouses on the 18th and 19th floors, except for the 8 people in Pan Yunlong's battle circle, all retreated. The next moment, the jade-robed man turned his head sharply, his pupils shrinking. But see, in front of the closed space channel entrance, a shadow sneaked into the void and withdrawn, leaving behind a little girl with long black and bright hair, and her jewel-like eyes flashed with a strange light. When she smiled slightly, all the prison guards were shocked. Is her a calamity of pain that even rank 6 and rank 7 saints dare not touch easily? Another Lin Chen attacked from the front, but in a feint. His main backup was this little girl. This little girl is the only character he can't control life and death with. The Zhou Tian Dai mark. She is also the only existence in the entire holy prison that can gradually disintegrate from the 9 sacraments. This is something that even the big figures on the 19th floor can't do. Get out. Everyone was in a good mood, and they were prepared for a long time. The moment the offensive turned, and the moment the opponent was delayed, they all retreated, crossed the void, and evaded thousands of miles in one step. He actually released this monster. Is this demon clan crazy? Pan Yunlong, who has always been calm and composed, and Mount Tai collapsed in front of him without losing his color. Pan Yunlong, who is indifferent and ruthless like an iron-blooded hero, has an expression like he has seen a ghost. At this moment, he knew that the prison on the 18th floor was completely empty, but he didn't carefully probe the prison at the top. Because the people detained there cannot be called people at all. It's a disaster. You shut me up for so long, but you did me a big favor. Let me give you a small gift. The black-haired little girl gave a quirky smile, and her delicate palms pushed the void slightly, and a cloud of green, gray, and pitch-black aerosols rose up, like wind and clouds, instantly shrouding the sky and overwhelming the earth. The prison guards realized that they didn't have time to retreat, and they were enveloped in endless mist, as if even the space was rapidly corroding, dying, and even turning into a vacuum. Do not. It's really a disaster of pain, crazy. This demon clan is really crazy. Big Brother Yunlong, save us. Some prison guards at the peak of the Star Realm failed to withdraw from the safe area, and were caught by an invisible magic hand. The holy force was dissolved, and the holy cave died. In less than a few dozen breaths, their whole body began to molt like snakes, fall off, and burst into flesh and blood. This scene is very intimidating. Naxingjing, but a saint who stands at the top of the holy order. In the 6th grade sect, it is the supreme elder level of Xian. In the 7th grade sect, it is also a highly respected existence. Even in 8th grade sect can occupy a seat, not to mention the existence of the peak. of the star realm. However, at this time a full 10 guards at the peak of Naxingjing are gradually dying. One after another, the wind blew past, like a bone-scraping knife, corroding their holy power into nothingness. The holy cave was dim and festering, the flesh and blood were cracked and even bubbling green. The 5 sacred mind prisoners, including the previous jade-robed man, were also suffering. One after another, dark ink-like patterns were wrapped around their necks and even their entire bodies like snakes, and the holy force was running again, and it was melted away again and again. However, the vitality of the holy state is stronger, and it protects its own lifeline to death. There is no danger of complete death, but the pain of this life is not as good as death, which is enough to make any holy state crazy. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses on the 18th floor of the holy prison couldn't help but feel their scalps numb. This is the first time I have seen the disaster of pain with my own eyes. This breath is really terrifying. I think I'm actually imprisoned on the same level of the holy prison plane. Thinking about it now, it's really a big fate not to die. If there is no strength in its heyday, I am afraid that it will be quite miserable in the outbreak area of the pain. This may be even more terrifying than the painful disasters in history. She has been imprisoned for so long, it is beyond recognition. When the little shadow returned, Lin Chen took it with one hand and let it return to the Qingxue planting capsule. When looking into the distance, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed and he was secretly shocked. This is the disaster of pain. The world is so big, there are no wonders. There are thousands of ethnic groups, and there are extreme blessings and misfortunes. Everything in the world has destiny, even disasters are no exception. When disasters gather bodies, they will gather spirits and become bodies, and although the human race is the weakest of all races, it is famous for being the leader of all things. In the history of the human race, there have been very few cases of human disaster. The human disaster born of it integrates all the bad luck, and disaster in the world. From the moment of birth, it will become the outbreak, center of all disasters and the source of all suffering. Smallpox spots, evil spirits, rotten corpse poison, and more. These are almost incurable, and even the sages have died from the extremely strong epidemic poison, concentrated in one. As long as they appear, it will cause unprecedented disasters in the world. In the future, people in later generations will call this existence a disaster of pain. Being symbolized is the root of all suffering. If the auspicious beast is a surprise bestowed by heaven and earth to the soul, that disaster of pain is the fury of heaven and earth. When the disaster of pain was young, the aura that existed in a radius of 100,000 miles could contaminate the existence under the war emperor and turn it into blood. Battle sovereigns, if they are within 10,000 miles, they will not be able to hold even a single breath. They will corrode their internal organs and turn into powder and die. Even if a saint is approaching, blood will fall on the spot. What's more, this is only a juvenile body with such evil power. Any pain in the past, as long as it exists in the world, will cause countless disasters in the world and take countless lives. Regardless of whether the host is willing or not, the existence of the disaster of pain itself, once it erupts in each period, will mercilessly harvest all life in the world. Since then, the disaster of suffering has become a feared existence by all races in the world. The dragon race once fought with the human race several times because of the human race brought the most terrible disaster in the world. The history of the disaster of suffering is extremely long and rare. Moreover, there will only be one disaster of suffering from any era, and as Long as the current disaster of suffering does not die, there will never be another disaster born. And in a certain history dating back to the ancient times, the disaster of pain of the human race seems to have disappeared forever and is no longer born. But, the truth is, it has not disappeared. The host of the calamity of suffering was a powerful man who took action back then and suppressed it to the holy prison. But this kind of existence can no longer be suppressed by manpower. Even if it is suppressed, the power of disaster will accumulate and grow day by day. In order to avoid the inexhaustible disaster of pain from continuing to appear, the senior leaders of the holy world chose a way to treat the symptoms, but not the root cause, imprisoning the last human-shaped disaster at that time. The result is the scene in front of you. There is no doubt that this little girl has surpassed any suffering disaster in the past and has grown to an unprecedented level of power that no one can measure. If she were placed outside, put her inside any 7th grade or even 8th grade sect, and within a short while, the corpses would be scattered everywhere, and the saints would perish in pieces. Sigh. 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 A burst of blue smoke rose, and a star-level peak was the first to be unable to support it, and perished into a pile of holy skeletons, full of bones. You must know that the prison guards who died on the 19th floor were just entering the star realm for the first time. Most of the holy caves opened were 61 to 64 holy caves. And following Pan Yunlong's Naxing realm, all of them are 70 holy acupoints. And the characters of Linman's holy state of mind. Then, 2, 3, 4. Potential like a broken bamboo. The existence that was extremely difficult to kill in the past, the powerhouse at the peak of the star realm, is now falling at a hair-raising speed. But all the criminals in the holy prison saw a strong ray of dawn. The hope of rushing out of the holy prison is getting stronger and stronger. Time went by a little bit, back to when Lin Chen negotiated with disaster of pain. Zhou Tian's death seal implanted the spiritual origin of the soul with the spiritual life and death seal, but this little girl has no body and consciousness, but no spiritual origin. Lin Chen penetrated into her spiritual consciousness, more like a chaotic and boundless mass endless storm. As the legend says, humanoid disaster. Strictly speaking, this little girl is not a complete life. Lin Chen said, "You said that you can fully control your own power now, right?" The little black-haired girl nodded. "Well, I can freely release and control the burst of body energy. I'm all ready. I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to find a chance to die completely. Being imprisoned here and having to endure endless years is a boring thing. Death is a relief, isn't it? Even if I go out, even if I want to hide in the ends of the earth, your human race will kill me with the slogan of being upright." The little girl's tone was a bit lonely, and then she giggled. "You are different from other people. You look at my eyes, there is no fear. You have a way to kill me, right?" Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Okay, I'll let you out, but you can't act without my order. If you violate the agreement, you will lose a chance." "My lord, please don't." Xiao Linger hurriedly stopped the road. The black-haired little girl ignored Xiao Linger, her wonderful eyes flashed like black light, and she asked, curiously, "What chance?" Lin Chen looked directly at the little girl in the prison and smiled casually. "A chance to leave the holy prison, a chance to truly return to the ordinary. And not be chased by all beings." Click. When the shackles fell to the ground and the 9-shadow seal was lifted, the little girl stared blankly at the person in front of her. "Return to the ordinary. Can I return to the ordinary too?" My lord is really not afraid of heaven and earth, and dare to let out the disaster of pain. It is indeed a shocking and crazy move, but if we use it properly, our chances of rushing out of the holy prison will be greatly increased. To break through the holy prison, we have to face a lot of powerhouses, far more than the current team. If we can have the help of painful disaster, our success rate will be greatly increased. The powers of the 18th floor, gathered in the edge space of the 18th floor, propped up the endless holy light to shelter, and protected Lin Chen round and round. When they looked at Lin Chen's eyes from time to time, they were full of awe and admiration. Invisibly, their admiration for Lin Chen was raised to a new level. Although Lin Chen can control the life and death of these powerhouses, it does not mean that he can control their thoughts and consciousness. Lin Chen's performance in the previous battle exceeded all their expectations and perceptions. Strength is always the only way to express the truth, and it is also the best way to convince others. Boom. Pan Yunlong rode by Zhang Yunlong and traveled thousands of miles. When he passed through the layers of siege, it seemed that his actions had already been seen through. Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun slashed again with one sword, killing him in midair. Damn, go save everyone! Pan Yunlong shouted in rage, and the many sacred mind prisoners who were not trapped in the encirclement only gritted their teeth, tried their best to use defense techniques, and rushed into the area, shrouded in pain. It's now. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. He waved his hand suddenly. Follow, while they save people, it's time for us to break through. Wow. The poisonous mist dissipated and faded like a tide. From the direction of Lin Chen and others, 100 zhang wide space avenue opened. There was no poisonous gas in it, and it went straight to the space door. The little black-haired girl and Lin Chen looked at each other from the air. Lin Chen smiled and gave her a thumbs up. The little girl slyly stuck out her lilac tongue, which was really cute. If it weren't for being in the world-destroying calamity and poisonous fog, it would be no different from an innocent girl outside. Everyone immediately followed Lin Chen's footsteps, all swept towards the open space avenue, and rushed to the space giant gate on the 17th floor. There are tens of thousands of space talismans like everything, layer upon layer of disillusionment, entwining the entire space giant gate, like the relics of the ancient civilization standing here. A giant gate in space, its enchantment is so powerful that it far exceeds the layout of any saint in the outside world. How to open this upward space channel? Lao Xia, your space dafa should come in handy. Using a hair, the old man's strength will recover a little bit. Use a ghost's space dafa. Facing the giant gate of space, the powerhouses feel a little helpless. Get out of the way. Give it a kick first. Lin Chen shouted in shock, everyone quickly backed away, and an obscure divine brilliance flashed past. Sigh. Bang. The ultimate divine power that penetrated the heavens and the earth condensed a little, and suddenly bombarded the space giant door, shaking the sky and shaking, the door cracked a space gap of more than 10 meters. Seeing Lin Chen, who was raising his feet and closing his legs, the strong men opened their mouths wide, and their chins almost fell to the ground. This lord is too fierce. He kicked the giant space door leading to the upper floor alive. Don't be vague when it's time to do it. What are you still doing? Your lord's handsome looks are not appreciated at this time. Hurry up and yo-yo. Lin Chen waved his hand, everyone was excited, and rushed into the silver white space channel above. Before leaving, Long Jiushan, who has always been known for his violent fighting, patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and said with a sigh, "My lord, you are too fierce." Lin Chen smiled slightly, and there was coquettishness in his confidence. "I have more fierce ones." The little black-haired girl turned into a black man in the sky, left the poisonous fog area, and shot in the direction of Pan Yunlong. Pan Yunlong was horrified for a moment, and there was a sense of crisis that he was being targeted by the relics of the great wilderness. The black mist condensed into a slender jade hand, flashing with a strange black on, and slapped it down with one palm. Pan Yunlong slashed with his blade and slashed head-on. Sigh. Bang. The black mist exploded, and the slender jade hand that had just formed was chopped into nothingness, but it successfully covered the retreat of Jiang, Taishu and others. "Are you going to play with me too?" The black mist surged, and a slender and exquisite figure appeared. The long, black and bright hair was vertical like a waterfall. The soft and bright hair tips reflected the girl's smile, which was breathtaking. The horror of the disaster of pain lies in the epidemic virus storm that even the top saints can't prevent, and the frontal combat ability is slightly inferior. Even so, Pan Yunlong did not dare to be careless. It is not the imprisoned criminals, its power is the growing monster in the holy prison. In terms of the level of threat, it would not be an exaggeration to lock it on the 19th floor. It was detained on the 18th floor to facilitate the prison masters on the 17th and 19th floors to support the 18th floor as soon as possible. If there is any movement, the strongest force can be gathered to suppress it in an instant. "Nizi, come back." When Lin Chen's voice transmission came over, the little girl's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes flowed and disappeared quietly. "Want to run?" Pan Yunlong's arrogance is surging to the sky, and a flash of edge flashes in his eyes. Chapter 1370, I live my life from the wild song, who is the hero of flying and domineering. Just as he was about to continue chasing the guy, he heard the screams of his subordinates. "Big brother Yunlong, save me. I'm dying, I don't want to die like this. Brother, save people first." Whether it was in the Star Realm or the Sacred Heart Realm, they all called out to Pan Yunlong. "Shit, shut up." Pan Yunlong was so violent that he flew up with his sword, and charged into the poisonous tide aggressively. He didn't intend to let Lin Chen and the others go. On the other side, Lin Chen let the little shadow hide his avatar, and after taking away all the attribute light balls dropped by the fallen prison guards, all but the last 8 people entered the space channel. At this time on the 18th floor, when the last 8 strong men saw Pan Yunlong chasing after him, they immediately waited for him with solemn expressions. "After I stop, you go first." At this time, the handsome and easygoing Chi Fian stood behind the crowd and smiled indifferently. "After that, the safety of the Lord will be handed over to you." Everyone on the 19th floor was shocked. "Chi Fian, are you all using real cultivation? Don't be crazy, you're going to die." When the other people were surprised, Chi Fian laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, the true cultivation base is naturally unable to exert itself, but it is still possible to deal with a peak of the holy state of mind." Boom. The glow of Chi Fian's holy cave circulated, and the red holy clouds danced wildly. Chi Fian's whole person's temperament continued to change, and his long shawl was flying like a swaying firework. The holy cave began to release a trace of holy power that suppressed the eternity. Beside him, 10 groups of red sun were burning violently, and the high Temperature permeated the entire 18th floor of the holy prison. Qi Fian stretched out his hand to probe, and in the 10 rounds of qiyang, one after another qi xia surged violently, and finally he pulled out a 100-jiang red arrow. The tip of the arrow flows with a terrifying edge that pierces the sky and the ground, as if it was formed from a round of red sun above the sky. The temperature of burning the sky and burning the ground makes the 7 people standing beside him feel a violent heat sense. The 10 regiments of Qi Yang ignited into dragon-like fire waves, transformed into a red bow of holy might, which turned out to be held by Qi Fian. He used Qi Yang as a bow, Qi Xia turned into an arrow, Qi Fian stepped on the billowing waves of fire, and when he leaned back slightly to draw the bow, the tips of his hair fluttered, and the Qi Xia surged. Qi Fian's mouth continued to bleed, but he laughed proudly. I live my life in the sky of wild songs, and who is the hero of flying and domineering? This arrow is my Qi Fian's gift of recognition to the Lord. Choking. Huh. The ultimate sound of breaking the wind is like a sonic boom, destroying the dry and rotten, and a sliver of red light flashes from the sky, infinitely magnified, enlarged, and finally becomes the most dazzling light in the world. The 7 strong men who retreated were shocked. Came back. The burning heavenly arrow saint of the flame domain is back. The charm of this arrow is just like it was in the past. This arrow can traverse thousands of miles, one arrow can shatter the universe, one arrow burns the sky, and it is undefeated like a god. The scalp of Pan Yunlong, who was aimed at by the red bow, exploded, as if locked by the sharpest edge in the world. The instinct of life keeps warning. Boom. On the 18th floor of the holy prison, a dazzling red glow erupted, filling the holy prison. A quarter of an hour later, I underestimated them. Pan Yunlong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, suspending in the air, panting like a cow. His chest was full of holy caves, the holy bone was broken, and there was still a fist-sized scar hole in front of him, which directly penetrated his holy body, which was shocking. A real dragon is always a real dragon, even if the dragon swims in the shoal and is broken and incomplete, it is always a real dragon. Qi Fian's arrow almost made him fall on the spot. It is a pity that he is a peak powerhouse of the holy mind, the holy heart is not broken, and the body is eternal. These dog thieves can't escape, kill them later. It's not that simple. What you have to face is the prison master and guard of the entire holy prison. What can you do with your wreckage? Later, I will be surrounded by a front and back attack, and all of you will die. Pan Yunlong withdrew his sword and entered the poison tide to rescue the subordinates. In the space channel, Lin Chen gave the black-haired little girl a thumbs up and laughed. As soon as you make a move, you can kill the 7 peaks of Naxingjing, you can. The little black-haired girl put her hands on her hips and smiled proudly. Don't forget your promise. No problem, you can have a lollipop if you're done. What is a lollipop? It's just the good things that men like to invite girls to eat. When everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the last 7 people caught up with the large army. Seeing Qi Fian's comatose appearance, Lin Chen's expression changed immediately. What happened? The 7 looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Jiang Taishu said, he liberated a little of his strength in order to break the post, but now the wound has opened again. Although his life is safe, it is impossible to fight. Lin Chen suddenly realized, no wonder the retreat was so successful just now. This Pan Yunlong didn't catch up, it turned out to be Qi Fian's handwriting. Take care of him, none of you can die, all of you must survive and go back to the Holy Realm. When Lin Chen handed Jiang Taishu a ring, he scolded everyone. Everyone looked at each other and laughed heartily. Time passed a little, and the 18th floor was turned upside down. 19th floor, deeper. Boom. The space entrances of several demon caves suddenly expanded. What was different from the past was that this time it was no longer a low-level holy demon king, but a group of demons who had transformed into human figures. The young man at the head has a fair and handsome face, with flying eyebrows, a high nose bridge, a heroic spirit, and when the corners of his mouth are raised, he looks like a handsome young master who is not tainted by vulgarity. However, the strange thing is that his white neck suddenly cracked a gap, and he turned a gray-white eyeball, scanning the four directions, like a living thing. The demonic snake with the rising demonic energy revealed the snake letter child derived from both sides of his shoulders, and it was very evil. 10. Gray-white eyeballs from the boy's cheeks and neck, which kept opening and closing their eyes, were extremely strange. The 10 powerful demons stood quietly beside him, daring not to make a sound, not to take a breath. After a while, the young man Lang smiled. Well, the vision that the concubine noticed is really good. There was a big war here. Those people who were imprisoned here are also gone. The female demon took away a group of good strength, and the remaining group of human races, although the strength is not as strong as the previous group. But the group with the strongest potential, disappeared at the same time. It seems that they have escaped from prison. The young man looked up at the sky on the 19th floor and smiled slightly. Without the 9 Sha seals, they are just a meal on a plate, and they can get it at their fingertips. If we get this group of bodies, our clan's plan can continue to advance one step ahead. Kings, follow this emperor, to see a good show, it's best. When 10 eyeballs opened from the boy's forehead, the boy smiled evilly. It's best to bring people back. System, are you sure? The search has been completed for the host. This volume is the calamity of suffering recorded in the 980th volume of Tuashing, which can transfer the fate of the disaster to the spiritual plant of chief fortune, and this spiritual plant will become an unprecedented spiritual plant of disaster. Please note to the host, regarding the disaster of pain, all records are theoretical and may have different effects and risks from actual implementation. Lin Chen is sure to turn the disaster of pain into a real harmless spirit form. Although the black-haired little girl can freely control the power in her body, now, it is not absolute control. If she loses the 9 braces seal, after a period of time, a large-scale disaster will still break out. Everything has its own turning point. One drink and one peck. When Lin Chen released her, he had already confirmed that in the records of the old Tuashing, he had been in contact with the last painful disaster. Tuashing is good at recording the characteristics of creatures of other races. He had a deep enough understanding and study of the disaster of pain, but unfortunately he could not implement it. The previous disaster of suffering was besieged by the human race. I hope that my wish will come true. If this little girl can become a harmless spirit body similar to that of the Void Thunder Pond, I am equivalent to bringing a super strong by my side. The little black-haired girl is different from Lin Chen's other servants. Even If he can lead everyone out and return to the holy world, they will not be able to be Lin Chen's help in a short time. One is their identity. Their identities cannot be seen in the light, otherwise the high-level officials of the holy prison will know, and his Lin Chen will be copied immediately. The second is strength. The holy prison has been imprisoned for countless epochs. After fighting with a large number of demons, their cultivation base and holy body are weak to an extremely low level, and they must take a good rest. The third is resources. The identity of the people cannot be seen, which means that it is extremely difficult for them to obtain resources to restore the injured body. There are few ways and opportunities to obtain the treasures that can heal their injuries. Secondly, just relying on someone from Talon's medicine refining skills, he wanted to heal them, but it was a drop in the bucket, and he couldn't completely heal them. Even though Lin Chen has an authority in refining medicine like the alchemy sage you go to life, one is that it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice, and the other is that he can't exert his own refining strength. Saint Dan. So, to sum up, Lin Chen's battle power that he can finally bring out and use immediately after breaking through this time is only the little black-haired girl. Of course, her identity cannot be revealed. She kills the star realm like picking grass and mustard, and takes this big guy by her side. It's exciting to think about it. When Lin Chen was looking forward to it, Jiang Taishu suddenly said, "My lord, we have reached the entrance of the 17th floor." Lin Chen's spirit was refreshed, he was gearing up for battle, his fighting spirit rose, and he shouted, "Everyone has it, prepare to fight. These bastards must be thinking about making dumplings and attacking us back and forth. Hee, then we will give them a center explosion. If there is a fight later, we will try our best to delay the time. All the powerhouses are waiting, and everyone's guess is the same. They only passed the first level. Next, we have to face the powerhouses of the entire holy prison." Lin Dashui forced the corners of his mouth to rise wildly. "When I want to be in front of Lao Tzu, I want to be in the back of Lao Tzu. Ben Shui really likes to be in the middle. The 17th floor of the holy prison." Buzz. Ripples appeared in the space, and Lin Chen and his party all descended. This. Brother Tai Shaoxing, didn't they come back? Sensing the arrival of the crowd, the expressions of only 4 prison guards on the 17th floor changed drastically. Everyone obeys the order, all support the 16th floor, and all criminals must be suppressed on the 16th floor. At this time, the 4 prison guards received an urgent summons. The 4 looked at each other and immediately opened the giant space door, leading to the 16th floor of the holy prison. All the main forces of the holy prison were mobilized to the 16th floor of the holy prison. Long Jiushan and Ji Wuchen were standing in front of them, and when they were waiting, everyone discovered that the entire 17th floor of the holy prison, except for the drowsy and dark cage, was actually empty of a prisoner. Huh? Everyone left? When Long Jiushan was puzzled, Lin Chen stepped forward and narrowed his eyes. At this time, the little shadow sounded Lin Chen, they just opened the upper part of the space channel and went to the upper floor. A higher level? It seems that they are likely to concentrate their efforts and plan to kill us all at once. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then smiled. However, they can't take away the people on the 17th floor in time, and these people will also become an important force for us to break through. The 17th floor of the holy prison, to the south, is the cold prison of the extreme prison. A shirtless man closed his eyes and rested his mind. Frost covered his body, and the bone-chilling cold air invaded his body. His face was pale, but he stood still and sat cross-legged in the cage. Suddenly, he seemed to be aware of something, and suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were actually sapphire, like a hidden edge. Huh? This is... Sigh. A blast of wind came. Bang. Boom. The ice cage was blasted apart, the frost burst into pieces, and a ray of light like a white on shot into the eyebrows of the blue-eyed man, and his 9 shackles was lifted. Immediately afterwards, the evil laughter spread throughout all the cold prisons in the south. Hey, when you sleep, you are paralyzed. If you are not afraid of death, if you want to break through the holy prison, you can go through the holy prison. Together with this king, kill a guarantee, and kill 2 blood to earn. Wow. The raindrops shimmering with golden light and white light filled the sky. And the shirtless man with green eyes trembled. All gold coins. Demon race? How can the demon race have the means to unlock the 9 shacks? Break through the holy prison? Ha ha ha, count as 1. Staying here is also being used as a tool. Sooner or later, one day you will die. Before you die, you will have to fuck your mother. Many strong men responded to Lin Chen from all directions from the holy prison. Lin Chen led his team, liberated all the criminals on the 17th floor and left a large amount of gold coins, and then handed over the choice to them, and then Lin Chen's entire team aggressively attacked the space door leading to the 16th floor. Get out of the way, this time let's do it. Long Jiushan, Lang Fanyun, and Fong Ling rushed to the front. Long Jiushan imitated Lin Chen, and he lifted his leg with one kick, shaking the entire space door with a single blow. Lang Fanyun and Fong Ling immediately erupted into the sky with a sharp edge. Turning the sword into a sword with holy energy, the edge opened the sky. Condensed into a holy sword, and the edge was invincible, one left and one right, with the attack of Long Jiushan, splitting the space door. An extended space passage leads directly to Jiuxiao, and the entire team enters instantly and goes to the next level. Seeing that the space door was opened, the 17th floor powerhouses that were released entered the space passage one by one, catching up with each other in groups. My lord, don't you plan to subdue the people on the 17th floor? In the space passage, Jiang Taishu asked Lin Chen's confused voice. Transmission. At any rate, these 17th floor powerhouses that have survived to this day have not been wiped out by the holy prison for their bloody and arrogant existence. When the holy prison was broken, they did not act as lackeys for the demon race. Lin Chen said without looking back, if you want to subdue them, you have to reveal your true identities. Maybe when the group of guys below will fight back, there is no need to risk their identities. These people explained. In fact, these reasons are secondary. The most important thing is that Lin Chen's spiritual realm is limited. After engraving the Zhou Tian death seal on the 18th floor, all the strong men's spiritual consciousness are already close to the limit. The spiritual consciousness of each strong person is as high as a star core, and the energy is majestic and vast. The Zhou Tian death seal can control their life and death, and at the same time, the user's spiritual power is required to be strong enough to control more strong people. The 41 powerhouses who control the 18th floor and the 17 powerful men on the 19th floor are close to Lin Chen's limit, and they can only add 3 to 4 more people at most. Right now, the holy prison has begun to concentrate its strength, and every minute and second may decide the victory. He has no time to reveal his Identity in order to subdue 3 or 4 strong men. Don't let your opponents group together, it's better to let them turn into a will battle and fight with yourself. I am not afraid of fighting a war of attrition on my side. There are many experts. Only by focusing on an explosive war, the entire layer of the holy prison will be overturned, and the enemy can be injured, but not on Lin Chen's side. Fatal trauma. Holy prison, 16th floor. Brush brush. The silver light poured out, the colorful holy light descended here, and more. Then 20 figures walked out of the holy light, occupying one side. Inside the silver Xinghui, slowly walked out of a man who was as tall as a mountain, with an aura like a giant mountain. The lord of the 11th floor of the holy prison, Quang Wanli, led 20 4 prison guards, in place. Choking. A sword roared like a dragon, and 3,000 sword lights poured out from the 9 heavens, like a dragon, and a dozen people were carrying holy swords. The 10th level prisoner of the holy prison, Duanin Hai, with 18 guards, are in place. To the west, the dark blue tornado was spinning like a grinding disc, and 20 figures appeared in the eyes of the hurricane. The 9th tier of the holy prison, Jun Qian Fan, lead 20 guards, in place. The entire 16th floor of the holy prison has changed suddenly. A group of Xeon teams came in person, and the major prison masters gathered on the 16th floor of the holy prison. This is placed in the outside world, and any team is enough to destroy the existence of the 6th grade, or even the 7th grade giant power, all gathered in all directions of the 16th layer holy prison. Xiao Yunyun, who was the 6th floor prisoner, was absent-minded and sweaty. Someone sneaked into the holy prison. Could it really be related to Jian Wuji, who disappeared on the 6th floor some time ago? No, that's such a coincidence, this prison master doesn't believe it. Someone can sneak into the 19th floor of the holy prison from the 6th floor. Xiao Yunyun's anxious appearance was seen by some prison masters. Boom. 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 At this time, the prisons were suspended, moving like stars, being absorbed by a giant energy hand above the sky, moving several times, and finally all of them were placed in the same area. All the criminals on the entire 16th floor were detained in the same area by the prison master on the 16th floor. Quack, it looks like there's a good show coming on stage. After so many years of silence, is there any major action in the holy prison? Look at these people's serious expressions like they've eaten shit. Hey, I haven't seen them look like this for a long time. The criminals who are detained in the same area are eager to move. Among these people, they are all ruthless characters. Once there is any riot, they are also restless factors. The prison masters on the 2nd and 11th floors have all arrived, right? There are still people from the 12th and 15th floors who haven't arrived. An old man in sackcloth appeared in the void. He was hunched over, looking weak and harmless, but only those eyes lit up with a breathtaking light, like an abyss, bottomless. Everyone is on alert. The old man has already sensed that the space channel on the 17th floor has been blasted open. As soon as they show up later, they will be beaten to death. The old man in linen gave an order, and all the prison guards and prison masters gathered here, all aimed at the space entrance on the next floor. Brush. Suddenly, a strange blood-colored beam of light shot up from the space vortex. And the 16th floor prison master, the old man in linen, suddenly transmitted a sound transmission. Beat. Sigh. Boom. 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 On the 16th floor of the holy prison, the wind and clouds changed color. The heavens and the earth overturned, and the countless holy powers were colorful, all pouring down on that strange beam of light. Unexpectedly, the blood-colored beam of light, at a speed that almost surpassed the light, kept turning and flashing, all avoiding the numerous bombardment of the holy power offensive. The sky and the earth were blown up, and the holy prison space shook and trembled. So fast. He's rushing to the space passage here, stop him. I can't stop it, the other party's target is those criminals. Many prison masters saw that the blood-colored beam of light was exceedingly fast, breaking through their defenses. Tear. The space was torn apart, and a huge black giant hand turned into a giant palm that covered the sky, smashing the blood-colored beam of light fiercely. The beam of light shattered, but what disappeared was an afterimage. What? The pupil of the old man in linen in the distance trembled, and when he crushed the beam of light, he saw two figures. Blood light descended on the areas where all criminals were being held, and in an instant, hundreds of streamers scattered out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the violent space ripples appeared, the demeanor of all the prison masters changed greatly. The 9 shackles have been lifted. In an instant, all the prison masters clearly saw that in the blood-colored beam of light, a man with long hair like snow, wearing a blood-colored cloak, a pair of eagle-like eyes sharp as knives, handsome and cold. Beside him, there is a young evil demon. This big man, all prisoners will not admit wrong. It is the blood monarch imprisoned on the 19th floor of the holy prison, Yun Tianguang. The former overlord of the blood domain, his blood escape Dafa and 3,000 blood shadows, are known as the top 20 orange level movement skills in the holy world. It's no wonder that all the prisoners in the past failed to hit, it turned out to be him. It's a big trouble. The criminals on the 16th floor are also a bunch of lunatics. These guys escaped too quickly, and they didn't have time to switch to other floors. Next to him is the demon race. Isn't this guy very proud of himself? How could he mix with the demon race? When many strong people lost their voices and shocked, the handsome and charming young demon race couldn't help laughing, and the laughter echoed in the 16th floor of the holy prison. Thanks to all the prison owners, old irons, for giving us such a beautiful opening fireworks, and helping us gather all our helpers. Good people, really. A group of good people. Sigh. Boom. 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 At this moment, all around on the 16th floor of the holy prison are full of hype. Groups of figures descended into the 16th floor of the holy prison like ghosts, and faint shadows dissipated on their bodies, making all prison guards hard to guard against. Facing the sudden arrival of the team and the crowd, more than 300 prison guards could not help but feel terrified and horrified. When did they come up? The old man in linen stared at Jiang Taishu in the void, his expression becoming more and more gloomy. It turns out that Jiang Taishu first predicted our offensive, and where the criminals would be concentrated, and then used Yun Tianguang as a bait to let us attack first and avoid the peak of the edge. I then used a means that even the old man couldn't detect, to hide the breath and bring everyone to the 16th floor. While Yun Tianguang attracts firepower, it can also drive this demon to unlock the seals of other criminals. It's a good plan, it's a good plan. He worked hard to detain all the criminals in a centralized manner, but instead became the arrogance that fueled his escape. Boom. The battle is on. Fuck me. Long Jiushan shouted loudly, and was the first among them. The melee started instantly. This scene, the prison guards and others did not completely did not expect to start a decisive battle in this way. However, on the guard's side. Who are you? The old man in linen was terribly gloomy, and his eyes were directed at the only demon in the field, and the power of the 79 holy acupoints all over his body skyrocketed. The young demon race laughed jokingly. Who am I? I'm the most handsome demon king who is invincible all over the demon clan. You can call me the most handsome demon clan. As soon as the voice fell, a fist was punched in his direction, and the fist wind pierced through the void of thousands of miles, shaking the galaxy. Court death. The old man in linen smashed Lin Chen's fist with one palm, blasting the surrounding space crystal wall like a spider web, and said with a grin. Everyone obeys the orders, mainly to deal with the guys running up from below. The criminals on the 16th floor are second. The prison masters. Above the 7th floor, targeting Jiang Taishu, don't let him take over the battle. The old man in sackcloth rushed towards Lin Chen and Yun Tianguang like a sharp sword. I want to see how much holy power Yun Tianguang has to use the movement technique. My lord, go first. Yun Tianguang protected Lin Chen, Fang Ling and other 7 people descended, blocking the old man in sackcloth. Oh? Ji Wuchen, Zi Qianzhou, Shangguan Wudi, Lang Fanyun and Fang Ling. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to stop the old man and dispatch you big men. Why? Isn't it arrogant not to accept the holy prison's surrender? After all, he has become a lackey of the demon race, and in the end, he is still just a few bones. When the old man in linen sneered, he swiped his fingertips, the sky split open in an instant, and the strange aura slashed towards everyone. Don't fall for this guy's aggressive tactics. Fang Ling indifferently transmitted the voice to the crowd, and everyone joined forces to fight guerrillas around the sackcloth old man in a war of attrition. As for Lin Chen, when retreating under the cover of Yun Tianguang and others, the little shadow, carrying the little girl of suffering, appeared empty. Lin Chen looked at the black-haired little girl and said seriously, Little beauty, it's up to you next. Inside her long black and beautiful hair, the little girl showed her white teeth and simply smiled. I'll let them die in rhythm. On the other side, the criminals on the 16th floor rushed out of the cage and joined the battle circle. Most of them directly attacked the people in the holy prison, and there were also a small number of evil spirits who counterattacked the powerhouses on the 17th floor, making the rioting battle even more chaotic. Although the holy prison failed to gain the upper hand in terms of power, it still has the absolute right to suppress. There are 371 prison guards, and there are many elites on Lin Chen's side, plus the powerhouses released from the 17th floor. The total number is currently 200. Even if other prisoners escape, the number cannot exceed 400. The criminals on the 16th floor were uneven. Although the number was close to 500, their state and combat power were not comparable to those of the powerhouses brought out by Lin Chen. Even the powerhouses on the 17th floor have absorbed some gold St. Yuan coins and can mobilize a little holy power, while the criminals on the 16th floor pose little threat to the prison master or the powerhouse with the same level of cultivation, but anyway can share the urgent need. Right now, the battle is almost open, and neither side has a breakthrough. Moreover, Pan Yunlong's people are not completely destroyed. Once he kills him from behind, Lin Chen and others will be attacked from front and back, surrounded and fought. Therefore, there must be a decisive force to break the current balance and let Lin Chen and others break through. This decisive force may be the disaster of pain. My lord, the guardians of the holy prison haven't fully arrived yet, we must break through before that. Jiang Taishu secretly transmitted Lin Chen, and he and Little Shadow teamed up to send the little black-haired girl into the most chaotic battle circle. Boom. The next moment, the situation changed suddenly. The epidemic poison was surging, and the terrible poison wave was like a vortex, centering on the little girl who suffered from the disaster. It expanded rapidly, covering the area where a large number of holy battles were fought. The old man's expression changed slightly. Painful disaster? Damn, is this demon clan crazy? Even this kind of disaster is released. The scalps of many prison guards exploded. Even if they have never seen or heard of the vicious name of the disaster of suffering, the saints will be terrified of their existence. Lin Chen gave her a thumbs up. I'll leave it to you. I'll blow the space door open. Sigh. Clang. 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 Before Lin Chen finished speaking, 12 chains flew into the void like coiled dragons, straddling the entire sky of the 16th floor of the holy prison, condensed into a streamer, and shot at the black-haired little girl. Like lightning. These 12 streams of light, like the dooms in the dark, made her avoid it. But she couldn't retreat, and instantly bound her. Call out. Call out. Call out. One after another wave of poison, taking back the delicate body of the little black-haired girl. She couldn't cause a wave of disaster. For the first time, her expression showed surprise. This is old horse, this prison master is late, ha ha ha. Fortunately, I went to see the experimental work of Lord Tianxing, and it was really useful. I didn't expect that the accidental thing of the year would become a life-saving straw now. 3 teams turned out. The man at the head, dressed in fluttering white clothes, looks like an extraordinary handsome man with a dignified look. A cold killing intent flashed across his eyebrows. When the corners of his mouth were raised, he looked at Lin Chen with a sneer. I knew that you prison breakers who were at the end of the road would release this damn humanoid disaster. After all, they are a group of mad dogs that are driven to a dead end, but now I see what you guys are fighting with my holy prison. The many prison guards rejoiced. It's the prison masters on the 12th and 15th floors. Great, the most crucial reinforcement. It turns out that they were going to call the Lord Tianxing to make the shackles that were used to suppress the disaster of pain. No wonder they delayed the support. These criminals are over. As soon as these 4 teams came out, the momentum of the prison guard camp soared. Something that can suppress the plague of pain? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The holy prison is worthy of being a holy prison. It has an infinite background, and even this kind of backhand is left behind. Ha ha ha, our brothers, how many years have we not fought together? At this moment, a loud laughter that shook the world came from the passage below. A cloud dragon danced in the sky and appeared in the sky. Pan Yunlong wore a sword on his waist, and his killing intent skyrocketed. Pan Yunlong is here too. On this side of the prison escape team, everyone's heart sank. This old guy came up so quickly. They are surrounded. Lin Chen and others were attacked from front and back, and the high-end power of the entire holy prison gathered on the 16th floor of the holy prison. The balance of power between the two sides was suddenly broken. Although Pan Yunlong and others have damaged 7 peaks of the Naxing realm, there is still a lot of the top Sacred Mind realm combat power. The number of powerhouses in the Star realm and Sacred Mind realm is the key to this decisive battle. It looks like we can only stop there. Anyway, I can have a fight with you, and stay in that broken prison all day long, and I'm going to suffocate to death. Many powerhouses have already looked down on their lives and death, but they are extremely indifferent to the current desperate situation. Even more crazy fighting intentions emerged from many powerhouses. Come on, the lackeys of the holy prison, I'm going to beat you up today. The old man used to dominate the holy world, and it was your turn to judge the old man's life by the beasts? If you want to eat the old man, you will have to break out a few of your front teeth. The entire 16th floor of the holy prison, surrounded by all directions, is full of holy light and visions. An 8-armed demon dragon phantom was born, pushing across the mountains and rivers, punching through the space barriers with one punch. The holy power swept the sky, and the holy power as majestic as the stars condensed into countless Kylin, Xuanwu, Songlong and other immemorial relics, and rushed to the prison guard team. The sky is chaotic, and the holy lightning flashes through the body of individual prison guards. Sigh. The terrifying sword chi burst out from the clanging knife, slashing thousands of miles and slicing apart the holy bodies of 2 criminals. The holy blood rages within the 16th floor of the holy prison, with a radius of tens of millions of miles. An unprecedented fierce battle broke out. All the powerhouses are starting to die. Some are vicious and cunning, some are cruel and bloodthirsty, some are scheming, some are deadly, and none of them backed away. The degree of ruthlessness, even the degree to which he began to exchange his life for life, does not care whether he can survive to the next move. You know, all the powerhouses on both sides combined, it is a big melee of 1,200 saints. Of these 1,200 powerhouses, none of them are super powerhouses whose cultivation base is lower than life and death, and they are also first-class powerhouses in the 6th grade sect, with strong outsiders like forests. But here, it's just a starting point. Such terrifying and tragic battles are extremely rare in the history of the holy world, and they are almost world-beating battles that only happen in individual super events. Life and Death Realm, Consummation, Naxingxing. Naxingjing Peak, there is a great risk of falling here. If you are a little careless, you will be overwhelmed by the crazy offensive. Even if you focus on defense, you are very likely to become the target of bombardment. Once the defense formation is broken, you will be bombarded to scum in an instant. If it weren't for the space barriers of the holy prison, it is one of the strongest planes in the holy realm. This place has long been beaten to the ground, and if it were the outside world, the whole domain would be boiling over it. The characters who have been detained to the 16th floor of the holy prison are not the top geniuses on the list of geniuses, the candidates for evildoers, or even the top geniuses on the list of evildoers. Their state of mind has already gone through the red dust and has been tempered, and this so-called desperate situation can't scare them at all. A group of wounded wolves is not scary. What is scary is that this group of wolves is at the end of the road, and they are not afraid of death. It seems that it is impossible to break through without paying a price. Today. Do you want to use it? That move when you and I were dueling. I'm afraid it can't be avoided. Our victory or defeat will be divided in the next life. Let's play this last knockout match first. Lang Fanyun and Fong Ling glanced at each other during the battle, saying nothing. Have you been caught up? Lin Chen, who was beside the little girl who suffered from the disaster, and glanced around. The space channel has been completely guarded by the newly added 4 teams. If you want to break through, you must first break through the guards of the 4 prison masters. Although the team of the 4 prison masters moved, the main force of the holy state of mind did not evacuate. Judging from their appearance, they planned to guard the entrance. If the combat power of the disaster of pain is still on the side of the prison escape team, there may be a turning point. But Lin Chen's magic seal did not have a way to lift the bound and tribulation lock. No wonder these guys are so confident. Judging from the current situation, our odds of winning are less than 20%. Lin Chen's mind was like electricity, thinking about countermeasures. He looked at the bounding tribulation lock on the black-haired little girl. Again. This lock was carved like a dragon pattern and dripped with blood and red gold. Lin Chen's mental power would be lost even if he released his mental power. It was an extremely powerful space sacred weapon. This thing has a master, and he can't decompose it even if he tries to decompose it. The shackles are not absolutely controlled, and the aura flowing in the little black-haired girl is eroding it step by step. In this world, there is nothing that can absolutely restrain the disaster of pain, and the same is true of the 9 shadow seal. If she is given enough time, she may be able to untie it automatically, but this time is enough to last until the battle is completely over. The little black-haired girl suddenly smiled and said, "Thank you." Her eyes suddenly became as dark as black jade, and the tips of her hair were faintly flowing with black energy, and the aura of destruction like a catastrophe was brewing from her petite body. You run away, let your people protect you with all their strength, and maybe there is a chance to rush out. Although this lock can restrain my power, if I explode all the energy in my body, I can break through this restraint. It's just that at that time, my power is no longer beyond my control. You have to protect yourself. There was a hint of relief on the little girl's sparkling cheeks. Like unraveling some knots. Lin Chen felt bad in his heart and said solemnly, "What if the shackles were completely untied?" The little girl smiled and said, "It will attract all the energy of the catastrophe. After it fully erupts, I may disappear. Although I can't go out completely, it is a good ending for me, isn't it, Lord?" At this time, the 7 people who surrounded and suppressed the old man in linen flew over to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen was stunned and said, "Why are you here? Didn't you let you hold the old guy?" Pan Yunlong helped him break out of the siege. They didn't plan to entangle us. They went to kill the people on the 17th floor first. They planned to leave us until the end to encircle and kill us together. Xiao Linger frowned slightly. Zi Qianqiu shook his head and said, "These guys are not stupid. If we know that we will fight to the death, once we release our true strength for a short period of time, it is entirely possible to pull them together and die together." Yu Xingxing said, "These guys are planning to drag us to death, drag the battle to the end, and then concentrate all forces on us." That's right, the powerhouse is on the 19th floor, even if they are severely traumatized, have no strength, but the background and killer skills of these 17 people are far superior to the powerhouses on every floor. Extraordinary monster. If not, how could they have been the overlords who led the eras of various domains back then? If they really want to pull a strong person to die together, they will not even dare to underestimate the 9-layer open heaven realm. No one knows, what killers are they hiding? Jiang Taishu's face turned even paler at the moment, as if using some costly means. He said solemnly, "My lord, I have already deduced the trend of this war. Our war is more fortunate than good fortune." As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere was particularly heavy. The more powerful the mathematician, the more able to deduce doom and fortune when approaching the limit. Even Jiang Taishu said frankly that this battle is more auspicious and less, which proves that the chance is indeed infinitely close to zero. Fang Ling immediately said, the only option is to abandon the general and protect the commander. We will use our last strength to escort the Lord to kill him. Need not. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and rubbed the black and bright black hair beside him. The little girl's riotous killing intent was smoothed out by him. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Taishu and smiled. When you deduced this battle, you missed one of the most important details and factors. Jiang Taishu froze for a moment, clasped his fists with both hands, and said respectfully, I beg your lord to enlighten me. Lin Chen laughed wildly and was extremely domineering. That is, you didn't count the most handsome man. Hearing Lin Chen's remarks, everyone froze in place for an instant. After Jiang Taishu was stagnant for a short time, he suddenly trembled. Others didn't react immediately, but he, Jiang Taishu, immediately understood. Yes, he really did not count the Lord. No, to be precise, can't count. He was the only man present who could not see through the general trend of his destiny. Jiang Taishu's expression was dazzling, fascinated, and tremblingly said, I beg your lord to solve my doubts. Everyone was puzzled, and the Lord really subverted their cognition with the power that the sage's triple realm can explode. But, in order to control the situation with one's own power in such a world class super war, there is only the possibility of surpassing the holy mind. And only the open heaven is possible. Could it be that everyone's pupils trembled? Could it be that the Lord still has reservations? Lin Chen stepped out one step, and when he loosened his muscles and bones, he burst into pieces with an explosive roar. Next, when you wounded retire, as well as you girl, don't think about self-destruction, just stand by and be a cute little girl. Even in the form of a demon, Lin Chen's smile is as arrogant and domineering as ever. Let this handsome force come and hammer them all to death. Lin Chen suddenly issued an order. System, I want to awaken the third stage of meat shell. The host currently holds 106.9 billion intermediate Heavenly Dao value. Consumes 100 billion intermediate Heavenly Dao value, and begins to fully awaken the third stage of meat shell, 210%, 230%, 270%. The life awakening function, the further back you go, the more terrifying the required attribute values. From the fourth stage onwards, almost all of them are in units of the intermediate Heavenly Dao value of trillion. You must know that Lin Chen's previous tens of billions of Heavenly Dao points, but he stole all the powerhouses in Jianyu and the law enforcement team and then accumulated a high amount of attribute values. This time, his value directly exceeded 100 billion. Hundreds of billions of intermediate Heavenly Dao values are all thanks to the accumulation of criminals who stole the holy prison. The attribute value stolen by each criminal is different, and the value of Guantian Dao exceeds 100 billion. The moment the meat shell awakening was activated, Lin Chen's pure power began to rush in a straight line. During the period of entering the holy prison, he not only entered the state of sealing the cave, but also entered the state of sealing with the power of the flesh shell, so as to avoid the breakthrough of the realm and the exposure of the figure. His pure power was originally based on 34 billion dragon power. In the second stage of the awakening of the flesh shell, if the pure power was increased by 200%, it would exceed 100 billion dragon power. At this moment, his pure power has increased by 100% again, which is close to 140 billion dragon power. This pure power naturally cannot turn the tide of the battle. What Lin Chen needs is the basic improvement brought by the awakening of the flesh shell, which can allow him to withstand more pure power improvement from the God of War three-piece suit. Originally, Lin Chen planned to keep these Heavenly Dao values and obtain a more comprehensive improvement, but now he has changed his mind. If you want to play all your whole cards in one go. Life and death are bearish. If you don't agree, just do it. Break through the holy prison. What my woman can do, there's no reason why I, Lin Chen, can't do it. The God of War three-piece suit, Kai. Lin Chen shouted angrily. The God of War three-piece set under the protection of demonic energy surged, golden light added, and it was incorporated into every inch of Lin Chen's flesh and blood. Boom. 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 The mountains and rivers roared, and the stars moved. The soaring pure power made Lin Chen's disguised demonic energy rise, and his figure erupted with the might of an unparalleled troll. At this moment, on the 17th floor of the holy prison, the space trembled. It seems that even this space cannot bear the birth of this power. 80 trillion dragon power, 100 trillion dragon power, 150 trillion dragon power, 180 trillion dragon power. Lin Chen's power finally stopped slowly before the 200 trillion dragon power mark. But, it's not over yet. System, turn on the rebels. The host activates the extreme instant kill orange level talent, Heavenly Rebel. The way of heaven is ruthless, and the return of the sky is against the sky, and the defense is instantly killed. System tip, when the host activates the Heavenly Rebel talent, the host will enter the Heavenly Rebel state for a limited time. If the host's attack can completely break through the enemy's defense and penetrate the hostile target's body, it will trigger the Heavenly Rebel state. Reverse instant kill. Effect. Scope of application of this talent, temporarily valid for applications below the 9th level of the Holy Realm, and temporarily invalid for the first transfer to the 9th rank Holy Realm. Duration of the Sky Rebel, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. When Lin Chen's eyes opened again, a blue light flashed across his golden eyes, and the 1,000 miles of void in front of him collapsed into pieces in an instant. His eyes, like the divine might come to the world, are invincible, and invincible in the world. Look, dumbfounded. The great powers standing beside Lin Chen were dumbfounded. How could the power of the Lord be even higher? Where is his limit? What makes all the great powers almost mad is how the Lord's 3rd level cultivation of the Holy Realm can accommodate such a terrifying power. Lin Chen's blood was boiling, and he was in an unprecedented high state. He has never mastered such terrifying pure power. He has an intuitive feeling that he can shatter countless continental plates with just one finger. The same is true for the space crystal wall, including the Holy Realm. Feeling Lin Chen's almost crazy fighting intent, Tianjin Di Mian immediately shouted, "Quickly withdraw. The Lord is about to take action." The powerhouses instantly pulled the black-haired little girl and moved her body into the void. Lin Chen issued an order to all servants with the Zhou Tiandai seal. "Everyone, follow the orders, and stand aside for me. Next, you don't need to take action. Protect your lives for me, and no one is allowed to die." With the sound transmission of the Zhou Tiandai seal, Lin Chen's voice rang in the ears of all the servants like thunder. They reacted instantly, and took advantage of the shocking gap of many powerhouses to withdraw from the battle as soon as possible. What is that? Hey! It's actually the power of that demon? What's the situation? He still has reservations. Hurry up and stop him. Damn, kill it first. This thing is so weird. Many prison guards lost their voices and shocked. The team closest to Lin Chen was the team of the 8th floor prison master. He gave an order and ordered his prison guards to surround them at the fastest speed. The 4 powerhouses in the realm of life and death turned into 4 fast moving holy lights, escaping thousands of miles, and they were the first to encircle Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't look sideways, opened his mouth and exhaled a little. The surrounding space collapsed and distorted, and then he suddenly exhaled. Who? Boom. 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 Hundreds of thousands of miles between heaven and earth, the hurricane erupted, like a cosmic storm that swept across the stars, sweeping the 4 lives and deaths at once. The gust of wind shot in all directions, like a sword, like a knife, and the light was distorted and dimmed. The terrifying hurricane force penetrated the sacred defense of the 4, pierced the holy body, shot the holy blood, and wounded the 4. However, what followed was a scene that almost subverted everyone's cognition. The 4 people who had just been injured were full of doubts, and their faces before death were unbelievable. Lin Chen blew out the 4 life and death realms in one breath. The other party has no resistance. Silence. Eerie silence. Whether it is the prison guard, the prison master, the prisoner of the holy prison, and Lin Chen's servants, they are all stunned in place. This scene scared everyone. Not a shock, but a living shock. The fallen 4 saints brought panic in the entire 16th floor of the holy prison. The 4 life and death realms that were defending with all their strength were just like this, they were blown to ashes by the demons in one breath. That's not a little fish or shrimp, it's a saint of life and death at the 6th level of the holy realm. Even if it is broken defense, serious injury, or even death, they can't be frightened, but it will disappear in an instant. What is the concept? Air sweeps the mountains, rivers, sun, moon and stars, and annihilates life and death in one breath. This man is almost invincible. The Lord is invincible. I don't know who made this hoarse, excited cry from the bottom of my heart. This moment is so shocking. Unforgettable. At the moment when they became criminals in the holy prison, they were tormented by these prison guards. It was unimaginable for them. At this moment, all the powerful and strong people who follow Lin Chen are kneeling on one knee in the void, or shouting to the sky with great excitement. The Lord is mighty, the Lord is the first in the sky. The Lord is invincible. The Lord is the strongest. It's so fucking strong, did you see it? Did you see it? Take one breath, just take one breath. Don't even lift your fingers, what the hell is going against the sky? The bastards of the holy prison, if you see it, you can blow you all away in one breath. Grass. I have never seen such a dangling man in my life, my mother is chasing this man. I'm so good at it, ha ha ha. It's so cool, how did I get the blessings from cultivation in my life to follow such a master? Enough domineering, fierce enough. I like it. I set it up. In an instant, Lin Chen inspired everyone's morale and fighting spirit, and instantly ignited, reaching the climax. Previously, there were many reasons for them to follow Lin Chen, either because they were helpless, because they had no choice, or because they were forced to bet on Lin Chen's potential. But now it's different. Convinced orally. They came from the heart and fully recognized Lin Chen as the Lord. Even proud of him. Every powerhouse on the 18th floor, if he was in his prime, could destroy the Saint of Life and Death in the blink of an eye. However, they absolutely can't do it, and destroy the other party's holy body into nothingness in an instant. These are two completely different concepts. What age is he? With such strength, if he were to expand acupoints, congeal, and destroy life and death, such as Naxing, wouldn't it be true that the dragon flew into the sky and was unstoppable? This almost heaven-defying behavior completely conquered all the servants. No one is dissatisfied, no one is surprised. At this moment, Lin Chen's figure in the hearts of all the servants became unattainable and stalwart, like an insurmountable mountain. The prison master on the 15th floor had an extremely ugly expression, and gave an order. Listen to everyone. Guard me on the 16th floor of the holy prison, and no one is allowed to retreat. Boom. Demonic energy surged wildly. Lin Chen moved his body, turned his steps, smashed the void. Pure power like a mad dragon swept through the sky, sweeping everything wherever he passed. The 4 prison teams guarding the space gate exploded in an instant. Coming. The monster is coming towards them. Let's go with Lao Tzu. I don't believe that all of us can't beat him. Don't be fooled by him. The stronger the power, the more you have to pay. This old man can't do it. He can turn the sky over with a body refining demon. Defend them all for me, and not one can retreat. Bang bang bang. All the prison masters stand at the front of the team uniformly, and at the same time as they stabilize their hearts, their power skyrockets. A handsome and cold man rose from the void, and a faint holy light floated in the radius of 1,000,000 miles, like feathers flying, spreading holy wings. Linglong Cheniying bathed in billions of moonlight and descended from the sky. And the moonlight intercepted and blocked the 8 wastes, and was invincible. There are even more sword lights that dance vertically and horizontally like dragons. The sword lights are like the moon, hang in the sky for 9 days. And the blood light of the cross fills the sky, blocking Lin Chen's direction as far as possible. Whether it is the life-saving holy weapon or the secret technique of pressing the bottom of the box, all of them will be used to block the direction of Lin Chen's surprise attack. The 4 prison masters have all their cards. Follow the prison masters and destroy this demon. He only has 1 head. Let's concentrate on the offensive. The prison guards regrouped, and no one flinched. Let's not let that guy succeed. A blade of light slashed in the sky like a dragon flying in the sky. Pan Yunlong gave an order, and all the holy states of his subordinates chased after Lin Chen, followed closely behind. There are 4 prison masters in front, and Pan Yunlong and others are gradually approaching. Lin Chen seems to be surrounded by enemies, and there is no way to retreat. Let's go to help the Lord too. The powerhouses on the 18th floor acted as they wished. Jiang Taishu's figure blocked the crowd in front of them and shouted solemnly, "Don't act rashly, trust the Lord." Jiang Taishu stared at Lin Chen's back, and said with a calm expression, but a little trembling, "I have a hunch that the Lord will lead us to break through, just follow his orders." Sigh. When the wind galloped and thundered, and the wind roared, Lin Chen was the first to kill the team of the 4 prison masters. It's a good defensive battle, but break it for me. Lin Chen's figure turned in the air, his legs fell like meteors, and he attacked with pure force, and he shook the entire defensive team's cohesive formation frontally. Bang! Boom! When the pure power erupted, a golden radiance flashed past the monstrous demonic energy, and the fighting power was invincible and invincible. The golden radiance was like a war gun that pierced the sky, piercing the defense. Formation of the 4 prison masters frontally. The cultivation level of the 4 prison masters is between 75 and 77 holy caves, located between the middle and late stages of the holy state of mind. And the strength that Lin Chen has achieved now is close to the peak of the holy state of mind. The power of a single blow just broke the battle of the 4 prison masters, forcing the 4 prison masters to retreat again and again. Although they were defeated, they were not injured. Hum. Hum. The space roared, and the space near the entire space gate was violently distorted, forming an unprecedented golden hurricane hole, and the center of this hole was the fist of Lin Chen, who had just broken. The 4 prison masters groaned, and that punch was his backhand. Not good. The 4 instinctively activated the strongest defense, and the prison guards just recovered, but they were a bit slower. Lin Chen suddenly punched up. With this punch, the divine brilliance came to the world, and the battle might be shattering. This punch, like the eruption of billions of millions of volcanoes, the dragon soars, breaking the barrier of the plane. In the entire plane of the 16th floor of the holy prison, all the light seemed to be absorbed into the fist that shone with golden light, and it swung to the 4 prison guard teams. Pure power is like the birth of a mad dragon, the wind swirls the clouds, the sky and the earth lose its color, and it pushes 3,000 planes all the way, and the planes are dead. Below the sacred mind, the sacred power defense was penetrated by this force. And when the sacred body was injured, the life force of the sacred body came to an abrupt end and collapsed. This is the moment of life and death in one punch. The attacker, who can completely resist this punch, can survive completely. If half of the defense is penetrated, the moment the holy body is injured, he will be instantly killed. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was full of dust and sand, the space was upside down, everyone felt a flash of golden light, and they were drowned out of sight, and the endless roar echoed in their ears. When everyone watched again, they froze in place for a while. What caught my eye was a faint golden radiance, paved into a golden avenue, leading directly into the broken space door and extending into the space passage. Except for the 4 prison masters who were sent flying, no one of the 4 prison guard teams survived. There is only one person standing proudly on the golden divine light avenue. The corners of his mouth sneered evilly, and he silently raised his thumb, pointing to the space passage at the end of the golden light avenue. Everyone's heart trembled. One punch to destroy all saints. One punch to destroy the saints. Turned into ashes, not even dust remains. Among these 100 saints, there is still no one who is lower than the cultivation base of life and death. Saint Yatsen's holy mind powerhouse, more than 20 people died violently. Except for the 4 prison masters, no one survived. With such strength, even an ordinary saint at the 9th level, the open heaven realm can't do it. It is almost impossible to destroy all the saints in one move. This is the terrifying part of the talent of the heavenly rebel. Either the defense can be blocked without damage, or the wounded is instantly killed. A real trick to see life and death. Seeing this moment of the Lord bathing in divine brilliance, Feng Ling, who has always been calm, showed excitement and fanaticism on his face. It seems that we followed a master who is invincible in the world. If we are too weak, we have to delay the Lord. The little black-haired girl stared blankly at the figure under the golden light, as if he was the only one who could open up the world. What are you waiting for? The Lord has opened up a passage for us to ascend. Rush up. Jiang Taishu's rare passionate cry, many strong men understood, and moved to the direction of the space door. The big team that usually chased after Lin Chen all slowed down, no matter how strong the mood is, it is impossible to face this punch without any waves. Terrible. Can they really beat this guy? If this punch hits them later, how many of them will survive? Thinking of this, many experts in the realm of life and death and the realm of Naxing Star couldn't help but take a few steps back subconsciously. Mother, how can I fight this? I can fight hard, but that doesn't mean I'm going to die. It's obvious that you can't win the battle, and you still have to fight hard. Mother, where the hell is this monster coming out of? Doesn't it mean that the high-level holy devil is not enough to cross the entrance restriction between the devil and the holy prison? When many strong men hesitated, Pan Yunlong shouted angrily. You know what the end of the retreat is, don't let this bastard succeed. I can hack him with one knife. The other side. The little shadow shrouded Lin Chen's holy dragon excitedly, eliminating the breath. The holy dragon wandering in the void, swept away massive attribute. Light balls. The host has obtained 4,000.8 billion points of high-level essence, 6 billion points of martial arts essence, 1.2 billion points of spiritual power, 5.2 billion points of spiritual power, 2.1 billion points of rune energy, 1 billion points of Heavenly Dao. When the 100 saints fell, Lin Chen obtained the attribute light ball, which was much more than what he had stolen before. Jiang Taishi rushed to Lin Chen's side and said, My lord, our goal has been achieved. While they are hesitating, let's retreat. Lang Fanyun came and said solemnly, Yes, lord, let's withdraw now, and fight all the way. Even if they want to stop us, there is no chance. The main force of the holy prison is already concentrated here. Lin Chen didn't look back, waved his hand and said with a smile, Your goal has been achieved, but mine has not yet been achieved. You all go first. After I come to the end, I will stop all these guys here, and then go all out. They're gone. Lin Chen can be said to be unstoppable, even the strongest 17, except for Qi Fian, who was in a coma, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth when he heard Lin Chen's words. This lord really never plays cards according to the routine. Kill these prison guards? Even if the 4 prison guards were destroyed, there would still be more than 360 holy places for the guards. Among them, there are still 30 people who are at the sacred mind state level. The most important thing is that under the premise of the 15th and 16th floor prison master Pan Yunlong, it is impossible to destroy them all, even if the heaven is opened. Lin Chen's actions may seem crazy, but in fact, there are subtleties in the roughness, and it is the highest priority. My heavenly rebels have a limited duration. If these guys are allowed to survive, it will inevitably become a variable. In the case of losing the heavenly rebels, the 15th floor prisoner alone can hold me back, not to mention, destroy them. The attribute value I get is far better than stealing criminals from the holy prison. Call out. Call out. Call out. One after another, Pan Yunlong did not know what method to use to unite all his teams, and all of them killed them as if they were going to die. My lord, it will be too late if you don't leave. Xiao Linger was so anxious, she wanted to pull Lin Chen away with her delicate hands. It seems that there is not even time for everyone to be surprised. Lin Chen swept down and came to the bottom of the 16th floor of the holy prison. He stretched out his hands, and his pure strength condensed, like a giant palm of ancient times, pinching and holding the entire 16th floor of the holy prison. The greater the dragon's power, the stronger the strength of the power is, and the most important thing is the control of the power. Just like how Lin Chen can use pure power to display a speed that is not inferior to the top body technique, the realm of body refining power, while improving strength, the more important thing to improve is the control of power. Long Jiushan, who had just stepped into the space passage, was shocked when he saw Lin Chen's hand. Long Jiushan was so excited that his teeth chattered. No way, does the Lord want to do that? Boom. 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 The sky and the earth roared, the wind and clouds changed color, all the rays of light dimmed. Lin Chen's pure power was brewing to the apex, and the blue divine light in the golden pupil flashed suddenly, forcing this handsome, get up. At that moment, the golden light was dazzling, and Lin Chen's hands burst out with nearly 200 trillion dragon power, and he suddenly lifted it up. Ka ka ka. Boom. 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 The air roared like a knife, the earth veins cracked and burst open, and all the saints felt that the world was overturned, dizzy, and had a sense of loss of balance, forcing them all to stop. Some were even blown away by the corpses that were suddenly ejected. It's like standing on a carpet and suddenly the carpet is overturned. In the void, there are endless fragments, meteorites, and some as huge as mountains and stars, making the many prison guards who have turned somersaults a little confused. What happened? What did the devil do? I only saw the blackness in front of me, and I was knocked flying. What happened? Did your teams have any casualties? Report to the prisoner. No. But our team was scattered. Where are our people? Where have they all gone? Heaven and earth returned to chaos, the space was reversed, the mountains and rivers were broken, and the 16th floor of the holy prison was full of boulders and meteorite-like fragments. The previous mighty prison guard team was destroyed by this sudden storm and disrupted the entire team. Only Pan Yunlong and the old man in linen were the first to react, and their pupils trembled when they looked at the boulder fragments in front of them that were as huge as continental plates. The great power standing in front of the broken space door, the corners of their mouths twitched. This Lord, the rules of conduct are simply beyond common sense. It's not going to be the norm at all. Pan Yunlong said with a trembling corner of his mouth. He actually overturned the entire 16th floor of the holy prison. Our team was completely disrupted. The old man in sackcloth fell into an ice cellar, as if thinking of something. He immediately shouted, sound transmission. Everyone is on alert, this demon wants to defeat us one by one. The voice just fell. Sigh. Bang. The sound of Zunti and Hidi's explosions lingered incessantly, and the breath of the three prisoners of the star realm completely disappeared. The devil is here. Sigh. Boom. 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 Lin Chen swung his fist like a real dragon flying into the sky, piercing the stars, and hitting the four Na Xingjing with the fist wind. The moment the four were injured, it instantly turned into attribute values, and the holy body died. Trigger the talent of the rebels, the target has been killed instantly. Little Shadow seems to be the most professional scavenger hunter, Lin Chen's holy dragon sends out his mind to let it go wherever he goes, and incorporates all the attribute light balls and attribute treasure chests into his body. The host opens the Wuguang Supreme Treasure Chest and obtains the orange level talent enhancer. Acquired 12.1 billion points of advanced exercises, 1,209.1 billion points of advanced chi and blood, and 1.2 billion points of ignition energy. Lin Chen's attributes are soaring all the way. But his cultivation has not revealed the slightest, and the seal of time and space is sealed tightly. Damn the devil. The two prison guards of the holy state of mind held the holy knives of the 6th grade, and slashed out a blade of hundreds of thousands of feet in the sky, curved like the moon, vertical and horizontal, splitting the continental plate, and slashing at Lin Chen. Tear. Lin Chen turned around with a whip, a sonic boom, and when he kicked a knife, his body moved like a golden shadow. Lin Chen smashed into countless floating rubble and killed the two of them. When the two of them wanted to forcibly fight against Lin Chen, he kicked in the air, and the golden brilliance was dazzling. The defense was kicked to pieces, and when pure power penetrated its knife, the power tore flesh and blood, and the two vomited blood. Triggering the rebels, the target has been killed instantly. When the two vomited blood, their faces were full of disbelief. How could it be possible? This seat was only injured and died like this. Is this the reason why other people lost to this devil? What kind of power is this? This seat is a holy state of mind. If the holy heart is not broken, how can it die? Everything on them died and melted, and even the two rare knives were turned into the essence of the suit. Before dying, the two holy minds could not solve the doubts in their hearts. Until they died. In this world, how can there be such a terrifying means of killing, which can make the holy state of mind wounded and die? The biggest difference between sacred mind and Naxing realm, apart from strength, the most important thing is the tenacity of vitality. If the sacred heart is not broken, it will never die. This is also why Pan Yunlong was hit by an arrow from Qi Fian, and a large hole was opened in his chest, but he could still recover quickly and continue fighting. Lin Chen dashed all the way, urging the dragon power, turning it into a golden lightning, and shuttled through the 18th floor of the holy prison where the heavens and the earth were turbulent. Boom. 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 Every time Lin Chen throws his fists and legs, the terrifying dragon power will sweep the sky, and the domineering momentum will look down on the world. As long as each blow hits the opponent, at least one holy state will fall. The momentum is so strong that it is simply unstoppable. Even the holy state of mind cannot resist his attack. In addition, Lin Chen overturned the continental plate of the 16th level plane of the holy prison with all his strength, and instantly disrupted the team and caught him by surprise. His spiritual power in the holy realm is complete, and the instant spiritual speed brought by spiritual awakening is extremely fast, allowing him to lock the opponent faster in the chaotic situation, and attack with all his strength. In one breath. Can't resist a few rounds at all. At the location of the space passage, Xiao Linger lightly covered her red lips with her hands, and her eyes were full of shock. How dare you believe it if you don't see it with your own eyes? This slaughtering the star realm, even the holy state of mind, is like killing a chicken. Throughout the history of the holy realm, there have not been many battles so tragic. The holy state of mind is already the powerhouse at the top of the holy world, and in front of Lin Chen, there is still not much resistance. Fong Ling, have you seen it, the speed with which the Lord can kill those holy moods? When the waves turned over the clouds to protect the space passage, an unprecedented shock was brewing under the calm look. I see. In all fairness, in the heyday, it would not be difficult for us to defeat the holy mind, but if we want to kill the holy mind and kill it completely, it will take a little bit of effort. Fong Ling said seriously. When the two looked at each other, they could see the shock of each other. That's right, their lords are, in a certain respect, stronger than they were at their peak. It is completely God who blocks and kills God, and Saint blocks and kills Saint. In Lin Chen's violent battle, every blow was full force. The charging speed of his God of War three-piece suit is unprecedentedly fast. Almost every punch will decrease, and about 1% of the charging will be lost after a dozen punches. However, when the holy artifacts on a large number of prison guards fall, the effect of the heavenly rebel talent is triggered. When the master dies, the essence of the said attribute dropped will quickly make up for the consumption. Ha 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 ha, cool. Aren't you prison guards very fierce? Don't you like to play with criminals' lives? Come and play with this handsome man? Wanton, arrogance, domineering, Lin Chen brought the characteristics of the demons to the fullest, except for the golden light that had the power of a god of war to blow up the heavens. He was like an ancient troll. Boom! With one punch, the shocking palm that shattered the holy state of mind smashed together with the holy bones. Tear! With one leg, the airwaves are crushed and the universe is cut, tearing the defenses of several Naxing realm, breaking the anti-blood. All those who are injured will fall. Lin Chen fought from the east to the south of the 16th floor, and wherever he went, there was no living mouth at all. Tu Sheng, or Tu Sheng. Kill in the dark. Kill all the way. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than 200 people fell into the Holy Land. This number is astounding. Damn it, give me death. This old man has fought in his entire life and has never encountered such a strange demon race. Today, even if he ignores the guy who escaped from prison, he will destroy you. When the terrifying anger came, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Sigh. Boom. When the free and empty continental plate split, the holy light of 10,000 feet hung high in the sky like a silver waterfall, and more than 100 holy places stood in rows, surrounded by Lin Chen. There was a great war in the ancient times, the power of encircling and suppressing the top holy demon king. Among the 100 holy realms, there are also the 4 prison masters, who survived just now, the old man in linen and Pan Yunlong. The top high-end combat power is still there. As long as the 6 of them are still there, the other party will still have the power to fight. This body-refining demon is very strange. Don't take it lightly. As long as we don't get hurt, he won't be able to kill us. The 2 of us come to fight head on, and this old man doesn't believe it. How long can he last in an invincible state? Unreasonable power will eventually pay a price. Surround him and fight. Attrition. The 6 prison masters are worthy of being a strong man who has been fighting with the demons for many years. His eyes are so old that he has penetrated the mystery of Lin Chen's killing of his opponents in the previous fall and sacrifice of many saints. As long as you can stay uninjured, you can fight him. The personal experience of the 4 prison masters has verified this possibility. Boom. Tear. The sword glowed like the moon and stretched for thousands of miles. Lin Chen burst out with dragon energy in his backhand, squeezed it with one hand, and smashed Pan Yunlong and the 2 with one punch. Attack, focus on Lin Chen alone. This is an offensive that has gathered hundreds of holy places, and even Lin Chen's at this moment has to avoid the edge for a while. Brush. The little shadow traveled through the void, swept away Lin Chen, and the terrifying offensive wave rushed into the air, smashing several continental plate fragments suspended in the void. Boom. 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 For a time, a big offensive was launched, mainly focusing on Pan Yunlong and the old man in linen, targeting Lin Chen with a frantic attack, preventing him from getting close to the opponent several times. Even if Lin Chen is close, the other 4 prison masters will defend with all their strength. In addition to the other prison guards' independent holy body protection, it is equivalent to having 2 layers of protection. As long as Lin Chen penetrates 1 layer of protection, he has to expose his body. When Pan Yunlong and the 2 pursued, they formed an infinite loop. Would you like to hold a group and hug them into an iron bucket? It's still quite tough. You can't fight a protracted battle with them. Quick battle. When Lin Chen was about to unleash the long-established killer. Call out. Call out. Call out. When a series of breaking winds hit, 16 holy lights descended, Feng Ling and others all came. 16 people on the 19th floor formed a row beside Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't help but said annoyed, "Didn't I let you guys yo-yo first? Damn, why are you coming back? How can the Lord fight on the front line? We servants are hiding behind. Ha ha ha, when I see you overturning the 16th floor of the holy prison, my hands are itchy, how can I bear it? Isn't this asking me to lift up my half removed panties when I enter the bridal chamber? Forgive me." Long Jiushan and the others laughed loudly. The self-proclaimed servant screamed convincingly. Lin Chen was helpless, he really couldn't stand these guys. "Then you all be careful, help me tear a hole out of their battle for me, I have my own way to deal with them." There is a sea of spiritual consciousness, connected by the Zhou Tian Deaf seal, and everyone has a heart-to-heart. Pan Yunlong's face changed slightly, and he scolded, "Don't underestimate them. Because they are injured, be careful of these monsters." Brush. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen took the initiative to confront Pan Yunlong and the old man in linen. Pure power was pushed to the extreme. The charge of the 3-piece suit was rapidly consumed, and his legs fell like a battle axe. Sigh. Tear. Lin Chen slammed into the sky angrily, like a streamer that divides the sun and the moon, opening up the world. The 2 faced each other head-on, and while maintaining their defense, they slashed out a palm and a knife, creating a new world and colliding with Lin Chen's pure energy. Sigh. Bang. The terrifying explosion swept the sky and earth. Lin Chen was repelled thousands of miles, and the corners of his mouth bleed. In the case of being unable to break the defense, his pure strength is at most equal to that of Pan Yunlong, and it is easy to fall into the disadvantage of a pair of 2. However, the moment Lin Chen was repelled, the group of prison guards was punched open by the great powers, and their dual defense trend was broken for the first time. Change field. The little shadow was carrying Lin Chen. Pure power cooperated with the shadow to travel through the void. Lin Chen's speed was extremely fast, and he swept to the prison guard team. "I want to run, but there is no door." Pan Yunlong and the 2 controlled Yunlong with a flash, and they were about to block Lin Chen. Boom. 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 Xingguang made a great move. The 2 were blocked, and their opponents were instantly replaced by 12 people, including Jiang Taishu, Feng Ling, Lang, Fan Yun. Just hold them off. The other 4 servants are better suited to the 4 prison masters. Although this wounded body cannot defeat the 4 prison masters, it can still be done by delaying time. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lin Chen rushed into the team of prison guards, burst into chaos, swept his fists, and swept his legs, and hit out nearly 2 trillion dragon powers with all his strength. Invincible and unstoppable. Lin Chen turned into a golden flash and shuttled back and forth. In a few breaths, the fistfights affected everyone, some were resisted, and some were broken and hurt the holy body. Click. 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 The holy body cracked open, and when the defenses of many life and death realms and Naxing realm were broken, the holy body began to vanish into ashes, turning into attribute light balls and scattered. And there are dozens of people above the late Naxing realm who were barely resisted by Lin Chen's pure power. System startup is super confusing. The host has triggered 42 super chaos on 34 targets, consuming 4.5 billion talent points, all activated. Buzz. In the surviving holy realm, many people slammed their scalps. What's wrong with my holy cave? The holy power is completely mixed up. Why is it out of control? Demons still have such magical powers? My spiritual power. How is it possible that the spiritual power of this seat's great achievement in the holy realm can't sense the nearby aura? All messed up. More than half of the Naxing realm and sacred mind realm are like poisoning spells, either the blood of the holy body, the spiritual power, or the cultivation of the holy acupoints, and they are not controlled. Die. In Lin Chen's eyes, a fierce light flickered, and when he stepped on the soles of his feet, a golden light flashed, and he rushed forward, and the shadows shrouded the golden light all the way. Taking this opportunity, all the saints who were in a state of super chaos were destroyed. Break through the enemy's defense and activate the instant kill effect of the Heavenly Rebel. Break through the enemy's defense and activate the instant kill effect of the Heavenly Rebel. The situation of the battle was changing almost instantaneously. In just a few breaths, a whole lot of powerhouses fell, and the 6 prison masters twitched in their hearts. It is not because of the super chaotic talent in him that he has no resistance. This is a misunderstanding. The 7th level sage's Naxing realm and the 8th level sage's sacred mind, even with the interference of super chaotic talents, can still exert most of their combat power. However, their opponents are out of the ordinary, extraordinary. It can be said that it was against Lin Chen they died in an unprecedentedly embarrassing way. As long as there is a little injury, it will be wiped out by Lin Chen, and there is absolutely no chance to fight back. The power of this time is simply against the law. Boom. 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 Fei Wuxuang and Xiao Linger, and Yu Daixing, were the first to break out of the siege by the 3 prison masters. Injured again. After all, for the 3 of them, fighting is not their first strength. Lord, be careful. The 3 of them unanimously exclaimed voice transmission, but Lin Chen had already prepared the next killer move. The 3 prison masters, it's good. Ha ha ha, try this. Lin Chen pushed his left hand in the air, and a gray light flashed. Sigh. Boom. At this moment, gray light enveloped the world, and everyone's heart was inexplicably shrouded in a layer of haze and fear. It was as if there was a catastrophe coming to destroy the world. The host consumes 1,060 billion points of advanced rune energy to activate the slow rune. A line running through the sky and the latitude, like the sun, moon, and stars, hit a huge gray-white talisman, falling from the sky, and it burst and exploded. At this moment, the entire 16th floor of the holy prison, the space is frozen and stagnant, whether it is the 16th floor criminals who have not yet escaped, or the great powers, prison guards, and prison owners who are caught in the fierce battle, they all feel a fatal threat. Their movements, meridians, holy acupoints, and even consciousness have become particularly sluggish and slow as a turtle. Slow rune. That's right, this is one of Lin Chen's ultimate killer moves. Rune of slowness with 1060 billion advanced runic power. In the past, when Lin Chen fought with saints above the cave-expanding realm, there were fewer opportunities to use slow runes, not because the slow-running runes were not good, but the realm of the saints in the cave-expanding realm above, which was very special. The holy power contained in each of its holy caves is too huge, and it is extremely difficult to completely stagnate the holy power in the holy caves. The main rune energy is still used to make up for the consumption of the phantom clone. However, once the number is large enough, it will cause qualitative changes. The 1060 billion points of rune energy is most of the rune energy that Lin Chen has acquired from the attributes dropped by countless saints. This slow rune, in the open sky, is all determined by one symbol. If this sluggish talisman is played towards the Kyushu continent, it will be enough to stagnate all the trillions of creatures in the entire Kyushu continent for more than 10 years. It is rude to say that at this moment, Lin Chen is the master of the entire 16th floor of the holy prison. All the spaces on the 16th floor of the holy prison were all stagnant by him. Except for him, the movements of all holy realms are restricted, at least by more than 50%. Now, let me see how you can guard against this wave. Lin Chen motivated the little shadow, and he didn't even care about the attribute light balls that killed the life and death realm and the star realm. Before, when the last remaining prison guard was penetrated by the fist wind, even before dying, it was unbelievable. This seed is not reconciled to die at the hands of the demons who command these criminals who are even lower than dogs. How many means does this demon clan have? My holy prison with copper walls and iron walls must be broken again. There are adults guarding the back, you can't escape. Many prison guards did not even have time to escape, and they perished and disappeared. Lin Chen beat him all the way, and then came to the front of the 4 prison masters. No, Mozu, you can't kill me. This seat is the prison master. Lin Chen sneered and said, what are you doing? Tear. When he punched up, he punched through his defense and holy weapon. And the terrifying force that penetrated the sun and the moon penetrated his chest, causing one of the prison masters to vomit blood. Breaking the defense is an instant kill, the 11th floor prison master. Die. Then, Lin Chen punched out like a dragon, hammering all the 3 remaining prisoners to death. None of them remained, and the attribute light balls were everywhere. Under the influence of the slow rune, their strength was too limited, and they were instantly killed by Lin Chen before they could react. This is the terrifying part of the talent of the heavenly rebel. As long as Lin Chen uses this talent, as long as his opponent has flaws, he will be dead. The Lord is really a goddess descended from the earth. This kind of means, I have never seen it, I have never heard of it. Space stagnation that is infinitely close to the time criterion is terrifying. All the powers were amazed and stunned, and at the same time, they were in a good mood, and invariably made way for Lin Chen, and their bodies retreated. In the audience, there were only 2 prison masters, Pan Yunlong and the old man in linen. The fierceness in Lin Chen's eyes increased instead of falling. There is no way out. The rune of slowness is one of his trump cards, and the saints above the acupoint expansion are very clear about this. Once you Experience this trick, you will definitely recognize it the second time you use it. In other words, if you use the rune of slowness, you must kill everyone. Otherwise, once he leaves the holy prison and uses the rune of slowness once outside, there is a danger of revealing his identity. He's coming for us. Damn, prepare to blow yourself up, leave your mental power behind, and fight with him. When Pan Yunlong and the two were going crazy, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly trembled, and he and Little Shadow retreated a large distance at the same time. Pan Yunlong and the old man in linen, who were desperately fighting back just a moment ago, suddenly looked sluggish the next moment, and their eyes were wrong. Pfft. Tear. The bodies of the two of them were torn apart like a piece of paper. Along with the torn one, the entire 16th floor space where Lin Chen was stagnant with the slow rune was destroyed by a force that was tearing apart the world. What is this breath? Jiang Taishu and the other scalps exploded, and they flashed to Lin Chen's side in an instant, with an unprecedented dignified expression. Very powerful demonic energy, never seen before. Could it be that the ghosts below came out? The expressions of the 16 people were extremely solemn, and they did not show such expressions even when they were in a desperate situation. I saw the space in front of me, extending a deep magical sky, and a graceful and delicate fair-skinned boy appeared in the sky. With his palms, he tore apart the two Pan Yunlongs who had been torn apart completely. The shot was so ruthless that they killed them with one blow, and they didn't even have a chance to recover. Between his eyebrows, his neck, his gray and white eyeballs turned, and the two people whose body was torn apart. After the flesh and blood were torn apart, the two devil pythons behind the boy's shoulders spit out snake letters and swallowed the remains of the two of them. The young man licked his tongue wickedly, two holy states of mind, just be in appetizer. His eyes are very strange, as if all the light between heaven and earth is absorbed into it. Lin Chen's heart trembled inexplicably. This boy is very strange. Not human. And terribly strong. The system prompts the host that the automatic activation of the talent and the omen of theft has failed, and the attribute value cannot be stolen from the target character. Reason: the target body's cultivation base is too high. The light screen popped up by the system made Lin Chen gasp slightly. What is the origin of this guy? He failed to steal attribute values very rarely. The last time he failed to launch Yower. Lin Chen didn't expect that, just after killing the wolf's den, he entered the tiger's den again. With his talent of the heavenly rebel, there is not much time left. Boom. 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 10 mighty demons leaning on the sky and covering the earth descended next to at least Nian and knelt down on one knee. The evil fair-skinned boy glanced at everyone in a circle, and finally his eyes fell on Lin Chen. The fair-skinned youth smiled evilly. You're not a demon, right? Lin Chen was shocked. Who is this person? See through his disguise at a glance? This is a magical power that even Fong Ling and others can't see through. The camouflage is very clever, covering the blood and bones of the whole body with demonic energy, without conflicting with the holy cave, in order to create the perfect body of the demon race. The fair-skinned boy's voice is slow and prudent, with a supreme majesty. Between his brows, his tone points to Jiangshan's way. However, this emperor is one of the origins of the demon race. I want to disguise the demon race in front of this emperor. In the words of your human race, this is called Banman getting an axe. You smell like that woman. She Helped you come in here, right? Lin Chen frowned. Who the hell are you? Ha 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 ha. The young man is laughing in the sky. If you can get into the holy prison, you can be considered the number one figure of the human race, and you are barely qualified to know the name of this emperor. This emperor's name is Celestial Burial, the holy kings of your human race. And this emperor has eaten a lot before. Lin Chen's pupils trembled. This guy has swallowed the holy king? On the first floor of the holy prison, above a dragon hall, the golden-armored man opened his eyes, and a dazzling vertical eye like the sun opened between his eyebrows, as if looking through the endless void. The holy light penetrated the world. After a while, his demeanor was extremely calm, and there was a wave of anger and surprise hidden under the calmness. Actually, the whole army was destroyed. Below the 5th floor, all the prison masters and prison guards, it seems that only one Tai Shaoxing has not completely died. The man in golden armor stood up, leaning against the sky and covering the earth with invincible fighting power, as if the sky was about to open. His figure rose like the sun, and when he stood up, a piece of sunlight sprinkled on the first floor of the holy prison, illuminating the world. Even if more people come, this seat can destroy you on the first floor of the holy prison. This is the most solid holy prison in the world, and it is not something you, the dying people, can break through. Boom. Responding to the man in golden armor, the first floor of the holy prison circled in all directions like a vast array of holy dragons, as if the sun was floating in the sky. The first floor of the holy prison has the last 3 layers of protection left by the true gods. On the 16th floor of the holy prison, the situation changed dramatically. At this time, beyond everyone's expectations. Devil. Demon Emperor. It's actually the famous Devil Emperor. This is the supreme existence. Some criminals on the 16th floor, who had not yet had time to evacuate, couldn't help swallowing. Every demon emperor of the demon race has few records in the history of the Meow Meow human race. According to legend, it is enough to match the existence of the gods of the enemy race. If the Devil Emperor came in person, it would definitely not be so simple, and it would cause the space of the holy prison to become unbalanced. This Devil Emperor was most likely just a clone. Even if it is a clone, it is far beyond the common sense, and tushing is like picking grass. When Heavenly Burial Demon Emperor Dao became famous, Fong Ling and Lang Fanyun stood in front of Lin Chen. All the holy acupoints in his body are shining brightly, his fighting power is soaring to the sky, and his expression is calm and decisive. Miss Wushuang and Miss Linger, please escort the Lord away, we will not leave. Fong Ling's eyes were piercing like the sky, and the cultivation that had been suppressed for a long time finally began to be released faintly. But at the same time, once the cultivation base is liberated, his life is like a candle in the wind. 2. You. Xiao Linger was horrified. They were going to fight to the death. The opponent this time is unprecedented and difficult. Unless all of them are in their prime, there is no chance of surviving at all. Fong Ling, don't mess around. Lin Chen put one hand on Fong Ling's shoulder. His eyes were cold. The situation may be dire, but it is not the most desperate time yet. As long as the duration of the heavenly rebel talent is less than the last second, anything can happen. System, now disassemble all the holy artifacts in my hands. Start to decompose the spoils obtained by the host. The essence of Lin Chen's suit has risen again. If the little shadow has spirituality, it will cooperate with Lin Chen's holy dragon to take away other attribute light balls. Oh? Want to fight with Bandi? The heavenly burial demon emperor smiled indifferently and said, "Don't worry. Why don't you listen to this emperor's opinion?" Huh? Heavenly burial demon emperor's eyes narrowed, as if he sensed the location of the little shadow, his brows furrowed, and he muttered, "Devil? Or dragon," and the stench of the innate shadow. However, he didn't take it to heart. There was absolute confidence in controlling the world between his eyebrows, and he smiled confidently. "Even if you have defeated the guards of the holy prison, because the guys on the lower 3 floors left, and you want to break through the guards of the first floor of the holy prison, it would be a bit of a fool's dream. Taking 10,000 steps back, you really broke through. Returning to the holy world of the human race, it's just a stray dog." In the eyes of the demon emperor, there was a strange light. "Rather than that, why don't you just worship this emperor? This emperor can let all of you enjoy the same treatment as all the highest demon kings, and this emperor will also help you heal your wounds and recover to the heyday. Even further cultivation is impossible. That's a huge possibility for your potential, isn't it? My demon race is going to be in the 10,000-year-old era, but the true god of your human race is in constant civil strife. Sooner or later, this holy realm will be the world of my demon race. At that time, you will help this emperor to conquer the holy realm. The world of the holy realm will be yours. 1. Why not follow Bundy and complete this most important Qianqiu hegemony? The tone of the heavenly burial demon emperor was somewhat sincere. You are the most elite geniuses of the human race, but they treat you like this. Why do you have to work for the human race? God has abandoned all beings, and the demons will conquer the world. Serve for the emperor. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, and the others looked up to the sky and laughed. Even the unsmiling Tianjin Dizai also showed a sarcastic smile. Jiang Taishu shook his head and laughed. "Lord Devil Emperor, do we look like fools?" The heavenly burial demon emperor still kept a smile on his face, and his killing intent was not obvious. It looked like he was here to talk about peace, and said with a smile, "No, I believe you are all smart people." Yun Tianguang sneered and said, "You can go back and lie to those idiots of the demon race, right? From the moment we worship the Lord, the gods and the whole holy world, none of us recognized, there is my Lord, godless." The determination of everyone made the demon emperor a little moved. What moved him was not his failure to recruit, but that these arrogant human races actually bowed their heads and accepted their masters? Master? The demon emperor turned his eyes, stared at Lin Chen, and suddenly smiled. "It's just you?" Lin Chen stepped out and smiled evilly. "Yes, it's up to me." "You don't agree? Just say it. I won't change it anyway. People are ashamed. This Lord is really not afraid of heaven and earth, and even dares to joke too. The devil consumes 9.2 billion Heavenly Dao points, all decomposition is completed, and the host obtains 340 million points of suit essence. Begin to charge the god of war 3-piece set, ultimate right armor, 4.8%, 4.9%, ultimate right leg armor, 4.3%, 4.4%. Lin Chen's 3-piece set of God of War, the charge continues to soar. At this time, the situation of heaven and earth changed suddenly. The boundless demonic energy was like transforming a holy prison into a demonic prison, with the heaven-burying demon emperor as the center, forming an endless vortex. He shook his head and sighed. "Hey, it seems that our negotiation failed. The emperor asked you one more time whether to surrender to the emperor, and the emperor only accepted one Answer. Bang bang bang. The 10 holy devil kings are in 10 directions, blocking everyone's retreat. I'll try my best to go out later, you two must break through with the Lord. Long Jiushan's holy body qi and blood were faintly gathering momentum, and he spoke to the two women in a deep voice. Don't talk nonsense. At this time, Lin Chen interrupted everyone, standing in front of him alone, and shouted sternly. I said, you all have to give me out alive. One after another golden divine light broke through the shackles of the vortex of demonic energy, and Lin Chen's fighting intent broke through the surrounding demonic energy in an instant. Lin Chen looked directly at the demon emperor, his sharp eyes soaring with domineering intent. What kind of shit demon emperor, I'll blow him up. Jiang Taishu was horrified, and transmitted his voice in spirit, Lord, Lord. The other party is the devil emperor. Lin Chen interrupted directly, what about the devil emperor? I hope it will always be achieved by fighting. As long as I can still fight, the possibility will never be zero. The other devil kings will be handed over to you, and this old guy to me. Ha ha ha. The heaven burial demon emperor seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Kill them, the corpse must be intact. This guy, Ben D, will handle it himself. With a wave of the devil emperor, 10 top holy devil kings acted in unison. The sound of sonic booms tearing through the void engulfed incessantly, crushing the layers of space cracks like abyss. The people who were protecting Lin Chen were forced to take action, and a more terrifying battle than before was about to break out. As soon as the two sides played against each other, Lin Chen's side immediately fell into a disadvantage. 16 people are injured, and it is extremely reluctant to fight with the realm above the holy state of mind, not to mention that this is the top 10 holy devil king. The corner of the devil emperor buried heaven's mouth outlined a cat and mouse smile. Come on, let this emperor see, what means did you rely on to convince these people, and what did you rely on, dare to speak out in front of this emperor? He has absolute confidence to suppress the sun. It's just that he is really curious, what means does he have? The heaven burial devil emperor really wanted to meet him. The charging is completed, and the 3-piece set of the host god of war is charged. The ultimate right arm armor, 15%, the ultimate left leg armor, 15%, and the ultimate right leg armor, 14.5%. Lin Chen grinned, you will know. With a twist of his palm, Lin Chen opened his mouth and swallowed, and instantly swallowed the 4 holy pills. There are wild dragon burst blood pills that exchange qi and blood for strength, Taishu pills that temporarily increase mental power, and so on. These elixir are all banned drugs that temporarily enhance power. In the past, Lin Chen would only take it for his clone, but now, he must be desperate. Just when the medicinal effect of the holy pill was dissolved from the body, a more domineering force ignited all of Lin Chen's vitality like a divine flame. Absolutely. Life. Life. Death. Sigh. Boom. The orange flame, like a ray of dawn illuminating the boundless darkness, fluttered at the tips of his hair, and the orange flames and stars flickered, burning Lin Chen's entire being. His spiritual power, flesh shell body, and cultivation all burned into pure power. Extreme heads-up talent, desperate life and death. Target, burial heaven demon emperor. Consume 1 billion talent points to activate the orange level talent, life and death. At the request of the host, focus on improving the pure power of the host. 50 times, 100 times, 200 times. Lin Chen's vitality is burning, his eyes are red, the power bursting out of his body, and the coverage of the demonic chi of desire to transcend the disguise. Oh. The demon emperor was a little surprised, to burn all the energy as a living body and convert it into power. Is this going to die with this emperor? It's fantastic, just rely on this power. The heaven burial demon emperor slapped a palm in a normal manner. Click. The entire void on the 16th floor of the holy prison suddenly split into two halves, and the faint five-fingered magic seal was like the sun and the sky, slapped directly at Lin Chen. Desperate life and death, 1,000 times the power. The God of War 3. Peace suit, the highest limit that the body can withstand. Lin Chen's pure power instantly broke through 200 trillion dragon power, and directly broke through 300 trillion. He gave up his life, and the vortex of golden light gathered in an instant. And the center was Lin Chen's fist, which was slammed out. Sigh. Boom. On the 16th floor of the entire holy prison, the sky was shaking, and when the golden divine light in the center collided with the devilish energy, the aftermath destroyed everything. Jiang Taishu and other 16 people were instantly blown away, and this terrifying force seemed to make the world crawl for it. Master still has reservations? What a terrifying power! It is not an exaggeration to be comparable to the Kaitian realm. Oops, although the Lord's aura is strong, his vitality is getting closer to the end. When the 16 people temporarily withdrew from the battle, two figures appeared in the vacuum. One was Lin Chen, covered in blood, the orange flames burned more and more intensely, the silver frost-like white hair dyed all over the tips. When he vomited blood, Lin Chen's vitality was approaching the last moment. On the other hand, the heaven-burying devil emperor had a relaxed expression on his face, and even played with the devil on his shoulders, his face full of disdain and sneer. That's it? The demon emperor buried heaven smiled, just relying on this brute force to shake the emperor. This is your trump card? It's too disappointing for the emperor. One punch. Lin Chen suddenly smiled, and his voice was clean and neat. The last punch is not only competitive, but also life and death. Boom. Hundreds of millions of golden rays of divine radiance penetrate the demonic energy of the heavens, and the heaven and the earth reverberate with the immortal fighting intent, like the invincible god of war, coming to the world. The golden radiance tore the disguise of the demonic energy, and the disguise of the demon race was torn apart by the might of the god of war that broke through the sky, revealing the younger and more immature youth's face. The demon emperor buried heaven was moved for the first time. Although his face was as pale as paper, his killing intent became more and more ferocious and violent, and his eyes revealed the fighting intent to give up his life. The host is consuming the three-piece charge of the god of war. 14%, 12%, 10%, 7%. The host is speeding up to launch a desperate life and death. The vitality is passing at 300 times the speed. The host's vitality is about to be exhausted. The remaining time, 10 seconds. System shutdown time remaining, 10 seconds. If the host dies, the system will be shut down. Lin Chen's power once again broke through higher boundaries. 400 trillion, 600 trillion, 900 trillion dragon power, and finally I don't even know what realm it has reached. An invincible force that blasted the heavens and the world, the divine power, first appeared, and it was released from Lin Chen's body that was about to burn out. Even the heaven-burying devil emperor showed a slightly dignified look for the first time. He could vaguely feel an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if facing is an invincible god of war who dominates the heavens and the world. This divine power has a completely different power from the gods that this emperor has killed, and this son has a divine destiny. Burying the devil emperor mobilized the demon blood of the clone. All the creatures who stayed on the 16th floor of the holy prison were frightened by this power and fled in the direction of the 15th or 17th floor. No, protect the adults. The scalps of the 10 holy devil kings were numb, and their bodies flashed in an instant, and they swept to the side of the heaven-burying devil emperor. Lin Chen brought the desperate life and death to the extreme. Burn all your vitality to embers in advance. The heavenly burial demon emperor folded his hands together, and a giant cross rose behind him. A vast and world-shattering ghost was bound to the cross, and endless chains were shot out of his body, forming an overwhelming, heaven-shattering demon prison that shrouded the 16th floor of the holy prison. The whole person Chen and his power are bound and imprisoned. Myriad demons burial prison. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Devil Emperor, underestimate the human race, you will suffer a big loss in the end. Boom. The next moment, Lin Chen punched up. This punch, like billions of real dragons, was born, destroying countless planes. This punch, like the most terrifying storm in the universe, condensed a little and broke out. This punch, as if the god of war came in person, hit the absolute momentum that swept the world. The golden divine might penetrated the edge of the magic prison, and the fist wind penetrated the entire 16th floor of the holy prison. All meteor fragments, continental plates, and cages were all destroyed and wiped out. There is no earth-shattering momentum, some are just silent instant annihilation. Like a golden divine light, it flashed across the sky, bringing surprise and shedding darkness. Destroyed everything, annihilated everything. The 16th floor of the holy prison presents an unprecedented scene in history. The shattered space is empty, and some are just a raging space storm. Except for a space gate and a space passage, the 16th floor of the holy prison has completely become a blank. What's the result? Jiang Taishu and the others cast their gazes, staring at the direction of the battle. I saw that in the void, a figure gradually appeared. It's the heaven-burying devil emperor. The corners of his mouth bleed, the devil python on his shoulder was broken, and his body was swirling with monstrous devil eyes, and his expression was mad. Very good, very good. A small garbage human dared to hurt the noble body of this emperor. This seat wants you to die. As if being injured in Lin Chen's hands is a great shame. On the other side, Lin Chen stood upright in the void, holding himself high. And the amount of blood in his body reached a shocking level. The whole person seemed to be crawling out of the blood pool, with blood flowing and blood stains. God of War 3-piece recharge, ultimate right armor, 0%, right leg armor, 0%. Left leg armor, 0%. All the parts of Lin Chen's God of War suit have their recharge reduced to 0. With that punch just now, he gambled everything. Huh. Lin Chen was panting, and grinned as blood ran across his cheeks. As expected of the Devil Emperor, you are the first person who has won my talent of the Heavenly Rebel, and you can still finish talking while standing. Lin Chen's voice just fell. The Devil Emperor's pupils trembled. He looked at himself in disbelief. Click. 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 The crisp cracking sound was like a cracked brocade, and the shocking cracks were like spider webs, which continued to crack, and the magic energy collapsed and collapsed. This emperor lost? Lin Chen gasped and grinned, it seems that your avatar hasn't surpassed one. Level of cultivation, Demon Emperor, next time we see you, if you have a better attitude, maybe you can have a late-night snack together. Lin Chen was right. What he was betting on was that the avatar of the devil, Emperor Buried, could not surpass the killing line of the heavenly rebels. If his avatar could reach the realm above the open heaven realm, maybe he would have been able to lead a team to the holy prison to rob people long ago. Now, why fish in troubled waters at this time? The Heaven Burial Demon Emperor suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Interesting, very interesting. This emperor actually lost your means. Throughout the entire human race, this emperor has never seen someone like you. You may become a threat to our clan. This emperor is looking forward to meeting you the day we meet. Click click click. The avatar of the heaven-burying devil emperor was wiped out, exploded into pieces, and turned into ashes. Triggering the effect of the heavenly rebel has succeeded, and has caused an instant kill effect. The host kills the target character, and the desperate life and death are completely lifted. The talent effect of the heavenly rebel ends. When the system light screen bounced continuously, Lin Chen almost fainted in pain. Damn, it is really painful to take the elixir that enhances the strength on the spot, like the flesh and blood have been minced. However, Lin Chen, who was in severe pain, ushered in a surprise. At the same time that the heavenly burial demon emperor fell, the 10 high-ranking holy demon kings were also injured by his previous all-out punch, and all fell. First, it was the clone of the devil emperor burying heaven. After the death, the sky was filled with star-like attribute light balls. Roughly estimated, there were at least 10,000 attribute light balls. Moreover, every attribute light sphere is of unbelievably high quality. However, what made Lin Chen so excited that he forgot the pain was that a golden attribute treasure chest in the center rose up like a beam of light, soaring to the sky. This golden light of attributes can't be wrong, absolutely can't be wrong. Little guy. Lin Chen hurriedly transmitted his voice. The little shadow has a consonance, and immediately passed the holy dragon in the direction indicated by Lin Chen. Although it could not see the attribute light ball, it would not hesitate to execute the action order Lin Chen gave it. The host obtains 12 trillion points of advanced essence, 55 trillion points of advanced essence, 19,500 points of advanced spiritual power, 59 trillion points of advanced blood, 100 billion points of enhancement points, 120 billion points of advanced dark energy. Lin Chen's attribute value is soaring all the way. The attribute value it obtained was extremely terrifying. Just the attribute value of mental power used 4 of Lin Chen's clones to concentrate on absorbing the mental attribute. And this time, Lin Chen let all the advanced qi and blood attributes into his body. Because this time, disguise is no longer necessary. Lin Chen's pure power began to increase wildly at a multiple of 300%, breaking through 200 billion and 400 billion dragon power, and it is still rising. The host obtains the treasure chest of the God of War suit attribute, open the treasure box, and obtain Golden God of War suit part ultimate left. Armor, charge, 0%. As predicted. Ha ha ha. 4 pieces, 4 sets. Now all that's left is the Golden God of War. Armor and armor. If 2 pieces are complete, I will be able to exert the true power of the God of War suit. Lin Chen laughed happily in his heart, and the corners of his mouth were pumping cold air again, painful and happy. In addition, Lin Chen's harvest is amazing. Although Pan Yunlong was killed by the Devil Emperor, the attributes of a Devil Emperor clone and 10 top-ranked Holy Devil Kings can only be described as unprecedented. The host opens the orange rank talent attribute treasure chest and obtains the orange rank active talent fragment, superspace fragment, 1/3. The host obtains chronospace fragment, 2/3, chronospace fragment, March 3rd. Permanent orange level intermediate active talent, and chronospace talent has been automatically fused. New talent. Lin Chen was refreshed, and he was still an orange level. Intermediate. When Lin Chen quickly cut into the talent column to read this new talent, he was completely stunned. Talent column orange level intermediate talent superspace. Within the scope of the host's spiritual perception, a large number of talent points can be consumed, and one or more hostile targets can be selected to be ingested in the superspace plane. The time and space plane has a unique host. Exclusive. After ingesting the superspace plane, the enemy cannot break it. The only way to cancel the superspace plane is to take the initiative to cancel the super space plane or run out of talent points. The teleportation point remains at the position before the host's original intake target, and the use limit will be based on the strength of the host increases. Based on the current host's cultivation level, below the 7th level of the Holy Land, you can freely select a target to ingest the superspace plane. The talent points consumed are determined by the number of people and the target's cultivation base. The longer the host stays on the superspace plane, the more talent points will be consumed. Damn it, this talent is another killer move. Lin Chen was stunned. This talent is just ridiculous. Forcibly ingest your opponent into your own spacetime plane? Isn't this, as long as Lin Chen has enough talent points, whoever he wants to duel with? If you encounter an enemy, even if you are surrounded by a group of powerful holy realms, you can accurately choose the target you want to kill first. Just imagine, even if Lin Chen is surrounded by a group of sacred 6 layers. He only needs to select a hostile target, pull the opponent into the superspace plane, enter the superspace plane by himself, and then release all his clones. You can change from disadvantage to advantage in an instant. It can be said that thousands of troops can safely take the head of an enemy. General. Ferocious, so cruel. Ha 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 ha, this talent is simply bullying to the extreme. As long as the opponent is pulled into my space, it will be meat on my chopping board in minutes. I can eat it whenever I want. Lin Chen laughed while the corners of his mouth twitched, which made everyone puzzled. What's the matter, my lord, have you eaten bee poop? Smile so happily? Lin Chen waved his hand and laughed hard. Go. Get out of the holy prison. There is a great world waiting for us. Outside. Go. Get out of the holy prison. There is a great world waiting for us. Outside. Next time, the big sword, I will invite you. Lin Chen grinned, this time the 4th piece of the Golden God of War suit, plus the new orange level intermediate permanent talent. The harvest this time can be described as God. Lin's heart was a little overwhelmed. This feeling was like marrying a stunning fairy as his wife, and giving him a beautiful and peerless concubine. Along the way, so cool that Lin Chen almost couldn't find the north. My lord is really a person who understands mysteries. I can't see through him at all. The one who can make you see clearly is not worthy of being the master of my waiting. Ha ha ha, go, kill it. Everyone laughed, and when they helped Lin Chen up, they flew into the air and went straight up to the 15th floor of the holy prison, like a broken bamboo. When leaving, no one noticed that in the vortex of magic energy that went to the space passage below, a pair of eyes stared at Lin Chen's back. Is he not a demon? The man muttered to himself suspiciously. How is your lord? The mental imprint in my mind was approaching its limit just now, and it almost disappeared. Did something happen to the lord? Damn, whoever dares to touch our lord, kill him back and beat him. Isn't he just dead? Who's afraid of him? Did you drink chicken blood? What do you want to do so impulsive? Think about it with your muscle-filled brain. We finally rushed up. Don't let the master's efforts go back rashly. What are you doing? You have to do it together, or die together. On the 15th floor of the holy prison, everyone finally rushed to the 15th floor. Seeing that the Zhou Tian death seal in the sea of spiritual consciousness was getting dimmer, they wanted to fight back. At this moment, Lin Chen's laughter sounded. What's not to die for? Then we have to live happily. I'll rush out. Lin Chen dragged the injured body and came out of the space passage with 16 people. Everyone was ecstatic. My lord, you are not dead. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, what's your tone? I wish I could die. Oh, look at my slut. Everyone laughed and laughed all the way, and the momentum was like a broken bamboo. After the 15th floor, they even broke the 14th floor. It's not that the 14th floor of the holy prison is empty, but the main force has been assembled on the 16th floor, and it was wiped out by Lin Chen. Gotta take a detour. Lin Chen doesn't plan to be a good person. He releases more criminals along the way. Although he doesn't plan to take these people out, at least he can make them cause a lot of trouble for the holy prison. 13th floor, 11th floor, 9th floor, 5th floor. The prisoner before the 5th floor was still there, but in the face of the chaos caused by Lin Chen's release of the criminals, he couldn't hold back at all. Finally, Lin Chen and others broke through to the 2nd floor, and there are no more threats. The little shadow was carrying Lin Chen, and when he looked into the distance, he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Finally escape from this ghost place. After staying in the holy prison for more than half a year, he was always cautious and tense, and someone in his forest almost had a problem. When Lin Chen's team approached the center of the 2nd floor of the holy prison, the space giant door directly above was faintly releasing a fiery and terrifying pressure, and even Lin Chen felt a burning sensation. This familiar taste should be that kid back then. At this time, the unconscious Chi Fian opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth raised, and there was a hint of disdain. He estimates that he is waiting for us to go up on the 1st floor. It is his responsibility to guard the 1st floor. It is also the initial and final defense line of the holy prison. Fong Ling laughed and said, "It's a pity, let him wait, we don't have to go to the 1st floor at all." Lin Chen smiled without saying a word. The 1st floor of the holy prison is said to have the means and heritage left by the gods to suppress everything in the holy prison. Unfortunately, someone from Lin Chen was about to overtake. Halfway, the little shadow used the bloodline magic power again to hide and eliminate everyone's breath in a large area. Its function, as long as it is for the criminals who are ready to rush up, to prevent these criminals from knowing where to flee. Except for the people from the 17th floor down, Lin Chen couldn't trust anyone. These prisoners who were detained in the holy prison had different reasons. And there were many big devils among them. The people on the 17th floor and below were under the command of the demon clan, and they were arrogant and trustworthy. Needless to say, the people on the 18th and 19th floors had already entrusted their lives to Lin Chen, who were in the same camp. Walking all the way, Lin Chen came to the abandoned cell, and when the magic seal was activated in his palm, the hidden space channel gap opened again. This space passage has passed through the area of the demons. What a clever way of concealing space. I'm afraid the high level of the holy prison will not think that there will be a space gap here. Jiang Taishu couldn't help but be moved. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry about sighing, there is still an energy hurricane inside, we can only really go out if we survive it." Everyone looked at each other and smiled. For them, this was pediatrics. The holy prison has come up, this is a bird. Everyone stepped into the space passage, and after Little Shadow and Lin Chen hid their breath, finally the second floor of the holy prison returned to silence. Holy prison, first floor. The prison guards on this floor are like a formidable enemy, all of them are waiting in battle, and their expressions are extremely solemn. They don't think criminals will break through the holy prison, but they also don't think they can save their lives if they fight. That was the criminal team that killed all the prisoners from the 5th floor down. A group of guys who are not afraid of death, fighting back before death. The ghost knows what will happen to them. The man in golden armor occupies the center of heaven and earth, with a pair of holy eyes staring at the space passage on the 1st floor, like the sun shining brightly. Not here yet? What's the matter? They are stage fright. Knowing that this seed is going to destroy them all on the 1st floor, do you want to create chaos by other means? When the golden-armored man was about to move to the 2nd floor, a figure emerged from the space passage, and everyone was waiting in an instant. Don't fight, I'm my own. The visitor is the prison master of the 3rd floor. When he hurriedly ran in front of the golden-armored man, he trembled and reported. Report. Report to your lord, all the criminals seem to have disappeared. I don't know where they are hiding. What? Everyone's scalp exploded. In the space passage, in the hurricane storm, everyone urged the holy force to defend, but their faces could not hide the surprise, nervousness, anticipation, dreamlike, excited, like the bridegroom entering the bridal chamber on the 1st floor, breathing urgently. There are traces of anticipation in the depression, like a whore who enters the kiln for the first time, yearning and excited, like a young girl who sees her first love for the first time, but her heart is rambling. Finally going out. They can't even dream of it. Is it finally time to go out? In the spring of next year, I would like to go to the 36 regions with the Lord. Who do you look down on? Just look at our Lord, this handsome, this face. This third leg, do you still need to prostitute? Who are you humiliating, you? Are there? Heavenly sanctuary, the central domain of the 36 domains of the holy realm. This domain is infinitely large. It is said that it once occupied a quarter of the total area of the holy realm. Heavenly sanctuary, one of the 100,000 dragon cities. Inside a very elegant and noble palace. The long blue dress is like the azure ocean, elegant and ethereal. The elegant and noble, beautiful woman is like a holy goddess, coming from the 9 heavens, but under her most beautiful and ethereal elegance, her expression is indifferent, as if right. Nothing in the world is of interest. She walked slowly through the palace, and finally, sat on the throne in the palace. Her beautiful eyes, like the azure sea, under the elegant beauty, revealed a chill of extreme indifference. I'm not instructed to continue, none of the invited guests can be neglected. The beautiful lips parted lightly, and when the stunning beautiful woman instructed, the screens on both sides opened, and the 6 beautiful maids bowed to the ground. Mrs. G, all the 8th rank and first-class 7th rank forces have all been invited, as well as the individual characters you have explained. It's just, Miss Qinggu, A beautiful maid was hesitant to say anything, but she finally bit her silver teeth and said, it's just that Miss Qinggu doesn't want to get married. We went to Zhixiao Wangu several times, but she didn't want to leave. Miss Qinggu indicated that she wanted to see her. Madam, her fate is never her turn to call the shots. The stunningly beautiful woman stood up slowly as indifferent as snow. Forget it, I'll go there in person. If Zhixiao Wangu is stubborn, you don't need to think about the old love again. Songyu, the secret realm of Mohai Tianqing. In the deepest position in the Far East, in a hurricane hole, many figures turned into a holy light and descended. In the gray canyon, everyone stared at each other in a daze, muttering to themselves. We're back, we're back. Have we really returned to the holy realm? All the powerhouses felt a dreamlike feeling in their hearts, as if they were dazzled by ecstasy. In that dark and boundless, as if trapped in eternal darkness and silent holy prison, they have no idea how many epochs have passed. They have long since become a speck of dust in the vast and long history of the holy realm. But they still came back. The dragon sinks to the bottom of the sea, and the heart is still there, and now I meet the Lord and then turn into a dragon. Thank you, Lord, for saving your life. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Brush. 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 Boom. 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 The ley lines were cracked, 17 people from the 19th floor of the holy prison, 41 people from the 18th floor, and 4 people from the 17th floor, kneeling on one knee, this group of powerful people who have lived for countless years, all kneeled in gratitude, tears welling up. As long as they can return to the holy realm alive, the honor that belongs to them, the glory that belongs to them, one day, they will all be taken back. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, he lifted the demonic energy, and when he regained his true face, he held up everyone and said with a hearty smile, I'll be my own in the future, don't do all these sloppy things, listen carefully, we have only succeeded the first step, first find a place and have a good discussion. Everyone nodded and quickly evacuated from the hurricane hole. A day later, in the Tianhuang mountain gorge, the bodies of the 2 holy beasts were roasted alive and eaten by everyone. Lin Chen sat next to everyone and said solemnly, the next question is, where we all go, and now we can't see the light of all our identities. When it comes to this matter, everyone has no air, sitting cross-legged on the ground, listening intently. Except for 41 people on the 18th floor and 17 people on the 19th floor, the 4 powerhouses who survived on the 17th floor also recognized Lin Chen. They were the 4 who survived on the 17th floor, and all the others were killed in the final battle. Lin Chen looked at Yu Xingxing. First, Senior Xingxing, you are the one among all of us who must recover as quickly as possible. Yu Xingxing was overwhelmed and hurriedly clasped his fists. My lord, is there anything wrong with this? Lin Chen waved his hand and said, there's nothing wrong with you. You are an 8th rank holy pharmacist. Only when you recover can you heal everyone's injuries. That's right, Yu Xingxing was the only top saint-level pharmacist who led the team out this time. His alchemy skills at the peak of his life, even the current Lin Chen, couldn't reach the level of a horse. Turning his hands, Lin Chen's palm had dozens of more qi transport capsules. And each person was given one Qi transport capsule, but only Yu Xingxing took 5. Some of these air transport capsules are dropped by the prison guards after death, and are recovered by the little shadow. The resources in them are naturally not worth a while compared to when everyone was at their peak, but now they are crucial resources. Among them, there are also a large number of pseudo-middle grade Qi luck spirit plants, which were handed over to everyone by Lin Chen. Their current identities do not allow any risky contact, and their access to resources is extremely limited. No one disagreed with Lin Chen's decision. Only after Yu Xingxing has recovered will everyone's injuries show signs of healing. Otherwise, everything will be empty talk. You can communicate with each other through the seal of life and death, and perceive each other's position. Remember, when one person is in trouble, all parties support each other. We are now on the same line, and no one can do nothing to save their own people. Lin Chen's explanation, everyone looked at each other and kept their intentions in mind. As for everyone's identity, until I find a way to help you absolutely disguise your identity, no one can see the light, and all unnecessary battles can't be fought. Without absolute safety, no one can use previous contacts. Otherwise one person will have an accident, exposed across the board. Everyone agrees with this statement. Although they have escaped the holy prison, they have not completely escaped the danger. If it is based on their connections, it is not too difficult to recover the injured body, but if the whereabouts are revealed now, it will affect the whole body. You all use Qiyu Bingxin Palace as your base. If you have anything to go there and wait for me, before that, you should act separately to hide your identities and choose the best life-saving option to restore your strength. Lin Chen looked at Yu Xingxing and asked seriously, how is it, are you sure you will recover in the short term? Yu Xingxing pondered for a moment, and said solemnly, if you can send me to the Pill domain and find an old friend, maybe you can recover more than half of it in a short period of time. It may be a little difficult to recover to refining the 8th grade holy pill, but refining it rank 7, maybe. There is no problem. Lin Chen said, is it safe and reliable? Yu Xingxing nodded, the safety is absolutely guaranteed. The old man had a life and death relationship with me. When I was imprisoned in the holy prison, he personally went to defend me. If it wasn't for the guys in the holy prison, he was also in the alchemy world. One of the pillars of his life has long been imprisoned in the holy prison with the old man. Okay, since that's the case, among you, you recommend 3 people to escort them to Danyu. For the rest, all move freely. If you have something to do, come to Qiyu Bingxin Palace to gather and act carefully. Lin Chen hit it off. With such a large group of people, his identity is not clear, and it is not easy to act. It is the best choice to let them find a way out temporarily, and move freely. All the servants of Lin Chen, the secrets under their control and the coordinates of some ancient secret space planes are not few. They do not rely on connections to find resources, explore the holy world and beyond the holy world, and have a chance to make a comeback. The best way, just let them move freely. In the end, Ji Wuchen, Zi Qianqiu, and Xiao Linger, who were also on the 19th floor, escorted Yu Xingxing back to Danyu. Jian Wuji, although he is injured, can return to the sword domain on his own, which is not a big problem. And the little girl who suffered from the disaster followed Lin Chen, and he also wanted to help Xiaonizi solve her problems. Although there is no ceremony, I still look forward to the next time we meet. Lin Chen got up, looked at everyone and smiled. The next time we meet, it will definitely no longer look like this broken body. My lord, there will be an appointment in the future. Everyone got up to say goodbye, and Jian Wuji walked away and advised Lin Chen. Little guy, before you don't have enough strength, don't look for the whereabouts of that scroll. Back then it was one of the most powerful sects in the Heavenly Sanctuary. Now, it's only stronger than before. It's better to wait for you. All of them regained their strength. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Senior Jian Wuji, I know it in my heart. What Jian Wuji said was the whereabouts of the 4th volume of Tai Fu Tian Ju. The aristocratic family who copied his family back then is now one of the representatives of the most powerful sects in the Heavenly Sanctuary. Divine Sword Villa. Call out. Call out. Call out. The streamer fled, and when everyone flew away, Jin Wuxia and the little black-haired girl were left beside Lin Chen. I will be able to untie this shackle in less than 2 days. Can you really turn me into a little girl from the human race? The little black-haired girl swung the chains on her body and asked, curiously. Lin Chen said, ha ha ha, of course, words count. Jin Wuxia clasped his fists respectfully and asked, I heard that your lord is looking for the 6-fingered Shanyuan to cast a sacred artifact? Lin Chen nodded, well, yes, I want to forge a holy artifact of rank 6 or above. Jin Wuxia sighed, my old friend, I don't know how things are going now. When I and the 2 of them were promoted to the 8th rank realm, I never imagined that after the old man was wrongfully imprisoned, his lover would also be the fairy is gone. Jin Wuxia, the master of reverse casting, was a super caster who was imprisoned on the 18th floor. He and the 6-finger Shanyuan that Lin Chen was looking for next had a friendship that was inseparable. It's not too late, let's go. Lin Chen carried the little black-haired girl and turned into a streamer. Although the Mohai Tianqing secret realm is a secret realm controlled by the 7th grade sect, everyone who wants to leave does not need to go through the regular space entrance passage at all. They have the ability to break through the air and leave. 3 days later. Chiyu, Biyun City. In a dimly lit tavern. Senior, think about it again. My Shangguan family is willing to invite you to come out and cast wares with 10 times the salary of a guest. Senior, I invite you to come out of the mountain with the 7th grade holy mine Qiankuan star stone, and create another glory. Senior Shanyuan, I would like to invite you to come out of the mountain with the 7th grade holy elixir Bodhi transformation pill, and please cast it. Again. Your Excellency, why don't you pay attention to the road ahead? There are evildoers of the 7th and 8th rank sects, please take action, and simply come out of the mountains, a big sword, isn't it beautiful? The single king is the most handsome. There's a slapstick here, to make trouble, hit him. In the tavern, many young Tianjiao were thrown out of the tavern, and impatient voices came from the wine coffin hall. Fuck it, I'll roll it all for Lao Tzu. Casting where, do you want to cast your head? This old man has sworn a poisonous oath in his life, and will never cast. Where again? If you come to buy wine, I welcome it. If you come to ask for trouble, I will hammer them all to death later. This group of arrogant demons packed up their clothes, and their faces were not good-looking. They traveled hundreds of millions of miles to this place, and they never imagined that a hot face would stick to a cold butt. You know, who they put in each domain is not a person with a head and face. The enchanting list, the son of the 7th grade sect, the true heir of the 8th grade sect, just kidding. An order can make countless strong people work their lives for it. Come here to ask for help in a low voice, even if it is closed. It's just such a bad temper, no wonder the Masters of the Year broke up with him. Hey, the powerful casters are harder to find one by one. I spent a lot of money to find out his location. Is it going to come back without success? If it weren't for the destruction of the casting guild back then, would I need to find him? Gone. When more than a dozen Tianjiao frowned, 3 men in black robes wearing cloaks gathered their breath and walked into the alley, and Tianjiao was stunned for a moment. Huh, these 3? Everyone felt a little mysterious about these 3 people, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. Then, the 3 of them pushed open the tavern, and said with a smile to the straight man in black robe. Senior of 6 Fingers Shan Yuan, the junior wants to invite you to come out and cast the utensils. With a single sentence, the monstrous geniuses looked like they were watching a good show. You said, how will he be thrown out later? I guess it should be head first. When everyone guessed, the tavern suddenly became silent. Really, is it really you? Inside the tavern, there was an unbelievable voice. Ha ha ha, hurry in. With a loud laugh, the 3 were invited to enter the museum, and then they closed the door directly, leaving behind a crowd of dumbfounded enchanting geniuses. The sun is coming out of the west? Damn it, I'm not mistaken. I invited him for 3 days and 3 nights. Both soft and hard, but he didn't give me Xian Tianzong a face, and he invited 3 people to come in. Already? My heart didn't fluctuate, and I even wanted to set fire to this broken hall. Inside the tavern, the old man Shan Yuan was excited, his eyes were filled with disbelief and ecstasy. He stared at Jin Wuxia, who had opened his cloak, and gave Jin Wuxia a bear hug, tears welling up in his eyes. Brother, are you really not dead? Yeah. I was resurrected, really thanks to my lord. Jin Wuxia sighed in admiration, and Elder Shan Yuan was horrified. Lord? His big brother, who was notoriously arrogant back then, would recognize a master? Come on, Shan Yuan, let me introduce to you, this is my lord, Lin Chen. He is the benefactor who brought me back to life. Jin Wuxia patted the old man Shan Yuan. When Lin Chen took off his cloak, he looked at the 6-fingered Shan Yuan. He was full of long hair, and his white hair was full of twilight. He was dressed very casually, wearing a gray robe. Is the type that you can't find when you enter the crowd. But Lin Chen can feel that the Gung Jin sharp energy that is dusted in his body, once released, can pierce the world. He's a real master of Taishan Beidu level casting. And the old man Shan Yuan is also looking at Lin Chen, his face is moved. This big brother of mine is imprisoned in the holy prison. It is still very likely that he was detained in the bottom 3 floors. What is the origin of this young man, to be able to rescue this big brother? How is this possible? To rescue a criminal who was imprisoned in the holy prison below a dozen floors, from ancient times to the present, only the catastrophe of the demon clan has occurred. Ordinary human race, it is impossible to do it. Is it? Thinking of some possibilities, the old man Shan Yuan felt chills down his back. When Lin Chen and the others sat down, the old man Shan Yuan couldn't help but ask, "How is your excellency?" Shan Yuan. Jin Wuxia scolded, "Don't ask if you shouldn't, I will tell you what the Lord wants to say." The old man Shan Yuan shook his head in amazement, and Jin Wuxia immediately asked, "I heard that you are no longer casting utensils, what's the matter?" Talking about this, the old man Shan Yuan sighed deeply. Back then, when you were in prison, eldest brother, I was in pain, but not long after. Yunyan's constitution finally collapsed due to her long-term practice of her family's spiritual methods, and her lifespan was not long. When she left, she told me her last wish. She just wanted to witness the existence of the real artifact, and to restore the glory of the Maker Guild. Before she died, she entrusted me with this last wish. We came together because of the smith, and she lived and died because of the smith. There was a hint of helplessness and powerlessness in the eyes of the old man. Shan Yuan. Artifact, what existence and concept is that? Big brother, you should know better than me. Although I have retreated and drank alcohol all these years, my practice of forging has not fallen for a moment, but I have been a long time ago. Don't enter. After listening to Elder Xuanyuan's self-report, Lin Chen suddenly realized that his lover's last wish was to let him forge artifacts and restore the glory of the former Smith's Guild. This road is too difficult. Moreover, casting an artifact means destruction. The Maker's Guild was completely destroyed by casting artifacts. For Elder Shan Yuan, this is simply impossible to achieve. After losing his best friend and lover on the casting vessel, the withdrawn old man Shan Yuan was finally devastated and chose to go into seclusion. Indeed, it is extremely difficult to forge an artifact. Forging an artifact means challenging the gods. The gods will not allow the artifact to come. Jin Wuxia suddenly smiled. However, challenging God is the only way for us. I also firmly believe that my Lord is someone who can challenge the true God. Every craftsman has a hidden dream of witnessing divine artifacts. As long as I'm not dead, this dream will never stop. The odds are never zero. People, after experiencing the most desperate moments, once they break through and stand, they will soar into the sky. This was the case with Jin Wuxia. Back then, his talent for casting was amazing, and when he met old man Shan Yuan as a confidant, he was full of talent. In terms of talent, his talent was even better than old man Shan Yuan. He is one of the most likely candidates to reach the pinnacle of smiths today. After being put to death in the holy prison and then reborn, his Shinqing has been sharpened to surpass the countless chips of the past. Shan Yuan. Jin Wuxia looked at the old man Shan Yuan. Let's open the furnace. The old rules, I will guide, you will operate. Big brother. The old man Shan Yuan was moved. The big brother seems to be a little more aggressive and energetic than Dang. Thank you for saving brother Jin's life. For this kindness, I will do my best to open the furnace and cast the pot. Lin Chen smiled and said, in terms of materials, all I have is here. Lin Chen put a na ring on the table. Elder Shan Yuan checked the treasures sealed in the na ring, and said with admiration, the best 7th grade holy mines, even the 8th grade holy treasures are not rare. I don't know, what is your request? Elder Shan Yuan solemnly clasped his fists, and Lin Chen thought for a moment. And then said, 1 spear, 1 knife, 1 sword, 1 bow, and 3 flying knives. I can control whatever attributes I want, and I can make them as high as I can. The two looked at each other, shook their heads and laughed. Looks like we're busy, ha ha ha. Although Jin Wuxia was seriously injured and could not fully participate in the casting, but his vision and experience were still there. With his guidance and participation, it must be a strong alliance. By the way, I wonder if Master Shan Yuan knows the little demon empress of Zisha King Valley? Lin Chen suddenly asked. When he talked about Elder Xuanyuan before, the little demon empress reaction seemed to be a little different. Is Zixia King Valley? Elder Xuanyuan's eyes were full of sighs, and he said, my love is from Zixia. Wanggu. Lin Chen was shocked. In this way, Elder Xuanyuan is still a person from Zixia. Wanggu in a certain way? I haven't gone back for a long time, but I heard that a strange thing happened to Zixia Wanggu. The old man Xuanyuan frowned. Although I haven't returned to the valley, I heard that the Zixia King Valley was attacked, and the person who attacked was the wife of the valley owner. Although the wounded area is not large, the high-level power of Wanggu seems to have been attacked. After a big change of blood, Qing Wu, this girl, was taken over to the heavenly sanctuary by her mother and arranged for a family marriage. The Lady of the Valley attacked the Zixia King Valley? Was the goblin taken away? Lin Chen's face sank. Zixia Wanggu has helped him Lin Chen many times, and his friendship with the little demon empress is not shallow. It seems that after the casting has happened, I have to go to Zixia King Valley immediately to find out the situation. If the goblin takes the initiative to participate in the marriage, it will be fine. If it is forced. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Gollum. At this moment, the little black-haired girl pulled Lin Chen and pouted. Have you finished talking? I'm hungry. If I don't eat, the energy in my body will run wild again. Lin Chen retracted his thoughts and said with a smile, okay, I'll treat you to something to eat now. Master Xuanyuan, then leave it to you. Six-Finger Xuanyuan invited everyone to the basement, and he also opened up a new spaceplane underground, like a paradise. On a mountain full of spiritual light, Lin Chen sat down cross-legged. A wooden barrel was placed on the top of the mountain, and the fragrance of medicine was overflowing. Take off your clothes and go in. Lin Chen lowered his head to handle the herbs in his hands, and laughed casually. The little black-haired girl untied her robe and jumped into the medicine barrel, muttering with a bulging mouth. Smelly Lin Chen, he asked me to eat something delicious, but he asked me to drink medicine and soak. Nizi's small head sank, the water surface of the medicine barrel made a gurgling sound, and a series of bubbles appeared. Lin Chen smiled, but not smiled. Why complain? This is a must to control the energy in your body. After you control it, you will be a living person. You can eat whatever you want. After saying that, Lin Chen waved his palm, and 10 pseudo-middle-grade Qi Luck spirit plants appeared, with branches and leaves connected, extending into the medicine barrel. Chi. The violently surging poisonous gas turned into a vortex, and all of them were incorporated into the branches and leaves of the Qi Luck spirit plant. Something magical happened. The black-haired little girl's long hair began to shorten gradually, and a pair of smart eyes began to become full of vitality, extending to the delicate body in the medicine barrel. The little girl's delicate body trembled, and the flying black energy was like a black dragon, following the branches and leaves of the Qi Luck spirit plant, and began to merge into the Qi Luck spirit plant. The 10 spiritual plants instantly changed from a splendid brilliance to a deep and dark demonic plant in the demon world. But the little black-haired girl transformed at an astonishing speed. Her skin was crystal clear, and her face was healthy and rosy. The method left by Tuosheng really works. Lin Chen was very pleasantly surprised, and said with a smile, success. If you continue to grow in the future, you need to continue to add more spiritual plants that can withstand your calamity. Give yourself a name, now you, Living person. The little black-haired girl looked at her red palm like a dream, and suddenly smiled. I'm no longer a symbol of pain. Then I'll be called Ping'an, and my surname is Lin like yours, so I'll be called Lin Ping'an. Lin Ping'an? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. He never thought that this girl would choose the same surname as himself. In the future, all the calamity energies attracted by your physique will be transferred to the spiritual plant of the Qi transport plant. Although you can release the energy in your constitution, each release will put the load on the Qi transport spirit plant. Increase. A small head appeared on the surface of the medicinal bath, and the wet hair was blurred with mist. Lin Ping'an rolled his eyes, and said curiously, Then can I stay by your side? I don't know where to go. Lin Chen continued to laugh, while adding different heaven and earth treasures, refining them into the energy of neutralizing ingredients, and adding them to the medicinal bath. Of course you can, as long as you are obedient. Although the holy prison destroyed your traces in history a long time ago, after the ancient times, there is almost no record of your existence, but it is not guaranteed that other old monsters will discover your identity. So until the last moment, you can't shoot without my permission. If you can do it, I'll let you follow me. The little girl nodded cheerfully, her legs were full of joy, and she was playing like a splash. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of becoming a complete spiritual body. Lin Chen was helpless, except for ignoring life. This girl was like a child. On this day, Lin Chen went to find Jin Wuxia and Elder Shan Yuan. After the scrutiny and calculation of the two, they have decided on the sacred artifact and attributes to be cast for Lin Chen, and even the old man Shan Yuan will take out nearly half of his family wealth to fill the shortfall in return for Lin Chen's life-saving for Jin Wuxia grace. 2. I forgot before, if you want to cast a holy weapon, you can still use this. Lin Chen's palm spread out. A bottle of pure dragon blood was filled with unprecedented dragon power. The pressure was so strong, the old man's color changed when he heard it. This, the blood of the ancestor dragon? My God, how did you get this thing, my lord? Jin Wuxia carefully held the jade bottle in his hand, and the dragon's blood was two-colored, gray-green and golden. The purity of the dragon's might, faintly has a kind of supreme dominance that surpasses the world. Even with the spiritual attainments of the two, after just staring at it for a while, there was a feeling of dizziness and a feeling of being caught in a spinning world. It was as if time had stopped. This is not pure ancestral dragon blood, it's just a little blood essence contained in my captive holy dragon. Lin Chen smiled casually, and even more frightened the two of them. A captive holy dragon? Oh my God! The captive holy dragon has the blood of the ancestor dragon? If the news is released to the dragon clan, I am afraid that the major dragon clan will also be shocked. Ancestral dragon is the origin of the civilization of the major dragon clans. Every ancestral dragon is the strongest existence in the world, and it was comparable to the ancient gods. Above the holy dragon is the divine dragon, above the divine dragon is the ancestral dragon. In the era when the ancestral dragon dominated, even the gods of the human race did not dare to sway its dragon might. However, for some unknown reason, in the end, all the ancestor dragons disappeared, and they evaporated out of thin air. Lin Chen's holy dragon has very few bloodline attributes of Taizhou ancient dragon and Taishi ancient dragon. Although it has bloodline, it cannot reproduce the dragon body because the bloodline is too thin. But it's okay to save a little dragon blood. And this, I hope that when the two of you cast the holy artifact, you will add this as well. Lin Chen waved his hand, and a piece of dragon scale appeared. The dragon scale was the size of a grinding disc of several dozen meters, and it was gray-blue, like an ancient relic of a prehistoric civilization. Hiss! The two of them sucked in the air. With the experience and vision of the two, you can see through the true and false at a glance. This thing is the scale of the ancestor dragon. The dragon scales of the real ancestral dragon body. Based on their casting heritage, if the ancestral dragon scale is added to the casting, then the holy artifact will surely surpass the same level. It's just that they don't know why Lin Chen has the scales of the ancestor dragon. 2. If you can do it, help me add this thing to the rest of the holy artifact. Lin Chen asked excitedly. The old man Xianyuan said decisively, no problem. This old man has never used the ancestral dragon thing casting tool in his lifetime. With the help of this magical thing, maybe. He and Jin Wuxia looked at each other, and both saw the enthusiasm in their eyes. With the thin blood of the ancestor dragon and the scale of the ancestor dragon, perhaps, they will cast an unprecedented holy artifact in the holy world. It's fine, haha, then leave it to the two of you. Lin Chen laughed loudly. He had studied the art of casting, and he knew that such rare and precious things were, for the caster, the wine that the alcoholic got. Being able to join this caster may be a new breakthrough for the caster. For the rest of the day, Lin Chen gradually controlled her disaster body for Lin Ping'an in 3 steps. Her strength was several times more terrifying than before. In the past, at most, she seemed to have the key to unlock the shackles of her body, and the energy in her body was not completely controlled. Now with Lingji as a guide, as long as all the calamity energies between heaven and earth are activated by her, she will be transformed into the strongest disaster of pain that has never been seen before. However, as long as the shot is taken once, the burden of Lingji will be enormous, and if it is not good, it will damage a part of the Lingji that perishes. If there is a choice, Lin Chen would rather never let this girl take action. Just be a foodie with peace of mind. On the 25th day, the underground chamber, below the tavern. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, turned on the system, and all the attributes bar was displayed. The system prompts that all primary attributes of the host have been upgraded to intermediate attributes, and all intermediate attributes have been converted into advanced attributes. All advanced attributes have been automatically converted into top-level attributes, the ratio, 1 to 100 million. Points, please pay attention to the host. Tiandao Pickup System version 7.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Holy Land Triple Perfection, in the Heart Seal. Top Essence, 36 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 1,420 billion Dragon Power, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 300%. Top Chi and Blood, 87 million points. Top-level Spiritual Power, 24 million points, the perfect state of entering the Holy Realm. Top-level Martial Arts Essence, 4.7 million points, top-level Rune Energy. 6.5 million points, high-level Tiandao Value, 100,000 points. Advanced Talent Points, 1.2 billion points, Set Essence, 6.85 million points. Intermediate Strengthening Points, 6650 points, refined dissimilar crystals. 41 pieces. Top Element Energy, Fire 13877 points, Earth 13897 points, Wood 13978 points. Gold 13978 points, Water 13793 points, Thunder 13491 points, Wind 14549 points, Light 14049 points, dark 14109 points. Set slot, gold god of war set, holding parts, ultimate right armor ultimate. Left armor ultimate, left leg armor ultimate, right leg armor. Active talent bar, superdimensional teleportation, omen of theft, life and death, instant light and shadow, extinction rift, superspace. Passive talent bar, double cultivation of acacia, super chaos, extreme god. Possession. Bloodline status bar, exercise status bar, life awakening bar. Nirvana column, characteristic rune column, talent combination skills. This is too terrifying. I didn't even know that I received so many. Attribute values. Lin Chen's mouth twitched a few times. Top essence, 36 billion points. Top quintessential attributes, 36 billion points. What is this concept? Compared to before, more than half a year ago, when Lin Chen entered the holy prison, his high-level essence was less than 40 trillion points. Converted to top-level attributes, it was at most 400,000 points of top-level essence. How much is it now? 36 billion top essences. In other words, Lin Chen's attribute value has increased by more than 90,000 times. This attribute value is too perverted. You know, the attribute values that Lin Chen stole are all criminals in the entire holy prison. Even if their strength is not one, they were once a generation of heroes and holy masters. The entire holy prison added up, plus killed all kinds of prison guards, prison masters, and even one of the Devil Emperor clones. Fuck, if I unlock the acupoint ceiling state, let alone expand the acupoints, will I be directly killed? Lin Chen was in a cold sweat. Once Lin Chen unlocks the state of sealing the cave, he will definitely break through the realm. Moreover, it is an unprecedented breakthrough. His expanding acupoints must be at the level of heaven and earth trembling and shattering the plane. Lin Chen can't imagine how many times he can expand his acupoints. The standard for expanding acupoints on the enchanting list is 15 times the expansion of a holy acupoint. He Lin Chen, maybe 50 times a holy point. Or 100 times? I can't imagine it at all. Not to mention, his element attribute values have undergone earth-shaking changes. Compared to when he entered the holy prison, all of them have increased by more than 200 times. Once the acupoints are expanded, Lin Chen's cultivation base will soar to the sky, unparalleled in the world. My holy dragon has finally refined all the qi and blood attributes. When Lin Chen looked at the holy dragon again, the dragon's body was as majestic as several continental plates, and the densely crisscrossed dragon veins contained a world-destroying atmosphere. Holy dragon, dragon veins exceed 700 billion, pure power exceeds 7 trillion. Dragon power. Breakthrough to the cultivation base of the 8th order high level holy beast. A real leap forward. During the time of sneaking into the holy prison, Lin Chen transferred most of the qi and blood attributes that fell or collected to the holy dragon, even the qi and blood attributes obtained by killing the demon emperor's clone at the end. And Xinlong's personality is too strong, and it will be remembered by people when he takes a basic shot, so Lin Chen has never let Xinlong take a shot. Ready to go and accumulate strength. Now, ordinary saints of life and death are tyrannized in front of Lin Chen's holy dragon. I don't know if my acupoint expansion will allow me to suddenly have the cultivation base to compete with life and death. Lin Chen had anticipation in his heart. If he didn't use some trump cards and spiritual realm, he would be able to compete with saints who had just entered the realm of life and death by virtue of pure strength and cultivation. Just expand the acupuncture point now. Lin Chen is about to unlock the state of the acupoints. Laugh. Boom. The plane vibrated, and the entire Biyun City vision appeared, and the wind was surging. Well, this is. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and then his face became happy. The holy artifact I want is born. Biyun City, Fengyun Tower. Here gathers the powerhouses of various sects and the enchanting geniuses who had been rejected before, and they have been guarding nearby, waiting for the appearance of the three men in black robes, intending to learn from them. How did they impress the monster Shan? Damn, these three people haven't moved in for so long. His grandma's, do you want to forcibly break it open? I have already called someone, and I will break into the store directly later. It's not far to come here, hundreds of millions of miles, you can't come back empty-handed. If it still doesn't work, we'll come here hard. Yes, play hard with them. How tough is it? As tough as it gets. When the many monstrous geniuses hit it off, a vision protruded. Call out. Call out. Call out. The sky is chaotic, the radiance is surging, and 9 different holy lights are traversing the entire Biyun City. The city lord of Biyun City, who was in retreat, was suddenly awakened. Looking at the terrifying vision in the sky, his pupils trembled. This is the vision of the birth of the 7th grade holy artifact. 7th rank, the holy artifact is ranked 7th, and it is eligible to become the ranking on the legendary holy artifact list recorded in the holy world. Lin Chen flashed to the high sky of Biyun City, and 9-color holy light rose from heaven and earth. Is this the vision of the 7th grade holy artifact? Lin Chen was shocked. The holy artifact is divided into the 9th grade, especially the 4th grade, the 5th grade, the 6th grade, each grade is a watershed. However, the 7th rank holy artifact above the 6th rank is called an absolute gap. The 6th grade sacred artifact contains spirituality and is proficient in all things, while the 7th grade sacred artifact has spiritual consciousness. 7th grade sacred artifact only recognizes one master, unless the master voluntarily chooses to pass on the inheritance to others, then the master can be changed. Otherwise, the robbers will not be able to obtain the 7th grade holy artifact. If the master dies, the 7th grade holy artifact will also give up spiritual knowledge, and then die out, becoming a pile of scrap metal. Lin Chen galloped through the holy prison, and he also obtained the 6th grade holy artifact from some powerful and rich prison masters. It was just that the situation was urgent at the time, so he chose to decompose in exchange for a large amount of the essence of the set, so there was nothing left. However, Lin Chen has never obtained a 7th grade holy artifact, because the casting of the 7th grade holy artifact is too difficult and expensive. Even if it fails once, it is enough to seriously damage the vitality of a 7th grade sect. The sects that hold the 7th grade sacred artifact are often 8th grade noble families, or a very small number of top 7th grade giant sects, who have an artifact for the sect. The 7th grade holy artifact can be regarded as a creature that has just begun to take shape. In Lin Chen's cognition, among the sacred artifacts he had seen with his own eyes, only the 5-color golden sword in Lin Xingchen's hand had signs of life fluctuations. The other side. The vision of the 7th grade holy artifact. My God, could it be said that 6 fingers Shan Yuan came out of the mountain? It's not right, it's not right. This vision is more than a 7th grade holy artifact. Many enchanting arrogances stood up in horror and immediately rushed to the direction where the vision appeared. Huh? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and many breaths came in his direction. The birth of the 7th grade holy artifact will definitely trigger the vision of heaven and earth, and it needs to absorb the luck of heaven and earth, and condense spiritual consciousness, which will definitely provoke the coveted of the strong. Lin Chen frowned, judging from the experience of the two elders, it is impossible for them not to know this kind of thing. Now that the vision is born, there is only one possibility. During the casting process, there may have been some unforeseen accidents. After all, this is a sacred artifact made of ancestral dragon. There are still a lot of people here, just in case, protect this area first. The extreme prison. Lin Chen released the holy dragon that turned into a human shape, and the blue dragon light burst from the palm of his hand and sprinkled all over the surrounding sky. Call out! Call out! Call out! The space moved, thousands of miles away, nearly 100 people appeared. All of them were strong, and none of them were weak. Friend, it's you who asked to move Senior Shanyuan. Su Daoqing, who is ranked 6,766th in the enchanting list, please let your people release their protection. We also want to find Senior Xuanyuan's casting tool. Yeah, or Xiongtai will come out and share how to invite Senior Shanyuan, and I'll be willing to exchange it for the equivalent. Didi, Xiongtai, I'm Shunfeng, don't close it, open the door. Little brother, come out and play. With the current strength of Xinglong, using an extraordinary bloodline magical power, the power is far beyond the past, and even life and death can be completely blocked out. The extreme prison was raised high, and when the evildoers were blocked from the outside, the voice transmission was sent to Lin Chen. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, and he couldn't help sneering. Do these people really treat him as a 3-year-old child? It is now the stage where the 7th grade holy artifact absorbs the spiritual energy of qi and condenses spiritual knowledge. If you snatch the 7th grade holy artifact at this time, you can immediately recognize the master when the holy artifact takes shape. It is said that it will damage a little spirituality, but if you grab it, you will earn blood. These guys are definitely not good comers. It's so delicious down there, let's get rid of the hair. Everyone. At this time, Lin Chen spoke through voice transmission. He smiled slightly, with murderous intent. If you want to rob, just say it straight, what are you doing with so many twists and turns? This commander has always adhered to the principle of taking life and death lightly, and doing it if you don't agree. If you don't agree, come up. Boom. Lin Chen released the holy phoenix wings and rushed out of the extreme prison, and when facing all the evil spirits, he laughed jokingly. Are you one-on-one or a group pick? A one-off is that I pick a group of you. One-on-one, and a group pick is all of you together, I'll clean it up. Together. The polite smirks on the faces of all the evildoers and Tianjiao gradually disappeared, and Su Daoqing, who had spoken before, said indifferently. Hee, Xiongtai's attitude seems to be that we don't have to talk about it. Let's break through first and have a good talk with Senior Shanyuan. Talk about a fart, I rob it and say it again, ha ha ha. Does little brother eat hard or soft? The slave family can only start to put out the fire for little brother. All the evildoers looked at each other, and all the followers of life and death they brought together, gathered to the other side, planning to storm the extreme prison. This group of followers has a total of 76 people, and 5 of them are still at the peak of life and death. 23 evildoers surrounded Lin Chen. Even the 7th grade sects rarely hold the 7th grade sacred artifact. They are not false at all. Like this kind of sacred artifact that has no background power and was born in front of you. If you don't grab it, you are a fool. What kind of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, this huge benefit is full of farts. Moreover, the abacus of these monstrous geniuses is more than that, because if they grab it, it is most likely their own. Most of them are the pillars of the younger generation in their own sect, and they are the strongest in the sect. This 7th grade holy artifact will be passed on to them after grabbing it. What's more, they still have the identities of the enchanting list, and taking 10,000 steps back will not threaten their lives. Boom. 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 In the high sky of Biyun City, all the saints of life and death blatantly shot, the holy energy shone for tens of thousands of miles, and all bombarded the extreme prison. If 76 saints of life and death join forces, the ordinary Naxingji can't completely stop them. What is this cage? If we join forces, Naxingjing may not be able to fully withstand it. This seems to be a trick of the Dragon Clan. How is it possible? Biyun City has sneaked into such a powerful dragon, and we can't even perceive it. Don't hold back, do your best. If we don't blast this thing, none of us will be able to break through. The holy dragon was alone in the extreme prison, and the boundless raging waves turned into a high wall of waves. The blue energy rippled like blue waves, and the saints in the realm of life and death trembled violently again and again. On the other side, the main force of Biyun City, who also wanted to share a piece of the pie, gathered near the heavenly prison of extreme prison. 23 monsters besieged a young man, and this old man was the first to see this battle. I always feel like I've seen this kid somewhere, but I can't remember. Hey, that dragon looks strong, but it won't last long. We'll try to fish in the chaotic waters later. City Lord Biyun and others were secretly lurking. At this time, Lin Chen was surrounded. Boom. Su Daoqing and a charming woman took the lead and slashed out the sword glow like the sun and moon. With a sword coming from the west, the speed of rotation of the sword glow became faster and faster, and finally cut the space hundreds of miles in front of Lin Chen into slices. 4.5. Many evildoers have turned their attention to the extreme prison, but they have not paid attention to Lin Chen at all. Just because Lin Chen's life fluctuation is younger than them, all the evildoers agree that this son poses no threat to them at all. Tianjiao, who can withstand their siege, does not exist in Chiyu. Lin Chen punched and smashed out with a fist and a leg, and the trillions of dragon power broke through the sky and roared mountains and rivers. Laugh. Boom. 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 Detonating the attack of the two frontally, Lin Chen fluttered the holy phoenix wings and quickly swept away. Huh? Body refinement holy land? Be careful, this kid is a bit of a ghost. The enchanting geniuses cheered up instantly, no one wanted to be injured, and fell into a downturn in the next holy artifact competition. The 23 monstrous arrogances, the lowest cultivation base is also the middle stage of condensing. All of them are super monstrous, with 44 to 48 blooms. Among them, there is no lack of a holy acupoint that expands 40 times, condenses acupoints 15 times, and can even challenge the super evildoer of life and death. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, and his shoulders shook. Brush. 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 The 6 divine lights descended like phantoms, and Lin Chen's 6 clones appeared together. The enchanting geniuses, who had always been light-hearted before, suddenly showed a solemn demeanor. But, it's not over yet. Lin Chen didn't plan to entangle with them at all. The moment the phantom clones appeared, all the clones were pushed sideways. One after another, suppressed the eternity, and the Peerless talisman that looked down on the world descended like tearing the sky, lashing like lightning, all blasting the heads of all the evildoers. The host consumes 5,000 top rune energy points to activate the slow rune. The faces of all the evildoers and Tianjiao changed dramatically. What trick is this? Most of my holy powers don't work anymore? This young master has never seen this kind of exercise. From their sanctuary to the sanctuary, and even the space, everything became stagnant and slow. The phantom avatar flashed in front of a silver-armored evildoer, and punched out violently. The sluggish rune in the silver-armored monster didn't have much energy to retreat at all. Before he could react, he was pierced by the body-protecting holy armor and vomited blood. The fists were like a gust of wind and rain, knees hit, leg whips, uppercuts. Lin Chen's avatars fought without a single pause at all, and the fists exploded with more than 1.3 trillion dragon power. Boom! 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 Lin Chen and the 6 avatars started to kill in an instant. Ha ha ha! You probably think that you are acting as the enchanting list, and you will not be fatally punished, right? You have robbed the most unworthy person. Dare to provoke you, Brother Chen, everyone today, don't even want to leave. The laughter was extremely domineering. Lin Chen smashed the Tianling guy of the 2 evildoers with one palm, and smashed one of them with one leg, beating all the way. Hiss! More than a dozen saints from the main force of Biyun City suddenly sucked in the air. Fight, unilateral crushing. In other words, it's not a battle, it's a unilateral killing by that young man. What's even more terrifying is that this kid kills evildoers just like his mother kills chickens, without blinking a single eye. Where did this lunatic come from? The enchanting geniuses who besieged Lin Chen are very strong and terrifyingly strong. They are all strong players who are ranked around 6,000 on the enchanting list. But at this moment, they can't make it even if they have a trick. Because Lin Chen's rune of slowness is stronger. 5,000 points of top-level rune energy, equivalent to 500 billion points of high-level rune energy. The strongest slow rune that Lin Chen played from the holy prison was 1,060 billion points of high-level rune energy. In other words, the slow rune used this time is almost equal to half the power of the holy prison. That is enough to seal the entire mortal world continent for a few years, and even the sacred mind can seal the slow rune. Even if this time only had less than half of the power of the last time, it would not be a problem to seal the ordinary Naxing realm, let alone a group of monsters in the condensation realm. Not at one level at all. Brother Chen, difficult, could it be that he is Lin Chen? He's the monster from half a year ago. My God, how did I provoke this guy? When many evildoers recognized Lin Chen, their scalps went numb. How the hell is this Lin Chen? The earth-shattering change that Chiyu, caused by the Inquisition Palace more than half a year ago, is well known within the 7th grade sect. Some people challenged the authority of the enchanting list, and the law enforcement team of the enchanting list was dispatched in person, and finally, even the major forces of the Sword Domain, the Xinyan Palace, and other aspects were involved. It's not that they don't know Lin Chen, it's just that time has passed, and Lin Chen has been hiding in the holy prison for more than half a year, so there is no news of him in the holy realm. Wow, Brother Lin Chen, I don't know it's you who asked the old man Xian Yuan to forge the holy artifact, please let me go. Boom. Lin Chen punched the evildoer who begged for mercy with one punch, and slaughtered fiercely between his eyebrows, not giving them a chance at all. Not good. Hurry up and save the young master. It turned out to be Lin Chen. Why is this evil star? The elders of the life and death realm who were besieging the heavenly prison just a moment ago were rushing over like crazy. Go away. It's not your turn yet, none of you will be able to run away later. Lin Chen sneered, and with a flick of his palm, another slow rune with 9,000 top rune energy exploded. All the saints in the realm of life and death were blocked out of thin air. The entire Biyun city was 100,000 miles away, and the actions and thoughts of all creatures even became extremely slow. Tear. The holy dragon was dispatched, and the blood and magical powers were stimulated. The sea of anger rolled into the sky, the water prison covered the sky, and the four extreme prisons shrouded all the saints of life and death. The human-shaped holy dragon grasped in the palm of the hand, the cage shrank rapidly, and the 7 trillion dragon force collapsed and compressed like space. Before those saints could use their defensive means, they were all crushed to pieces and wailed all over the place. Boom. 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 One by one, the saints in the realm of life and death burst into blood mist, were crushed on the spot, and exploded a large number of attribute light balls. Click. Boom. Individual super evildoers, armed with life-saving space sacred artifact, finally broke out automatically before death, tearing the void of desire and absconding. Want to escape? Jump out to rob, but if you can't do it, you want to run away. How can there be such a simple thing in the world? Come down. Lin Chen smiled wickedly, holding his palm out of thin air. At the moment when a green brilliance is like a star embellishment, it descends into the heaven and the earth and decorates the space. This piece of heaven and earth changes into a gray space of nothingness, consumes 110,000 talent points, and ingests 11 hostile targets of metamorphic crystals into superspace duration, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Those evildoers who thought they were saved instantly froze. Where is this? I can't smash the space here, this place is not a holy world. Even the plane created by the star is not so solid. All the evildoers were wailing, and when Lin Chen rolled his body, he was beaten violently, his flesh and blood were blurred, and the attribute light ball went wild. These evildoers, this time came to visit or invite Six Fingers Shan Yuan to come out of the mountain for casting, and they brought a lot of good things with them, and Lin Chen took them all according to the order. Exactly, the attribute value he lacks the most right now is the essence of the suit. From the outside world, Lin Chen and the rest of the evildoers seem to have disappeared without a trace after being illuminated by a green light. But in the infinite superspace plane, Lin Chen did not leave a single one. Cut grass and roots, and the 6 avatars and the main body destroyed all the monstrous arrogances along the way. At this moment, the list of the evildoers quickly dimmed 23 names, glittering with glazed glaze, like stars falling and dying. The hall of autumn rain in the flower field. The gate of impermanence of 1,000 domains. The 4 phases of the flame domain Tianyin sect. Daoyunamgong family. In each of the 7 rank sects and 7 rank noble families, there are many great powers who all stood up in shock, or were awakened from retreat, or were shocked when they were managing affairs, or were scared to shrink back when they were having fun. Gotta take out the list and check it out. What's the matter? Dao Qing is dead? My Linger's talent is unparalleled. 10 times of expanding acupoints more Then 400 times, it is impossible to kill him in a life and death situation. Who is it? People who dare to kill the enchanting list, dare to kill. People from my Nangong family. In the distant void plain, a pitch-black ancient tower. In the secret room, the three old men opened their eyes at the same time, and if there was a world of thunder and death, lightning flashed and thundered. The enchanting list actually lost 23 people at the same time? What's going on? Where's the place of death? Chiyu. The three old men were stunned. Odd domain? How the hell is this strange domain again? This wouldn't be so coincidental, would it? Is it that little bastard again? How long has it stopped? Bean City, the tower of the city lord's mansion. When more than a dozen saints saw Lin Chen appearing like a ghost again, he was the only one left. All the monsters are gone. 23 monsters, that's all, gone? My God, it's so cruel. This kid is much more cruel than the legend. It's fortunate that we didn't go up just now, or else, fuck. He came to us. Brush. Lin Chen came to the tower of the city lord's mansion, and the city Lord Biyun, who was dressed in brocade and yellow, pretended to be calm and clasped his fists politely. Little friend is really a god descended from the earth, I'll be willing to bow down. Lin Chen smiled and said, oh, you are the city owner, it's so nice to speak. After all, Lin Chen and the city lord crossed each other's shoulders, smiling like an innocent child who just fucked up. City lord, you said, I put on such a wonderful performance for you, why should I charge a performance fee or something, or I will not feel well for letting you prostitute for nothing, right? City Lord Jasper is terrified. What are you doing? Listen to his tone, this is so special. Ming Rob, this is what it is. Little friend, this is a little bit of my care. City Lord Biyun took out a Yulan Na ring, the light flowed, and Lin Chen hurriedly pushed it back. Oh, City Lord, where did you go? Are we that kind of person? It's too polite. Take it back. After all, Lin Chen really pushed Najia back. Seeing this, the other saints breathed a sigh of relief, they really thought this kid was going to grab it. Well, it seems that they misunderstood him, this should be an honest child who does not offend me, and not others. Next sentence, everyone almost vomited blood from this honest child. I heard that there are many treasures in the warehouse of the city lords mansion in Biyun City, and my children from the mountains want to take a look. Someone Lin said solemnly, well, there's no other meaning, I'll just take a look, I'm sure I won't do anything. City Lord Biyun. Yeah, I like this. Lin Pingon, dressed in a delicate moonskirt, was slender and cute, and jumped happily in the warehouse of the city lord's mansion. I like this too. Wow, this Na ring is so beautiful, I want it too. Lin Pingyan emptied the entire warehouse, inside and out, with a smile on his face. Right, Lord City Lord, I am a person who keeps my word, and I am full of integrity. The biggest advantage is that I am handsome and can fight. The biggest disadvantage is that I am too honest. You see, I will see it, and I will not move. The corners of the mouths of the saints in the city lord's mansion twitched wildly. What's wrong with you? You really have integrity. You came to see that you didn't do anything, but the little girl around you liked it so much that she moved everything away. How much did this young man have to go through to have such a thick skin? Well, I have to say that the scenery of the city lord's mansion in Biyun City is quite beautiful. Let's go and be safe. Let's go back. When Lin Chen pulled Lin Pingyan away, the saints dared not to speak out. How dare you? Saying one more word may be the head of the people. This is a ruthless man who was even killed by the enchanting list. In the entire holy world, the only monster in the current era that dares to challenge the authority of the enchanting list. Just because of the slaughter of life and death just now, and the fall of those monstrous geniuses, no one thinks that they can escape from this hand. Don't look at this kid and his kindness, he is more ruthless than anyone else. Admit yourself to be unlucky. If we can't retreat, don't go close, and covet his holy weapon, we won't suffer this crime. We did it yourself. Lin Chen held Lin Pingyan and flew in the air. Lin Pingyan muttered, "Why didn't you call me in the fight just now?" Lin Chen pretended to be serious. "What are you doing, when it's not your turn to take action? You just stay with these little fish and shrimp. The holy dragon is guarding near the vision of the holy artifact, and just put all the attribute light balls into the dragon's body, and his Lin Chen's attribute value has risen a little more." Lin Chen glanced at his 6.51 million points of top rune energy, and sighed. In his heart, emboldened. What is the confidence? With 6.51 million top-level rune energy in hand, he can play that earth shattering slow rune hundreds of times when he was in the holy prison below the sacred mind realm, unless it is the Naxing realm at the level of the enchanting list. There is absolutely no threat to Lin Chen's existence in the 7th layer of the saint. With just this rune energy, Lin Chen can single-handedly break into any 7th grade sect, which is not false at all. If the enchanting list law enforcement team is dispatched again, even if Lin Chen can't beat him, it will be easy to leave if he wants to leave. Unless the other party dispatches a character at the peak of the holy state of mind, he will not be able to leave him, Lin Chen. That's fucking shit. If the 8th rank sect could not send it, Lin Chen, walked sideways. Go, and see my holy artifact. When Lin Chen entered the heavenly prison, the vision suddenly disappeared. Several streamers shot towards Lin Chen at the same time. Quick! What? Lin Chen was about to stretch out his hand to block it, but he didn't know that the holy light that shot towards him stopped around Lin Chen, spinning around, releasing a terrifying vision. It was the holy artifact that Lin Chen requested to cast. 1 shot, 1 knife, 1 sword, 1 bow, 3 flying knives. Lin Chen first observed the war gun in his hand. The gun body was crimson red. And it was 9 feet 9 in length. The awe-inspiring righteousness was soaring to the sky. The sharp dragon spirit with the rotating tip of the gun is like a dance of double dragons. The war gun is like a newborn baby, leaning on Lin Chen's shoulder, and his spirituality is just beginning. Lin Chen was full of admiration. This gun is simply perfect. Looking at the knives and swords again, Lin Chen was even more surprised. The sword, 4 feet 7, the whole body is as white as jade, the 9 days of ice crystal snow adorns the body of the sword, the frost on the tip of the sword is flowing, the blade is like a jade, the blade is like a cicada's wing. And the surging ice aura on the hilt condenses into 2 wings that float, at a glance, like a world of ice. As soon as the sword came out, it would freeze the world and cut through the sky. Its breath is piercing to the bone, it dances in the wind, and its spirituality is excellent. The knife was dark red all over, like a pool of blood coming out. The spine of the knife divided 9 lines of blood, connecting with the blood-colored Longqing in the center of the knife handle. Longqing blinked a little and burst into flames, burning the sky, destroying all the 10 directions, and staring at the world. Bow down. The body of the bow is as blue as a crescent moon, inlaid with 3 cloud and thunder star stones, shining with starlight, connected into one piece. The bowstring is like a thunder. Lin Chen slightly pulled the bowstring, and the bowstring slammed a clear sound, which shook the mountains. The 3 flying knives are even more amazing and mysterious. A handle, pink like a crescent moon, sharp edges like cicada wings, peach light yao yao, scorching its splendor, where the brilliance shines, 100 flowers are blooming. A handle, shrouded in a sharp white light, with a high spirituality, actually has a good heart with Lin Chen, and will automatically protect the master. If Lin Chen has a thought, it will bloom. With a single handle, the blade is straight, thousands of thunders roar in unison, the thunder destroys thousands of miles, and the sky is raging. Extremely domineering. The visions released by each sacred weapon are extremely terrifying, and have the same characteristic, that is, there are signs of space stagnation and space-time stopping between the visions hidden and hidden. Rank 7, or Rank 7. These holy artifacts are all 7th grades. Moreover, Lin Chen felt that these sacred artifacts seemed to be still in their infancy, and they had automatically recognized him as the master. Could it be because of the bottle of blood essence? The holy dragon is a part of my body, with the same bloodline, so they automatically recognize me as the master? When Lin Chen was full of surprises, Jin Wuxia and Six Fingers Shan Yuan, who were hiding their breath, swept out of the tavern. Lord, little friend, there are some accidents in the casting, but it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. The 2 looked excited, and they were even more amazed when they saw that the holy artifact had automatically recognized the master. My lord, come in and talk. Jin Wuxia's tone was full of excitement. The 4 returned to the tavern, and the 2 Taishan Beidou from the casting industry informed Lin Chen of the accidental restoration of the casting. What? Accelerating the formation in advance? After adding the scale of the ancestor dragon to the casting, the flow of time has accelerated, causing the sacred artifact to take shape at an ultra fast speed? Nanny? 7 sacred artifacts, just the prototype of the semi-finished product? In the future, it will be even higher than the 8th rank? When the accidents came, Lin Chen was stunned. Yeah, although these 7 sacred artifacts are not the highest grade sacred artifacts we have ever cast, their spirituality is the highest. Moreover, because of the scales of the ancestral dragon, they have the ability to temporarily affect time and space. As for the ability to develop to what extent, it depends on the host's use. In addition, the 7 sacred artifacts all have their own ways of growing up. They are more like babies born early, and they have enormous potential. There are very few holy artifacts that can raise the level in the history of casting, and each case is below the 6th grade. The holy artifact of the 6th grade or above can be upgraded. You are the first in ancient and modern times. Jin Wuxia's face was pale, but his face was excited. For the 2 of them, being able to forge such a holy artifact, the harvest and sense of accomplishment are by no means ordinary. By the way, little friend, if you want to go to the Zixia King Valley, you have to hurry up. Recently, there was a grand event held in the Heavenly Sanctuary. The departure of Qing Wu and the girl may be related to that event. When the old man Shan Yuan said, Lin Chen immediately stood up, the corner of his mouth raised. Of course, the holy artifact is in hand, and I can't wait. Six Finger Shan Yuan asked again, by the way, has your excellency Lin Chen thought of the name of the holy artifact? Naming the holy artifact is a part of the caster's identification. This is the moment to witness the work of his own heart. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Naturally, the sword can freeze Jiuxiao, and its name is Frozen. The sword has a flame, and a single sword can destroy 10 directions, which is called Juyan. The bow hides the power of the stars, and has the anger of clouds, and thunder, and it is named Jiuxiao Xingwu. Qi, the spear has 10,000 evils. And no invasion, and the heroic righteousness, can kill 10,000 demons. It is called slaughtering demons. Each of the 3 flying knives has magical powers. Named Ben Lei. 6-finger Shan Yuan trembled, and the 2 casters looked at each other, sighing in their hearts. Frozen in the sky, Jiaxiexing is angry, slaying the devil and the rhinoceros, burning the gods and rushing to the thunder. I can't think of me. And Big Brother Jing, casting such sacred artifacts. These sacred artifacts will definitely be ranked 8th in the future. Even higher. Jin Wuxia stroked his beard and said with a smile, in the hands of the Lord. The 8th rank may not be the peak. Each of the 7 sacred artifacts has its own way of growth, and it may surpass the 8th rank in the future. We'll talk about these things later, ha ha ha, I'm leaving. Lin Chen is leading Lin Pingon to get up. Master, please be careful. If you can, try not to go to the heavenly sanctuary. The heavenly sanctuary is second only to the Holy King and has the most powerhouses. Jin Wuxia persuaded that with his understanding of the Lord's temperament, he dared to fight, and he was not allowed to go to the heavenly sanctuary, and something big would happen. Lin Chen smiled and said, don't worry, you can't run if you can't beat it. I will find a way to deal with Brother Wuxia's injury. Your Excellency, you can set off with peace of mind. I have a special space channel to go to the Zixia King Valley, and you can get there as quickly as possible. 6-finger Shan Yuan handed Lin Chen a volume of space jade slips. Then there is Senior Lao. Lin Chen left the tavern, tearing apart the space and teleporting away. When Jin Wuxia watched Lin Chen leave, he shook his head and sighed. My lord, he has a strong temper, and I don't know what big things will happen in this trip. Ha ha ha, Big Brother Jin, let's go too. 23 evil spirits have died, and this Bian City can't stay anymore. I have a good place to heal your wounds. Okay, then go. 3 days later, Zixia King Valley. Inside the King Valley Hall. Fucking, they are all from their own family. Does my sister-in-law need to be so ruthless? As far as she is still in her own family, if it wasn't for the Supreme Elder of Wang forcing the second brother to marry her, just this woman, I would be annoyed when I see her. Okay, arguing all day long, there's no end to it. Everyone has been taken away, what's the use of talking about it? Why, some kind of go to the heavenly sanctuary? Fight, hit. It's 2 shoulders and 1 head, who's afraid of who? Enough, stop arguing. When Zitianhu scolded everyone, a stream of light descended into Wanggu, which shocked everyone. Who is coming? Senior Zitianhu, stay safe. The young man dressed in a silver robe, handsome, walked into the lobby with a smile on his face. Kid Lin Chen? Hey, it's you. Everyone was shocked, and immediately smiled. Zitianhu strode up and gave Lin Chen a bear hug, and laughed. I haven't heard from you for more than half a year, is your kid going to retreat? Lin Chen didn't deny it, forget it, I'm here to help Zixia King Valley. As soon as he finished speaking, when he saw Lin Chen coming, the handsome man in green robe, and the beautiful woman seemed to think of something, and said, in shock, little friend Lin Chen, a few days ago, 23 evil spirits fell at the same time, and the location is also in Chiyu. Could it be that? The corners of everyone's mouth shivered, and they looked at Lin Chen. He simply smiled like a child, and said casually, well, I commissioned someone to forge a few sacred artifacts, and these evildoers were slaughtered by me when they wanted to make money. The lobby is silent. Monster. Killing one monstrous arrogant is outrageous. How can he still be able to talk and laugh with ease after killing 23 of them? Tianhu gave Lin Chen a deep look. He found that Lin Chen's aura in the face of them was very unusual. If it is said that the former Lin Chen faced them, he was neither humble nor arrogant, flattering and humiliating. The current Lin Chen, on the other hand, is relaxed and freehand, and his gestures are very natural, showing absolute confidence. The former is more like a junior facing a senior. But the latter, it's more like a relationship between equals. In other words, Lin Chen's aura has already regarded everyone present as a character of the same level, and there is no difference between the two sides. How is it possible that this little guy's strength can still surpass us? It's only been half a year. What has he experienced? It's definitely not a closed door practice. It is impossible for a retreat to have such an earth-shaking change. Especially this little girl next to him. Why do I have an inexplicable heart palpitations when I look at her, but I don't feel the slightest heart palpitations? When Tianhu's heart was shocked, a handsome middle-aged man with sword eyebrows and star eyes came up behind him. He was dressed in purple gold robes, handsome and extraordinary. His face seemed to be in his 30s, his temperament was like a dragon and a phoenix in a human being, and he clasped his fists at Lin Chen. You're Lin Chen's little friend, right? I'm Qingwu's father, Zi Mingyue. Zi Mingyue was very sincere, and Lin Chen's expression changed, especially serious. Uncle Mingyue, what's the situation with the little goblin? Zi Mingyue sighed and invited Lin Chen to take the seat. The two sat down, everyone stood in the lobby. Zi Mingyue revealed her memories, and said seriously and sadly, in those days, a traitor appeared in the Zixia King Valley, which destroyed Wanggu's vitality. My elder Wanggu, in order to unite with other forces to restore Wanggu, married me and Qinggu her mother, but it is also the beginning of cause and effect. Qingwu's mother is very strong. Although they have used the power of their family to make Zixia King Valley gain a firm foothold in the heavenly sanctuary, the thing we are worried about in the end has emerged. Their family wants to gradually erode the Zixia King Valley. Let our elders defect to their side, and resources will be tilted. Even the Zixia King Valley will be merged to become an affiliate of their family. The ancestors of Wanggu noticed the abnormality, and the two sides broke apart, but when the conflict between the two sides had not fully started, Qinggu came. Her amazing potential and talent gave her family hope, but because she was born in Wanggu, her lifeline and the potential is very suitable for the Zixia Huiyue secret realm in the valley, so the opponent did not completely tear his face, but left Qingwu in the Zixia King Valley. Lian Qingwu's surname is also based on her maiden surname. Because of the pressure from the past, Qingwu has been practicing hard as never before, but just a few days ago, they asked us to hand over Qingwu. If we don't, we will attack. In the valley, a large number of powerhouses in the realm of life and death and the realm of navigating the stars have been brought, and even the sacred state of mind is not rare. Zi Mingyue sighed deeply, as if she had aged a lot. Zi Mingyue was heartbroken, her expression helpless and painful. Qingwu went back with her mother in order to protect Wanggu from breaking up. This time, I'm afraid it has something to do with the ranked ladder tournament. That woman may be determined to marry Qingwu to one of the candidates for the ranked ladder tournament. After hearing the cause and effect, Lin Chen was expressionless and only asked one question. How does the little goblin express her position? Is she willing to marry or not? Zi Mingyue was stunned. Zi Tianhu walked up and said indignantly. That girl likes freedom and loves to play by nature, how could she be willing to agree to such a thing? Everything is for Zisha King Valley. Boom. A murderous intent that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 places erupted, alarming all the top powerhouses in the Zisha King Valley. Lin Chen stood up and clenched his fists. Then go to Heavenly Sanctuary and snatch people back. The Heavenly Sanctuary gathers many top forces, occupying nearly a quarter of the area of the sanctuary. The famous ladder competition on the enchanting list is also held in the Heavenly Sanctuary. The ladder tournament is the once-in-a-century competition for the enchanting list, and the peripheral ladder competition is mainly the enchanting list. Ranked after 5,000 to compete with ranking as a bet. The inner ladder competition is a showdown between the top 2,000 to 5,000 monsters on the monster list, and it is a major event that all forces pay attention to. It is rude to say that the inner ladder competition of the evildoers list is the most important event in the holy world. Born. Everyone who stands out in the inner ladder competition is the evildoer among the evildoers. Those who were famous in the past were born here. 100,000 Dragon City, Flying Dragon City, a secret room. The 3 immortal old men held whiskers in their hands, their eyes flashed like divine light, and their palms conveyed a ray of holy energy into the vast rotating astrolabe in the void. The astrolabe is like a dream, like a silent constellation, shining with a ray of light, and finally flickering. The third old man's face gradually paled, and when he finally stopped, he breathed a sigh of relief. 3 seniors, what's the situation? An exquisite figure stretched out in the void, and smiled lazily and charmingly. The 3 old men clasped their fists. Report to Madam, there is no abnormality, this ladder competition can be held safely. These 3 old people are famous saint-level mathematicians in the holy world. Every ladder competition must have absolute strength and escort to ensure the safe holding of the ladder competition. This time, the same is true. 3 great mathematicians will take action to deduce the secrets and account for fortune-telling, so as to ensure that the ladder competition can be held without any accident. After all, there is no room for error in a grand event of this size. With the 3 great mathematicians working together, even if there is an open world who wants to interfere with the competition, there will be clues. Well, there are 3 masters of Lao. By the way, if the Yi family asks to see you, there will be a small deduction for the adults of Lao. Qianing giggled. A stunningly beautiful figure and 2 figures in black robes walked into the secret room and sat down, and the stunningly beautiful woman at the head spoke coldly. Yi family, Yi Li Xue, please ask the 3 masters to calculate for us 10 days later, whether there is an accident on my Yi family's big day. Yi Li Xue? Oh, I didn't expect it to be Mrs. Yi Li Xue. The third old man was very surprised by this rare visitor. The 2 black-robed figures respectfully took out 3 receiving rings and placed them on the table. The cold and arrogant beautiful woman pushed Na Jia in front of the 3 and said indifferently, "This is the reward." The three elders took a look, and his face changed slightly. They wanted to refuse righteously. But the other party gave too much. "If that's the case, let's do it again." The third old coughed lightly, and performed arithmetic again, focusing on the Yi family, deducing the fate and calculating the secret. After a while, a dazzling purple light shone in the secret room, and the three elders exclaimed. Even Yi Lishue couldn't help frowning slightly. "Ziki is coming from the east, and its sharp edge is exposed. This is the vision of Zixia Wangu. It seems that there will be interference from Zixia Wangu at the happy event in Madam's house, and this interference is enough to stop the happy event. If it is not blocked, it will something big happened." Impossible. The chill between Yi Lishua's brows was enough to kill someone. Zixia King Valley? Yi Lishua knew very well what kind of family they were. Unless they came out in full force and wanted to fight with them, but it would never be enough to completely shake her Yi family. Zixia King Valley has the ability to shake my Yi family? Impossible. If that's the case, they don't have to hand over Qingwu on that day. Yi Lishua thought about it for a long time and finally stood up and said coldly, "Ijia knows, there are 3 laborers." With a twist of her waist, Yi Lishua left, the chill between her eyebrows seemed to be enough to freeze everything. No matter who you invite from the Zixia King Valley, it's impossible to stop my Yi family plan. 7 days later, Heavenly Sanctuary, Flying Dragon City. When the tide of all nations came, the major 7-rank sects gathered together, and 8-rank giants from all regions of the Holy Realm appeared in Filong City. Under the Filong City, some saints who finally got the viewing spot exclaimed from time to the team passing by in the void, "What team is that, my God, 300 sword saints? The one who can come up with this kind of handwriting is Jianyu. Even Jianyu is here. Look, the Wanyan Palace in Yanyu is also here. So many 8th-rank giants, it's really scary." Boom! Another divine flame descended from the air, and 14 almost invincible figures walked out of the divine flame beam. 7 girls and 7 boys. The women are beautiful and alluring, with different looks, all of which are one of the most beautiful among the millions. The man is arrogant and arrogant, like a man who is so out of the world, like the immortal son of Xinjia, who is so handsome and so domineering that people don't dare to look directly at him. Divine Flame Palace. The peerless genius of Xinyan Palace. It's terrible, this is the legend of the past, Xinyan Palace. It is said that Xinyan Palace has appeared on the list of saints several times, and this time I am afraid that it is only the youngest group. This year's ladder competition is actually attended by Xinyan Palace. My God, what other evildoers have to be crushed by them? The enchanting arrogance of Xinyan Palace appeared, and the momentum suppressed the audience. They seem to be born with a high number of people, and they don't even look at the mortal saint, and the diameter swept into the void island in the depths of Filong City. Filong City can be said to be extremely lively, and the adjacent Wulong City is even more applauded. In an ancient pagoda, the interior scene is varied and dazzling, but without exception, the incessant sound of explosions is tense and shocking. Tongtian Pagoda, this Tanna contains many high-level secret realms, and the powerful power in the secret realm can stimulate the sage to maximize the potential, improve spiritual perception and instant speed, and help the sage expand acupoints. Only the enchanting geniuses on the enchanting list and a few 8th-grade sects are qualified to enter this tower. At this time, there were shouts and cheers around the Babel Tower. Master Su Qing from Danyu has expanded his acupoints to the 31st time. It's not over yet, 32 times. No, Miss Chanyu Huafeiyu has already expanded her acupuncture points to the 36th time. Damn it, she's so strong. The foundation of the top 7 rank sect is strong. Enthusiasm, everyone's attention. This place is one of the best places to expand acupuncture points on the enchanting list. Approaching the start of the ladder competition, many evil spirits and arrogances are also accumulating and participating in a big explosion to expand their acupoints. They are dazzled by the countless powerhouses. Heavenly Sanctuary is always full of excitement. Here is the central stage of the Holy Realm. Wulong City, night home. The mansion stood tall and splendid, and in a tall building, all forces gathered. Today is the big day of the Night family. Everywhere comes a wave, and the gifts are constantly being given away. 8th rank sect, Dragon Saint Qin Xian, is here. The 7th grade family, the Tianxue family, is here. The 7th grade family, the Xiao family, Xiao Wu Chang, is a gift. Hundreds of glorious golden seats were cast in the main hall, and all the attendees were notable figures in the Holy Realm, either the 7th rank celebrities, or the elders of the 8th rank giant sects, with prominent and honorable identities. And sitting in the hall, there are some top enchanting Tianjiao, and even 2 of the indomitable Shenyan Palace Tianjiao that day. Thank you for coming today. On the high platform, Yi Lishue wore a long blue dress, as beautiful as the beauty under the moon on the top of the snow, and on her stunning face, it seemed that the years had not left any traces. Many strong people are surprised, admired, or fearful. This woman's iron-like wrist is known to everyone in the 8th rank family. And she has single-handedly managed the entire Yi family from its decline to its peak, and even leaped to a new height. No one could treat her like an ordinary woman. Today is the big day for my Yi family and Zhao family. It is my Yi family's honor to be able to invite all of you to participate in such a happy event. My daughter, Qinggu, will marry Zhao Mingyu, the son of the Zhao family. Today. Yi Lishua's voice just fell. The groom is here. The white clouds fluttered, and a white feathered Pegasus stepped into the sky, on which sat a handsome man with an arrogant expression. His face was extremely cold, the bridge of his nose was high, and he was 8 feet tall. The Pegasus fell, the youth turned over and fell down, and a pair of sword eyes shocked all the visiting Tianjiao. This man is very strong. The older generation of powerhouses are even more dignified. Even the mighty Naxing realm powerhouse, the oppression he feels on him is no trivial matter. As soon as he appeared on the stage, it seemed that he was going to overwhelm people with momentum. It's worthy of being a candidate for winning the ladder competition, and it lives up to its reputation. On the golden seat, next to the main hall, the beautiful woman with a slender waist giggled. Her eyebrows are picturesque, her tenderness is like water like spring rain in March, her beautiful eyes seem to be full of autumn water, her crescent eyebrows are slightly raised, and when she smiles lightly, the pear vortex blooms, which makes many male evildoers suffocate. Beauty is like a fairy. One of the 10 most beautiful people on the enchanting list, Yu Shiner. This is also one of the reasons why many male geniuses come here. Today, participating in this wedding banquet, they are fortunate enough to see the 2 monsters appearing together. The 10 most beautiful women on the enchanting list are the most beautiful women recognized by the most holy world as the most beautiful women. Wow, this person is almost as good as senior brother, right? A quirky little girl smiled softly at the young man in white beside her. The handsome young man in white laughed and scolded, "What are you doing here? I'm just the power of the outer hall attached to the Xinyan palace, how can I compare to others?" The handsome young man gave Zhao Mingyu a deep look, with a profound meaning. The cultivation of life and death under 1,000 years old is still a super monster talent with 1,000-fold expansion. That is a real monster. In terms of potential, it will catch up with the geniuses in the palace. At this time, Zhao Mingyu slightly edited. "I have seen Mrs." Zhao Mingyu bowed his body, and his face was full of arrogance from beginning to end. Yi Lishua showed a rare smile. "It will be a family from now on." "Ha ha ha, please take care of Mrs. Lishua. My unworthy descendant, I still have a lot to learn from you." A proud smile came, a white light flashed in the sky, and a figure appeared on the high hall in an instant. His bright eyes are like thunder and lightning flashes, his body is straight, and he has the potential to lean on the sky and cover the earth. Just sitting there, his momentum is powerful, like the top of the mountains. "Brother Zhao." Yi Lishua nodded slightly. "The person who came is the head of the Zhao family, a generation of heroes. Please the bride, I also want to see if my daughter-in-law suits me." Zhao Patriarch laughed casually, like a tiger roaring in thunder, not angry and arrogant. Yi Lishua took her seat and said indifferently, "Bride please." Whoa! A ray of sunshine shone from above the 9 heavens, and everyone's eyes were attracted, only to see a beautiful woman slowly appearing in the ray of light. The beautiful woman has a slender figure, a red dress like fire, a purple rosy jade crown, a pearl and jade phoenix hairpin. The beautiful woman looks forward and swaying like a blue flower in spring, her red lips are lightly opened. The pretty and beautiful girl's face is pure and flawless, like the mountains in the distance in March. Her eyebrows are hazy and charming. She is truly a beautiful woman who is enchanting all over the world. This woman is the little demon empress, Yi Qingguo. Zhao Mingyu, who has always been aloof, can't help showing a bit of fiery at the moment. It's hard to find a second person in this world. It's really amazing to see once. If I were a man, maybe I would be fascinated by her. Yu Shiner, who is also one of the top 10 stunning people, couldn't help but exclaimed. "A beautiful woman, the holy world does not know the geometry, but only her temperament is difficult to change." The little demon empress has perfectly controlled the girl's innocence and the charming temperament of a fairy, and they are perfectly combined. Her smile and frown can charm all beings, which is not an exaggeration at all. The little demon empress was neither happy nor sad. She walked in front of her mother. Ying bowed her body. Yi Lishua pretended to smile and said, "Qing Wu, my mother is very happy that you can marry Mingyu. After today, your dancing style will only belong to Mingyu. Yi family girls have to learn a dance that is unique to them from birth. The dance of the little demon empress is regarded as a fairy dance by the Yi family. It is unparalleled in the world. Belongs to the man she loves. Should it be envy or sympathy? As a woman, will this be the case for me?" Yu Shiner's heart was complicated when she saw Yu Qingguo, whose eyes had lost her light. "Qingwu knows." The little demon empress Ying bowed. Zhao Mingyu showed a smile that he thought was handsome and unrestrained. "Qingwu, if you enter the door of my Zhao family, I will not treat you badly." The little demon empress did not speak. Yi Lishua ignored her face and continued, "Matchmaker, it's time to start." At this time, a charming young woman matchmaker appeared, also a holy realm with a strong cultivation base, and said softly, I have invited 2 newcomers to worship heaven and earth. At this time, the sounds of different musical instruments resounded all over the world, and the whole Yi family could hear it clearly. What's the matter? It's not time for you to play music. Madame Yi Lishue frowned and asked in a cold voice. Brush. A holy light descended, and a holy place in cold sweat appeared in the lobby. He knelt on one knee and reported. Ma'am, there are 6 people dressed in black outside, carrying a coffin and playing music, saying that they were a professional team and came uninvited. Boom. The door of the night house was blown open. How can there be a lack of the most handsome man in the holy world in such a scene, right? All Yi family members, the captain of the coffin-carrying team. At the Dark Horse Club, the professional team, come uninvited. If you are not satisfied, you will hold on. The boy's cynical laughter made the little demon empress shudder. When the door of Ye's house was blasted open, a team walked into the lobby. Resolutely and aggressively. It is the people of Zixia King Valley. Many strong people in the Knight family got up immediately. The VIPs even smiled playfully, watching the fun, naturally hoping that the bigger the fun, the better. Oh? It's finally here, Zixia King Valley. Yi Lishue was not surprised. She expected Zixia Wangu to come. However, the only surprise to her was the young man who was leading the team. In front of her. She has never seen this person. There is no impression. Looking at the talents. Within the 8th rank, she understands every one of them, but this one, she has no impression at all. Oh? Could it be that someone is going to smash Ye's house today? Hurry up. Fight, we must fight. The quirky girl excitedly waved her little pink fist. The young man in white shook his head helplessly, and when he looked over, he was instantly stunned. This boy, he has seen it. Yu Shiner stood up directly, stared at the front, and muttered to herself. Could it be that someone can save you at this juncture, Yi Qingwu? Qingwu, come home with us. Yes, you don't have to be afraid this time, we are all here. You don't have to make compromises. Dad won't let you carry it all alone this time. Let's go home. Zi Tianhu and the others shouted at the little demon empress. Lin Chen walked straight into the hall, and when he looked around the audience, his eyes finally fell on the little demon empress, Yi Lishue, and Jiao Mingyu. The little demon empress said impatiently, what are you bringing everyone here for? Hurry up and go back. The little demon empress instantly understood Lin Chen's kindness. The two knew each other too well, but the little demon empress must not let him mess around. This is ruining him. There is a world of difference between the 8th rank forces and the 7th rank sects. Lin Chen's behavior this time is equivalent to trying to keep Yi Jia's face on the bright side. What's more, there is also a Zhao family, with the background of the two families. It is only a matter of a few words to destroy even a 7th grade sect. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, little goblin, you know me very well. I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Jiao Mingyu raised his brows. Do you understand? Lin Chen smiled slightly. Yes, I understand very well. She knows my strengths, and I know her strengths. Before the little demon empress could persuade Lin Chen, Yi Lishue waved her hand. My Yi family doesn't need such rude guests. Come and see off. Boom. 20 people in the realm of life and death, and 10 strong men from the Yi family who were in the star realm appeared in the hall out of thin air. This hand was a little depressed even for many people. Yi Lishue was already prepared. 30 strong men grabbed the void, and the space violently rippled, as if They were about to move everyone away in an instant. A gray-white talisman fell from the sky, shaking the sky, and bursting in an instant. All the powerhouses in the hall felt that the space became stagnant in an instant, which was extremely strange. Brush. 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 Lin Chen turned into a series of afterimages, kicked with a kick, and blasted all the life and death realms and naxing realms that had not yet been shot. Hiss. Many evildoers took a deep breath. In an instant, 20 saints of the 6th level, 10 saints of the 7th level, just flew like this? This is so fucking fake. Are you putting it on play? Even some of the powerhouses who were born in the 8th rank couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. If Lin Chen is some old monster-level powerhouse, they will not be surprised at all. The previous 10 saints at the 7th level, at most, are in the early stage of the star realm, with 61 holy caves blooming. But he is a young man like the enchanting list. Even among the top 5,000 people on the enchanting list, there are very few people who can do that just now. Oh? Interesting young man, but it's too much to think about ruining the happy event of my Zhao family with this ability. Boom. The space shuddered and kept squeezing away. Patriarch Zhao's half-step open heaven realm's holy prestige shines like a holy sun, crushing Lin Chen, wanting to suppress him. However, Lin Chen not only was not affected, but even took the initiative to take a step forward. Lin Chen looked directly at Patriarch Zhao, who narrowed his eyes. This young man is not bluffing. Little goblin, tell your sincerity, there is no need to grieve yourself. I promise, with me, no one can touch Zisha King Valley. Lin Chen looked directly at the little demon empress. If you have a sweetheart to marry, I won't even blink my brows, but if you are forced to commit yourself to your own happiness, I can't stand by, and you still treat me as a good friend. Say it from your heart. Qing Wu, the entire Zisha King Valley will be on your side. This time my father is here to bring you back. The grievances of the previous generation should have ended long ago, and you should not bear it. The little demon empress expression flickered. When Zi Mingyue spoke, Yi Lishue looked extremely indifferent. Zi Mingyue, what you said means that Zi Xiao Wangu and my Yi family will start a full-scale war, right? Yi Lishua's holy power fluctuations faintly shattered the void, and her cultivation level is only half a step behind Yu Zhao's family leader, who is also the pinnacle of a holy state of mind. 80 holy caves are in full bloom. And the holy majesty passes through the sky and latitudes. Brush. 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 A stream of light descended, and the Yi family dispatched more powerhouses, all of which surrounded the entire hall. Young people these days, they really want to come out and do things with a little bit of ability. I haven't been born in Yi's family for too long. Is it considered a soft persimmon? It's not good. The silhouettes of the 3 elders of the Yi family appeared like ghosts, and they were also 3 extremely powerful sacred minds. The people of Zisha King Valley are waiting in full force. Everyone, don't be so angry, I have something to say, please listen to it. At this time, the Supreme Elder of Wanyan Hall in Yanyu smiled and rounded up the field, and he was also a strong man with a perfect holy state of mind. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, Are you from the Wanyan Palace of Yanyu? The elder Taishang was startled, and smiled kindly. Why, little friend knows. The old man? What advice? Without saying a word, Lin Chen flicked his palm, and a stream of light shot into the old man's hand. He took it slightly, and when he opened his palm, it was a fiery red sharp arrow blade fragment, which made the kind smile on his face stop abruptly, and his expression gradually shocked into horror. Boom! 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 At this moment, the space directly above the Yi family roared with endless vortex of fire waves. It is enough to show how big the waves in the elders' heart are. Everyone was surprised. What did this kid give to make the old man Wanhua, who has always been calm in dealing with people and things, become this? Shaken? Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. After a breath, Elder Wanhua said in a trembling voice, "What is your relationship with that Lord?" Lin Chen smiled slightly, confident and free. "Master and servant, I am the master, and he is the servant." Thump. Elder Wanhua knelt down on the spot, and he said excitedly, "The grace of saving your life, the great grace of restoring the palace, is unforgettable. Since the Lord worships the sun as the main thing, then I, an old man, will also follow the sun's horse. Whatever the sun wants to make trouble today, I will follow him to the end." Everyone's scalp exploded violently. What's the situation? The supreme elder of the 8th rank giant sect just kneels like this? Damn, didn't you come out to be a peacemaker? You kneel when you come out, why? Are you joining them all of a sudden? The powerhouses of the 8th rank sect are more surprised than each other. Why did Elder Wanhua kneel down suddenly? Why are the veterans of the 8-pin sect generation crying with joy? Behind all this, is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Or stay-up-late multiplayer sports that challenge the limit? What method did he use to get old man Wanhua to be so determined to help him? Yi Lishua's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, and she felt more and more that this young man was not easy to come by. The elders and the 2 enchanting geniuses who accompanied Elder Wanhua to the wedding banquet looked stunned. What's the situation? The status of Elder Wanhua is equivalent to that of the most powerful elders and hall masters. His strength may not be the strongest group in Wanyan Temple, but his seniority and qualifications are extremely high. He is an old senior who existed when Wanyan Temple was founded. He usually values peace completely, and he will never do anything that he can communicate with a smile. Even if the war starts, he even has a kind smile, and he has never shown such a firm attitude today. Ignoring everyone's surprised eyes, Elder Wanhua asked in a trembling voice, "Your Excellency, is that Lord still alive?" Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed, full of pride, "With me covering him, he is so good, his life is safe, and he will come back one day." Boom. 10,000 fires soared into the sky, holy flames lingered, Elder 10,000 fires stood up, and bowed deeply to Lin Chen. "The grace of your Excellency in saving the gentleman is like saving me the Wanyan Palace. It's too much to say. All the people in the Wanyan Palace who are present today are willing to do your best for your Excellency." The words of Elder Wanhua caused 1,000 waves. Even the elders who followed him looked confused. Lin Chen smiled slightly, the clouds were light and the wind was light. "Don't worry, today's matter, I will solve it, you can be responsible for protecting me." In just one word, his ambition is fully demonstrated. Many strong people twitched the corners of their mouths. How crazy is this boy? Really don't give Yi family and Zhao family face? Facing 2 big 8th rank families alone? Yi Lishua frowned. "Old Wanhua, you have to think clearly, you know the rules between the 8th rank forces." The old man Wanhua stood in the same direction as Lin Chen and smiled. "Mrs. Yi, let's not say more, this young master has any losses today, and the Final result is that the two families go to war. If the palace master and my brothers are here, they will make the same choice as me. Hiss. Some sect masters of the 7th grade sect take a sigh of relief. The two go to war. Each of the 8 sects is a giant of the holy realm. Just a few more powerhouses will be able to kill the level of the 7th grade sect. A full-scale war between the two 8th rank forces will mean the start of a real war. In an era when the 9 rank sect was ignorant of worldly affairs, the 8 rank power was the pinnacle of the holy realm. Almost all the powerhouses wanted to break their scalps. What kind of ecstasy soup did this kid give the old man of Wanhua to make him firm to this point? The people of Zixia King Valley are ecstatic. As expected, little friend Lin Chen still has the next move. After how long it took to get here, he managed to win over an 8th rank sect. It was too strong. Is this the charm of the most handsome man in the holy world? Love, love. An elder of the 8th rank sect couldn't help but said, I said, you are not a fake old man, are you? What kind of ecstasy did he give you to make you so high? The old man Wanhua shook his head and smiled. No one will understand this matter except for the hall master and other meow meow people. When the atmosphere on both sides became more tense. Enough. Zhao Mingyu spoke up. All eyes turned to him. If it was an ordinary enchanting genius, he would have absolutely no weight to speak in such a big scene. But he is different, he is a super evildoer who must go down in history. Even Patriarch Zhao has to weigh the weight of his words. He walked in front of Lin Chen. The eyes of the two young people were like swords, and before they even started, the air was filled with killing intent. Zhao Mingyu said as indifferently as Shan Bing, sign up, what kind of thing? Are you, dare to mess with me? He stomped the soles of his feet, the whole Yi family trembled, the space trembled violently, and most of the enchanting Tianjiao present felt dizzy and almost lost their feet. Lin Chen, standing still. But he was wary of Zhao Mingyu. This man is strong. His holy power fluctuations far exceed the realm of life and death, and even surpass some of the star realms that Lin Chen once killed. Lin Chen took a step forward, and the two were very close to each other. The girl next to the handsome young man suddenly said, at this distance, it's usually either a fight or a kiss. Keep your voice down. Senior brother glared at her. It's just me that I brought a professional team today. Lin Chen smiled and pointed to the black wooden coffin raised by the 6 clones behind him. Lin Chen? The powerhouses of all parties were stunned. Is this son Lin Chen who challenges the authority of the enchanting list? The amount of information and intelligence obtained by the 8th rank sect every day is enormous. After Lin Chen made a big fuss, he sneaked into the holy prison and disappeared, so that most of the strong people did not recall it for the first time. Sure enough, it's him. TSK, 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 our goddess of Xinyan palaces. Sweetheart, Lin Chen. As expected of the goddess's favorite character, 8 grade sect, do what you say. The handsome young man was amazed. Boom. At this time, Zhao Mingyu pointed like a ray of light, pierced through the void with one finger, and stabbed Lin Chen. Saint Dragon Possession. The holy dragon possessed the body, and Lin Chen's whole body circulated with eternal azure light. When a slow rune shot out, Zhao Mingyu's shocking finger was stagnant for a moment. Lin Chen punched the backhand with the holy dragon's 7 trillion dragon power. Sigh. Boom. The space between the two sides exploded. With a wave of the nearest elder Wanhua's sleeve robe, the space was blocked. in a large area, and the fluctuations between the two of them were instantly locked in the space of 100 feet. The people of Zishaking Valley even took advantage of Lin Chen's shot, and they flickered left and right, pulling the little demon empress back to their side. Yi Lishua was not in a hurry. Today is the base camp of Yi family, they have no possibility of robbing people. The dust and smoke dissipated, the space where the two were directly turned into an invisible vacuum, all the buildings disappeared, and the two walked in the air. Zhao Mingyu flicked his fingers. Lin Chen patted the dust on his shoulders. Zhao Mingyu disdain, the holy land of body refinement? With the 7 trillion dragon power, is it worthy to stand in front of me and do things? Lin Chen smiled, don't worry, my specialty hasn't appeared yet. Yi Lishua waved her hand. Deploy the space formation and prepare to take them down. The head of the Zhao family stood up slowly, and all the powerhouses of the Yi family appeared empty. The old man of Wanhua was standing on the side of Zishaking Valley, and everyone was waiting for him. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. Oh, it's okay for young people to be anxious, what are you anxious about? The strong people in the audience were shocked. A staggering figure appeared between Lin Chen and Zhao Mingyu like a ghost, and gently pushed the two to a distance of 100 meters. The drunk old man took a jug and took a sip before giving Lin Chen a deep look. His gaze, as if penetrating all the secrets in Lin Chen's body, showed a deterrent in his laziness. However, what shocked the old man was that instead of panicking, Lin Chen nodded and smiled at the drunk old man. In an instant, the drunk old man's eyes flashed a sober stern. This young man is a bit outrageous. It's a drunk old man. Why even this old monster came out in shock. TSK, 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 this excitement is really getting bigger and bigger. I'm so happy to eat this melon. The powerhouses of the 8-rank forces of all parties were amazed. The drunk old man is one of the main powerhouses in charge of the latter competition this time. An old monster who has been promoted to the Kaitian realm since ancient times. The drunk old man was very curious, very curious. He knew that the Yi family had invited the 3 major mathematicians, and estimated that Zhixiao Wangu would come, but he did not expect that this variable was actually in a young man. More importantly, he couldn't see through this kid named Lin Chen. Can't see through at all. Raised a holy dragon in captivity? The external strength is very strong, the spiritual realm is unfathomable, and the mind is firm, no less than some top powerhouses who have fought with the old man. How did he do this at such a young age? Degree? However, why can't I feel any holy power at all? Only 30 holy caves are in full bloom, but the holy caves are like a pool of stagnant water, and there is no movement. The more incomprehensible it is, the more it proves that this child is not simple. The drunk old man closed his eyes and looked at Zhao Mingyu again. Boy of the Zhao family, if you fight here right now, not to mention how your Zhao family wins or loses, your qualification to participate in the latter match will definitely be disqualified, so what, do you still want to fight? The drunk old man was slightly joking, but Zhao Mingyu was very calm and calm. Since the senior has appeared, he must have an idea. I would like to listen to the advice of the senior. The drunk old man laughed and said, the kid is quite smart, so today's wedding banquet will be put on hold for the time being, and the old man will be fair. Whoever gets to a higher ranking will win. If the two of you can make it to the final, then the final result will prevail. Of course, this possibility is not high. After winning, neither party can have any dissatisfaction, and the offenders will come to fight with the old man. Hey, how about this proposal? The drunk old man's eyes have a bit of a taste of watching a good show, and everyone is even more excited. In the latter competition, bet on one of the top 10 most stunning characters on the enchanting list, and the 2 characters on the enchanting list will face off. On one side is a super dark horse newcomer who dares to challenge authority. On one side is the amazing legendary monster. Who will be better? After Zhao Mingyu put his hands in the back, the arrogance between his eyebrows can be said to be extremely conceited. This proposal, this young master can accept, but only if some people are qualified to participate. His tone was somewhat mocking. Everyone looked at Lin Chen. That's right, Lin Chen's ranking of the evildoers is out of 9,000. This ranking is not qualified to participate in the inner ladder competition with Zhao Mingyu's standard, and even participating in the outer ladder competition is not enough. Ordinary evildoers are rare, but here is the center stage of the holy world, the heavenly sanctuary. With a ranking of more than 9,000 monsters, they are not too amazing. The little demon empress said worriedly, Lin Chen, you. She had seen Lin Chen's last battle in Chiyu. In all fairness, Lin Chenrua used that golden armguard, which was very strong, but not as good as Zhao Mingyu. Because of this person, the foundation of expanding acupoints and condensing acupoints can be called heaven-defying. His foundation is too majestic. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, is the always lawless little goblin worried about people? It's the first time I've seen your expression. Then he spoke in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Little goblin, how long have you known me? Recall, from the time you met me to the last time we met, how fast was my growth? Don't you think I spent most of the year staying up late to pick up girls? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, giving the little demon empress a reassuring smile. Without absolute confidence, how could he dare to kill the heavenly sanctuary? At this time, the drunk old man said again. Well, indeed, according to the ranking of this little guy, it seems that he does not have the right to participate, and the old man can't give him a place. Without exception. I remember there is a rule. Then what, Xiaoyan easy? Please explain the situation. After speaking, the drunk old man smiled at Yu Shiner, who was beautiful and refined in the main hall. My brain is a little hard to use, and I can't remember too many rules. Everyone looked at Yu Shiner. She was graceful and graceful, like a June snow. In full bloom to the east, elegant and out of the dust, fragrant steps. Lightly, Ying rushed to the surroundings, and bowed her body, then smiled sweetly. Go back to senior, according to the rules of the ladder competition, in order to take care of those evil spirits who have no intention of competing for rankings. The competition specially introduced an exception mechanism for expanding acupoints. When the ranking is not enough to participate in the ladder competition, if the acupoint expansion multiple reaches the standard, you can ignore the ranking. The barrier, directly participate in the ladder competition. Yu Shiner turned her eyes, looked at Lin Chen with interest, and said thoughtfully, for the peripheral ladder competition, the total multiple of 10 acupoint expansions is 350 times, and each acupoint expansion must not be less than 33 times in order to participate. In the inner ladder competition, the total multiple of 10 acupoint expansions must reach 700 times, and each expansion of acupoints must not be less than 65 times in order to participate. 700 times. Hearing this number, many elders of the 7th grade sect shook their heads. and sighed. Too difficult. 10 times to expand acupoints 700 times, which means that in the expansion of acupoints, each time a holy acupoint is opened, the acupoints must be expanded by an average of 70 times. Hey, little guy, you have hidden your cultivation, right? Or, you haven't expanded your acupoints yet, right? As long as your next acupoint expansion can meet the requirements of the competition, you can make an exception to participate. How? The drunk old man looked at Lin Chen with admiration and playfulness. Pa. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and smiled coquettishly. No problem, I have enough confidence. Wait a moment. The cold voice interrupted Lin Chen. It's Mrs. Yi Lixue. I don't agree with this agreement. Yi Lixue's eyes were extremely cold. She walked in front of Lin Chen, Zixia, Wanggu and others, and said indifferently. This son committed my Yi family first. Yi Qinggu is the daughter of the AI family, and it's never his turn to be an outsider to intervene. The little demon empress gritted her teeth lightly. He's not an outsider. Yi Lixue raised her eyebrows, coldly. Why, isn't that your lover? Mother, you. Before the little demon empress could speak, Zi Tianhu and the others instantly became angry. How aggressive does this woman want to be? Do you have the heart? You don't. Si Qingwu wanting to marry your daughter like this. Yi Lixue is still indifferent. I have no heart, she is my daughter, don't forget, her surname is Yi, not Zi. Zi Mingyue was burning with anger. He was gentle and refined, and the purple light in the palm of his hand was disillusioned, and he protected the little demon empress beside him. The atmosphere on both sides began to become tense again. Lin Chen raised his hand and stopped everyone in Zixia Wanggu. Auntie, I respect this good friend Qinggu and call you auntie. Lin Chen's eyes looked directly at this beautiful woman who was so cold and ruthless. I've been born to meddle in my friend's business, not to mention that Qingwu and I are a lifelong friendship. If she has a good husband, I will definitely not stop her, but now if you want to force someone to oppress people with power, with all due respect, even if the ancestor of your Yi family comes today, I will still take people away. The enchanting ranking law enforcement team can't stop me, Lin Chen, and neither can you, Yi Jia. Lin Chen's resolute attitude is moving. Yu Xiner became more and more curious about how many secrets he still had. And the old man of Wanhua is even more steadfast. Lin Chen. No matter how other elders persuade him, he firmly believes that this young man has the ability to reach the sky. The little demon empress clenched her fists, her white teeth bit her red lips. And just as she was about to open her mouth, Lin Chen said again. However, Qingwu is willing to follow the surname of the Yi family. I believe she still has a place for you in her heart. I hope you don't completely kill. The last chance to negotiate. Yi Lixue frowned, looked at the little demon empress, and found that she was also looking at herself. The mother and daughter looked at each other, and the little demon empress eyes were full of tears. Yi Lixue can take charge of the Yi family, and her means are exquisite, and she will never let her opponents wish easily. For Zixia Wanggu to be able to revive with this child, he must not be a mortal. To completely kill his possibility, it is best for the Yi family to take back Qinggu with the least loss. In a full-scale war, there is still a person from Wanyan Palace here, saying that Yi Jia will pay a small price. This is not her code of conduct for Yi Lixue. She said coldly, AI's family is willing to give Qingwu a face. If you take all of you down, AI's family is also unwilling to entrust a traumatized Qing Wu to the Zhao family. but before meeting the requirements of the drunk old man, you have to do what Jia demands. Lin Chen asked, but it's okay to say it. Li Shue said, let's focus on expanding acupoints. Your total acupoint expansion multiple must not be lower than that of Mr. Zhao Mingyu. If your multiple of acupoint expansion exceeds that of Mr. Zhao Mingyue, the final comparison will be based on the ranking of the latter competition. Obey all demands of the victor. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the VIPs and guests were extremely wonderful. Even Yushiner felt a little unbelievable. This condition is too difficult. As for Zhao Mingyue and Zhao Patriarch, the father and son shook their heads and laughed at the same time. If so, then there really is no comparison. They more or less know that Lin Chen has some secret super powerful cards, and he can use external forces to compete with high-level powerhouses for a short time. Li Shue also knows this information. But if the premise of the showdown is to reach Zhao Mingyue's acupoint expansion multiple, then it is really incomparable. And, taking 10,000 steps back, even if Lin Chen reluctantly expanded his acupoints and surpassed Zhao Mingyu. But the latter is the realm of life and death, a powerhouse that has crossed the two realms of acupuncture expansion and condensation realm. In terms of actual combat, Zhao Mingyu still has a huge chance of winning. Madame Li Shue's condition is too cruel. It is equivalent to double insurance for Yi family. Zi Tianhu said angrily, aren't you bullying people? Li Shue looked indifferent. If you can't compare, leave Qing Wu, and you roll with your tails between yourselves. Jia only has this condition, and there is nothing to talk about. Lin Chen raised his hand, almost without thinking, and smiled casually. No problem. He took it. What a goddamn kind. This Lin Chen boy is full of courage. Even the drunk old man looked at him one more point. Lin Chen smiled. According to Andya's words, it is agreed that if I can't surpass him, I will immediately abstain from the latter competition. If I am not as good as him in the latter competition, or lose to him, it will also be regarded as my loss. I hope when the time comes, Yi family should not break their promises. Li Shue showed an unprecedented smile. There is a kind, Jia admires a kind of man very much, you are better than Zi Mingyue back then. However, Qing Wu is always from the Yi family. The drunk old man smiled and said, there is an old man, don't worry. The old man is waiting for your performance at the Tongtian Tower next, little guy, I am looking forward to it. At this time, the other enchanting Tianjiao of the Zhao family couldn't hold it in any longer, and stood up with a mocking expression on his face. Yelong is arrogant and doesn't take pictures of himself by urinating. Do you know how many times my cousin Zhao Mingyu has expanded his acupuncture points? Dare to make a big deal here. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. It's none of my business for him to expand his acupuncture points several times. As soon as everyone suffocated, the enchanting person even lived. This tone is just crazy, right? Listening to this tone, do you feel that you have absolute certainty? After talking, Lin Chen turned around and the people from Zixia Wangu left with the little demon empress. Seeing that the two sides did not fight, only the elders of Wanyan Hall and Tianjiao breathed a sigh of relief. If there is a fight and there is an accident, they are the most wronged. Inexplicably, they were pulled into a team by the elders of Wanhua, standing on the opposite side of the Yi family and the Zhao family. They are the blood loss. Zhao Mingyu wanted to get angry and said, leave Qingguo. Li Shue raised her hand and said indifferently, young master Zhao Mingyu. Don't be impatient. Qing Wu is still a virgin. Let her and the people from Zixia Wangu be quiet for a while, that kid won't touch her. Zhao Mingyu frowned and said, "What's your confidence, madam?" Staring at the back of Lin Chen's departure, Yi Lixue only said 2 words. Intuition. When everyone left Ye's house openly and went to Filong City, they felt like a dream. Zi Tianhu and the others who originally planned to fight a bloody battle have retreated now? This is incredible too. You are too messy. The little demon empress eyes were slightly red, and she blamed Lin Chen. Lin Chen shrugged and smiled. Why are you messing around? Don't you know me yet? Don't worry, no matter how strong he is, can he be as strong as Lin Xingchen? You are not the only one who has been cultivating hard for half a year. Zi Mingyue comforted her daughter, Qing Wu, I believe little friend Lin Chen. He must be sure to do this. I'm also very curious, what kind of confidence does Mr. Lin Chen have? At this time, behind everyone who had just entered Filong City, the woman's voice was like a yellowing. When everyone turned around, a beautiful and stunning woman stepped into the air, making the enchanting geniuses of Wanyan Hall, who followed along with them, marveled, and they were extremely envious of Lin Chen. Meeting 2 of the top 10 stunning beauties on the enchanting list at the same time, such a blessing, few men in the world can have it. Yu Xiner stretched out her slender hand and smiled at Lin Chen. Young Master Lin Chen, hello, 2050th on the enchanting list, Yu Xiner. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and shook it, leaving with a touch, and smiled casually. Unknown Junior, Lin Chen. Yu Xiner gave him a roll of eyes, charming and charming. Just as young. Master Lin Chen is still an unknown junior, then am I not a junior? Lin Chen secretly laughed in his heart, girl, you are not young at all. Yu Xiner said curiously. Young Master Lin Chen, Xiner is really curious. Zhao Mingyu has expanded acupoints 10 times, and the total expansion of acupoints is 1,850 times, and the congealing state is 230 times. Faced with his background, where does your confidence come from? Hiss. The 3 enchanting arrogances of the Wanyan Palace took a deep breath. They are far away in the Yan territory, but they have only heard that Zhao Mingyu expands his acupoints 1,000 times. But I didn't expect it to be an astronomical figure of 1,850 times. Chapter 1400. It's because of the opponent, I don't know how powerful my Lin Chen is. The 3 geniuses of Wanyan Hall smacked their tongues secretly. Too scary, what kind of monster is this? Expanding acupoints 1,850 times, and condensing acupoints 230 times. Just considering his 10 expansions, if calculated by pure strength, his basic strength has reached 925 billion dragon power. The ordinary 5-layer saint is consummated, and after expanding the acupoint and condensing it, it is only about 150 billion dragon power. And Zhao Mingyu, only when the acupoint expansion is complete, can kill a piece of ordinary saints who are 5-level perfect. Even the faces of everyone in Zixia King Valley couldn't help but turned pale. They are very clear that expanding the cave is just laying the foundation. On average, a holy acupoint expands 185 times, which is the basis of 92.5 billion dragon power. Calculated on the basis of an average of 23 times for a condensing acupoint, 92.5 billion dragon power is 23 times. Proud as a purple tiger, the corners of his mouth twitched. 23 times the 92.5 billion dragon power, that is 2,127.5 billion dragon power. In other words, Zhao Mingyu opened a holy cave in the condensing realm, and the holy power obtained exceeded 2.1 trillion. The 10 holy acupoints in the condensation realm add up, and just as combat power when he is in the condensation realm is complete, and he can fight more than 22,200 billion dragons with all his strength. 22 trillion dragon power. This combat power is enough to blow up the ordinary saints of the Naxing realm. A peerless evildoer who is truly challenged by leaps and bounds, and what a monster that can go 2 ranks. The most important thing is that this is only the combat power he has when he has bloomed 50 holy caves and has completed the condensed state. The current Zhao Mingyu is the cultivation base of life and death. 56 holy caves in full bloom. No one knows how strong he is. Just like the traces of Lin Chen's use of the slow rune on Zhao Mingyu, he didn't even stop him, but only delayed 1% of his breath. Lin Chen wants to win against him, even from the experience of the 8th rank sect. No matter what angle you try to figure out, there is no possibility of winning. They recognized Lin Chen's courage and potential, and even more recognized his courage at a young age, but in this world, the winner is always the king, and only strength is everything. Even to the extreme, judging from the information that Lin Chen has shown in the 8th rank sect, Zhao Mingyu's background, or even only defending with holy power, if he stands to fight Lin Chen may not be able to break the defense. Therefore, Yi Lishui has enough confidence that Zhao Mingyu can crush Lin Chen to death. The level of expanding his acupoints alone is enough to stop him and take back the little demon empress at the least price. Moreover, Lin Chen has just cast a new holy weapon, and the essence of the suit has not been replenished yet. The 4-piece suit of God of War is difficult to play too strong. Lin Chen's only chance to win is the slow rune and acupoint expansion. Not only Yushiner, but everyone looked at Lin Chen subconsciously. Yes, how sure is he that he can beat Zhao Mingyu? I saw that Lin Chen was chatting and laughing, and said with a smile, "Why am I so sure? It's because of my opponent. I don't know how powerful I Lin Chen are." Yushiner's heart trembled. This sentence is crazy. But there is a kind of contempt for the world, without any conceited domineering. When Lin Chen broke into the holy prison, he fought with too many top powerhouses. It's like an ordinary person who breaks into an environment where he fights with tigers and giant lions all day long, and suddenly one day puts him in the environment of a group of small wolf dogs. Not only will the person not feel that the wolf dogs are fierce, but they will feel a little cute. This is the absolute transformation from the state of mind. Yushiner's cherry lips lightly parted, just as she was about to ask Lin Chen sure. He smirked. Ha ha ha, Moon Beauty, right, the good show is still to come, don't rush to know everything. Sometimes, it's not the best thing to know in advance, it's art to be invisible, just like you want to get married, isn't it boring to know the size of the groom's official in advance? You have to witness this process yourself and explore it yourself, understand? Yushiner was stunned for a moment, then her pretty face turned crimson, and she spat out a prodigal son. Lin Chen laughed and left with everyone. Tongtian Tower, located in the center of Filong City. Lin Chen needs to settle the crowd first, prepare well, enter the Tongtian Tower, and expand the acupoints in one fell swoop. Flying Dragon City, Yunding Building, this floor is one floor, dedicated to entertaining VIPs from the 7th rank and above forces. Just as Lin Chen and his party entered, hearty laughter came. Ha ha ha, look who's here, our hero is here. TSK, as soon as you make a move, you are trying to grab a relative. Little friend Lin Chen's temper is still the same. How can we be called the Danyu Heavenly Chosen Champion? This is the courage our champion should have. The little demon empress matches the Heaven's Chosen Champion, she looks like a talented woman, ha ha ha. A group of figures were sitting in the lobby on the second floor of Yunding building, waiting for a long time. When they saw Lin Chen's arrival, they all laughed and joked. Lin Chen was overjoyed. It was actually a group of people from Jieta's elder Shen and others, as well as the elders of Danyu, Songyilian, people from both sides came. Hearing their teasing, Lin Chen had already guessed that they had already secretly observed the situation in Wulong City. Everyone took their seats and gathered together. At this time, the little demon empress aunt couldn't help but ask the crowd in Wanyan Hall. By the way, I don't know who the seniors are. The people in Wanyan Hall were also at a loss, and they could only look at old man Wanhua. The old man Wanhua said with a smile. The old man has already said that the little friend and my savior of Wanyan Palace have a fate, and can be regarded as the benefactor of my Wanyan Palace. It is indeed a coincidence that the Yi family banquet met Wanyan Temple. And one thing that Lin Chen handed over to Wanyan Hall was the arrow fragment used by Fenchen Arrow Saint Qi Fian. And the benefactor who saved Wanyan Palace was Qi Fian. In those days, Qi Fian met several founders of Wanyan Temple by chance, and in a battle against the demon race, he desperately saved a few of their lives. At this point, the Wanyan Palace has an indissoluble bond with Qi Fian. It can even be said that if Qi Fian hadn't made his move, there would be no 8-rank sect today, the Wanyan Palace. Among all the servants that Lin Chen brought back from the 19th floor, Lin Chen more or less gave Lin Chen a token, which could allow him to rely on the most trusted forces of the year to obtain a lot of help. I see. Zixia Wangu and the others were thoughtful. Lin Chen, although I really want to discuss alchemy with you, but now you have to save up your energy, expand your acupuncture points in one go, and get your confidant back. Song Yilian clenched her pink fist and cheered for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face turned red, cough, cough, good friend, not a confidant. The little demon empress rolled her eyes. Shen Lao Fushu smiled and said, I always believed in this little guy. Lin Chen clenched his fists earnestly. Old Shen, the care you gave back then is unforgettable, so feel free to say hello if you have something to do. Cut, his Jia Tower takes care of you, Lin Chen, haven't we taken care of you? Okay, you Lin Chen boy, I said why didn't you call us when there was a fight? It turned out to be to grab a kiss. How long did it take you to forget our allure? When a group of figures walked into the meeting room of everyone, Lin Chen was shocked. Everyone in the sword domain is here too. He looks handsome, but he flirts fast. The speed of this girl is almost catching up with his mother's changing clothes. Lin Chen, is this the answer you gave us? A group of energetic teams walked in from the gate of Yunding building. When the door was opened, the three elders stared directly at Lin Chen. Grandfather. The bright red long hair is as charming as fire, and the beauty frowns lightly, and blames the third old man. The three elders headed by them are the three elders of Jianyu who helped Lin Chen at the beginning. That Jian Qingqing, and others also arrived at Longqing. In this grand event, none of the top forces from all parties will be willing to be absent. The battles on the list of evildoers are unparalleled in ancient and modern times. Look at you, I'm talking for this kid before I get through the door, and I won't be afraid of him bullying you when I marry you? No, it can't be like This. The old man Jiansha looked serious. Lin Chen got up and said with a smile. Several seniors are joking. I'm just helping my good friend out of the siege. Where is this going? Jianqing waved his hand and said with a smile, you don't need to worry about it, these three old guys are doing the same thing again, ha ha ha. Lin Chen invited everyone to take a seat. He was chatting and laughing, with a calm and terrifying self-confidence everywhere. It doesn't look like someone who just made a big night at home. Lin Chen, you must rescue Miss Shi Qingguo. Jian Qingqing's serious face immediately made the third old man cough. Quickly. Nizi, why are you still talking to outsiders? Jian Ming criticized Jian Qingqing, and the old man Jiansha looked at the little demon empress with vigilance. This woman is indeed a stunning stunner who brings disaster to the country and the people. In some respects, she is even better than their precious granddaughter Jian Qingqing. The list of the top 10 stunning evildoers is by no means a false name. The little demon empress rushed to Jian Qingqing with a sweet smile. Extremely charming. Thank you, don't worry, I won't rob Lin Chen from you. Jian Qingqing shook his head, Miss Qingguo, that's not what I meant. My mother personally left Jianyu when I was young. I understand very well the feeling of cherishing my family. Miss Qingguo, who is between the two families, must not be the same. Don't suffer from this, so. Jian Qingqing clenched his little pink fist and said to Lin Chen with a pretentious look, so, if you don't win, I will never let you go. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, and before he spoke, Song Yilian, who was beside him, said, Lin Chen, if you want to expand your acupuncture points, there may be something else that can help you. She flipped the palm of her hand, and a glass-colored jade box appeared, with countless dense spiritual threads entwined, as if it contained infinite spiritual imprints. Just staring at it could make the saint's spirit chaotic. This is? Lin Chen was curious, this thing must be a high-level holy pill. This is one of the 2 holy pills that she refined when she was in perfect condition before, the 7th grade holy pill, the Bodhi transformation holy pill. The blue-clothed giant of the Danyu Elders Association said with a smile. This pill, when expanding acupoints at the limit on the spot, increases the possibility of breaking through the bottleneck, which can help you go further. When expanding acupoints, how much you can expand depends on the accumulation of the user himself. Everyone was surprised. 7th grade holy pill. This Danyu Elders Association is really willing to do it. As strong as the 8th rank giant sect like Wan Yen Hall, the 7th rank holy pill does not mean that it can be taken out of it. Take it, this is your reward for keeping your general guidelines for refining medicine in the Council of Elders. Song Yilian threw it to Lin Chen very relaxedly. Although the words were beautiful, the people present didn't know, their purpose was obvious. One is to be optimistic about Lin Chen, and the other is to spread favor. The icing on the cake is a relationship that is always broken at the touch of a button, and the friendship that brings help in the snow is the hard bridge of the relationship. Is it the Bodhi transformation holy pill? Well, I will accept the kindness of the Presbyterian Church. Lin Chen accepted the holy pill very readily, which he really needed. Lin Chen smiled meaningfully. I, Lin Chen, only like to make enemies suffer. And I don't like to make my friends suffer. I have accepted the kindness of the Presbyterian Church, and then I will send back a big surprise gift. Your elders in Danyu will receive it. The elders of Danyu were taken aback for a moment. What did this little guy sell? The surprise gift that Lin Chen said was naturally the pill Saint Fortune. Swim to life. The relationship between you dying and being born in Danyu is no trivial matter. If he returns, the power of the Danyu Elder Association will definitely increase. Lin Ping'an next to him was flowing with crystal clear halal seeds, pulling the corner of Lin Chen's clothes. What's this delicious? Show me. Lin Chen smiled and said, this is not for you. Although Jianyu and others really wanted to ask Lin Chen about going to the holy prison, they finally held back. After all, without seeing it with my own eyes, it is impossible to imagine how a person would sneak into the holy prison and then escape. After negotiating for a while, the parties stood up to say goodbye, congratulating Lin Chen in advance, or cheering him on. When Lin Chenjing and the people from Zixia King Valley stayed on the same floor. Go, where are the poor ghosts who can't even afford the room fee, still want to stay in Yending building? In the corridor, a servant was driving the two away, a plainly dressed white-haired old man and two white-clothed little girls, pure and innocent. It's convenient for this adult to go first, old man, I didn't bring enough Saint Yuan coins to go out, why don't I make an IOU? The white-haired old man smiled kindly, and the servant waved his hand impatiently, bum, I still have IOUs when I stay in the hotel. Did you make a mistake? I don't have time to waste time with people like you, if you don't get out. My name is someone ran over you and got out. I'll pay for this old gentleman. How much? At this time, Lin Chen and his party came, and the little servant immediately changed his face and said with a smile when he saw the crowd and the atmosphere was good. Masters, this old man wants to stay in our upper room, and the fee is 100 gold coins a day. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, he paid the fee for the old man, and the servant immediately handed over the house sign and instructed in a good voice. Little brother, thank you. The white-haired old man thanked him. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, and when he was about to leave with everyone, Lin Ping'an stared at the old man and the two girls in a daze, and his expression became more and more vigilant. Lin Chen seemed to feel that something was wrong. When he broke into Ye's house, Lin Ping'an didn't even pay attention to the strong people of Ye's house, but now he is wary of these three people. The white-haired old man looked at Lin Ping'an with a sigh of relief. Oh, it's you. I never thought you would become a complete spiritual body. Lin Ping'an asked suspiciously, do we know each other? The old man shook his head, I don't know, but the old man has seen you. Just one word instantly made Lin Chen alert. Seen? There are very few strong people who have seen the disaster of pain. Today. This old man, what is the origin? The white-haired old man noticed Lin Chen's abnormality and smiled, I have no ill intentions. By the way, little brother, the old man asks you a question. Lin Chen said calmly, Senior, but it doesn't matter. The white-haired old man stared at Lin Chen's eyes and said suddenly, Little brother thinks, what God should be like. As soon as these words came out, the team of Lin Chen and his party instantly became quiet. Zi Tianhu and the others were horrified. In the holy world, talking about God is taboo. Is this old man crazy? The white-haired old man had always looked kind, but his eyes became sharp, staring at Lin Chen, as if he wanted to hear his answer. Lin Chen shook his head. I can't answer this question. Because I don't believe in God. The white-haired old man was a little surprised, and then asked, what does the little brother believe in? This. Lin Chen stretched out his fist, I only believe in myself and my fist. The white-haired old man was stunned, and then he looked up to the sky, and laughed. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. You are a very interesting person. Well, old man, I am looking forward to your next performance. If he gave Lin Chen a meaningful look, the white-haired old man left with the two little girls. The little girl on the left asked curiously, Grandpa Zhu, who is more powerful than this little brother and sister? The white-haired old man smiled kindly. Naturally, your sister is much more powerful, but after he expands his acupuncture points, maybe he may surpass your sister in the future. The little girl was very surprised. Wow, this brother is amazing. Can he surpass his sister? Hee, everything is possible. Even if your sister is a born saint, there are people outside the world, and there are gods outside the world. Grandpa, do you continue to tell us the story last time? What happened after Lin Chen fell? What about his family? Didn't you save him? Hee, this question can make me stumped, for grandfather. Lin Chen looked at the back of the white-haired old man leaving, and was amazed. The evildoer ranking ladder competition is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. This old man is also an old monster. The background may be more terrifying than that drunk old man. The night Lin Chen and others stayed at Yending Tower, the major dragon cities were in full swing. Chiyu Lin Chen, making a fuss about the Knight family? The 10 stunning little demon empresses who robbed the Knight's family, but also stopped the happy event? The two sides made a bet to bet on acupoint expansion multiples? It's too crazy. Walk around, go to the Tongtian Tower and have a look. I'm not optimistic about this young man. What kind of talent Zhao Mingyu is? The old man has seen it with his own eyes, an elder who was in the early stage of naxing, and he couldn't make 3 rounds in Zhao Mingyu's hands. This kid is a real monster. Pin sect is also the strongest one. I heard that there is still a handicap open, and Lin Chen loses 100. 4-1. Fart, lousy stud, Zhao Mingyu. Bah, I'm such a stud Lin Chen. You stud Lin Chen? Why is he? Just because he looks better than me. Lin Chen made a big fuss about the Knight family, and within a day, all the forces spread. In the major dragon cities, many forces even rushed to wait outside the Tongtian Tower. There are not many opportunities to see such a fierce confrontation and challenge the authority of the evildoer in front of the competition. There were even some people outside the field who started to surround the handicap, placing bets on Lin Chen, betting that he would expand his acupoints several times. For a time, the major dragon cities became more and more lively and booming. Lin Chen and Zhao Mingyu stood on the cusp of the storm. Filong City, in an elegant attic. Is this the Lin Chen mentioned by the goddess? Kong has an arrogant temperament, not enough strength, just a reckless man. When you become a saint, you can even break 9 acupoints, but that's it. There are not only one who can break through 9 acupoints when you become a saint, and there are more than one in my Xinyan palace. I don't care about these. Potential is potential, and combat power is combat power. Besides, the rules of our Xinyan palace do not mean that a person's fist can be reversed, but to match it is a powerful enough force and sectarian heritage. Even if his Lin Chen's acupoint expansion ratio exceeds that of Zhao Mingyu, he is not qualified to touch a hair of the goddess. The Tianjiao of Xinyan Palace gathered here, and basically held a disdainful attitude towards this matter. Only one refined man asked the handsome young man in the lobby with a smile on his lips. Oh? You've already met that Lin Chen? How's it going? The quirky girl scrambled to answer first. It's amazing. I like it very much, but it's a pity that it didn't start. Also want to see how he beats the Yi family or is beaten by the people of the Yi family. The elegant man shook his head and laughed, looking at his senior brother. The handsome man nodded, smiled slightly, and said concisely, "A person who is beyond common sense turns into a dragon in the event of a storm. This person is a formidable enemy." In the Yanding building, Lin Chen sat alone in his secret room, and Lin Ping'an slept very peacefully beside him, with the sweet stain of sugar coating hanging on his mouth. Lin Chen opened the system and clicked on his talent bar. System, I want to use the orange level talent enhancer, strengthen, extremely. Possessed talent. The orange level talent enhancer, Lin Chen once obtained, the talent enhanced. By this thing will have earth-shaking changes. Extreme God possession has both passive talent and active talent effects. Strengthening this talent is the most effective and direct improvement. The system replies to the host that the possessed of the extreme gods is a special growth talent that cannot be strengthened. Please choose the host. Again. Huh? Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, couldn't he strengthen it? Isn't this a fake? After several confirmations, Lin Chen realized that this enhancer can only strengthen talents similar to auxiliary types, such as extinction cracking, instant light splitting shadow, desperate life and death, super chaos, or one time rebels, godslayers, etc. talent. No matter which permanent orange level talent is strengthened, you can get significant benefits. If you really want to choose, the most likely to kill the enemy is the extinction crack. After thinking about it, Lin Chen decided to strengthen the talent of extinction crack. Consuming 100 million high-level talent points, the host has successfully strengthened the extinction and split into a talent, and has been upgraded to an orange-level intermediate talent. Orange-level intermediate talent, extinguishing crack, consumes talent points to launch an attack with additional incurable damage. If the defense hits the enemy, the damage will continue to expand at a double speed and cannot be repaired for a long time. The injury has expanded beyond repair. The effect of the previous extinction rift was enough to make the enemy's injury irreparable. Now it will gradually expand with the passage of time, that is to say, once a protracted war is fought, Lin Chen will definitely have the absolute advantage of the protracted war, unless the opponent is so strong that even the defense cannot be broken. Expanding the acupoints, transforming the congealing state, is just laying the foundation. This time I must adjust to the best state. In terms of accumulation, tempering, and foundation, looking at the holy world, there should be not many people who can come close to it. I am, except that my talent is inferior to those legendary saints. I, Lin Chen, can completely blow them all. Lin Chen's eyes showed absolute confidence. Once you enter the state of expanding acupoints, the benefits brought by expanding acupoints are far beyond the reach of human beings. Passive effect of his supernatural possession talent, all exercises increase the effect by 300%. And Lin Chen's Tai Fu Tian art, which opens up Tai time and space, obtains a perfect virtual holy cave, and adds the passive effect of being possessed by extreme gods, then the improvement is quadrupled. In other words, Lin Chen's final acupoint expansion multiple will be increased by a full 4 times due to the effect of Tai Fu Tianju's mental method. Even if Lin Chen's final acupoint expansion multiple is the same as Zhao Mingyu's, which is 1,850 times, then by virtue of the supernatural possession and the effect of the Tai Fu Tianju, his final acupoint expansion multiple is 9,250 times. Lin Chen now needs a good rest, is ready to go, and adjusts to the best state. During the time he sneaked into the holy prison, he really never rested, which was a disadvantage for expanding acupoints. Expansion of acupoints needs to be done when all the sage's spirit and energy are at their peak. If Lin Chen expands the acupoints now, it is equivalent to driving ducks to the shelves. To do the best adjustment, then, burst out with the strongest force. In a flash, Lin Chen stayed at home for 3 days, and even spent the whole process recuperating and not cultivating. He occasionally read a few easy books to relax his mind, such as Time Management, Extreme Challenge, My Exercises all rely on relax completely. Finally, on the 4th day, Lin Chen came out. At this point, there are less than 5 days left before the latter competition is held. The Feilong city was crowded with people, and all the 8-ranked giants gathered near the Tongtian Tower. A monstrous Tianjiao was about to walk into the Tongtian Pagoda, preparing to expand acupoints, but found that in the center of the Flying Dragon City, there were countless eyes locked on the Tongtian Pagoda. As soon as he appeared, he was swept up and down by countless great powers, which made him a little flattered. Is it this kid? Isn't it? Although he is quite young, it is far from what I imagined. What are your eyes? This kid is not Lin Chen. Many great powers converse in the void. Well, so many great people come to see Ben Xiao's acupoint expansion? It seems that they are very optimistic about me. The enchanting Tianjiao said with a good laugh, and a woman next to him sneered. You stinky shit, people are not here to see you, you should pay attention to the latest news yourself. Brush. A stream of light blazed, and Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the Tongtian Tower. Countless great powers who released their spiritual thoughts all stared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's spiritual power in the holy realm was released completely without any pressure. He walked slowly to the entrance of the Tongtian Tower, which caused a lot of great surprises. This young man. It's him. The old man can't feel the holy power of his holy cave. It's weird. Very weird. Is this Lin Chen who dares to fight with the law enforcement team of the enchanting list? It doesn't seem to be anything special. Feilong City, in a hidden pavilion. Several great masters who were mainly responsible for the latter competition stood in the lobby, clasped their fists respectfully at the 3 figures in the dark. I didn't expect that the 3 adults would come in person, and I hope to. Forgive me if I miss you from afar. In the darkness, sitting 3 phantoms leaning on the sky and covering the earth, sound transmission. We are here this time for one person. Several great experts were puzzled and asked, what are you all for? Some time ago, Lin Chen, who challenged the law enforcement team of the enchanting ranking. I heard that he is here too. Yes. The person who spoke was a drunk old man. He is about to expand his acupoints, and I have arranged the location of the Tongtian Tower for him. The drunk old man hesitated. Expand the hole? The 3 phantoms were startled. Would you like to summon him here? No, if this kid has something to do with that woman, we can't easily touch him. Let's see how his acupuncture expansion is going. After the 3 exchanged, one of them said seriously, don't disturb him for the time being, let him expand the acupuncture points first, and then we will question him properly. Inside the Tongtian Tower, a mature and beautiful woman took Lin Chen's jadeite enchantment order and smiled. Young Master Lin Chen, isn't it? The old drunken senior asked us to wait for you for a long time. We have prepared the acupoint expanding secret room at The highest level of the Tongtian Tower for you. Please come with me. Okay, Senior Yu Lao. The beautiful woman leads the way, and Lin Chen gang wants to step into the Tongtian Tower. Squad leader. When a loud shout came, Lin Chen was startled and turned to look. In the palace in the distance, Fairy Crimson led the team alone, and all Lin Chen's acquaintances were behind her. Everyone from Class 66, Han Ziyun, Ning Qingxian, Yan Qianyun, Yun Manqing, and Leng Yueqi, who have not seen each other for a long time after entering the Heart Refinement Palace, all of them came. Squad leader, you will definitely surpass him. Monitor, Teacher Yueqi said that you don't mind if you have another one, even if you let it go. Ah, teacher, I was wrong. Big brother, Junhao always believes that you can create miracles. Don't worry about his ranking of evildoers, he's done. Lin Lang, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Facing everyone's cheering and shouting, Lin Dushui was very moved. What's going on? Why are everyone here? Fairy Crimson gave Lin Chen a wink, smiled sweetly, and said, how could the slave family miss your glorious moment? The importance of expanding acupuncture points is equivalent to mortal sanctification. How can the expansion of acupoints be immortal? The slave family is still waiting to serve you as the master. Lin Chen smiled silently, gave everyone a thumbs up, turned around and stepped into the Tongtian Tower. At this moment, the great powers who are staring at the Tongtian Tower are talking with holy energy. He went in, is he finally coming? You said, how many times can this kid expand his acupuncture points? Hey, the ordinary evildoer Tianjiao, the total expansion of acupoints is only 160 to 200 times, and those who expand acupoints 400 to 500 times, the genius among the evildoers, will be promoted to the condensing realm, the life and death realm, and the star realm in the future. Although this boy dares to fight and fight, he is too sharp, and his bloodline and physique are average. The old man is not optimistic that he can expand his acupoints by more than 700 times, let alone surpass monsters like Zhao Mingyu. If the acupoint can be expanded by more than 1,000 times, it is basically a famous monster talent in the enchanting list. Although that little guy Zhao Mingyu is extremely arrogant, he does have the capital to look down on most of the enchanting geniuses. Almost 2/3 of the powerhouses from the 8th rank sects and 7th rank sects who were watching the Sky Ladder tournament came. I just want to see how many times this topic boy can expand his acupuncture points. Even the 3 high-level executives who came to the ladder match sent out mental thoughts to observe this scene. Outside the Yending building, 2 innocent little girls asked curiously, Grandpa, how many times will he expand the acupuncture point? My sister seems to expand the acupuncture point by 1. Shoo. The white-haired old man before made a gesture of silence. The white-haired old man looked at the sky of the Tongtian Tower again, and a space light screen showed Lin Chen's figure, muttering to himself. Grandpa can't see through it either. This is the first time I've met someone who Grandpa can't see through fate. Babel Tower, the topmost floor. The relationship that the drunk old man specially instructed allowed Lin Chen to enter the best secret space of the Tongtian Tower. The surrounding is like white snow. When Lin Chen stepped into the secret realm of space, it seemed that the pores of his body were released into a state of extreme relaxation. The swirling snow-white energy surrounded him, which enhanced Lin Chen's mental perception many times. Like a dull knife with a rusty blade, it is constantly sharpening and cutting edge. My mental instant speed has increased a lot. This secret space has a special energy that stimulates the holy body and the effect of spiritual perception. In this state, whether it is to comprehend the exercises or practice, you can get twice the result with half the effort, and can maximize the auxiliary expansion. Acupoint. I can clearly feel the location and holy power of the holy cave. When Lin Chen was about to take out the Bodhi transformation holy pill, there were 2 clicks in his body. Lin Chen's pupils trembled. His sanctuary is about to burst. In a word, flip the water. Lin Chen doesn't need to perceive the location of the holy acupoint at all. Stimulated by the secret realm of space, his holy acupoint will not be able to be sealed, and it will burst open on the spot. Oops, it's not right. Lin Chen's face changed slightly. He felt a crisis. The situation may be beyond his control. If the power beyond the limit cannot be controlled, there is a price to pay. The holy power that is about to spew out like a storm in the universe of desire, tore all the shackles of desire from Lin Chen's 30 holy acupoints, and rushed towards the 31 holy acupoint. Outside the Tongtian Tower, everyone stared at the spacelight screen. It's coming. It's finally here. How many times? 50 times, or 100 times? Or surpass Zhao Mingyu? Lin Chen, why are you rushing up for Lao Tzu? I studded you 10,000 gold coins. That's right. No matter what kind of genius he is, he must be hammered. The old man came to predict, start 100 times. Go up to Dad. No matter how strong he is, he can be stronger than Zhao Mingyu. Sigh. Bang. The space oscillated, the holy energy fluctuated like a dragon, and the white light was blown away. Lin Chen's 31st holy acupoint burst open. Dan Yu, Jian Yu, Qi Yu, Yi family, Zhao family, the arrogance of Xinyan Palace, all kinds of evildoers on the enchanting list, all eyes are fixed on Lin Chen, for fear of missing a little detail. Boom. 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 The 31st acupoint is shining brightly, in the form of a hexagonal star, and the light is brighter than that of the 30 holy acupoints in front of Lin Chen. Every time it explodes in the holy cave, a large-scale spatial ripple will be set off. As soon as Lin Chen's holy cave opened, it exploded 13 times in an instant. The acupoint expansion has begun, 12 times, 13 times. When a strong man exclaimed, Lin Chen's 31 holy acupoints burst open and exploded 13 times in a row. Immediately after the fluctuation of holy power, it rushed towards the 32nd holy cave. But then, all the holy energy in Lin Chen's body stopped abruptly. It's like it disappeared. All the sounds of Feelaunching disappeared in an instant. Like Lin Chen's disappearing holy power. Silence. Eerie silence. What's the situation? What the hell is this? Everyone has predicted many kinds of results, but only, did not expect this. Scene. Ha 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 ha. The mayfly shakes the tree, Yelong is arrogant. To the east of Feilong City, Zhao Mingyu's unbridled laughter was heard from the Lingyue Pavilion of the Zhao family's private venue. Simply hilarious. The entire Zhao family shook their heads and laughed. Yi Lishue frowned, even she couldn't believe it. 13 times? This young man is too outrageous. Under the Tongtian Tower, after a short delay, all the evildoers who were waiting to watch the show fell down with laughter. Wonderful, so wonderful, ha 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 ha. 13 times, the first holy acupoint was expanded 13 times? My mother, is he a bastard? How did he get on the evildoer list? The lowest point on the evildoer list is To expand his acupuncture points by 15 times? I'm afraid this is a fake. Evildoer, ha ha ha. No, I'm dying. I'm about to die from laughing at this wonderful creature. Do you still remember what he said at Ye's house? How many times, Zhao? Mingyu's acupuncture expansion has nothing to do with him? It really has. Nothing to do with him, he can't even touch his heels. The first person to brag, I only serve him Lin Chen. Too right, brother, too right. The forces of all parties in Filong City, after being silent, exploded on the spot. What kind of shit I rely on? I'm done with the 20,000 gold Saint Yuan coins of Lao Tzu. What I have to pay is that my pants are gone. This bowl blows so loudly, that's all? I was able to expand acupoints 15 times back then. What are you doing? It's a waste of time, it's too fake. This is a 13, and it's gone? The sages filled the sky with voice transmission and scolding. The endless scolding and laughter were mixed with holy power, shaking the space, as if they were going to shatter the sky and drown the Tongtian Tower. Simply ridiculous. Lin Chen's domineering and rumors when he entered Ye's house alone are completely two extremes. The drunk old man who was observing from a distance was also dumbfounded. Should not be. How could this be so? Lin Chen's temperament and state of mind are unmatched among the evil spirits he has ever seen. Am I wrong? Even if it's not as good as Zhao Mingyu, it shouldn't be so bad. Looking at the legends that Lin Chen left behind in the most holy world, he used the dark horse club to hide the sky and cross the sea. When he was sanctified, he was sanctified by the flesh, the spirit was sanctified, and the cultivation base was sanctified. He used the most difficult trinity to sanctify and break the 9 points in a row. In the future, I will be even more angry to kill the arrogance of the evildoers, and fight against the law enforcement team of the evildoers. Is it possible that these are all false names? Outside the Yunding building, the white-haired old man with 2 little white-haired girls narrowed his eyes, and his fingers hidden in his sleeve robes moved quickly, calculating Lin Chen's direction. That's not right. Although this old man can't see through his cause and fate, the background of this sun is more than that. This time, even the white-haired old man was in trouble. In the void, the 3 high-level officials released their spiritual consciousness to communicate. It seems that we have been looking forward to a match in vain. This Lin Chen should be the one who takes the slant of the sword. That's right, you can see that his life fluctuation is so young, but his flesh shell strength is 1 trillion dragon power. I think he should be a body refining wizard, but he is not good at holy cave cultivation. Potential is potential, and result is result. Under the amazing and brilliant characters in history, I don't know how many Tianjiao and evildoers of the same generation died. It seems that this Lin Chen can only be regarded as a physique-refining genius at best, a cultivator. Strength is the avenue of my human race. Under the Tongtian Tower, everyone in Jianyu and the elders of Danyu, witnessing this result, sweated on the spot. The old Shen of the Jia Tower is even more sinking. Ordinary saints expand acupoints with the highest acupoint expansion ratio for the first time. Even if the enchanting list is beyond common sense and can break the rules, expanding acupoints in the future can surpass the first time. But the gap will not be too outrageous. That is to say, no matter how much Lin Chen expands his acupoints in the future, it will still be about 13 times, and even 20 times as high as the sky. This means that the total acupoint expansion is not even 150 times. It almost shows that the bet between Lin Chen and the Yi family has been a success or failure. Old Chen frowned and said, "What's going on?" According to Lin Chen's background and temperament, even if his talent is not the top one, he shouldn't have achieved this result. The old man Jiansha said succinctly, "The situation is not right, there must be an accident." Song Alien said with certainty, "He must be more than that simple, there must be an accident." On the side, Yushiner even frowned slightly, and the disappointment in her heart became stronger and stronger. "Young Master Lin Chen, are you one of those worldly deceivers who only know how to talk? I'm so disappointed." Only the little demon empress and class 66, as well as Ling Yueqi and Ning Qingxian, Yun Manqing and Yan Qianyun, and other beauties, discovered Lin Chen's abnormality almost instantly. Lin Chen's expression seems to be painful? The squad leader doesn't look right, he doesn't look at all like his usual ease. At this time, Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, had a slightly distorted face, with a faint expression of pain. "It's okay, he can definitely handle it." At this time, Lin Pingyan, who had a clear voice, nibbled at the fruit and said neither in a hurry nor in a hurry. Perhaps the most calm person in the audience is her. The defeat is set, Lin Chen lost. This is almost an ironclad fact, the 31st holy acupoint is only 13 times larger. In the future, no matter how hard he tries to turn the tide, it is impossible for him to create a miracle. Outside the Tongtian Tower, many strong men were so angry that they left. There were also many people watching the fun who stayed, and even found it more interesting, and looked forward to what Lin Chen's expression would look like when he came out of it. Many 8-pint sects feel like they've been tricked into this. The Yi family and the Zhao family felt even more humiliated. This kind of person is also worthy of betting with them? It seems that we looked at him too highly. Zhao Patriarch smiled casually, "That's fine, there will be no surprises in our relationship with the Yi family." After a long time, it turned out to be a jumping clown. When Zhao Mingyu sat back again, he was calm and rebellious, and the beautiful maid next to him pinched his shoulders and beat his legs. Yi Lishua narrowed her eyes. "It may not be that simple, even if it's 1 in 10,000, don't underestimate your opponent, read it first." Obviously, she also noticed the change in Lin Chen's expression. "Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens under the Tongtian Tower. Should we rush in and rescue the squad leader? Bai Juanhao, are you crazy? This is the Tongtian Tower, what are you rushing for? Let's see first, don't worry, the squad leader has saved danger many times. We have to trust him this time, blind help will be counterproductive." Everyone in class 66 was furious, and the old man of Wanhua in Wanyan Hall said with a smile, "Let's see to the end, regardless of success or failure, I believe in little friend Lin Chen. There is no one in the world who can rescue Qi Fian. Even the Holy King can't do it." The old man Wanhua is willing to watch to the end, even calmer than Danyu and Jieta and others. "Are you just this man?" The slave family doesn't believe it. On the beautiful face of Fairy Crimson, there was a faint smile of peerless elegance, and she waited quietly. Jian Qingqing and the little demon empress looked at each other and smiled. As if Lin Chen had a kind of magical power, after a brief shock, everyone in Jieta, Danyu, and Qiyu all waited for the final result with peace of mind. Yes, whenever they recalled the first time they met Lin Chen, didn't it start with his incredible deeds? When did he do things as expected by others? During the Battle of the Emperor, he was bloodbathed on the list of geniuses. He even dared to suppress the tiger power of the Holy King, and he never even bowed his head in the face of the will of God. Even if he was refining a pill, he had never gone the usual way. For such a character, he will only expand his acupoints 13 times? Impossible, not at all. Inside the secret space, Lin Chen sat cross-legged. The slightly pale face was dripping with cold sweat, and the light screen of the system continued to pop up. Things went beyond his expectations, and his scalp was numb. When his 31st holy acupoint entered the acupoint expansion state, the reason why he only expanded the acupoint 13 times was not because Lin Chen did not accumulate enough. On the contrary, the accumulation is too perverted. His holy power accumulation is too majestic. So that the speed of breaking holes is ridiculously fast, and it is not an exaggeration to be called the fastest in history. How strong is Lin Chen's accumulation of holy power? One-word overview: Lin Chen can only temporarily restrain himself by madly launching the slow rune on himself. Continuing to activate the slow rune, consuming 300 top rune energy. Consuming 500 top rune energy, consuming 200 points. Lin Chen's top rune energy attribute is rapidly depleting, restraining the massive holy power of the rampant desire. Don't look at Lin Chen, now has more than 6.4 million top-level rune energy attributes. If he continues at this rate, his rune energy will be completely consumed in less than 10 days. The holy power has begun to pour out, and it is impossible to seal it any longer. There is only one way left. The holy force was about to break through Lin Chen's mental control and the holy body, and his mood began to calm down in the middle, looking for the only way to deal with it. He must control and pull the direction of all holy power. If next, he cannot control the holy power formed by the massive top-level essence attributes, his cultivation will instantly break through the 4th, 5th, and even the 6th level of the saint, life and death. It is very likely that he will become the fastest being promoted to the life and death realm in the holy realm. But is it a good thing? Absolutely not. Once the acupoint breaking speed is too fast, the quality will be lost. The multiple of acupoint expansion is impossible to have a high acupoint expansion multiple under the high-speed continuous acupoint breaking. If this happens, it will definitely cause permanent losses to Lin Chen. Because acupoint expansion and condensation are the two most important basic levels in the realm of saints. Concentrate with my whole body, the 31st holy acupoint has been flushed out. I will pour all my accumulation into the next 9 holy acupoints. Control it. Within the range that I can control, and put all the holy power in it. Use it. On acupuncture points. Lin Chen, determined to attack the cave expansion. He doesn't even plan to hit the condensation realm. The stronger the foundation is, the future when he is promoted to the life and death realm and the star navigation realm will be the real soaring sky. This wait, as soon as it was brewing, it was 3 full days. Within 3 days, Lin Chen was in meditation like an old monk, motionless. The holy energy seemed to have disappeared from his body, and the people inside and outside the Tongtian Tower went back and forth for several batches. Some demons have successfully expanded their acupoints by 50 or 60 times, and their success has attracted a lot of great surprises. There are also more people who disdain and ridicule the boy in the light screen at the top of the tower. There are less than 2 days until the ladder match. It seems impossible to reverse. The drunk old man who stepped in the air sighed. He still saw the wrong person. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he flew towards the Tongtian Tower, intending to pull Lin Chen out of the essence and mystery. No matter how noisy the outside world was, Lin Chen's body and mind were sinking into the deep sea. His consciousness was only focused on the majestic holy power gushing out of that desire. In the past 3 days, Lin Chen's spirit has been sharpened to the peak. But at the same time, his rune energy also consumed more than half. He has already reached the limit of what he can control at this stage. System, start to gradually reduce the strength of the slow rune. The number of slow rune activations is reduced, and the host's holy power begins to dissipate. In Lin Chen's holy cave, terrifying holy power fluctuations began to appear. Again. It's time for it to blossom and bear fruit. Lin Chen's mind flashed past scenes, and then, all the experiences and tempering, all turned into the background of his impact on the realm. In the end, like a river meeting the sea, it will soar into the sky in one fell swoop. With extremely focused mental power, Lin Chen aimed at the 32nd holy acupoint. Second expansion of acupoints, give it to me, open. Lin Chen opened his eyes, his domineering side leaked, the 31st holy acupoint was shining brightly. A beam of divine light penetrated the 32nd holy cave, swallowing the world, sweeping away the stars, sun and moon. The surging holy energy in the body is like an angry dragon turning over the river, rushing unstoppably towards the 32nd holy cave. Outside the tower. When the drunk old man was about to enter the Babel Tower. Sigh. Boom. A loud roar, like the overturning of the sky and the earth, actually knocked the drunk old man back 2 steps. What happened? No, it's the direction of the Tongtian Tower. How is it possible that the Babel Tower never trembled? What's going on? When the forces of all parties looked at the Tongtian Tower again, in a light screen, the holy light was soaring, and the holy rosy sky rose to the sky. It's Lin Chen's secret space. Boom. 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 The terrifying sound of bursting caves is like a mountain and river shattering, the wind swirls the clouds, and a series of explosions like the whining of the heavens and the earth burst out. 50, 100, 150. Still on an unstoppable climb. All the powerhouses who noticed the changes in the vision were stunned. The sudden change and momentum stunned everyone. Wait a minute, it's Lin Chen's position. My God, how many times did he explode just now? 200 times. No, it's more than that, it's more than that. He's still expanding the acupoints, and the 32nd holy acupoint has not been fully expanded yet. 300 times. The Yi family, the Zhao family, and even all the 8th rank sect masters were dumbfounded when they reacted. What's up with this kid? After accumulating for 3 days, it suddenly broke out. Boom. 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 The earth-shattering explosion sounded through the space light screen, causing the Tongtian Tower to crumble and vibrate violently for the first time. Lin Chen's 32nd sacred cave exploded 500 times all the way. Expand the acupoint 500 times. More and more powerhouses are reacting, and he is only starting to explode. Now? The squad leader is finally going to explode. I knew he wouldn't end like this. Everyone in Class 66 was ecstatic, waving their arms and cheering for Lin Chen. The eruption of holy power goes through the sky and the latitudes, like a storm sweeping across the stars, and it bursts a little at once, and the explosion of this holy power is gradually increasing and becoming more and more violent. Boom. 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 The space in Lin Chen's 30-second holy cave exploded one after another, and the holy power space it contained was hundreds of times larger than the previous holy cave. After the 30-second holy acupoint broke through 700 rings, the six-pointed star appeared in Lin Chen's body just now. The great powers of the 8 major sects took a deep breath. Many strong people are even mad, with a look of shock and doubt. What happened? What's the situation? A single expansion of acupoints has reached 700 times. Brush, set a new record. Damn, what happened? The old man hasn't calmed down yet. This kid has expanded his acupuncture point 700 times. On the record of the enchanting list, no one can expand the acupoint more than 350 times in a single time. This kid has doubled the record. The entire Phylong city became a mess in an instant, and those forces that wanted to disperse once again focused their attention on the Tongtian Tower. In Lingyue Pavilion, Zhao Patriarch stood up. Zhao Mingyu was even more holy, squeezed the wine glass in his palm, and sprinkled the wine all over his body. His arrogant face was unbelievable. 700 times? How is that possible? Yu Lishua's cold and beautiful cheeks seemed to be calm, but she quietly bit her red lips. Could it be that at this juncture, you can still make a comeback? Under the Tongtian Tower, the old man of Wanhua felt a shudder in his heart. Oops, is that the case? The elder council of Danyu and the old Shen of the Jia Tower reacted at the same time, and their faces were ugly. Song Ilian reacted very quickly, and her voice sank. Your Excellency Wanhua means that Lin Chen is in the same situation as the monster Chu Jingyun 100,000 years ago? The expansion of the acupoints is too strong, and he rushed over his head. 100,000 years ago, there was a demon who attacked the acupoint expansion realm and broke through the 31st holy acupoint at the cost of condensing vitality, expanding the acupoint 99 times, which was a sensation. But at that time, the evildoer turned white in an instant. His life was exhausted, and he expanded his acupoints in the future, almost every time he ended up with several times. In the end, the total expansion of acupoints for 10 times was only more than 100 times, and the end was extremely miserable. That's right. The old man Wanhua nodded, staring intently at Lin Chen's direction. What everyone is worried about is the fear that the tragedy will repeat, and that Lin Chen will use too much force and concentrate on the second acupoint expansion. Then this is the second Chu Jingyun. The same is true for other great powers. They more or less reminiscent of the Chu Jingyun of the year, and at this time they focused all their attention on Lin Chen. However, this seems to be just a gust of wind before the torrential rain. Inside the secret space, the corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Brush. 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 6 phantom clones, all appeared. The next step is the real start. The system continued to reduce the rune of slowness. Lin Chen's fighting spirit rose, and all the clones and the main body together controlled the terrifying holy power that pushed the plane horizontally, and rushed into the 33rd holy cave together. Sigh. Boom. Bang bang bang. A burst of holes is like tearing the sky. The sun and the moon are dull flying sand and rocks, and the entire secret space of the space is like a world-destroying force being detonated, shaking the sky and shaking the earth. 100 times, 300 times, 600 times. When the 9-color holy light was transmitted through the light screen, all the powerhouses in the entire Phylong city were shocked. Lin Chen is not the second Chu Jingyun. His accumulation is more powerful than before. Lin Chen's third acupoint expansion was unstoppable, like a gust of wind and thunder, rushing through the 33rd holy acupoint. The force surpassed 1,000 times. The Tongtian tower trembled violently, and ripples continued to appear in the space. 1,100 times. A great power of the 8th rank force lost his voice and was shocked. He used the acupoint expansion 3 times, almost equal to Zhao Mingyu's original acupoint expansion multiple. 1,100 times, plus 700 times, plus 13 times, only 3 times of acupoint expansion. Lin Chen's total acupoint expansion reached 1813 times. Zhao Mingyu is 1850 times, and the gap between the two sides is only 37 times. It's not over yet, this kid's breath is still long and strong. The eyes of several rank 8 grade experts are all bright. Good guy. It turns out that he has been brewing for the past 3 days. The entire Zhao family went up and down, their eyes were cracked, and they clenched their fists and stared at Lin Chen. Inside the secret space. It's not over yet, the show just begins now. Lin Chen roared violently, stood up abruptly, and started the Tai Fu Tian Ju. The strong holy power was born like billions of heavenly dragons. Bang! An explosion directly blew through the secret space where he was. The 9-color holy light dances like countless gods, shuttles through the void, and shatters the sky. Boom! 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 The incessant sound of explosions shook the sun and the moon, and shocked all the powers. The 34th holy cave opened in response to the sound and exploded 1,000 times, 1,400 times in a row. Under the Tongtian Tower, Danyu, Jieta, and others almost cheered, and Class 66 was even more excited. The little demon empress smiled sweetly, her charm is unparalleled. Sure enough, no one in this world can guess you through. At this moment, all the great powers in Filong City stood up. Those enchanting geniuses who laughed at Lin Chen before opened their mouths slightly, if they saw a ghost. The expressions of the powerhouses from all walks of life are surprisingly consistent, and their faces are full of disbelief. 1,400 times, the 4th time to expand acupoints, 1,400 times. Exceeded, he surpassed Zhao Mingyu. Zhao Mingyu is a fart now. Now the total expansion of acupoints is 3,213 times. It's terrible. From ancient times to the present, how many people in the entire enchanting list have exceeded 3,000 times? At this moment, the bodies of the great powers of all parties were born one after another, turning into a stream of light. The sky is full of Holy Spirit powerhouses. There are dozens of people. They are all strong men of the 8th rank sect. They all came to observe Lin Chen's acupoint expansion in person, no longer in the form of thoughts. It's not over yet, he still looks calm and relaxed. This kid still has spare energy. He still has 6 acupuncture expansions. It's terrible. How many hands did he hide? The forces of all parties exploded the pot almost like crazy. The Jedi counterattack from Lin Chen. The history of the acupoint expansion of the enchanting list will be rewritten. From this moment, this expansion of acupoints can be described as ups and downs, unprecedented. No one expected that Lin Chen would only have 13 times when he started. But what he didn't expect was that when he really exerted his strength, he actually broke the sky and refreshed the single expansion multiple of the Evildoer list. 6 more acupoints left. Where will history lead? Everyone, wait and see, waiting for the final result. Under the Tongtian Tower, when Class 66 and the others were shouting in ecstasy, Yushiner lightly covered her red lips with both hands, staring at the screen in the sky blankly. No wonder. No wonder his people believed in him until the end. Lin Chen. What is this person's origin? The drunk old man in the void clenched his fists. His vision was right. 1,400 times, where can this little guy go? Everyone is looking forward to it, and the 8th-rank great experts near Filong City are reacting faster than each other, and they have gathered to Filong City. Space secrets. Lin Chen's 34 holy acupoints are like the most dazzling stars in the universe. And the fluctuations of holy energy that radiate out are like wind and horses and hurricanes swept through. Starting with 32 holy acupoints, each holy acupoint is like opening up a new universe. The new holy acupoint can hold more holy power, which makes Lin Chen's holy power cultivation base completely change. What is even more terrifying is that the Tai spacetime in Lin Chen's Dantian revolves with the same 6-pointed star. The holy cave of Tai time and space is stronger than the holy cave of Lin Chen's body. This is the expansion of the cave. What a powerful holy force. Lin Chen was in a good mood, and then he activated the system again to reduce the use of the slow rune again. Boom. The holy power fluctuations of the horizontal push plane suddenly exploded. When the 6 avatars were in town, the endless violent holy power was like a tamed dragon, making Lin Chen aim at the position of the 35th holy acupoint and break it in one fell swoop. Boom. Bang. Boom. 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 The trend of breaking the cave is like a landslide and a tsunami. The sky and the earth are torn apart. Lin Chen's 35th holy cave was blasted open, and the holy cave space was like a new chaos, and a new holy force poured into it, which seemed to create a universe that could accommodate mountains and rivers, sun and moon. The plane trembled, and the holy lights of 10,000 feet exploded from Lin Chen's body. They seemed to be witnessing the birth of the new history of the enchanting list. 1,000 times, 1,500 times, and with the explosion of the last holy acupoint, Lin Chen's 5th acupoint expansion ended successfully. In the entire Filong City, there is only silence and fright everywhere. 2,000 times. Lin Chen's 5th acupuncture expansion was 2,000 times astonishing the world. Inside the Lingyue Pavilion, with a bang, the jade cup shattered. For the first time, the experienced family leader Zhao stared at the Tongtian Tower with a sluggish look on his face, without the previous domineering. He was fortunate enough to have seen a monstrous wizard who was more powerful than his own son, but he had never seen such an outrageous teenager. At this time, Lin Chen's total acupoint expansion multiple had reached 5,213 times. Zhao Mingyu stood in front of the windowsill, his eyes were bloodshot, he bit his lip and blood burst. He, who has always called himself a peerless evildoer, is now a bit hysterical and unbelievable. Lin Chen's expansion of just one holy acupoint this time exceeded the multiple of Zhao Mingyu's 10 times of acupoint expansion. What's even more frightening is that this kid still has 5 chances to expand his acupoints. What is a peerless genius? In front of him, Lin Chen is not even a fart. In the world, how can there be such an outrageous amount of acupoint expansion? Zhao Mingyu's eyes were cracked, and the holy energy filled the air, shattering the void. Inside the secret space of space, the corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose wildly. he is already familiar with and can withstand the holy power of the cave. Expansion. Next, he's going to play bigger. System, directly release me from all the shackles of slow runes. Boom. Clang. 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 Lin Chen's holy cave burst out with the sound of gold and iron clashing. The holy power that broke through the 9 heavens and 10 earths was finally released. From the moment Lin Chen entered the holy prison to the point of breaking through the holy prison, all the accumulation, all the tempering, all the accumulation, all liberation, all unfettered, and exploded in an instant. His 30 holy acupoints burst out with more violent momentum and rushed out. There was no need for Lin Chen to control it, and the holy force slammed into the 36th holy cave like a huge dragon of hundreds of millions. Sigh. Boom. The holy cave rushed open and exploded. The holy caves exploded, one after another, forming a new chaos, and then filled it with endless holy power, frantically blasting Lin Chen's main body, and the 6 avatars run the mind technique at the same time, opening up the 36th holy acupoint in one fell swoop. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's 6th acupoint expansion was 2,700 times straight. But, it's not over yet. Losing the holy power bound by the slow runes, like a wild horse that has escaped its reign, like a flying dragon that has escaped its cage, like a great sage who has taken off the golden hoop, it will soar into the sky. Rush to the 37th sacred cave. The holy power that changed the color of the world exploded, blasting the secret plane through the hole in the sky. The drunk old man seemed to be shocked when he felt the earth-shattering holy power spurting out. Chen Lao, Feng Lao, hurry up, cut off all the monsters who are expanding their acupoints. Pull everyone out. The 2 seniors in the Tongtian Tower were quick-witted, and when 1/10 of them couldn't breathe, they waved their sleeves and instantly cut off the evildoers who were expanding their acupoints in other secret realms of Tongtian Tower. When the evildoers who were planning to expand their acupoints were cut off, their faces were stunned. What's the situation? I'm about to explode, don't mess with me. I'm black cut. The drunk old man grabbed the void with both hands, pulled it across the sky, moved the plane, and moved all the evildoers out of the Tongtian Tower. When the person was just pulled out. Boom. Ah. A blast that pierced the sky and the earth shook the Tongtian Tower on the spot. The completed enchanting list Tianjiao screamed and went crazy. All the powers take a deep breath. Tongtian Pagoda, one of the holy places for expanding acupoints in the heavenly sanctuary, has never fallen down since ancient times, and now it was blown up by a young man's acupoint expansion to the point of tilting. Where did this monster come from? Boom. 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 The trend of expanding the acupoints was like a broken bamboo. Lin Chen's 37th holy acupoint was washed away, and the holy ray spread through the space light screen, spreading thousands of miles, and exploding 3,500 times in a row. The 7th acupoint expansion, 3,500 times. In the secret realm, the 6 avatars are like stars holding the moon, standing around Lin Chen, all urging their hearts. Lin Chen screamed in the sky. The 8th acupoint expansion, give it to me, open it. The holy power dances like a real dragon, sinks like thousands of planes, evaporates like the sky, the sun and the moon, and pours into the 38th holy cave in an instant. Boom. Boom. In the secret space of space, it was bombed to the point of breaking the plane on the spot, and Lin Chen burst into 3 points in one go. This time, there were 4,500 explosions. His 38 holy acupoints, the holy glow of the sun, moon and stars, actually gave. All the powerhouses present the illusion that he was a star cultivation base. Outside the Tongtian Tower, all the evildoers on the evildoer list who were present stared blankly at the spacelight screen, the back like a god. Descended from the earth, that is the insurmountable mountain in their life. And life. The demons of Xinyan Palace have even more exciting expressions. The Zhao family all pulled up their pants. The white-haired old man showed a rare excited smile. Danyu, Jianyu, and others all shouted the name of Lin Chen. The 8th acupoint expansion, 4,500 times. 8 times the total acupoint expansion multiple, 15,913 times. Whether it was the one who was alerted by the acupoint expansion, the great power of the 8th rank sect, or the seniors who presided over the latter competition. At this moment, all the powers are completely crazy. What kind of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, what state of mind, cultivation base, and knowledge, all have gone to hell. No one could remain calm, and everyone yelled like crazy. Saint, the Peerless Saint has come. And the last 2 expansions. After today, in the heavenly sanctuary's 100,000 dragon city, who does not know you? The saints have come to the list of evildoers. From time immemorial to the present, in the billions of years in the holy world, there will be no evildoers who can be compared with this sun. This sun must be the saint of the world. On the list of saints, there must be Lin Chen. Once the acupoints are expanded and transformed into a real dragon, no one in the world knows you. The 3 high-level executives in the void were shocked and horrified. The potential of this child has completely surpassed the enchanting list. On the top floor of Lingyue Pavilion, Mrs. Yi family, Yi Li Shue, with that cold and stunning face, under the calm demeanor, the red lips trembled slightly, revealing the shock that cannot be concealed. Endless talent? Impossible, definitely not that simple. The expansion of acupoints is calculated based on the accumulation of the saint's life. Unless it is a holy infant, it is definitely not something that can be accomplished overnight. What is the origin of this young man? What has he experienced? He must have done some earth-shattering and terrifying things. In Yelishua's shock, there was an unprecedented doubt. She can't think of it. There is no thought at all. It is better than her, the lady of the Yi family. Who is in charge of the 8th rank family, racking her brains and deducing it 3 times, and she has no ideas. In the end, what kind of heaven-defying thing did you have to go through to achieve such a heaven-defying accumulation, and you can break through 10,000 times when you expand acupoints? Create an ambush for life and death in a special period? Or sneak attack to kill Naxingjing? Delve into a special dangerous plane? Or siege the demons? All these ideas were rejected. Because these are simply impossible to achieve. Such a domineering accumulation, with her Yi Li Shue experience, she can't think of any possibility. Because this is simply not something that humans can do. The expansion of the acupuncture point is 10,000 times. From ancient times to the present, only the Holy Realm Miao Miao, Holy Infant, can do it. Under the Tongtian Tower, while Qiyu and others were ecstatic, only the old man of Wanhua and the 3 elders of Jianyu and Jianqing showed a thoughtful, even horrified look. That's right, why is Lin Chen's accumulation so defiant? There is only one possibility. Holy hell. He really went to the holy prison. And, most likely, the goal has been achieved. Otherwise, it would be Impossible to have such a heaven-defying accumulation. This kid really went to the holy prison. Sword God is above, what kind of monster young man is this? This grandson-in-law has gone too far. Is Qingqing worthy of him? There is no doubt that once Lin Chen leaves the border, as long as he does not die in the future, he will be a leader in any field in the future. In the secret space of space, Lin Chen is full of energy, bathed in endless holy light, like a god descending to earth. Lin Chen flipped his palm, and the holy pill of Bodhi transformation appeared. He swallowed the entrance in a flash, and the 6 avatars turned the mind to refine, and the rolling energy like the rotation of the Tianhe was incorporated into all the holy acupoints, which further enhanced his acupoint expansion background. With the last 2 acupoint expansions remaining, Lin Chen's accumulation is about to be exhausted. He wants to use all his whole cards at the end. With Lin Chen's current cultivation base and background, coupled with the horror of Tai Fu Tianju, and the blessings of 6 avatars, refining a Bodhi transformation holy pill is simply a breeze. The 9th holy cave, open it for me together. Sigh. Boom. 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 The inexhaustible aura of blasting acupoints resounded all over the sky, sweeping the heavens and the earth. The secret realm of the plane was blown to pieces. All the powerhouses looked terrifying. The acupoint expansion this time is longer than any previous time. It exploded 5,600 times in a row. The 9th acupoint expansion, 5,600 times. The total multiple directly exceeds 20,000 times. The little girl in white next to the white-haired old man waved her little pink fist and said happily, "Wow, this brother is amazing, he surpasses his sister." The white-haired old man's eyes swept away, as if he had penetrated into the void. It's not over yet, he's still preparing for the last time. In the secret realm, Lin Chen's mind was quiet, and all the remaining medicinal power of the Bodhi transformation holy pill was condensed out. Now, he can perfectly control the holy power that emerges from the remaining top essences. This time, his consumption is about to be squandered. If you force the acupuncture point, the result may not be as good as the 9th acupoint expansion. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind. When breaking into the holy prison, he fought with many strong men. When he overturned the 16th floor of the holy prison, he killed the saint in a large area, and he fought to the death when he was cloned from the devil emperor. These experiences have sharpened his heart and fighting spirit again and again. In terms of accumulation alone, the holy world may not be able to find a second person who can have the same accumulation as me in the 3rd level of the holy realm. Lin Chen's eyes are stern and sharp, domineering and sideways, looking down on the world. In terms of accumulation, he was alone and broke into one of the most terrifying forbidden places in the holy world, holy prison. With the talent of heavenly rebels, slaughtering prison masters, destroying demons instantly, killing a large number of high-level saints, top powerhouses, and breaking through the 18th level of the holy prison. Throughout the ages, which genius in the holy world has such a powerful accumulation? As far as tempering is concerned, using the holy realm to destroy the life and death realm, the star realm, and even the holy state of mind is like picking up grass and mustard. Even the avatar of the devil emperor, the 10 top-ranked holy devil kings, perished in his hands. In the world, which enchanting saintly talent can have such a temper? The answer may be, no one. It can be said that Lin Chen's fighting spirit has been tempered to an Unprecedented level. This time, the expansion of acupoints is seamless and ready to go. Extremely God-possessed. Lin Chen let out a long whistle, and the clone and the main body exerted their strength together. When running the mental method, the talent points dropped sharply, and the extreme God-possessed body talent that had been gaining momentum for a long time appeared, and a stalwart and supreme divine figure appeared behind him, and activated the cultivation method variation effect. Rush to the final peak. The God of War 4-piece suit, come. Brush. For golden rays of light descended on the heaven and earth, and the ultimate armor and leg armor of the God of War suit were all attached. Lin Chen's pure power surged in a straight line. Unstoppable breakthrough of 10 trillion dragon power, 50 trillion dragon power, 100 trillion dragon power. All the dragon power turned into his power to hit the 40th holy cave. This is his last trump card. If the previous acupoint expansion had used these two trump cards, firstly, the suit attributes would be insufficient, and secondly, the remaining top essence would not be able to support the 10th acupoint expansion. Then, he will miss the most perfect moment in his life to impact the expansion of acupoints, and after the impact, it will no longer be as seamless and flawless as this time. Lin Chen is going to use this momentum, a burst of energy, to rush to the highest peak of expanding acupoints. Boom! The might of the invincible God of War descends to the heavens and the earth. 9 heavens and 10 places are covered with the golden light of the God of War. Then, what is that? No, it's not good. Hurry up and protect the vicinity of the Babel Tower. Many powerful scalps exploded. They felt that there was a force in Lin Chen's body that was enough to threaten them. More than a dozen great experts grabbed the void with both hands and simultaneously launched a space blockade. A golden light burst out from Lin Chen's Tianling Gai, condensing all the holy power, and rushing towards the 40th holy cave. Boom! Boom! The top of the Babel Tower was directly blasted. Sigh. Bang. With a sound of explosion, the airwaves destroyed the dry and rotten, and the wind swept the clouds, blowing up the entire secret realm of space, and the entire Phylong city shook violently. Hum. 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 A lot of spiritual consciousness awakened. This time, the expansion of the acupoints shocked all the top powerhouses in the 100,000 Dragon City in the Heavenly Sanctuary. Lin Chen, expanding acupoints for the 10th time, directly shook the entire Phylong City. The last acupoint expansion, like the might of the God of War, swept the heavens. The overwhelming golden divine splendor spread all over the city of Phylong. As if the God of War came in person, the holy force blasted Lin Chen's 40th holy cave and opened up a new holy cave space. In Phylong City, many great powers joined forces to stabilize the space, so that the momentum of expanding acupoints did not spread too much. On the top of the tower, a series of blasting holes completely blasted the top of the tower. The powerhouses of all parties stared blankly at the wolf smoke on the top of the tower, and the stormy waves in their hearts were unprecedented shocks. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, they would never have believed it. Even if the facts are in front of you, it is so dreamlike. The explosion of the previous explosion, a full 10,000 times. In other words, Lin Chen's 10th acupoint expansion was unprecedented, 10,000 times. All Lin Chen's consumption and accumulation was finally completely squandered. At this moment, and it ended perfectly. Heavenly Sanctuary, a certain dragon plain, a barren cemetery. 3 top-level 8th order holy dragons fell in a pool of blood, their corpses like mountains. The indifferent young man in white put his sword into the sheath. He was splendid, and his eyebrows were cold, but the pair of golden eyes did not look like a mortal person. If there was a sword like a god, piercing the sky, peerless and undefeated. An air force that broke through the sky shook the sky, and he suddenly looked in the direction of the heavenly sanctuary. This holy force fluctuates. The golden pupil U-size narrowed. At this time, the ancient mirror on his waist flickered, and the young man with golden eyes opened the ancient mirror, and there were only 8 words on it: return to the realm of the gods, complete the acupoint. Expansion. She asked me to return to the god realm? When the young man with golden eyes was surprised, he was about to act when the 5-colored sword behind him unsheathed with a sound of clang. Boom. The sword is entwined with 5-colored cloud light, brilliance, and the sharp edge points directly to the direction of the appearance of the holy power, which is the direction of the heavenly sanctuary, the direction of Lin Chen's expansion of acupuncture points. Huh? 5 emperors, you mean, let me go? The young man with golden eyes looked surprised. The perception of the 5 emperor swords was often very accurate. Right now, his injury has just recovered completely. Do you want to follow the induction of the sword and go in that direction to find out? Forget it, it's important to return to the god realm. If you can completely change blood, no matter what is there will be nothing that can stop me. Lin Chen. The first genius of the god realm, I will be Lin Chen after all. With a single move, the sword was returned to its sheath, and a cloud of 5-colored light trembled, and the light trembled. In the end, the sword calmed down. He jumped and disappeared into the void. Heavenly sanctuary. After a long time, on the top of the Tongtian pagoda, there is a holy dragon lying cross-legged. And it is very handsome. Above the dragon head, stood proudly with a straight body. The silver robe screeched and danced wildly with the wind. The young man's hair was light, and he was handsome and refined. He folded his arms around his chest, and the corners of his mouth were raised, with the same cynical smile as before. The 40 holy acupoints flashed like stars, radiating the most terrifying holy power fluctuations in the history of the holy world, unparalleled in ancient and modern times. When the wolf smoke dissipated, on the top of the overturned tower, all the enchanting list Tianjiao looked up at that figure, like the highest peak in the history of the enchanting list. This is, the acupoint expansion is complete. Lin Chen's eyes swept away, overlooking the flying dragon city, and looking into the void, that person's great power, staring into the distance, the spiritual thoughts of exiting the customs, without showing a trace of timidity. All beings in the world, come into my eyes. Those existences that once could only be fought by him with the help of a killer, those who were once all-powerful and proud of the holy world, now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Staring at the 9-color holy light that circulated in the palm of his hand, Lin Chen was fascinated, and there was an illusion of turning the world upside down, raising the hand to pick the stars and the moon. If he uses a sword technique of god tears with his current cultivation, what will it be like? No, this is not an illusion. Now, in the entire Filong city, there are not many people who can threaten me. The vast holy world, many dangerous places and planes, I, Lin Chen, can come and go. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, the holy dragon flew down, he landed in the Tongtian Tower, and smiled at the dumbfounded drunk old man. Well, senior, I'm sorry. I seem to be a little too hard to expand the acupoints, and the Tongtian Tower is lifted. Let's discuss what to do with the loss. Expansion is too hard. Lifted the Tower of Babel? I'm afraid you are the only one who can say this, Lin Chen. You're more than just a little bit, you're just over the top. The drunk old man was amazed. After today, this son will definitely be famous. In the 36 regions of the Holy Realm, Lin Chen's previous achievements are not enough to be considered above the 8th rank sect, but now, in the entire Holy World, it is impossible for any force to ignore him. Lin Chen's 9 expansions were 21,513 times. And the last time the acupoints were expanded, it was 10,000 times more earth shattering, surpassing all the existences on the enchanting list. 10 times of total acupoint expansion, 31,513 times. In front of him, the enchanting list is simply unbearable. The power that can explode in the cave expansion alone exceeds 15 trillion. Dragon power. This power is enough to shake the 7th level of the Holy Realm and accept the Star Realm. Once this child is promoted to the Condensation Realm, that level of combat power is truly unparalleled in the world. Expanding the Cave Realm equals the Naxing Realm. This is probably the most terrifying cave-expanding saint in the history of the Holy World. Kid Lin Chen, can you come up for a gathering? This seat is from the Holy King's domain. I came here to ask you something. In the void, the 3 great powers transmitted voice transmissions to Lin Chen. Oh? 3 open heaven realms? Lin Chen remained calm. He smiled at everyone. Everyone, wait a minute, I'll be back when I go. Lin Chen's figure flashed, and the holy energy was slightly diffused, and it was like jumping into space, swept across 9 days. As soon as Lin Chen went, the entire Phylong city was boiling. Too strong, 30,000 times the acupoint expansion. It's 31,500 times. It's too damn terrifying, the ordinary evildoer list can't even compare to his fraction. God descends to earth. This son is truly invincible in the world. The forces of all parties were full of heated discussions and quarreled. Zhao Mingyu has already lost the first round, what about the second round? This year's ladder competition is worth watching. No, you are too blindly optimistic. Potential is potential, and combat power is combat power. It is impossible for Lin Chen to win Zhao Mingyu, so he expanded the cave, and Zhao Mingyu is the realm of life and death. Once Lin Chen is promoted to the Condensation Realm, it is indeed against the sky, but he is only expanding the Cave Realm now, and the gap between the two still exists. Don't forget, Zhao Mingyu can explode the lethality of more than 22 trillion dragon powers when he is in the Condensation Realm, not to mention that he is now in the realm of life and death. Yes, according to Lin Chen's acupoint expansion multiple, his strength is between 15 trillion and 16 trillion, and the battle between him and Zhao Mingyu is still not fought. If you want me to say, the Yi family is the blood loss. If you let a character like Lin Chen go, won't the Yi family die in the future? Don't worry about him, hurry up, lose money. I just bet Lin Chen 20,000 gold coins, don't try to run away. Ha ha ha, 100 for 1 loss, the old man has made a profit. Under the Phylong city, unprecedented liveliness. The arrogance of the evildoers, the group of people who mocked Lin Chen before, can't wait to find a crack to get in. Even people's acupuncture points can't be compared, how dare you ridicule? Isn't this slapping yourself in the face? But more evildoers are, a dignified one Whether it is an old-fashioned evil spirit of life and death, or a newly promoted Tianjiao of Huaning, the expression on his face is very solemn. The enchanting list is about to change. Above tens of thousands of feet in the sky, Lin Chen faced the three great powers of the human race. He was calm, and when he strolled through the void, his steps were slow and steady, as if he was here to discuss, or to talk about common things. The power is so strong that even the three great powers of the open heaven level can't help but sigh. What a peerless evildoer, this sun's potential and personality, they can't pick out a second existence on the evildoer list who can match this sun. What you want to ask is about the demon empress, right? As soon as Lin Chen opened his mouth, he said what the three powerful men wanted to cross-examine. That's right, Lin Chen is now involved in the things that the high-level human race can pay attention to, and the only thing that can be contacted with Luo Yaoer. Unless the other party found out that he had sneaked into the holy prison. But Lin Chen was confident that he could hide it completely. Moreover, even if he goes out and says, no one will believe that he has actually sneaked into the holy prison. A young man of the fourth level of the holy realm, no matter how strong the potential is, how can he touch the terrible area of the holy prison? Well, it seems that you are a smart person. We want to know your relationship with her. Will she launch an attack on our human race, or what information you have obtained from her? I hope you can put these, all told us. This is for your own good, and also for the good of the people around you. The charming young woman at the head smiled slightly. She was graceful, her skin was crystal clear, and she had a pair of wonderful eyes, and a delicate heart. She stared straight at Lin Chen, and her gentle eyes seemed to see through everything about him. She knew that this son was someone who was soft, but not hard, and if she tried to oppress him, it would only be counterproductive. I'm afraid you're going to run for nothing, because Lin Chen smiled casually, because I have nothing to comment. Boom. Flying Dragon City was high in the sky, and the situation changed. Suddenly, a white-haired old man unconsciously usurped the palm of his hand and said with a smile, "Young man, I'll give you one more chance to organize your language." Lin Chen stepped up and flashed, the holy light circulated, and he actually stood in front of the Almighty and smiled casually. I said, no comment. Why, if you don't agree, come and fight? Crazy to the extreme. This young man is simply crazy. Don't you think that you can fight us by expanding your acupuncture point 30,000 times? Or, do you think that with the devil behind you supporting you, you can be unscrupulous? Another man in Tsingy shook his head. Young man, don't underestimate our means. Maybe we won't be able to move you in a short time, but to destroy the people around you, it doesn't take too much effort with a single finger. Lin Chen's face was calm, and his voice was unusually flat. Then you can try it. If you kill me alone, I will kill your family. The three of them suddenly became gloomy, and the atmosphere was particularly deadlocked. They didn't expect this kid to be so tough. In all fairness, Lin Chen didn't think that after expanding his acupoints, he could compete with the Kaitian realm. This is Yolong's arrogance. But the other party wanted to find out his bottom and wanted him to betray Luo Yaoer. There was absolutely no possibility, the only possibility was to die too. The end. Lin Chen's character has always been like this. Even if it is desperate, he can make the other party pay enough price. The big deal is to rush him, backhand a slow rune, and then let Lin Ping in. Free from the disaster of pain, and the Kaitian realm has to lose his skin. Hee, why do we have to talk about it so stalemate? Some things will come. when they are supposed to come, causality and causality. At this time, the old man's laughter interrupted the silence on both sides. The three great masters seemed to think of something, and their pupils shrank. I saw an old man walking on the auspicious clouds, next to two pure and flawless little girls in white, looking at the three with a smile. Yes, is it you? The three great powers paled in horror. Even this old senior is here? Lin Chen was surprised. This old man seemed to be the old man he helped in Yandinglu. Go back and tell you about the forces behind you. You don't have to track down this little guy. The old man can't find out his bottom line. Can you know better than the old man? The white-haired old man smiled very naturally, but it made the expressions of the three of them even more exciting. You don't even know anything about this senior? What is the origin of this kid? The demons arranged to be their human spies? Or something else? Since it's the senior who said so. Okay, since the senior has been born, there is nothing to do with us here. I will report it truthfully. I hope seniors will not be selfish. The three clasped their fists deeply, and there was a little fear and awe in their eyes. This senior is one of the treasures of the holy world. The mathematician is unparalleled. After the three great powers retreated, thanks to the seniors for helping, the boy is very grateful. As soon as Lin Chen handed over, he could feel that the old senior was not malicious. You don't need to thank me, the old man has done his duty, and there is still a calamity around you. If these three people make you anxious, it will be difficult for the old man to do it. The white-haired old man shook his head. Lin Chen can't deny that his character has never accepted threats from anyone. The white-haired old man continued. Forget it, don't worry about them, these guys have been cultivating for so long, but they are getting more and more afraid of death, and they have no eyesight. I can still see it, your little friend Lin Chen is open-minded and has a clear conscience. I naturally believe that you are not that evil person. The white-haired old man smiled kindly, without any malice. Lin Chen smiled, Senior won the award, the kid is nothing more than following his own creeds in life, and he is not interested in life and death. It's a good one who looks down on life and death. If you don't accept it, just do it. Most of the people in the world are deceived and stealing their names. If there are people like you, my human race still has a chance to survive. Lin Chen wondered, a chance of life? The laughter of the old man has deep meaning. You'll understand later. Seeing Lin Chen's return, the old man Wanhua asked anxiously, how did those people embarrass you? His experience is extraordinary, enough to see that the person who was looking for Lin Chen just now is not an ordinary person. There are also strong and weak points in the open heaven realm. Both are in the open heaven realm. If the drunk old man and the three great masters are compared, there is a world of difference. An old senior helped me out, it's okay. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, an angry murderous aura was faintly aimed in his direction. He turned around abruptly and looked in the direction of Lingyue Pavilion. It is Zhao Mingyu. Lin Chen smiled without saying a word, even if he doesn't use a series of killer tools, he can still make Zhao Mingyu drink a pot. Inside the Lingyue Pavilion, Yi Lishua looked in the direction of Zhixiao Wangu and others, and there was a lot of turbulence hidden under her calm demeanor. The total acupoint expansion is 31,513 times. This kind of achievement is unparalleled. Even if he was promoted to the condensation realm, it was the most common standard of the enchanting list, and the growth brought about by it was also An earth-shaking change. The stronger the foundation, the higher the limit. Lin Chen, he really is an invisible man. At night, in the box of Yundinglu, everyone gathered. Letting the outside world and rumors, Lin Chen decided to ignore it. In the box, Yushiner bent down and wanted to apologize. Young Master Lin Chen, I. Cheers to Class 66. Everyone clinks glasses. Lin Chen ignores Yushiner directly, and laughs with. Everyone in Class 66. I just said that the squad leader will make them round and round. When the time comes, the squad leader will go to the ladder competition and just say something. Sorry, I won't fight anyone whose acupoint expansion is less than 30,000 times. You should surrender yourself, ha 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 ha. The little demon empress patted the stunned Yushiner with a smile and said, with a charming smile, no one can manage what he doesn't want to care about. So don't try to guess him in vain. In this world, no one can guess him. Miss Jingguo. Has he always been like this? Yushiner clenched her teeth lightly. The little demon empress smiled without saying a word, and stared at Lin Chen. Quietly. Tonight, everyone is drunk and rests. Late at night, under a lake, the lake is sparkling. Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi sat beside the lake, the beautiful woman said with a smile that was not a smile. Let you catch a great beauty again, right? Lin Dushui forced his hands to surrender, and said with shame, Sister Yueqi. I don't have it. My little goblin and I are pure friendship. Ling Yueqi raised her eyebrows, and a smile appeared on her cold and beautiful cheeks. Pure relationship? You are called a fairy, and she is so big, don't you like it? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and he didn't know which tendon was wrong, so he blurted out, Sister Yueqi is not too small. Ling Yueqi stared at him, and after a while, she burst into a smile, like an immortal descended from the earth, and she was unparalleled. She was lying in Lin Chen's arms, her glamorous face was dyed with a faint red glow. I have broken through the second level of the holy realm, and my mind has been completed. Lin Chen's body trembled and hugged the beauty. The holy dragon appeared, released the prison of extreme prison, blocked the surroundings, and when the breath was covered, he kissed the beautiful woman in his arms. The host triggers the double cultivation acacia, and begins to feed back the cultivation of the double cultivation target and the host. Lin Chen's first feeling was that it was cold, but unusually sour. A scene of spring is reflected, and no one nearby can watch it. Only Bai Chanqian, who was in Lin Chen's air-carrying capsule, had a flushed face, her cheeks were burning, her ears were blushing, she covered her eyes with her slender hands, and couldn't help peeking out from between her fingers. The next day, when Ling Yueqi and Lin Chen reappeared, the beauties' cultivation had actually broken through from the second stage of the holy realm to perfection, leaving the elders of the Bingxin Palace stunned. When the elders sensed her breath, they smiled knowingly. With Lin Chen's current terrifying acupoint expanding cultivation base, he activates the double cultivation acacia talent, which can feed back more cultivation bases to his female relatives. But he himself will not be affected, and he can even get a high amount of water energy attribute value from Ling Yueqi. Why not do it? The next day, Fairy Crimson found Lin Chen. Do you remember my promise to you? The Crimson Fairy blinked. Lin Chen was surprised. You shouldn't be serious, right? Fairy Crimson covered her mouth and chuckled. Of course the slave family is serious. After she finished speaking, she held up Lin Chen's palm. The pink holy light was suspended, and a peach-like mark was carved into Lin Chen's palm. I am Fairy Crimson. I would like to be Lord Lin Chen, and I will only recognize one Lord for all eternity. When Fairy Crimson opened her palms, there was a heart-to-heart connection between the two. Fairy Crimson once bluntly said that if Lin Chen can expand acupoints more than 100 times in a single time, he will be the master. Now, Lin Chen has already exceeded her requirements, and she has actually fulfilled her promise. And the moment the two established contact, Lin Chen was shocked. He finally knew the true identity of the Crimson Fairy. Brush. Even Bai Qian ran out of Lin Chen's qi transplantation capsule, her snow white tail fluttered, her slender hand swayed around Lin Chen's arm, and she said excitedly and coquettishly, "Master, this sister is." Lin Chen's heart was shocked, and he still didn't get back to his senses. "This sister, you will follow me in the future." Bai Qian jumped up and down with joy. "Wow. The master is amazing." "Hello. Sister, my name is Bai Qian." Fairy Crimson's heart trembled slightly, but she didn't expect that there was a legendary auspicious beast beside Lin Chen. She chuckled and said, "Hello, little auspicious beast." Lin Chen knew that Fairy Crimson's identity was Jiyun Lingji, but he didn't expect her background to be so terrifying. Top-grade Lingji? No, more than that. Lin Chen had never seen a real top-grade spiritual plant, which was a Peerless treasure that could only be possessed by the 7th-grade sect. But the feeling that Crimson Fairy gave him was not just as simple as the top-grade Lingji. Fairy Crimson smiled charmingly. "By the way, the compensation for breaking the Tower of Babel has already been settled by the slave family, so feel free to participate in the competition." Lin Chen was startled, but thinking of her identity, he sighed in his heart, "I am afraid that there may be very few people who are richer than Fairy Crimson in this Filong city." "Then thank you, and I'll repay you when everything settles down." Lin Chen grinned, and Fairy Crimson giggled. "The slave family doesn't want anything in return, as long as you feel at ease and become stronger, that's the best reward for me." Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. When he left the building, the little Demon Empress had already been waiting outside the Yunding building for a long time. "Brother Lin, the beauty is in his arms, don't you remember to participate in the competition?" The little Demon Empress smiled charmingly and made fun of Lin Chen. "Cough, of course not, there is still a tough battle waiting for me." Lin Chen smiled and flew up together with the little Demon Empress. The evildoer ranking competition has officially started. Inside the Dragon City Space Gate, everyone teleported in. The latter competition is held in the special plane of Longqing, the plane of Sanqing. The Sanqing plane is divided into space layers, and there is an exclusive space for contestants to fight. Otherwise, the arrogant saints of the enchanting list will fight, and the ordinary battle plane cannot restrain their fighting power, and only a unique plane can be opened to accommodate it. On both sides of the Sanqing Hall, various forces were seated side by side. And the background forces of the people present were not lower than the 7th rank. In the hall, thousands of evildoers gathered together. The scene is unprecedentedly spectacular, and the powerhouses gathered here are the most powerful beings in any area of the outside world. Brush. A silver streamer descended, and Lin Chen and the little demon Empress entered. This time, the little demon Empress also participated in the ladder competition. Although it was only a peripheral ladder competition, considering her age, this was already an incredible achievement. Everyone's eyes looked at the past, and the eyes of the major evildoers were even more wonderful. Yi family, Zhao family, and others were also present. "That's Lin Chen? A guy who expands his acupoints 30,000 times? I don't look alike at all. Compared to my savage people, he looks like a child with no power. I'm afraid it's just a false name? Hey, I'll know if I can fight. A few top-notch Tianjia did not visit the Tongtian Tower in person, and many evildoers still did not take Lin Chen seriously. The reason is very simple. The higher the foundation, the higher the starting point. If Lin Chen's expansion of acupoints is really against the sky, then the difficulty of his acupoints will be countless times more difficult than other Tianjiao. Before the potential is replaced by combat power, it is a piece of fat to be slaughtered. After all, there are too many arrogant people on this enchanting list, so it is not surprising. It seems that a lot of people look at me unhappy. Lin Chen touched the tip of his nose, and walked lightly into the hall of the inner ladder competition. It has to be said that someone from Talon went to that station, which is a strange thing. Because of this inner-tier competition, even the demons who have completed the condensing realm are pitifully rare. Almost all the evildoers who can participate have hit the realm of life and death. Only someone in Talon is still expanding the cave. It is simply the only one in the history of the Evildo list ranking tournament. Compared with the life and death realm and the congealing realm, the cave expansion realm is just laying the foundation, and the combat power is extremely disparate. Whether Lin Chen can rank Zhao Mingyu or not is still a question. Zhao Mingyu stood proudly on the other side, with an extremely terrifying killing intent in his eyes. The life and death battle between the evildoers list is forbidden under normal circumstances, and it needs to be reported to the top. But this time the ladder competition allows the appearance of accidents. If the contestants can't surrender in time, there are some monsters who have been killed in history, and they are not absolutely safe. In terms of combat power, I still have an absolute advantage, but now I hope this kid can survive a few more rounds and let me kill him. Zhao Mingyu was full of anger, and out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Lin Chen and the little demon empress. The major 8th rank families and sects focused on Zhao Mingyu and Lin Chen with different expressions. In the hall, the figure of the drunken old man appeared, and many evil spirits were in awe. Hee, it looks like it's all here. He stretched out his hand, and a list appeared, with everyone's names engraved on it. I won't say more about the rules and rewards. It's all listed outside. This time, it's the same as it is. One-on-one competition system, strength speaks. After all, the drunk old man flicked his fingers, and the list of evildoers quickly began to roll. Everyone was staring at the list, but Lin Chen looked at his own system with ease and was too lazy to pay attention. For him, it's the same for everyone. This acupoint expansion has exhausted my 3.3 million top rune energy attributes, and after stepping into the acupoint expansion realm, the rune attributes that need to be consumed to cast the phantom runes have also increased exponentially. The attribute value is never enough. What? When Lin Chen swept around, there was a sound of surprise in the hall, and one after another looked at Lin Chen with gloating eyes. Huh? Why are they all looking at me? Have these people finally discovered how handsome I am? When Lin Chen looked up, his list came out impressively. The evil spirits list the gods descended to earth. Lin Chen, to the evil spirits list blood, Shura Jinglong. Weirdly, neither were ranked. The reason is very simple. Both of them are ranked outside the 5,000th, and they do not meet the rules of the inner ladder competition. They are promoted by exception. It is precisely because there is no ranking that this Jinglong is a formidable enemy. Lin Chen lost. I don't have to fight, although this Jinglong can't compare to Zhao Mingyu. But he is a fighting maniac who fights with demons all the year round. Expanding his acupoints 990 times and condensing acupoints 131 times. Now he has 54 holy acupoints in full bloom, fighting with all his strength. With a power of over 21 trillion dragon powers, he is a ruthless man. It is said that this son's master was somewhat involved with the 9th rank forces, and his teaching was completely barbaric. Many forces gloat over the misfortune, looking forward to the appearance of Lin Chen being beaten. Jinglong's strength can be sent to the upper reaches of this inner ladder competition. Clang! A giant sword the size of a coffin board was in front of Lin Chen. The man was 9 feet tall, with tiger eyes and knife eyebrows. He looked at Lin Chen with disdain and arrogance. Don't let me down, Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I see that your excellency is strong. And there is purple energy coming from the eyebrows, but Ying Tang has a bloody disaster. I think it is the 5 elements ode hammer. Jinglong looked disdainful. Just don't kneel on the ground begging for mercy. Later, the ladder competition is not a lip service. Now, all the opponents who have drawn lots start to enter the battle space. The drunk old man waved his sleeves, and thousands of evildoers disappeared. In a desert plain, the yellow sand was raging, and Lin Chen and Jinglong faced each other. Jinglong drew his sword and stood up. The giant sword was entangled in blood, as if a blood dragon was flying, and the sword weapon was suffocating and spread thousands of miles. It is a 6th grade holy sword. Lin Chen, take out your unique skills and let me see if the new monsters of your generation are cowards. Boom! Dragon blood rush. With an angry shout, the different crystal brilliance flowed, and the blood energy condensed. With the Jinglong blood sword as the center, a terrifying dragon energy was wrapped around the blood sword. He raised his hand to hold the sword, his sharp edge shot up to the sky. Slashed down, the sword light swept violently, and slashed down at the top of Lin Chen's head. Sigh. Boom. 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 The desert cracked open, and thousands of feet of yellow sand exploded, and the sky and the earth were stirred. Good guy, this Jinglong is a good orange-level swordsman as soon as he makes a shot. He didn't underestimate Lin Chen at all. As expected of a monster that fights against the demon race, it will kill as soon as it makes a move. There is no meaning to play at all. In the Sanqing Hall, the 8-rank sects from all sides watched the battle. Screen of the 2 of them intently. They wanted to see Lin Chen's whole card. In the information, the kind of pure power that is enough to shake the peak of the Naxing realm. In normal battles, this child has absolutely no chance of winning. All in full view. Sigh. Clang. The aftermath of the sword chi that ripped apart the sky shot towards the surroundings, and the blood sword of 10,000 feet was stopped in midair. What? The powerhouses from all sides were shocked, and when they saw it clearly, they all took a deep breath. I saw Lin Chen's figure as small as an ant under the 10,000 zhang blood sword. The 9-color holy light on his right arm flowed, slightly raised, his index finger, and the fingertip touched the tip of the sword, making the 10,000 zhang blood sword immobile. What the hell is going on here? The great power as strong as the 8th rank force was also stunned, and his chin almost fell to the ground. One finger. This kid blocked Jinglong's lore sword with just one finger? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, and he smiled wickedly and coquettishly. That's it? All the great powers of the 8 grade sects have doubts and horrors written all over their faces. The powerhouses of the 7th grade sect are even more confused. Impossible. Even if he expands his acupoints 30,000 times, he can't stop Jinglong at all. This sun's shot was beyond everyone's expectations. Expanding the acupoint 30,000 times, it is not false to be able to challenge the sky and the Naxing realm, but it is only limited to the ordinary Naxing realm. A saint who can grow to the star realm is at least the qualifications of the evildoer list or the candidate evildoer. However, this does not include Jinglong, who stands at the high end of the enchanting list and is close to the super enchanting genius. When a holy cave is opened in the life and death realm, it will be contaminated with the energy of life or death. Whenever 2 holy caves are opened, life and death are reconciled, and all the holy power will be doubled. For example, a saint with a complete condensing state, the expansion of the acupoints and the condensed acupoints combined, the holy power reached the level of 1 trillion dragon power. If this saint can break through the realm of life and death, and open 2 holy caves, the holy power will be doubled, 2 trillion dragon power. If this person is fortunate enough to achieve the perfection of life and death, 10 holy acupoints are 5 times that, which is 5 trillion dragon power. That is to say, purely based on lethality, 51 to 60 holy points in the life and death realm can allow the saint to obtain 5 times the total holy power. However, in addition to the key point of life and death, the holy power is contaminated with the energy of life and death. With the holy power of the aura of life and death, the life force of the saint will be greatly enhanced. Although it has not yet reached the perverted state of the holy state, except for some special means, it is very difficult to kill the saint who is in the state of life and death. If it is calculated according to the realm of life and death, Jinglong has 54 holy caves in full bloom, and the holy power can release 21 trillion dragon power. Even if you don't use the exercises, you can crush Lin Chen. But now, judging from the results, this is completely out of the ordinary. This kid blocked it with 1 finger? In the desert plain. Jinglong is incredible. How is that possible? Even if he expands his acupoints by 30,000 times, at best it is the same as the general Naxing realm. My blood dragon swept through the Naxing realm and the high-level holy demon king has been beheaded. How could he block it with a single finger? Down? The blue veins on his arm were exposed, urging all the power of different crystals. Let him exert his strength. Lin Chen seemed to be a big mountain in front of him, and he couldn't move at all. Brother Jinglong, before you brag next time, remember to find out your target. Clearly, don't brag with someone as handsome as me. I only used 1/3 of my power, so you can't do it? Lin Chen smiled sternly, running his mind to mobilize the holy power, and when he touched the tip of the sword with 1 finger, he swung his body at an extreme speed, turned sideways in the air, and slammed the blood sword with a whip leg. Sigh. Boom. The blood sword burst, and the blood light in the sky fell like broken stars. A magic wing flashed, and Lin Chen appeared ghostly to the top of Jinglong's head, and it was a punch to his Tianling cover. Jinglong was instantly horrified. Intuition told him that if this punch is unstoppable, he will die. Clang! The big sword was above his head, and he took a punch from Lin Chen. Jinglong was shocked and his blood surged. Before he could activate his defensive combat skills, Lin Chen grabbed his big sword with 1 hand and slammed it into the desert. Boom! Jinglong was smashed to the depths of the ground. Lin Chen was unstoppable. Arrogant and domineering, just using his mind to stimulate the holy power. A series of melee fights, and a burst of violent beating Jinglong. Moreover, with every punch and every kick of Lin Chen, all of them were violently attacked at Jinglong's holy weapon and holy sword, and his holy weapon burst into bursts. The attribute light balls went crazy all the way. And many of them were the essence of suits. Jinglong was beaten for a while. What's the situation? The script is wrong. He had a hunch that this kid might be able to compete with him, but he never thought he was so strong. Ka ka ka. Boom. With a sound of explosion, Jinglong's 5th grade holy armor was blown up, the holy body cracked, and he vomited blood directly. In the Sanqing Hall, many strong men stood up suddenly, and their expressions were like seeing a ghost. Not to mention the 8-rank masters, even the drunk old man is dumbfounded. This kid's combat skills are useless. He completely suppressed Jinglong with pure holy power. Impossible. This motherfucker's acupoints are expanded 30,000 times, and it's full of calculations before and after, and it's less than the lethality of 16 trillion dragon power. Why suppress Jinglong? Too many strong people are a bit crazy and messy. Suddenly, an 8th rank almighty was struck by lightning. He thought of a certain possibility. Difficult. Could it be that this kid has more than 30,000 times more acupoints? As soon as this statement came out, the great powers on the podium instantly quieted down, and in the middle of the night, he found out that his wife was cheating with others and knew that the child was not his appearance. This possibility seems extremely outrageous, but it is the only way to explain it. Because Lin Chen can't speculate with common sense at all. If that's the case, this kid has expanded his acupoints tens of thousands of times. My God, could it be that he still had some reservations under the eyes of all of us that day? The corners of the 8th rank Dining's mouth twitched wildly. Lin Chen, all Lin Chen. In the end, how many backers did he leave behind? The battle lasted for less than half an hour. At the beginning, Jinglong, who was domineering and sidelined, was finally blown up with the holy artifact. The holy body was broken, and the battle was over until he could no longer fight. Anyone with discerning eyes can see that if Lin Chen wants to kill Jinglong, he can completely kill him. But in the end, he didn't kill him. Instead, he used his holy power to gather 6 professional teams in black clothes and white gloves to lift Jinglong out of the desert plain. In the Sanqing Hall, everyone stared blankly at the blood-soaked Jinglong, who was carried out, and the light-hearted Lin Chen, completely at two extremes. Lin. Your Excellency Lin Chen. Jinglong, who was carried out, said unwillingly, me, where did I lose? He is unwilling. In the end, Lin Chen didn't even force out a single combat technique, he just used the pure power brought by a little movement technique and holy power to crush his Jinglong. Lin Chen lifted the bangs on his forehead, smiled evilly, and smiled when he turned to leave. If you lose, you will lose. Take me as your opponent. This goal is too difficult. Let's change it next time. Hearing this, Jinglong let out a long sigh and passed out. Everyone. The 8-rank powerhouses are amazed. From now on, the suspense is everywhere. Lin Chen to Zhao Mingyu, maybe it is really possible to meet in the ladder match. Moreover, Lin Chen may not necessarily lose. Coincidentally, Zhao Mingyu also quickly solved the opponent and returned to the Sanqing Hall. Oh? He looked at Jinglong lying on the stretcher in surprise, and then turned to Lin Chen, full of fighting intent. Wow, Grandpa, how can this big brother be so powerful? The little girl in white, who was shaking her snow-white legs, asked curiously. Another little girl was counting with her fingers, in terms of the number of expanded acupoints. It is about 1.58 trillion dragon power. How can it be so powerful now? The white-haired old man beside him stroked his long beard, and his expression of interest became stronger. Interesting, very interesting. This is the first time this old man has seen this kind of mind art. That's right, in terms of the Tai Fu Tian art and the innate talent of the supernatural being possessed, Lin Chen's total acupoint expansion multiple has to be increased by 400%. That is to say, the acupoint expansion strength that Lin Chen can exert now is not 31,513 times, but 157,565 times. A full 150,000 times more. Expand the cave, the world is invincible. In the Dragon City, all the forces concerned about the battle of the enchanting list were stunned. They could not go to the Sanqing Palace to watch the battle, but every battle would be projected in the Dragon City for the forces present to watch. And Lin Chen expanded his acupoints 30,000 times, which naturally became the most eye-catching battle. When everyone was still thinking about what kind of killer Lin Chen had, he took over Jinglong's sword with one hand, which was close to the super evildoer, and even beat him all the way, directly crushing it. Before I met Lin Chen, the old man felt that he had experienced all the vicissitudes of life, but after seeing this guy, the old man felt that what he had seen and heard before, it was so weak. Is he a human? Expanding acupoints 30,000 times can beat Shura Jinglong violently? Bullshit. I finally lost all my bets when he expanded acupoints. It's crazy this world. With this Lin Chen, there is no trace in the world. Yu Xiner's pretty lips parted slightly. Is this Mr. Lin Chen's strength? How strong is he? How many secrets does he hide? She recalled what the little demon empress said. Never try to see through him, he is always full of unexpected surprises. Is this the man the goddess fell in love with? Sure enough, I can't accept it. In the audience, the handsome young man in white shook his head and sighed. Expanding the acupoint 31,000 times is outrageous enough, but I didn't expect him to hide it? Where did this monster come from? Senior brother, what will happen to you when you meet him? The quirky girl in Xinyan Palace asked curiously, and the young man in white smiled. I don't know, maybe I can be on par with him, or maybe I'm not his opponent at all. His background has not been fully revealed, I can't guess him. However, this time other people in the palace may not necessarily be. I'll let him go. After speaking, he glanced in a certain direction. The old man Wanhua looked at the leisurely young man with his hands resting on the back of his head in the auditorium and couldn't help sighing. As expected of the person who can rescue the adult, this Lin Chen is really the most amazing person in the world. His Wanyan Palace, he did not make a wrong choice. With 157565 times the total acupoint expansion multiplier, he was not panic at all. Even Lin Ping'an, Shen Lao, and Jianyu San Lao and others couldn't help but come over and asked curiously, Lin Chen, how many times did you expand your acupuncture points? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, my acupoint expansion ratio is directly proportional to my handsomeness. How handsome you think I am, I will expand acupoints multiple times. However, if you ask a holy world, how many times the most handsome acupoints are expanded, this isn't that the obvious answer? Cut. If you don't say it, don't say it, shameless. Lin Pingon made a face. The elders looked at each other, shook their heads, and laughed. Looking at him like this, I am afraid that this latter match will not be able to beat him. The battle of the enchanting list is dizzying for everyone. Lin Chen's appearance is outrageous, but this is the top talent showdown in the holy world. Every evildoer has endless opportunities, exquisite means, and ever-changing wit. Standing at the top of the duel, there will never be a shortage of people who sigh. All the evildoers were not dimmed because of Lin Chen's appearance. On the contrary, their light became more and more dazzling. This time, the evildoers' list made everyone realize the tide of the times. The enchanting list, a generation is stronger than a generation. And the little demon empress also stood out in the ranked qualifiers. During Lin Chen's infiltration into the holy prison, during the period when the little demon empress talent exploded, he succeeded in expanding his acupoints in turn, and each time he expanded his acupoints by no less than 95 times, he was close to the ranks of super evildoers. Now that she has only expanded acupoints 7 times, she has entered the primary selection of the outer ladder competition. Without Lin Chen's intervention, in the eyes of outsiders, she and Zhao Mingyu are talented. But now, everything is unknown. Many people looked at Ye's house, where Mrs. Yi Lishue was. Mrs. Yi, if Lin Chen loses, you just pushed a Peerless saint out of your house? An 8th-rank grade expert seemed to be teasing, but in fact asked tentatively. Yi Lishue took a sip of the fragrant tea, and the beautiful Lingshu was particularly calm, ignoring the 8th-rank almighty at all. This reaction, on the contrary, surprised many great experts. So far, she can still sit like this. Sure enough, this woman has already planned everything. Whether Lin Chen wins or Zhao Mingyu wins, if she can marry her daughter, the value and potential in exchange will be immeasurable. As expected of the woman who revives the Yi family, the organs are exhausted. Soon, the preliminary selection of the ladder competition was completed, and the second round of draws began immediately, and there was no rest time at all. This is also one of the characteristics of the ladder competition. It adds great instability to the battle. Whether it can be recovered from the previous battle is also an important part. In the second round, the opponent Lin Chen drew surprised many people. Another heavyweight. One of the 10 most beautiful people on the enchanting list, Yu Xiner. This woman is not a vase, even, she became famous many years earlier than Yi Qingguo, her reputation and strength are the same. Lin Chen got up and entered the hall. Young Master Lin Chen, please give me more advice. Yu Xiner's smile appeared in front of Lin Chen, and he pretended to laugh. Badly. Don't worry, I hit beauties very lightly, so I occasionally hit them harder. Instead of blaming Lin Chen, Yu Xiner felt an inexplicable excitement. She is a genius by nature, and the men around her are not polite to her, or pretend to be cold and arrogant or flatter her face. A boy like Lin Chen, who is outspoken, has a quirky personality, and has a unique behavior, full of swear words, can't stop. Many evildoers have once again entered the battle plane. In the Sanqing Hall, several 8th-rank grade experts were discussing hotly. Yu Xiner is a girl of 8th rank. Her acupoints are expanded 1,430 times. And her acupoints are condensed 170 times. Now, 55 holy acupoints are in full bloom, which is only not weaker than that of Luo Jinglong. I don't know if she can find out the details of this Lin Chen. I always feel that he hasn't done his best. While chatting and laughing, an 8th rank almighty rushed to Wan Yin Hall. With a smile. Old man Wanhua, what do you think of this battle? The old man Wanhua shook his head and laughed. Why did you ask the old man? 8th rank Great Master smiled meaningfully. Aren't you very close to this? Kid, don't you know something? Old man, don't dare to guess. No matter what the result of little friend Lin Chen is, I will not shake the old man's decision. This is also the decision of Wan Yandian. Seeing the resolute attitude of the old man Wanhua, you are becoming more and more curious. What kind of ecstasy did this kid give to old man Wanhua? Or, is there really a force behind him, and even Wan Yin Palace has to bow his head and become a minister? A lava plain, surrounded by monstrous heat waves. As soon as Lin Chen stepped in, a subtle sound transmission entered his ears. Hee hee, little friend. My apprentice is incompetent, and I hope you will show mercy. It is the voice transmission of an old woman who should be Yushiner's master. It depends on whether she is willing to accept it or not. Mother Yu, did you transmit the voice to this little guy just now? A pretty girl smiled and asked the old woman at the seat of the Sanqing Palace. The old woman touched the girl's blue silk. Although your sister is called a super evildoer, this Lin Chen is not a simple person. To be honest, I can't see through her mother-in-law. The old woman's eyes are as sharp as a sword in an instant. This child is the most terrifying type. Lin Chen is not in a hurry. He looks at Yushiner, who is also one of the top 10 most beautiful people on the enchanting list. Look at the more temperamental type. She is a completely different beauty from the charming little demon empress. The more Lin Chen looked, the more fascinated he became, and he was amazed. Such a beautiful woman. Yushiner heard the words, her face was lightly dyed red, and she covered her mouth and smiled. However, the next moment, someone Lin sighed. It's so beautiful, you should be able to cry for a long time with one punch. Yushiner. With a simple hand raised, a round of moonlight hangs like a bright moon, and the purple silk flutters. Then ask Mr. Lin Chen to show mercy. Brush. The purple scorpion shot, flowing with the energy of life and death. Like a flash of light, 1,000 miles across, and a faint moonlight lingered. It seemed to be very small, but it divided the lava underneath into 2 halves. All 40 holy acupoints were opened, and Lin Chen grabbed it with his backhand, shaking the entire sky, and the space shook. Lin Chen actually stopped the purple lingerie in an instant, and held the purple lingerie. If you want to beat me, it doesn't seem to be enough. Lin Chen smiled sternly and pulled back, trying to pull Yushiner into the melee combat area, but she didn't know that Ling was as spiritual, and instantly wrapped around him and bound Lin Chen to the death. 9 bound heaven seals. Yushiner's handprint suddenly changed, and the holy power like the flying of a cloud and dragon turned into innumerable strands. When Lin Chen was bound, he was sealed into a cocoon of light. In the Sanqing Palace, many people exclaimed, Lin Chen is finished. He's too careless. Is this kid the type of villain who gets his way? Yushiner's purple smoky velvet can't escape if it is entangled. She once bound a star-like star alive to the holy body and perished, and in the end, there is only a spiritual form left. When many great experts exclaimed, only a few people looked solemn. Lava Plain. 7th grade Saint Artifact? The 7th grade holy artifact, placed in the 8th grade sect, is also a heavy lifting sacred object, and almost no one can hold it except for the few people. This month Xiner can hold the 7th grade holy artifact, which Shows that her family has high expectations for her. Lin Chen smiled with great interest. It seems that if this thing is destroyed, the essence of the suit that I have consumed on the acupoint expansion can be replenished. Lin Chen, mobilize 70% of the holy power. Sigh. Boom. Ziling exploded and turned into a shattered on. The shattered ons gathered together and changed back to the snowy arm of Yu. Sheena wrapped around the purple silk again. She was full of surprise. Couldn't this restrain him? Boom. Behind Lin Chen, a pair of black wings formed by the condensed holy energy appeared, and his figure flashed in the air. Yu Sheena shook her hand gently, and the rain of thousands of flowers poured down like a rain curtain, forming a sea of flowers that enveloped Lin Chen. And each jade dew had the power to pierce the stars. Boom. 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 When the Yulu flower rain fell, the entire lava plain exploded with sparks, as if it wanted to destroy the entire plain. Lin Chen clenched his fist and threw a punch toward the sky. The holy force in the fist had the power to overturn the world. Sigh. Boom. One punch to break the sky and rain. Immediately afterwards, a little bit of cold light arrived like a dragon, and Yu Sheena pointed out another finger, as fast as the holy light, and it arrived in an instant. Many 8th rank sects cast a surprised and solemn look, and they can see from their eyes that this woman does not have such an earth-shattering momentum in any of her martial arts and combat skills, but each of them has a kind of return to the original and the most powerful. However, the next moment, Lin Chen turned slightly sideways, and he managed to avoid the ridiculous fingering. He even slashed across with a knife in his backhand, and the 9-color holy light slashed like a blade, and suddenly cut Yu Sheena's shocking finger. Master Lin Chen, how long do you want to hide? Yu Sheena stepped on the starlight and moonlight, and appeared behind Lin Chen like a ghost. Could it be that with Sheena's strength, isn't it enough for you to fight? Seriously? Yu Sheena clenched her teeth tightly, but instead of retreating, she moved forward, bombarding Lin Chen with powerful orange-level exercises. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Do you think I'm serious? With a shock on his shoulders, Lin Chen turned his mind, and all the holy acupoints were fully opened. Boom. When his holy prestige suddenly shattered thousands of miles of void, Yu Sheena's pupils trembled. Lin Chen raised his hand and punched the holy acupoints in the Tai time. And space trembled wildly, and the endless violent holy force cut off the plane, and the punch came. Sigh. Boom. This punch does not have any fancy techniques, only pure and extreme holy power. Destroy all of Yu Sheena's tricks and combat skills, form a spinning fist, and hit Yu Sheena directly. Brush. Her purple velvet seemed to have spirituality, and it fluttered and fluttered, blocking the air in front of her master. With a terrifying explosion, Ziling was smashed into powder, and scattered. Light balls of attributes scattered all over the sky. The light on Yu Sheena's peach skirt was dim, and her whole body was like a kite with a broken string, bleeding from the corners of her lips, and she flew out. Lin Chen's figure flashed, and he supported the beautiful woman's slender waist. This plain is full of lava, although she has a high level of cultivation, but it is still possible to accidentally drop a short-term disfigurement. Lin Chen asked with a smile. Seriously, Punch, how does it feel? After all, he possessed the holy dragon, urging a trace of yin and yang dragon energy to inject into the beautiful woman's body, so that her injury was stabilized. Yu Sheena's face was bitter. It's too powerful. I feel like I'm overwhelmed by fear. If it wasn't for the purple ribbon protector just now, even if she had a rank 6 holy artifact body protector, she might not have woken up again. How can there be such a terrifying acupoint expansion in the world? This is simply too strong a foul. Yushiner's heart was bitter, and there was no one in the top 10 most stunning vases, but when she faced Lin Chen, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It was like an insurmountable mountain that stood in front of her. I admit defeat. Yushiner finally surrendered. Lin Chen shrugged, too lazy to be such a gentleman. He loosened the beauty's slender waist with a backhand, and with one hand, took away all the attribute light balls. The purple light condensed, and the purple silk reappeared again. The 7th great holy artifact was by no means so easily destroyed. But it was blown up by Lin Chen once, and the light was dimmed and lost. I am afraid that it will take a long time to restore it with Jin Xingyuan coins. It can be regarded as a heavy blow. After watching this battle, in the Sanqing Hall, a very small number of powerful people fell into a strange silence. Under their calm faces, there is an unprecedented storm. Previously, Lin Chen's son took action. Judging from their perception, the fluctuation of holy power will not be lower than 60 trillion dragon power. Very thoughtful. What does this mean? Or this child is taking the medicine pill for temporary skyrocketing cultivation base. Either he used an extremely rare top-secret technique, or some undisclosed external force was used. And the last possibility is the most unacceptable, the most terrifying, and the most possible of all powers. That is, his true acupoint expansion multiple is not 30,000 times, but more than 100,000 times. No, if it is accurate, it should be more than 120,000 times. Patriarch Xiao shook his head and laughed. Unbelievable. Expanding acupoints 100,000 times? How about writing a novel here? Who are you going to scare? The battle between Lin Chen and Yushiner is completely one-sided. Does he need to use external force and medicinal pills? No need at all. This is an obvious fact. However, expanding the acupoints 100,000 times is even more of a fantasy. All powers do not want to believe. This is simply outrageous. My cultivation base is enough to support my spiritual realm to develop the best medicine refining state. I don't know if I can refine holy pills such as the peak of the 7th grade, or even the 8th grade. When Lin Chen sat back in his seat, there was a faint expectation in his heart. That's right, for Lin Chen at this stage, there are 3 biggest ways to improve his strength. One is to collect the essence of the suit and improve the 4-piece suit of God of War. The second is to improve the basic cultivation level, but his expansion of acupoints is too terrifying. If you want to condense acupoints in a short time, higher accumulation is required. The third is the strength of refining medicine. The strong man he brought back from the holy prison is unbelievably strong. But at this stage it is basically a group of wounded people who can't show up. If the strength of refining medicine can be raised, and their injuries can be cured first, even if only half of them are cured, it is an unprecedented combat power. The host consumes 99 points of top-level martial arts essence and is integrating the medicine refining outline included in the system. Lin Chen's body and avatar quickly merged memories, and Lin Pingyan guarded him, seemingly harmless to humans and animals, but there were occasional flashes of strange light in his eyes. In less than 3 days, the 3rd round is also divided. Most of the people who have been promoted this time are super evildoers, and The expansion of acupoints is not close to 1,000 times or more than 1,000 times. Every change in the enchanting list will cause huge waves in the outside world. Brush brush. The list rolls again, and the list keeps changing. All the evildoers are looking forward to it, and they are looking forward to not encountering too strong opponents. This time, the rewards for the ladder tournament of the enchanting list are different from those in the past. If you can get the top 500 this time, you can enter the 9 races battlefield. The 9 races battlefield is the most intense stroke in the history of the Holy Realm. It belongs to an incomparably vast space plane. Even with today's human race, it can only open up a space entrance and cannot interfere with this plane too much. When the Holy Realm first opened, the major races headed by the Dragon race, the Human race, the Ashura race, the Shadow race, the Demon race, and the Zerg race started a big melee from the ancient plane. The secrets of its first battle are still unknown to this day. The powerhouses who fell back then became opportunities for the young blood of future generations. Because of the prohibition of their planes, after the war, the planes overturned and collapsed, and could only accommodate a certain realm. The following strong men enter. Such as Human race, the cultivation base that exceeds the Naxing realm enters the battlefield of the 9 clans, which will cause a time and space storm. And the probability of survival is extremely slim. So this time, the people selected by the Human race are all the most powerful characters on the enchanting list and under the Naxing realm. Whoever can enter the battlefield of the 9 clans will gain far more than any experience in the outside world. But at the same time, the powerhouses that need to be faced are even more terrifying, because in today's 9-clan battlefield, one is the existence of demons, and the other is that every time it is turned on, there will be an influx of powerhouses from all ethnic groups. Brush. 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 The list of glazed colors scrolled rapidly. When the names appeared one after another, the major evildoers were both sad and happy, but more of the 8th rank great powers were concerned about the situation of one of the candidates for the championship and the biggest dark horse, Lin Chen. As if there must be a battle, when Lin Chen's name stopped rolling, Zhao Mingyu's name also stopped. At this moment, everyone's expressions are wonderful. Zhao Mingyu on the enchanting list, Lin Chen on the enchanting list. Actually ran into it. And still, the 3rd round. Before the finals, the two faced each other in advance. This matchup is all about attention. The Yi family and the Zhao family all stood up, and their eyes turned to Lin Chen, who only had Lin Ping'an and the little demon empress beside him. Zhao Mingyu's eyes showed the confidence and composure to be in charge of the universe. Potential is potential, combat power is combat power, the two are completely different things. Even if Lin Chen hides his back, he doesn't think he will lose. Lin Chen exited the state of merging and cultivating memories, and when he opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth rose. Is it right so soon? Well, some things are better to solve in advance than to hold back. Lin Chen stood up and moved his muscles. The little demon empress said with a rare solemn expression. If you really can't, then abstain. The other party has the intention to kill. Obviously to kill you. My business is small, and your safety comes first. Lin Chen looked at the little demon empress unexpectedly, stared straight at her, and suddenly smiled after a while. Is this the little goblin I know who is not afraid of the sky and just wants to do things? The little demon empress rolled her eyes at him, she was so charming that even Lin Chen froze for a moment, shaking her head and laughing. Pa. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and stepped into the hall. Don't worry, this time I will count your share and return it to the Zhao family and Yi family together. In Jianyu, Danyu, Wanyan Hall, and Jiata, everyone instructed Lin Chen not to fight recklessly, safety first, victory or defeat second. It can be seen that they recognize the existing gap between Lin Chen and Zhao Mingyu. Lin Chen touched the tip of his nose, shook his head and laughed. Why do you feel that everyone doesn't think highly of me? But, that's all, it doesn't matter. Outside, Dragon City. Class 66 and others couldn't help but get nervous. The squad leader is okay, the opponent is life and death. The gap between the holy realms is so great that although the squad leader is invincible, he is still far from that realm. It's okay, the squad leader is the number one in the world and it's over. Killed from Kyushu, how many people the squad leader made unexpected, the expansion of acupuncture points is like this, and this battle is also the same. Lu Liner, Yu Lin and other women looked at each other and smiled. Only Yan Qianyun's wonderful eyes looked at the light screen, and there was a trace of worry and doubt between her brows. There was always a bad premonition in her heart. Mingyu, wait a minute. At this time, the Zhao family head stopped Zhao Mingyu, who was about to go down. This thing, you take it, when necessary, for the father to allow you to use it. When Patriarch Zhao opened his palm, a nine-colored and exquisite little dragon was lying on his palm, like a spirit beast sleeping peacefully. This is the dragon chi of 9 tribulations. Father, what do you mean? Zhao Mingyu's expression was shocked, both unexpected and ecstatic. The 9 tribulations dragon chi is a property of the Zhao family. Only by refining the 9 tribulations dragon chi can the Zhao family spirit of the Zhen family be brought into full play. Only by refining the dragon chi of 9 tribulations can he be called the head of the Zhao family. The significance of this move is equivalent to that Zhao Mingyu has now obtained the qualification to inherit the position of the head of the family. When necessary, my father allows you to use this thing. My Zhao family's face and grand plan cannot be wasted here. The Zhao family has a serious face. Zhao Mingyu said with a stern smile, Father, don't worry, not to mention the 9 tribulations dragon chi, even if not, I will definitely be able to kill this son. Looking at the back of Zhao Mingyu's departure, Patriarch Zhao's eyes were deep. In order to unite with Yi Lishue, who joined the Yi family, he didn't know how much effort he had put in behind his back. Others don't know, but his Zhao family master is Yi Lishue's shocking secret. This woman's bloodline is extremely strong. Yi Lishue's mother once had a relationship with the legendary true god. And the little demon empress who inherited Yi Lishue's bloodline is even more worthy of their Zhao family's strength to compete. Once Zhao Mingyu and Yi Qinggu have descendants, it is very likely that such existences will revitalize their Zhao family by themselves. This battle, my Zhao family will not lose. No matter what the origin of this son is, it can't be an obstacle to the progress of my Zhao family. This battle is in the spotlight. It can be said to be expected. One of the biggest dark horses in the history of the evildoers list against one of the apex of super evildoers. Everyone recognizes Lin Chen's potential, but everyone also knows how terrible Zhao Mingyu is. The next generation of the Zhao family's head, the contemporary Peerless evildoer, is regarded as a monster qualified to become the top 1000 evildoer list. The trump card on such a character is almost impossible to be lower than anyone present. In the same way, Lin Chen is also the same. This lunatic who expanded his acupoints 30,000 times and challenged the law enforcement team of the enchanting list, who can guess how many hands he has hidden? This battle is the battle with the most spectacle and the most suspense. Whether it is the people from Longqing or the great powers from all walks of life, they all want to witness who will win out of the two. The two sides entered the field, and this time the battle plane was actually teleported to a giant elephant plane. The gravity and firmness of this plane is 1,000,000 times firmer than the normal space of the Holy Realm. Ordinary sage triple entry, even flying, is extremely reluctant, let alone fighting. But for Lin Chen and Zhao Mingyu, it's not a problem at all. When the two sides were suspended in the air, an old figure flickered at the end of the plane, which was the referee of this duel. This kind of battle is obviously very easy to kill, and the loss of either side is the loss of the holy world. Clang! A long roar broke through the sky, and the golden-yellow halberd blade was like a half-moon. Oh? It's rank 7 again. Lin Chen Gang was surprised. Zhao Mingyu didn't talk much, he killed him with one halberd and swept the sky. Clang! A blade of light flashed vertically, and the halberd was slashed horizontally, splitting the cloud, leaving a dark red knife mark in the face of the swift dance of the halberd coming from the assassination. Lin Chen swung out the shadows of the blood and flames, constantly melting away, colliding and killing. The sword light radiated in all directions, and the halberd light flashed. As soon as the two entered the battle plane, they fought in darkness. This time, Lin Chen finally did not hide his holy power. All his holy acupoints were full of firepower, and they were dripping with joy. Clang! After a collision, the two sides were evenly divided, each retreating 10 steps. At this time, Lin Chen had a knife in his hand, and his domineering intent was soaring, overflowing with arrogance. His blade is dark red, like a blood-splattered demon blade. The blade is full of the sharp aura of annihilating the 8 wastes. The hilt of the blade is inlaid with dragon's eyes, and the dragon's eye blinks a little, and it can release the flames to burn the sky and destroy the world. Extinction, look down on the world. It was the 7th grade knife Jian cast by Lin Chen with the old man Shan Yuan. All great surprises. This son's knife is also a 7th grade? Come, Lin Chen is finally serious. Mother, after waiting for so long, is this kid finally going to show his true strength? Too strong. He actually played on a par with Zhao Mingyu? Is this kid still human? I've never seen such an outrageous cave expansion. It's not over yet. Whether it's Zhao Mingyu or Lin Chen, they didn't use a single exercise or combat technique. As soon as the two fought, Lin Chen's performance directly detonated everyone in Longqing and San Qingdian. Zhao Mingyu has 56 holy caves in full bloom, and when the condensing realm is complete, the power of 22 trillion dragon power can explode. After advancing to the realm of life and death, the 6 holy acupoints tripled his holy power, which is 88 trillion to 90 trillion dragon power. Lin Chen expanded the acupoints by 31,513 times, and Tai Fu Tianju, which was blessed by the innate talent of the extreme god, increased the number of holy acupoints by 4 times, and the real multiple was 157,565 times the expansion of the acupoints. 157,565 times the lethality that can explode is 78 trillion to 790,000 dragon power. That's right, in terms of combat power, Zhao Mingyu's cultivation is obviously better. However, the attributes attached to every trace of holy power in Lin Chen's holy cave are extremely strong. The reason is very simple, it is Lin Chen's element attribute. Before entering the holy prison and after breaking out of the holy prison, Lin Chen's 9 element attributes skyrocketed hundreds of times. These hundreds of times don't seem to be a lot. On the level of super evildoers in the realm of life and death, the improvement brought by them is nothing. However, after Lin Chen's abnormal acupoint expansion multiple was enlarged, the improvement brought immediate results. It can completely make up for the gap of about 10 trillion dragon power. However, even so, after the realm of life and death begins, the cultivation of the holy realm cannot be simply measured in units of pure power. After the realm of life and death is contaminated with the aura of life and death, especially with the blessing of the aura of death, the lethality is even greater. Your acupoint expansion is really tricky, but you still have to die, and your ending will not change. Zhao Mingyu sneered, and the halberd was smashed like a flash of light, stabbing more than 1,000 times in an instant. Clang clang. Lin Chen swung up quickly, the blade was impervious to the wind, this so-called obstacle caused by 1,000,000 times the gravity could not affect the two of them at all. What's the matter? His knife is weird. When my soul slaughter halberd approaches his blade, it will stop for a short time. Seeing that the situation has changed, Zhao Mingyu's halberd method has changed, and the 20 middle-grade heteromorphic crystals and 2 high-grade heteromorphic crystals in his body are shining brightly. The Sirius was shocked. A halberd slashed down, and the halberd turned into a billowing wolf and slaughtered it, overwhelming the sky. Lin Chen's breath shook suddenly, and the 40 holy caves were like billions of galaxies, swallowing the world. He held the knife and waved it, slashing horizontally. Clang. Boom boom boom. The terrifying blade chi shot into the sky, and Lin Chen cut out a snow-white blade chi that was spinning at an extremely high speed, with the blazing light of a 7th-grade blade. Just this little trick? You take me as an outsider? Wen Zhao Mingyu sneered. The moment before Daomong and Sirius were about to collide. Sigh. Boom. With a loud explosion, the knife gas exploded. The extremely fast-rotating knife gas exploded, turning into endless shattered ons in the sky. The terrifying shards of blade air were like a gust of wind, like a shower, and they shrouded Sirius in an instant. Boom. 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 The shattering light of the sword chi slammed on the holy light Sirius, frantically, cutting it into pieces. This saber chi not only contained Lin Chen's holy power, but also his spiritual fragments, which actually crushed this heavenly wolf head-on. The remaining blade gas fragments instantly twisted towards Zhao Mingyu. Swordsmanship is a bit of a ghost. Zhao Mingyu snorted coldly, and the backhand who was ready to go was forced to punch out. Boom. The sky suddenly collapsed, and a golden fist as large as 1,000 acres smashed down. Clang clang. Clap clap clap. All the shards of sword energy were crushed into nothingness by the fist of golden light, and they came straight to Lin Chen. The brilliance is dazzling, and the fist power is unparalleled, as if it represents the endless power of this brilliance, and it is about to crush everything. Zhao Family Orange Rank Intermediate Cultivation Technique, Jing Gongzhen. Tianquan. This is Zhao Mingyu's true strength, it's too enchanting. Immediately after the ultimate skill was released, he played another orange level intermediate level anti-sky technique. The spectator saints outside Longqing took a sigh of relief. If they were replaced, they would die sooner than expected. However, the next moment, Lin Chen, who was under the Tianquan of Jingang town, slammed his palm into the sky. Boom! The flame swept through, earth-shattering. 100,000 zhong fire marks burned up, burning the sky and burning the ground. There were 9 layers of fire marks superimposed in a row, and a giant palm of burning the sky was shot. All the powers were amazed. That momentum, it seems that everything can't suppress him like Lin Chen. It seems that he is telling everyone that if Zhao Mingyu delusionally represents Tianwei, then he will be ruined by Lin Chen. One punch and one palm, shocking collision. In the giant elephant plain, when the sky was turned upside down, the aftermath of the burst reflected the shocking appearance of the individual enchanting geniuses of the Xinyan Palace. Because the palm used by Lin Chen was the 9 burning heaven palm of their Xinyan Palace. They were not very surprised that Lin Chen met the 9 burning heaven palm. After all, he was so close to the goddess. What they were horrified was that Lin Chen's 9 burning heaven palm was much better than them. Even, the power he played was almost comparable to the several brothers present today. In the plain of the giant elephant, the 9 layers of fire seal smashed the dead and pulled the rotten, advancing step by step. This fist and one palm broke Zhao Mingyu's Jin Gongzhen Tianquan head-on with Lin Chen's burning heaven palm. Fire can be gold. Lin Chen dissolved the punch with attribute restraint. This peerless cultivation technique of the orange level intermediate finally began to show the power of shocking the world after Lin Chen expanded his acupoints. Although high-level exercises are peerless treasures, it also depends on the cultivation level of the person who uses them. In comparison, the power of the burning heaven palm used by Lin Chen before is not worth a single blow. Brush. Bang bang bang. When the halberd slashed obliquely and wiped out the remaining power of the 9-layer burning heaven palm, a pair of wings rose from Zhao Mingyu's back. This pair of wings fluttered with snow-white feathers. They were extraordinary and beautiful. When they took a short shot, they fled into the void like a shock and flashed behind Lin Chen. This pair of wings is actually another rank 7 holy artifact. Lin Chen, like a prophet, slashed diagonally behind him with a backhand. The swords and halberds collided, and sparks flashed. Holding the knife in both hands, Lin Chen slashed Zhao Mingyu at the fastest speed. The two fought at a melee distance, the needle pointed at Mei Mong, and no one backed away. Zhao Mingyu broke out a series of offensives based on his cultivation base. Lin Chen used spiritual awakening to increase his instant speed to perceive the direction of his shot. In addition, his cultivation base was strong, and he fought head-to-head into a group. The two turned into afterimages that flashed across the plain, and Lin Chen slapped 2 pairs of black wings behind him. They were as strange as magic wings. The speed of the white wings and the black wings was ridiculously fast. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and they didn't stop for a moment. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "This is your full speed? It doesn't seem to be enough." As soon as the voice fell, there was a tearing sound, and there were 2 more pairs of wings behind Lin Chen, which looked like an 8-winged demon, which was really weird. Boom! The sonic boom roared. Lin Chen's speed was beyond Zhao Mingyu's control, and he couldn't attack Lin Chen. On the contrary, Lin Chen's attack can surround him. Zhao Mingyu can use the 7th-rank holy weapon, Snow Light Feather, to burst into a movement speed equivalent to that of an orange-level intermediate, but Lin Chen's 9 Wings of the Devil is also an orange-level intermediate's movement speed. And the most important thing is that his orange level intermediate movement technique is enhanced plus 15. If it is activated at full speed, most of the Naxing realm will be out of reach. In the past, using this movement technique required a huge amount of holy energy, and Lin Chen could only use it at critical moments, but now, with 31,513 times the acupoint expansion, he can fully support the terrifying consumption at the beginning. Want to suppress me with speed? Zhao Mingyu sneered, and spread his palms, turning into a huge fan of flames. 7th grade holy artifact, Tianyao Demon Sealing Fan. It is said that this fan can seal the world with one blow. It is cast from the essence of Tianyao, refining 10 great sealing techniques and 9,000 kinds of sealing materials. One can seal life and death. Did the Zhao family even give this to him? All the great experts were amazed and stunned. The 7th grade holy artifact is not Chinese cabbage. There are only a few forces in the 7th rank sect, and there are very few in the 8th rank sect. A young evildoer controls 2 7th rank holy artifacts. It can be seen that the Zhao family almost regarded him as the next family to cultivate. Tianyao's demon sealing fan moved, danced wildly, and the hurricane swept through. Tens of thousands of seal talismans flickered into the void like a dazzling array of flowers. They actually cut the space where Lin Chen was and the seal into pieces, and even Lin Chen's movement speed slowed down a lot. Oh? Another good thing. Lin Chen was inexplicably more excited. Slashing and slashing head-on. One after another seal talismans descended from the sky, illuminating the world. Boom. Zhao Mingyu fights the halberd in his left hand and dances for a long time, and his right hand is a sacred fan that seals the world. Just like the ancient Holy Spirit, with a sturdy figure, every blow has the power of leaning against the sky and covering the earth. Lin Chen was suppressed for a while. His speed is no longer an advantage, but a disadvantage. What is even more terrifying is that Zhao Mingyu's 2 7th grade holy artifacts are moving smoothly between offensive switches, and they are closely connected and cooperate with each other. This is a significant improvement brought by the spirituality of the 7th grade holy artifact. The 7th grade holy artifact, whose spirituality is beginning to manifest, can assist its main battle to the greatest extent, and release attacks in the most ingenious way from the battle, without affecting its main, and cooperate with each other. It's as if Zhao Mingyu is not using 2 holy weapons, but 2 super masters assisting him in battle. The power of the 7th grade holy artifact is fully revealed. Lin Chen's Juyan knife burst out with unwilling groans, as if he wanted to fight to the end with the opponent. Just one fan, but that's it. It's almost as if you can blow my hair this summer. Clang. Lin Chen, she didn't need the knife when Juyan put it away. With the palm of both hands, a red war gun was born. The body of the gun is crimson, 9 feet 9 in length, with awe-inspiring righteousness soaring to the sky. No evil can invade, no front is not broken. The sharp dragon energy swirling at the tip of the spear, like a dance of 2 dragons, actually pierced through a large number of seals in the void. 7th grade holy artifact, Demon Slayer Spear. The holy spear cannot be invaded by evil, and the sharp light can break all kinds of enchantments and seals. The silver robe was rolled up, the black wings were high, and the young man stood with a gun, like a generation of demon kings. The gun body danced, and the spear stabbed like 100 dragons flying, piercing all the seals. The arrogant mouths twitched wildly. Depend on Are you here too? Lin Chen actually has 2 7th-grade holy artifacts? A lot of enchanting list Tianjiao almost fell ill with anger. Even if they were from extraordinary backgrounds, even if they were prodigies, their sect did not support them enough to give them a rank 7 holy artifact. They couldn't even give them a 7th-grade holy artifact. True Dragon Dance. Tianyao Xinghua. The two fired one shot and one halberd. The melee became a ball, dazzling. With the sharp edge of the spear, Lin Chen broke the seal and fired with a backhand. After True Dragon Dance, the longer the parry, the stronger the power. And his demon-slaying spear just happened to break the secret techniques of seals and enchantments, and the battle situation returned to its original point. All souls are destroyed. Xinghua flashed in succession, and Tianyao's demon sealing fan swept across. 10,000 holy lights. 8 burning dragon heavenly sounds. 8 spiritual burning dragons rose above Lin Chen's head, roaring the broken galaxy in the sky. Boom. 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 The sky-shaking giant fist of Jin Guanyao slammed down angrily. The giant hand that covered the sky and the flames broke through the sky alone and collided head-on. The entire giant elephant plain was turned upside down by the two battles. Whether it is the people in Longqing and the various forces, great powers, and hidden old monsters in the Sanqing Palace, all stared blankly. No one would have thought that Lin Chen would be able to compete with Zhao Mingyu, by virtue of his hard power, and he didn't show any signs of defeat at all. Incredibly strong. The most important thing is that his mother-in-law is still expanding the cave. Can the expansion of acupoints be a tie with Zhao Mingyu? It's too perverted. Even if he retire now, no one will have a second opinion. Yeah, this boy Lin Chen has fully proved himself. Even if he retires, everyone will be convinced. With his background, if he is promoted to condensation realm, life and death realm, or even star realm, how many people can stop him in today's holy realm? The eyes of the great powers are particularly solemn. The stronger Lin Chen's combat power is at this stage, the more it can represent how unimaginable his height is in the future. Human race, it has been too long for such a heaven-defying genius. In the giant elephant plain, after the fierce fighting between the two lasted for half an hour, each retreated. At this time, whether it was Lin Chen or Zhao Mingyu, the breath was still long, not showing any signs of fatigue. Lin Chen raised his brows and laughed jokingly. What? Suddenly, I feel like I can't do it anymore? The last thing I am afraid of is that it will last for a long time, and I will continue if I refuse to accept it. Having been entangled for so long, don't really think that you can beat me. You are still 108,000 miles away from me, Zhao Mingyu. Zhao Mingyu let go of the Tianyao sealing magic fan, and his handprint changed. Suddenly, the 9 dragons are like dragons flying in the sky, flying out of Zhao Mingyu's body. Zhao Mingyu's breath began to soar on the spot. Although the holy acupuncture point has not changed, the aura of life and death in the holy force is chasing the peak of life and death. His appearance began to change greatly, with horns on his head, scales, and feathers on his body. His cold and arrogant appearance became extremely evil, and a pair of emerald green pupils were filled with evil spirits. Seemingly in a state of riot, in fact, Zhao Mingyu is very calm now, and everything comes from the effect of his mind and blood. The 8 rank masters of each family were amazed, and some seemed to recall some terrible experiences, and their facial muscles twitched slightly. Sure enough, is it still shot? The 9 dragons of the Zhao family is still so domineering. This method of mind can only be fully displayed if it is above the Naxing realm. Although Zhao Mingyu is only a life and death realm, his momentum is not inferior to that of many Zhao families veteran Naxingjing. When the entire Zhao family saw Zhao Mingyu using this tactic, their expressions became much calmer. As soon as 9 Dragon Art came out, this Lin Chen would definitely lose. The Zhao family's 9 Dragons Art, not to mention the major 8th rank families and sects, is even famous in the Heavenly Sanctuary. This mental method was obtained by the great power of the ancestors of the Zhao family from a desolate ancient ruin, and even for this mental method, the ancestor paid half his life. There are only a handful of people in the entire Zhao family who can practice this mental method. Lin Chen was surprised. Oh? This mental technique is not on the same level as those opponents I've seen before. This is an orange level intermediate mental method. The combat skills of the orange level intermediate are already extremely rare. Looking at the enchanting list, there are not many people who hold them, let alone the mentality of the orange level intermediate. Orange level intermediate combat skills, at least 1 or 2 kinds of 8th rank forces, practice exercises for Zhenzong. However, not every 8th grade sect has the complete orange level intermediate mental method, and these sacred objects are already close to the top of the holy world. As far as the exercises that have appeared in the history of the holy world are concerned, the orange level high level only has a few ancient and modern giant power collections. Under the premise that those very few forces are not born, the mentality of the orange level intermediate can be called the apex of the holy world. As for the top of the orange rank, it completely exists in the illusory legend. At least the history that the 8th rank forces have come into contact with has not recorded any auspicious piece of feathers related to any top orange rank exercises. And 9 Dragons Art can refine 9 kinds of dragon energy into the holy cave, make the holy power soar, and even cultivate to perfection. The human race can use the dragon's supernatural power. It is a kind of transcendental mind method. This is also one of the reasons why the Yi family will choose to marry the Zhao family. This orange level intermediate mentality is the foundation of the Zhao family. Lin Chen, have you seen the gap between us? This is a realm that you will never be able to surpass in your life. Zhao Mingyu laughed evilly, his anger surged, and he slapped Lin Chen with a palm. Tear. Boom. The dragon's energy swayed, the dragons danced wildly, and the unskilled palm showed the destructive fluctuation of the world. Lin Chen instantly urged his movement, and the 4 pairs of black wings spread out, and instantly retreated violently. Sigh. Boom. A palm shot in the air, but the entire giant elephant plane was cracked, and the ley lines began to shatter, completely unable to withstand the power of this bombardment. So strong. Zhao Mingyu's current state, I am afraid that he is in the middle stage of Naxing. No, maybe he may not be able to stop him in the later stage of Naxing. Lin Chen, if he doesn't have a whole card, he's probably going to lose. All 8 rank masters have a glimpse of the situation at a glance, and they are not optimistic. The next battle will not last too long. In the plane of the giant elephant. Fortunately, my heavenly demon 9 wings are strengthened by plus 15. Lin Chen smiled casually. At this time, the talismans all over the sky shone with dazzling stars, and when they fell, like a gust of wind, they enveloped Lin Chen. The space where Lin Chen was located was sealed. Ha ha ha, this time I want to see how you retreat. When Zhao Mingyu Tianyao sealed the magic fan to delay Lin Chen's action, he grinned, and the halberd in his hand slashed back with a backhand, and a Sirius reappeared and slaughtered away. But this time, the Sky Wolf's shock was more than 3 times stronger than the previous one. Lin Chen pierced the seal of Tianyao's demon sealing fan with one shot, but it was too late to guard against Zhao Mingyu's second move. Clang! The sword was soaring to the sky. Lin Chen changed his gun with a sword. Zhu Yan held his hand, and his domineering intent was maddening. When the corner of his mouth rises, it touches everyone's heartstrings. From now on, it's time to really show off the technology. Boom! When Lin Chen burst out laughing, he held the knife and slashed diagonally. The blade slashed an extremely beautiful blade, the edge divided the world. Rotated at a high speed, and slashed towards Zhao Mingyu. Is it this weird sword technique again? Before Zhao Mingyu finished speaking, the sword chi trembled, and it was divided into 5. What? At this moment, the scalps of many great experts and Zhao Mingyu were numb. Sigh. Boom. 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 When the 5 extremely fast-rotating blade chi exploded, the shards of blade chi in the sky exploded, and they twisted up in an instant, killing and shattering Zhao Mingyu's heavenly wolf. What technique is this? Zhao Mingyu was surprised. Divide a combat skill into 5 moves at the same time, and the power is not reduced? How can there be such a strange magical power between heaven and earth? Boom! When the Sirius burst, one wave did not settle and another wave rose again. In the entire giant elephant plain, the wind whistled, fluttering, and heavy snow with goose feathers. In the heavy snow, the cold air is everywhere, and the frost is like a wave. Lin Chen strolled in the void, and under the heavy snow falling, he walked slowly with his sword. His sword is 4 feet 7 long, the body of the sword is as white as jade. The tip of the sword is frosty, the blade is like a jade, the edge is like a cicada's wing. Hidden in the bone-piercing cold of the sword, there is a sharp edge that pierces the world. The snow is blowing, and the handsome young man is like a man in a picture. He is walking with a sword, his hair is dancing, and his robes are rolled up. His temperament is dusty and awe-inspiring, like an aloof and unyielding generation of juggernauts. The edge. This scene even made many female Tianjiao on the enchanting list stunned.